to the side screen.
Inside and out, over long, off, sailing high, long, handsome stroke, 6 runs.
But they've run 2, and that's all they need to do to win the game. New Zealand draw first blood.
Live from the Challow Basin Reserve in Wellington, this is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
Good morning, one and all. This is the sum of cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. Test match number 2 of 3 between New Zealand and the West Indies. The first test a draw. The 50th test match in New Zealand between these two nations will live long in the memory thanks to a brilliant fighting effort from the West Indies, staving off what many thought was a foregone conclusion, a defeat in the opening game against what has to be said a depleted New Zealand lineup. Injuries cost them dearly, so did catching and poor reviews, but the big headline is the fighting effort of the likes of Shea Hope, who scored a 50 and then a brilliant 140, and Justin Graves batting what seemed like eternity for his unbeaten 200, rightly named man of the match. So it is now eyes on the Basin Reserve as we sit high in the Vance stand on a lovely Wellington day. That is the good news I can bring you around New Zealand. Play due to start on time at 11 o'clock. We've got some high cloud about, but the sun is out and the thinking caps are on. Could we, Ian Smith, have a team batting first at the Basin Reserve? I don't know about you, it's green, it's always emerald proud green, isn't it? But it looks a little bit dry underneath. We'll get our Inspector Generals down there for the pitch report, but overall, I don't know about you, I'm pretty excited this test because the West Indies just fronted brilliantly.
I don't care who plays, actually. Good morning to you, Daniel, and good morning to all our listeners here on Sport Nation, because Test cricket at the Basin gets me anyway. It really does. I just love it. I sit up here and I look down on this with this magnificent view once you finally arrive up here, just by the by. It is just a stunning view of everything. You look down now on two teams doing their final preparations. The umpires have been out, had a look. The ground staff are hovering at the far end. Their work is all but done. And, you know, New Zealand team are having catching practice, and that could be important. But it just feels like it, you know. The first day at the Basin, whether you're playing or sitting on the bank or talking about it, it just feels such a beautiful thing. I love cricket at the Basin.
The sounds, the sights, the everything.
Just beautiful. I won't feel at home until I hear a siren go round and a traffic jam up there at Mount Victoria Tunnel. You know, it's special.
I know what you mean. I parked not far from here, just across the road, up towards that tunnel. Got out of the car. First thing I heard was a siren going around. I was like, I'm home.
Yep, I'm home.
I'm home.
It's a perfect day for Test cricket.
It really is. And right, this is a very inexperienced New Zealand bowling lineup they will bring in. Not by their want, by needs due to the injuries, but great opportunity. But does it leave a bit of doubt about who are favourites? Prior to the series, every man and his dog thought it was New Zealand.
Everyone thought New Zealand 3-0. You know, the West Indies were 0-5. You know, they'd come off some real hidings, and everyone thought, well, New Zealand, in terms of the World Test Championship, they're going to bank 3 wins here. And if they bank 3 wins, that's just absolutely fantastic, because they'll have a 100% record and they're on their way to making a very good start in the World Test Championship. Well, what happened? They got denied by one of the great fights in Test cricket in recent years, by a side that we didn't expect would have that. Yes, they were down on numbers, they were down on strength, they were down on experience. They just were down on penetration when it really came to the crunch. They could probably have won that Test match. They'll look back on the reviews that went wrong, horribly wrong, and they'll look back on a couple of umpiring decisions that they couldn't challenge because of that, which would have given them the breakthrough, and then that would have exposed those 3 bowlers. But that is now ancient history. It's about today. It's about Michael Ray coming into the attack. You'll have to point him out to me because I've never heard of him, let alone seen him. Blair Tickner, who's been waiting in the wings, gets an opportunity, a la Jacob Duffy did for such a long time. And then you look at the energy levels of Duffy and, of course, Zach Folkes, who did such a fantastic job without really achieving what they wanted to achieve down there in Christchurch. A couple of key changes. Glenn Phillips comes back into his side after a long injury break with a bit of experience of bowling pretty well here at the Basin at times. And, of course, Daryl Mitchell, who's pretty much the rock of the batting order, comes back in there at perhaps at number 5, and doesn't that make it look a lot stronger? Devon Conway gets another crack here at the Basin Reserve. It'll be interesting to see how he handles the new ball when it's his turn. And Will Young misses out, and that could be for Will Young quite some time if Conway makes it work this time round. Latham's a given, of course, and Williamson's a given while he's available. So, barring injury, Will Young might just have to wait for quite some time.
A vast amount of changes, as Smithy has rightly pointed out, in that New Zealand 11. The West Indies, should they be content with what all 11 players delivered in Christchurch?
No, I would be looking very seriously at the number 3 spot for a start. I thought Altanese was very disappointing in both innings, and I just wonder whether there's an opportunity for Kevan Hodge to have a bat in that one. He knows how to win. He beat Australia at the Gabba. He was in that starting 11, so he brings experience there. He's probably a better fielder than Altanese, and I think there's scope for that there. In terms of their bowling, there might be room for someone else to come in here at the Basin Reserve, but you always, as a visiting side, have to factor in one thing: the wind. And we know, and you know, and I know, at some point it'll blow hard here, and that means you've got to have resources who can bowl into the wind and bowl very bravely in a long period of time. Roston Chase is probably, for me, Roston Chase has to stand up in this test match, you know.
Agreed.
He's the captain. He has to get his hands out of his pockets and lead from the front, be more evident. I mean, I looked at times in that test match at Hagley Oval, and I looked out and I thought, who is the captain of this team?
It's a good way to describe it.
Who is the captain of who's leading this team? There's no doubt who was leading ours. Tom Latham was front and centre of everything that was going on. Even in the marathon time that they were in the field and nothing was happening, still you knew Latham was captain because you could hear him, you could see him, he was trying things. I don't get inspired by a captain who stands, okay, it's a bit cold compared to the Caribbean, but I don't get inspired by a captain who stands there most of the time with his hands in his pockets and just lets things drift along. So ball, bat, actions, captaincy, Roston Chase has to take a step forward for me.
Yeah, Athanase light on runs, as Smithy points out. Hodges, a very obvious potential replacement. I do wonder the balance of the attack with Justin Graves, a legitimate all-rounder batting at 6, and I thought he probably bowled at times better than the likes of Jordan Lane, J. Shields. Maybe Warwick and the spinner comes back into the reckoning.
Maybe he does too, vice captain of the side, but I think you'll find after what happened down there in Christchurch, everyone's got the heebie-jeebies now. In other words, someone might pull a muscle and you might get left with 2 bowlers at the Basin. Imagine that, 2 bowlers at the Basin Reserve in the wind. So I think everyone's just thinking to themselves, let's just be a little bit careful in terms of our bowling insurance.
I'm just getting a little bit of feedback in our ears. I'm not sure if that's coming on air. I do apologise if that is the case.
I apologise too. You certainly don't want to hear me twice.
I do, Smithy. I do. Michael Ray, tall man. We've seen him bowl in domestic white ball cricket when that's on TV, but it's a learning process for us today, what he can bring. The keys to bowling here at the Basin, the bounce is always there, the pace is there. You can get seduced by that a little.
You can actually. You can get carried away with it, particularly if you're operating down breeze and you feel as though you've got a bit of a head start. The key to bowling at the Basin is not that different to most test grounds on the first day, and that's finding the right areas to bowl. And generally at the Basin Reserve, and this is the blueprint ground for test cricket in this country, is bowling that awkward length that batsmen get sort of caught on the crease or sort of half pushing forward. And then you've also got to look at the fact that line is a factor. You must make them play. And if you look at the New Zealand bowling attack, and this 2 guys had a lot of experience bowling down there in Christchurch, but in particular what they will have learnt is certain players within the West Indies group know how to leave the ball. And Michael Ray's got to learn that when Chanderpaul comes out and he bowls to Chanderpaul and Tickner as well, you've got to bowl a very, very tight line into off stump to make sure that your energy is not wasted. So, yeah,
tall man. Seamer, you would describe him as, from listening to the likes of Peter Fulton, his current coach, and Rob Walter, who confirmed with us before 10 o'clock that he will play. Christian Clark will not play, so they've made one decision there, that is stock and trade is maybe just moving the ball back into the right-handers off the seam away from the left-handers, and there's a few left-handers if they stick with the same lineup. Special mention, Mitch Hay, another one to enter the test match keeping club. Smithy, I'm sure you'll greet him with warmth.
Well, good luck to him. This is a heck of a ground to make your debut on. I've got to say my New Zealand debut was here. This was the first, 1981, it was the first time when the Basin had been revamped. You wouldn't even have been alive, were you?
No, I was alive.
So it used to run directly north-south. In other words, Adelaide Road, straight down Kent Terrace, Cambridge Terrace. You could almost just walk straight along. And now, of course, it's on an angle more towards Government House and back towards the RA Vance stand here, which is cool. And, everyone, the modern people don't remember it back in the day. But there was the very first game. It was against India. It was the first time back at the new basin, and the outfield was a bit rough and ready and that. But it was special. It was a really nice. It's a nice ground because you get underneath. You find your seat in the dressing room. And in his case, he's probably borrowed Tom Blundell's because Tom's a Wellingtonian, and he would have had his spot absolutely marked out for a number of years. But he's not going to be here this time, so he'll take his spot, and he will be nervous. There's no doubt about it. He will be hoping that New Zealand win the toss and bowl, because that gives them a great opportunity to get in the game with catches, outside edges, ball beating the bat, get busy. Otherwise, you sit there and he'll probably be batting at, 6 or 7, and it might take a while for him to sit and wait. A lot of people on debut quite like that, sitting and waiting and just taking it all in before they're actually part of the action. Personally, I like to get out there, get involved, and get my hands around the ball, and you're thinking, I'm in this game.
How much does wind affect keeping? We always think about the bowlers. We never think about the keepers.
Well, the first thing you got to worry about is keep my hat on. I mean, because the last thing you want is for your hat to blow off when the bowler's in his delivery stride, because that upsets your concentration and all sorts of things. So, yeah, and that it might sound funny and you laughed at it, but it's dead true. So you got to make sure that everything's in order in that department. But it's a nice ground to keep on, because generally speaking, the bounce is true. When you stand up to the stumps, bowlers will be, spin bowlers in particular, will be invariably bowling into the wind. So, it's gusty sometimes. You have to wait. You have to be patient. And it's a good track to bat on. Normally days 2 and 3, you might have to battle in terms of getting your involvement in the game. But, I just wish him all the best. I think it's a great opportunity for him. It's come out of injury, and quite often people's first chances do that. And if he keeps like a genius and he might score 50 or 60, or who knows. I mean, what did Tom Blundell get his 100 here on his first game here? And yes, he did, didn't he?
Yep,
I remember the photo of him walking down Cambridge Terrace with his bat and his whites and his cap on. It was the most remarkable photo. It was great. But that could happen to Mitch Hay, and what that does is that adds to depth and it puts pressure on Tom Blundell. We've got a great backup in Tom Latham. What a terrific job Tom Latham did down there in Christchurch. So we have got cover in these, but it was asking too much, and I spoke to Rob Walter during the break in between tests. He said it's just asking too much of Tom. That happened out of mistake and out of injury, but we don't want him to do that. So Tom Latham will relax a little bit more, but knowing him and his enthusiasm as a captain, not for long.
Lastly, Smithy, and I don't want to bring the mood down too much, because we are happy that Test cricket at the Basin, which is 47 minutes away from the 2 black marks from a New Zealand perspective, wasteful reviews. They've got to cherish that last one in particular, right? But the catching, the ongoing issue with the catching.
Yeah, I think catching's a massive part of this, and I just wondered if they do enough. I don't come to watch them practice during the day. I'm not a net person. I hated nets when I played, so I'm never going to come down while I'm not playing. But I look out there now, and what you said, 47 minutes out, there's no one having a catch. No one doing any fielding. They're all standing around. They've been kicking a soccer ball around. West Indies are in a huddle. I know that the Black Caps have had some slip catching practice, but it'll be an hour in between, if they do field first, in between the ones they were taking, and when it becomes very serious and the edges matter. I didn't see anyone having any high catches, too much throwing. I guess it was going on, and I had my back turned, but I'm not sure about that either. Do they work hard enough on it? They seem very confident about it. They think they don't know. You ask them about the catch, they say, it's just one of those days. Well, one of those days, you can't afford that to happen in Test cricket. And if you're going to have one of those days, it's like Halley's Comet. Not very often, mate.
No, but one of those days feels like a Wednesday. Every week at the moment with the side. The thoughts of Ian Smith providing expert commentary alongside Jeremy Coney and Grant Elliott joining at the crew. Garth Galloway is here. Ben Strang today joining us here on Sport Nation. Great to have your company. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. All right, I have a sneaking suspicion the numbers, as we welcome in our numbers man, might be a little bit more tight than it was ahead of the first test, where you, of course, can bet live on your favourite sporting events right now at the TAB, tab.co.nz. It is R18. Please bet responsibly. Good morning, Brad Lewis.
Morning, Daniel. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you for asking.
Good.
More than well. I'm thrilled.
I'll miss you guys.
It's Christmas for me.
I'll miss you guys this week, but I'll see you in Tauranga. So head-to-head, New Zealand $1.20. The West Indies are paying $6.60. The draw is paying $10.50. I think the forecast is pretty good across the 5 days. Daniel will get to that shortly. And as we move down the list, there's a couple of cool test match specials that I like. Kane Williamson and Daryl Mitchell to both score a 50 in the match is paying $1.90. Devon Conway, Tom Latham, Rachin Ravindra and Kane Williamson all to score 50 plus runs, $3.75. And Jacob Duffy, Zach Folkes and Blair Tickner to get 4 wickets each across the test match is paying $5.50. For the player of the match, Jacob Duffy at $9.50, Rachin Ravindra $9.75, all good bets. Michael Ray, Daniel, $13 for player of the match in his first game. And my little smoky is Glenn Phillips, paying 14s if he is selected ahead of Michael Bracewell. And as for the West Indies, Kemar Roach is paying 19s. And Kevin Hodge, who Smithy would like to see batting in the top order for the West Indies, is paying $31. But as always, folks, please bet responsibly. It is R18, Daniel. That is the TAB update. We'll be back again with that in the lunch break.
Thank you very much, Brad. Yes, Glenn Phillips looks like he is set to be named in the side when the toss occurs in about 40 minutes' time. Michael Bracewell's rather relaxed, fair to say, compared to the warm-up Glenn Phillips, and not a bad smoky. Of course, got a lot of wickets here, didn't he? Got it to spin from the far end. And say over the years, but the spin can be quite a rare commodity.
Well, we actually discovered him, really, didn't we?
Yeah.
By accident, almost, and he became almost a match winner. And you know what, Glenn Phillips, when he gets his teeth into something, whether it's fielding, batting or bowling, he loves it. He dines out on it. And I think since that time in that test match, I don't think, apart from maybe Ish Sodhi, I don't think I've seen a New Zealand bowler bowl more practice deliveries out in the middle prior to a day's play.
He's a worker.
And he was out there doing it again today. So knowing full well that he's going to be a factor. No Mitchell Santner for the remainder of this test series, which is a shame because he dearly would have liked to play on his backyard in Mount Maunganui, I'm sure, but they made that decision that he will not be right at all. And the other thing, of course, Kyle Jamieson, who we thought when discussions were going around last week in Christchurch, everyone was thinking, well, Jamison's good, he's bowling and he looks fit, he's bowled in both innings. In fact, I think in the second innings he bowled quite a few overs. No, we didn't see him. Ben Sears, you'd know more about Ben Sears than me, but I understand he's playing club cricket in Melbourne, which is a real baffler for me because whoever's running high performance and that must know a lot more about cricket. I would have thought bowling in first-class cricket for the team that you're being paid to play for in a pressure situation like the Plunket Shield wouldn't have been a bad grounding. But
no, I'm with you on that, and it does make me worry how brittle his body might actually be.
It's sort of out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
Let's see, just build into it without the pressure of people watching you and the pressure of how your body is and that sort of thing. That worries me ever so slightly about Sears because I saw him bowl and he's quick. He's genuinely quick and bouncy, and I'd love to see him in the part of the ranks when they go back to Australia in 12 months' time. But hey, that's a lot of cricket before then.
Indeed. Expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Let's tell you about Wellington's famous weather, right? Waterforce Weather Report. Waterforce, your local water management partner. Good day for cricket. Fine. 21 degrees is the expected high. We're nearly there already, and it's only 19 minutes after 10 o'clock. The forecast is fine apart from some morning cloud and northerlies. Northerlies very manageable. They're about 15-20 k, but gusting upwards of around 30 at times, if not a fraction stronger than that. As far as the longer range forecast, take it for what it is. It's a long range forecast in here in Wellington. Tomorrow, cloud clearing becoming fine in the evening. evening. That's Good Friday, fine. Strong southerlies developing in the morning, and I refuse to give you a forecast for days 4 and 5. That's way too far down the line. That is your Waterforce weather report. Waterforce, your local management partner. Let's get an all-important glimpse of conditions out in the middle. It is time for the PGG Wrights and Turf Pitch Report. PGG Wrights and Turf, New Zealand's turf industry experts. Here are our experts out of the middle, Garth, Galloway and Jeremy Coney.
Welcome to the PGG Wrights and Turf Pitch Report. I'm here with Jeremy Coney, who's in a desire to always remain young. Has had some surgery on his face, and that's what you see. He's been to a plastic surgeon.
It's a problem with a freckle of being hours out in the middle batting. And they said, it's got to go. It's the medical profession trying to get me off Sport Nation. That's what it is.
And if I could say, some of those hours were, of course, incurred here at the Basin Reserve. 1984, Jeremy Coney scored 174 not out on this very pitch. I was here to see him smash a bowler over
3 days
over the mid-wicket boundary for 4 to bring up his first century for New Zealand. Lovely memories, and obviously a cause of this medical condition. Jeremy, there's a test match on here in Wellington today. The pitch, lovely covering of grass. Your thoughts?
Okay, we're near the middle of the ground, so boundaries are about the same. We've got a mild northerly at the moment coming down from the central city. That's supposed to change later on. You were supposed to say all this. Southerlies later on in the game. That generally suits the swing bowlers a little bit more. Keep an eye out for that later in the game. Yes, there is a good covering of grass. This is not the same as Hagley. That was Kakanui soil. This is Patamahoe. What that means is the clay content in the soil is slightly higher, so that there's more moisture, so you don't get cracking at the Basin Reserve so much as you can further south. Good grass cover. I think probably both sides would really like to have a bowl first if they won the toss, but I don't think it matters too much. A lot of runs have been scored here in the 2 first-class fixtures that have taken place just to the right of us here at the moment. So, frankly, they'll bowl, I think, whoever wins the toss. But it's all right for batting if you don't push out.
Jeremy, spin?
Well, who's going to bowl from this end? If this wind gets stronger throughout the day as it should, you're going to get the guys with not such long run-ups, folks perhaps. You're going to get spin bowlers coming from that end to use up overs, even though it's in the first innings, so the quicks can come down. Important catching in the cordon here at Wellington.
There you are, the PGG Wrights and Turf Pitch Report, brought to you with Jeremy Coney.
Thank you very much to Garth and Jeremy Coney. Coney will power on up because after the break he'll join Ben Strang. This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. Back with more from the Basin shortly.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
At Waterforce, we understand the stress of water compliance on your farm. Our metering, measuring and monitoring products paired with expert knowledge take the hassle out of meeting regulations. Let us handle compliance while you focus on the farming. Track water usage precisely with our advanced systems, telemetry, backflow prevention testing and drinking water quality. At Waterforce, we do it all.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, faster recovery, lasting relief.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Fruitfed Supplies works alongside growers, providing technical advice and the latest products to support profitable, sustainable fruit and vegetable crops. Backed by research and technical insights, our field reps offer practical crop management solutions to help you get the best results. With stores in all major horticultural regions, we're always close by and ready to help. Find your local store or horticultural rep at fruitfedsupplies.co.nz. Fruitfed Supplies. We know horticulture.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Garrard's Horse and Hound has successfully kept your horses and dogs on the track and race ready for over 20 years. They're the go-to for the largest range of specialty equine and canine products you'll ever need, including monthly specials and industry-leading advice. And the UFO Racing Sulkies range, exclusive to Garrard's. Garrard's Horse and Hound has you bolting out of the gate, thanks to their extensive range of products in-store or online 24/7. Visit horseandhound.com.au.
Something big is hitting Ashburton Raceway. An enormous Sunday of racing. Harness 5,000 Finals Day. Racing for grassroots glory is coming to town. 12 massive finals, $60,000 each, all in one incredible day. Be a part of the first Harness 5,000 Finals Day. Racing for grassroots glory on Super Sunday, December 21st at Ashburton Raceway. Entry is free. Contact the club for more info. Hospitality packages are available. Visit Ashburton Trotting Club on Facebook or ashburtonraceway.co.nz.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket. Explore their huge range of heavy-duty modular shelving, because Racket make tough storage easy. Whether you need bays of serious shelving, lockable drawers or cabinetry, just measure out your space, customise the system to suit your needs using Racket's online planner, and then add it straight to your Bunnings shopping cart. Explore the range, Racket's heavy-duty modular shelving. Built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
Kia ora and welcome back to Sport Nation, live from the Basin Reserve in Wellington on a beautiful Wellington day. 21 degrees, humid, very little cloud in the sky. You wouldn't hear it. But Wellington has put on a stunner for the second test match between New Zealand and the West Indies. This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation, thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. Ben Strang in alongside Jeremy Coney as we look ahead to the toss, which will be coming up in just a few minutes' time. Jeremy Coney, of course, going through his papers, getting ready to have a chat. This is how he warms up. Shrugs his shoulders and he's here.
Yeah, right here, Ben. Nice to see you again. And morning to everybody. Those of you who have bothered to tune in early. You're early birds, you people, and good on you. You get the oil, you see. There you go. So, what do you want to ask me, Ben?
How are you today, Jerry?
I'm fine. I'm fine. You've seen me out there already. We went out and we survived. Chipper. We survived the northerly, although it's not that strong actually. It's quite a mild one for Wellington conditions. The ground looks a picture. Outfield is lovely and lush, and there's no excuse for bobbles and that sort of thing, and racing in and fielding and misfielding it. The crowd is minuscule at the moment, I would say, but it is building. And the Pahutakawas are starting from the north, and they are slowly moving round the ground quite nicely too, and that's always a picture. So yeah, all set for an interesting test match, isn't it, really? Ones that we didn't really think that the personnel that are actually going to be appearing might be there when we thought, okay, we're playing the West Indies. So that'll be a talking point, I'm sure. And just to start you off, for example, the New Zealand bowlers, Duffy, Foakes, Tickner, Ray, had a chat to Rob Walter and said, is Michael Ray playing today? Yes. Or yes. And so there are the numbers as far as experience. In terms of tests, Duffy 2, Folkes 2, Tickner 3, Ray none. And so that's the bowling attack for New Zealand in terms of the quicker men. And that's quite easy to add up, actually, at 7. And that, I don't think I can think of a New Zealand side, unless you went back to the very first test match here in 1929, that you would have had less, or more, or less, actually. So the West Indies, Roach, Seals, Lane, Shields, 4 bowlers. Roach, 86. Seals, 24. Lane 2, Shields 1. So they've got an element of less test matches in there, but that adds up to 125. When you add in the all-rounder, Graves, 12 tests, and for New Zealand, if you add in Phillips, 15 tests, 22. So probably 5 to 6 times more experience, just sheer experience of running in a test match, going through the hard days, learning to change their length slightly because of the conditions and the batsmen at the time and what was happening. So that's important, mainly through Roach, let's be fair. And then for the wickets column, the West Indies add up to 337 and the New Zealanders add up to 65, so 5 times more, virtually exactly. So the questions then begin, how did New Zealand win? Well, go ahead. Go on, Ben. Tell us.
Well, listening to Tom Latham just talk about that inexperience.
What about yourself? What about your own thoughts?
I'll come to that in 1 second, Jerry.
Okay,
but Tom Latham was asked about how he will look to captain such a youthful attack, an attack with so little experience. And he basically said, I don't know, I haven't done it before. Which, but in terms of, this attack with all this experience in New Zealand conditions, how important is that compared to, for someone like Michael Ray, who's played so many first-class games, does that count for something in New Zealand conditions?
Well, of course it does. He will have played here quite a number of times at the Basin Reserve. He'll have seen the sorts of pitches that this clay and this grass, produces. It's a question of which end, and if this breeze, which I've described as mild from the north at the moment, coming from the central city, if that gets stronger as the day grows, which it normally does, to be fair, then which end is he going to use which bowlers at? And I think you always, when you come to the Basin Reserve, you have to consider bowling into a breeze, and it's a bit unusual, I think, for a bowler to have the wind plucking at you and pulling you backwards and blowing you off balance. That's the key thing. So bowlers that perhaps don't have a huge stride, bowlers who are strong men and run into a breeze, and they keep their balance. Spinners, obviously, a shorter bowling length in terms of their run-up. So those are the things I think you'd consider for bowling at, the southern end of this ground, the further from where we are at the Vance stand. So that's kind of, and I would have thought Folkes, and I would have thought Phillips, and I don't know, I suppose maybe, I don't know who the third one would be. I'd be reluctant to use Duffy, for example, after the workload he's had. And it looks like New Zealand have won the toss, is that right? You tell us about it,
Yes,
Ben.
Tom Latham has won the toss and he has decided that they will bowl.
No surprise?
No surprise at all. That is 18 in a row, 18 tosses in a row where the captain has decided to have a bowl first here at the Basin Reserve.
Really?
Interesting, because in recent times the scores of teams batting first last 5: New Zealand 460, England 435, New Zealand 580, Australia 383, and last time out England 280.
Yeah, well, the last 2 tests New Zealand have lost, haven't they, quite badly here. One to Australia and then really badly to England. So looking at this surface, I would say you have to bowl well in the first session. I think this is actually browning off almost as we look at it.
I'd agree.
And so you've got to get the lengths right. And if it is a bit slower than you anticipated and you're a bit disappointed as a fast bowler, pitch it up.
We see Tom Latham walking over to meet Daniel McHardy, who is going to talk to him about the toss.
Tom, you've decided to bowl, but was there much thought about batting with the heavy workload? It looks a bit browner than normal underneath.
I wouldn't say it looks browner. I think that maybe the grass looks a little bit shorter, but again, we've got the opportunity with the ball to put the ball in the right areas for long periods of time, and I think if we bowl sort of anywhere near our capabilities, then hopefully we'll give ourselves a good chance throughout this first session.
Should give you assistance. It gets harder to bowl here at the Basin Reserve, but a very inexperienced bowling lineup. I guess you've never done something like this, but what advice can you give them about bowling here?
I think our biggest message is just keep doing what you've been doing. Obviously Michael comes into the 11 who obviously makes his debut, and the way that he's been performing certainly over the last couple of years has been outstanding. I've seen him up front, playing for Canterbury, and I think if he does what he's been doing over the last couple of years, then I think that will give himself a good chance. So again, the opportunity with the ball, it's important that we still hit the wicket hard, bring the stumps into play, and hopefully we can get some opportunities.
Just confirm the changes.
So Daryl Mitchell, Glenn Phillips, Mitch Hay also comes in and makes his debut, and as I said, Michael Ray makes his debut as well.
Well, I was going to say go put on the gloves and the pads, but you don't have to keep. But we appreciate your time.
Not today. Thank you very much.
That's Tom Latham, the New Zealand captain. Roston Chase, the West Indian skipper, kind enough to join us. Would you have a bowl?
Yeah, if we have won the toss, we'd have bowl first as well.
Tell me about the changes. A lot of change at the top of the order.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Chanapal got injured at training yesterday, so we were forced to make a change in Brandon King coming in. But we thought that Hodge would be a better option because his style of play, he's a very good player of seam bowling with the ball bouncing around and nipping around. We think we'd give him a shot to go at number 3.
Yeah, a real blow losing Chanapal, ability to bat time, and it looks like it could be a challenging opening session on that wicket.
Yeah, well, we know batting first is a challenge, especially on the first day with the lots of grass and the bounce that the wicket get, but we have confidence in Brandon King that he could do the job. Obviously we will miss Chanapal, but we hope that he could recover fast.
Lastly, how much heart did this team take after Christchurch and their heroic sort of fight?
Yeah, the guys are feeling very pleased after the effort that we put out in the first test match. I mean, batting to save that match, we were thinking about winning it, but at that point in time we didn't think that we would have gotten the runs with those little bit wickets to go, so we just played for the draw. So those guys really put up their hand and made a big effort, and the guys are very confident coming into this game after that performance.
We do appreciate the time. All the best for this test.
Thanks.
There you go, the verdict from the two skippers. The West Indies, no Chanderpaul. Kavem Hodge selected ahead of Athanaze, so Brandon King will open alongside John Campbell with Hodge coming in at number 3, and also Anderson Phillip into the starting lineup too, as they add a bowler. No Warrican. They've again once more left out their specialist spinner.
Thank you, Daniel. Well, there you go. New Zealand will be bowling first in these conditions. They, suggesting Tom Latham, he thinks it's pretty green, doesn't see the brown on the wicket. What do you make? I mean, from up high, it looks fairly brown as a Basin Reserve wicket on day one.
I think between the stumps, if we look now between both sets of stumps, there are lines of green, but certainly either side of that there are definite browning off of the grass, and kind of as you get to the middle or sort of 7 metres from the stumps, where generally the bowlers are kind of aiming at for a starting point, that there's a bit of brownness in between those two as well, so that green strip down the middle. But I've seen a lot greener pitches. I've seen pitches, if we go 2 to the right, which is a virulent green. Yeah, they do, and I've seen them like that here at the Basin Reserve as well. But look, I wouldn't get too worried about having to bat first, to be honest. As I say, I think this will brown off with the breeze as well, drying out the surface. After lunch, it might become quite a comfortable batting surface, and I've seen teams like Otago get 500 here in their first innings, so it's not impossible to bat out here. The danger is if you push out with your bat too far, let the ball come to you.
Of course, West Indies, a lot of changes in their batting lineup, 2 changes in the top order with Chanderpaul and Athanaze out. What do you make of that, Jerry?
Well, it breaks up that left-hand kind of group of players, doesn't it? Chanderpaul gone, and then also Athanaze, I guess, both left-handers gone. And so Campbell left-hand. I don't know much about Brandon King, actually. He's batted there for a start, and they obviously like the way he plays quicks. And Kevin Hodge is quite a well-known player, and he can score runs as well. And then, of course, it's Hope and Chase, and then Graves. So that's where the runs was resident in the first Test match. Anderson Phillip, we didn't hear whose place he was taking. There wasn't really a spinner in the first Test, was there?
We'll find that out very shortly. But play will start in 20 minutes. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation, thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. We'll be back shortly.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Challow Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
And now it's time to find out what's going on in the rural sector with Andy Thompson, thanks to Tavendale and Partners, expertly navigating the primary sector's legal landscape.
In rural news, farmer confidence has slipped back from the near-record highs we saw through most of 2025. Rabobank's final confidence survey of the year shows sentiment still positive overall, but easing, with the net reading dropping from above 40% in recent quarters to 28%. 40% of farmers still expect the broader ag economy to improve over the next year, but that's down from 51%. Those expecting things to worsen have more than doubled from 5% to 12%. The rest expect conditions to hold steady. Rabobank New Zealand CEO Todd Charteris says the fall needs to be kept in perspective. Confidence remains strong and positivity is still the dominant sentiment across the sector.
And that was your rural news with Andy Thompson. Thanks to Tavendale and Partners, delivering exceptional legal expertise grounded in a genuine understanding of the primary sector.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Lawnmower struggling to make the cut? Turn to New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower, a Massport. Massport have been making lawnmowers since the 1940s and have built mowers to last, to suit our great Kiwi lawns and conditions. There's a reason Massport have been voted New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower brand for the last 8 years. The Massport mower range is packed full of innovative features to deliver superior performance for your lawn. Visit massport.co.nz to find your next mower.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, faster recovery, lasting relief.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce here. At Waterforce, we take on New Zealand's toughest water challenges, from managing industrial wastewater to optimising complex distribution systems. We deliver smart, sustainable solutions that keep your operations running smoothly. Because the right water solution isn't just important, it's how we help build a better future for New Zealand industries and a clearer tomorrow.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Adrian, did you know a family can make up to 15 litres of moisture a day?
How?
Breathing, cooking, heating, drying.
That's a lot, John.
Know how you can get rid of all that moisture?
Open a window.
No, Adrian, with a Mitsubishi dehumidifier.
I knew that.
Magnus Benro is the place to get yours, so come and see us and we'll sell you one for a very good price.
Who do you see for Mitsubishi dehumidifier?
Magnus Benro, that's who.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. Welcome to our coverage of the second test between the West Indies and New Zealand, live from the Basin Reserve. Tom Latham has won the toss. New Zealand will bowl first to the West Indies, and a couple of people making their debuts for New Zealand. Michael Ray comes into the side, and Mitch Hay as well. Phillips in for Bracewell, and in the West Indies side, Brendan King coming in to replace Chandler Paul, who is injured. Athanase has been dropped. He's replaced by Kavim Hodge, and we have also Anderson Phillip coming in for Johan Lane. So those are the changes. Play getting underway in 15 minutes time, and now let's catch up with Daniel McHardy, who interviewed Rob Walter, New Zealand coach.
Happy to have the New Zealand head coach ahead of the second test against the West Indies on a bright but windy Wellington day. Has this game come one day too early? You've had some sore bodies.
Yeah, you would have liked to have had an extra day, but the schedule don't allow for that these days, but we got some fresh faces in, so hoping their energy will lift the other guys up. But we've pulled up pretty well, to be honest. The guys are fairly robust and resilient and ready to go. You've got at least two players on debut. How have you best prepared them? Look, fortunately they've been playing, right? So they've been playing some first-class cricket beforehand, which is great. So as far as the formats go, they're ready for long-format cricket. And then, just getting them into the environment, letting them settle, and just get a good sense that they just need to go and, be the best version of themselves for the team, really. Is it Ray or Clark? Michael Ray will make his debut, yeah. Someone you know? What does he bring? He's obviously was with him in the very early days in Otago, so it's wonderful to see how he's grown, and in that instance, it's nice to know that he's developed as a cricketer. It's great to have sat from the sidelines and watched how he's grown, and developed his skill set. He's now become a robust cricketer who's played a lot of first-class cricket, and so his nice attributes, being a tall, fast bowler, hitting the wicket hard. New Zealand, I think, won just one of their last 6 tests at home. Of course, that predates you. What are the keys for you that will get New Zealand back in the winner's circle, I guess, in this test? Well, look, we got to just trust our skill set, really. It's conditions that we're fairly familiar with now, albeit that the basin has maybe changed its characteristics a little bit, but still conditions we know pretty well. And we just got to back ourselves to do it again. I think we were very close to a victory, a couple of days ago in Hagley, and a couple of chances here and there, and a few things go our way, and, different story. So, as I said, pretty close, and we trust what we've got to get it done. Yeah, without doubt, could have gone your way. Historic fight shown by the West Indies. Has that been the most surprising element, even through the white ball series? Real fight? Not really, to be honest. Got some great genetics, cricket genetics, that run through the veins there. So, not surprised by what we saw. You got a group that's hungry to do well, and showed a great fight, and really a sort of a historic performance. So, but again, we've seen highly competitive cricket throughout all 3 formats, really. So, nothing new there. Lastly, Rob, you won't tell me, but for the first time in 15 years, your captain thinking about batting here. That you'll have to wait for the toss to find out. But I'm pretty happy with whatever we do first. I think we got to back our skill sets. You got a 50% chance of making a decision anyway. Thanks, Rob. Really do appreciate your time. Good luck for the test. Cheers. Appreciate it. That's Daniel McHardy catching up with New Zealand cricket coach Rob Walter. New Zealand have won the toss. They have a very inexperienced attack with just 7 caps between the 4 quick bowlers, and they'll be out doing their work on a greenish looking Basin Reserve pitch, but one which is predicted to get better and better for batting. We'll take a break now, and then it will be Daniel McHardy taking us through to the start of play in the second test, day 1 at the Basin Reserve. Our cricket, the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. Back soon.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Chello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce here. Dry paddocks, low troughs. If you're a lifestyle block struggling for water, we can help. At Waterforce, we design water systems to perfectly suit your lifestyle property and tailored to suit your lifestyle, whether it's irrigation, stock water or garden sprinklers. Our solutions are smart, efficient, sustainable and built to last, so your water needs are covered now and well into the future.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Nothing beats a Kiwi summer. Good mates, great weather, and the buzz of live cricket. This season, the Black Caps are taking on the West Indies across the country. The sun's out, the vibes are high, there's no better way to be part of it than at the cricket. Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
Hi, I'm Michael Patterson from the Commodore. If you're travelling to Christchurch, I invite you to stay at the Commodore, a resort-style hotel close to the airport and only 15 minutes from the CBD. Our family have owned and operated the Commodore for over 50 years. Commodore's facilities are second to none with awesome food, great rooms and resort-style facilities including a fabulous indoor pool and gym. Ideal for the holidaymaker or business traveller. The Commodore Hotel is a proud partner of Canterbury Sport. Book now at commodorehotel.co.nz.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks. Find them in-store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, faster recovery, lasting relief.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
What started as a 16-year-old's dream in St Kilda in 1926 became the Diamond family's legacy, creating hundreds of jobs, inspiring all Australians. Penrite Oil powers thousands of engines. 2 wheels, 4 wheels, and big wheels. One thing is for sure, 100 years on, they're only getting started. Australian owned and made. Penrite Oil, 100 years, still driven.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. The news from the Basin Reserve on a lovely Wellington day, about 20 degrees, no sign of rain. New Zealand has won the toss and will bowl first. Change is the only constant across both sides. A host of changes, particularly at the top of the West Indian order. Injury has forced Chanderpaul out of the mix. Form probably forcing the hand of the selectors with Athenaeus. It'll be a stern examination for a top order that has failed to fire for most of the year. It was the middle order and late order, Kemar Roach in particular, that saved the day in Christchurch. The two teams out in the middle as we are now ready for the national anthem.
Standing and join us in the national anthem of New Zealand and the anthem of the West Indies.
Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and
That's coming from TV like that. Almost set for a start of the second test of 3 between New Zealand and the West Indies. Test number 2 at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. The West Indian side will bat first with John Campbell and Brandon King to open. King in for Chanderpaul. Athanase dropped after scores of 4 and 5. His spot at number 3 will be filled by Kaveem Hodge. Shea Hope, one of the heroes of Christchurch, batting at 4. Chase at 5. Graves, the other hero, at 6. 7 Imlach. Change in the bowlers. We'll see Anderson Phillip come in for Johan Lane, while Jaden Seals, Kibar Roach and OJ Shields have been retained. For New Zealand, Tom Latham, Devon Conway, Kane Williamson, Rachin Ravindra, Daryl Mitchell, Mitch Hay, Glenn Phillips, Zach Folkes, Tickner, Duffy and Ray. After this, Ian Smith and Grant Elliott join me as we start the second test.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Sport Nation.
Ugh, my rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
The sum of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. New Zealand to bowl first after winning the toss, alongside me providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now in Smith, and it's a good morning to Grant Elliott.
Yeah, good morning, Daniel. Morning, Smithy. Morning, listeners. What a beautiful day it is out there. I got sent up on the gantry earlier on with a high-vis vest on, attached to scaffolding. I'll tell you what, there was quite an aggressive northwesterly, but that's when you're about 20 metres above ground.
Okay.
But on the ground, it actually
Which is helpful for this.
Yeah, it feels really good. But I must say that I think the things that I've noticed that have been different to a Wellington Test is probably the pitch itself. It's normally a lot greener. There's normally a lot more density of grass. So it actually, from where I'm standing or sitting up here, it actually looks more like a batting wicket, to be fair.
On a lovely Wellington summer's morning, the first ball of the second test. 3 slips and a gully as Duffy from the Government House end, bowling into the left-handed John Campbell, who's going to work a ball into a gap at mid-wicket for single, and they're on the board, one without loss. Morning, Smithy.
Yeah, good morning to Grant, good morning Daniel, and to listeners. And we're going to see a bit of Duffy and folks. Just we haven't seen them for a while. Duffy into the breeze slightly too, Grant, which is interesting, and I assume that's because as much as you want the ball to hit the seam and do a little bit off the pitch surface, there could be a swing element.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you're an outswing bowler coming to the basin, you know that there's a good chance you're pushing into it.
He too, now with the right-hander on strike, will have 3 slips behind the wicket, back of a leg, stately played, no run.
But it's also a real advantage for New Zealand, isn't it? If you've got that bowler that swings it in, a right-arm bowler that swings it in, which I guess we see more and more of in modern-day cricket, more in-swing bowlers than historical outswing Richard Hadley bowlers, which was always the case, bowl in the channels so that they leave and then eventually they nick one. But this does facilitate the outswing bowling into the northwesterly, and then with folks with it.
Duffy arrives, goes past the outside edge with a king, I think, just bringing the bat in at the last.
They do that a lot, the West Indies, and we get a better view of it here because we're more down the pitch than we were at Hagley Oval. Sometimes we're a little bit confused, but they did play inside the line a lot, and that one rattles into the gloves of Mitchell Hay. And that's his first touch in Test cricket. He's got his brand spanking new cap on. So is Michael Ray down there at mid-off, just absorbing the atmosphere of being a New Zealand Test cricketer. Brilliant.
Number 81 just takes a stride forward, now in his position behind the wicket as Duffy goes very straight this time, turned to mid-wicket, no run.
Remember yours, first day with the cap on?
Oh, bowling first change, weren't you?
It gives me a little bit of trauma, Smithy, because I hadn't bowled for Wellington the whole season, and then suddenly I played a New Zealand A game in Dunedin on a green top, like green overcast conditions. KP played and missed about 14 times. I got Ian Bell nicked off, I got Collingwood nicked off, and John Bracewell thought I was a genius. Suddenly I got into the squad, the Test squad.
Duffy goes wider of the crease, looking to swing the ball back in, a feature of his game he's trying to develop. Hits the thigh pad, deflects to square leg, no run.
I found myself in the Test squad as an all-rounder, I guess, and then we went to Auckland, and that was the series where Jimmy Anderson played for Auckland. We bowled him into form, and he bowled about 40 overs to me. I scored 100, and I was in the squad. Jacob Oram got injured in Napier, and suddenly I found myself as a first change bowler in the Test squad on a nice road in Napier. It's fair to say it wasn't a pleasant sleep the night before.
Duffy, no stroke from the right-hander. That late withdrawal, the end of the first over, 1 on the board. That going to Campbell King. So those 5 balls yet to get off the mark.
But I think the reason why I say it gave me a bit of trauma was because I never saw myself playing in a Test match as a first change bowler. I was fine batting at 6 where I batted, but it was more bowling first change. I never saw myself as that sort of player. And I reckon I would have bowled 40 overs in my sleep before we went to the ground. I remember bowling my first over and I was exhausted. It felt like I'd had 20 overs in the legs. But I look at Michael Ray and I go, maybe he's in a similar position. Maybe he didn't see a Test call up, and
He did say exactly that. Never thought it would happen.
Yeah, and trying to actually gather your thoughts and your emotions and the highs and lows of what you might be feeling. Everyone said to me, it's going to go quickly, and by goodness, it did go quickly. But I did recite every song of the Barmy Army during that Test match, which was, I've still got them. They're great. Good songs.
Folks away from us, from the Vard stand, as he likes to do, round the wicket. First ball to the left-hander, trying to swing it, but starts too straight, work to Ravindra at forward square leg.
didn't bother the scorers much with the bat, and I got one wicket, got Ian Bell caught and bowled, almost pulled a hammy on the celebration. That was about it. That was my test match.
You've opened some old wounds there, Smithy. I have a sneaking suspicion. Might need to get a couch up here. You can lie down. 3 slips a gully, a pointer, mid-off, a mid-on, forward square leg, and a long leg as Vokes bounces in. Bowls once more into the hip of the left-hander, down towards long leg. Looks pretty easy out there right now. 2 without loss.
Well, they haven't quite got the radar right yet, either of the two bowlers, and it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back from the workload in Christchurch. You know, that was tough. It was mentally tough, but it was physically exhausting for these kids. I call them kids because they are, compared to me. And my memories of long spells seem so long ago, but that was as big a workload as you could put on 2 young blokes in this form of the game. So how they bounce back from this, they'll have a keenness about them because this is the first day of another test match. But what about the body?
Over the wicket of the right-hander, folks. There's a genuine play and miss as the ball just arrows back and goes past the outside edge of King.
Yeah, I saw Jacob Duffy at the start, and that was the first thing I asked him. I go, how's the body? And he sort of, you have to mentally just go, yeah, it's good. And that's exactly what he said to me. But you're right, Smithy. I mean, 60 overs, that is tough on the body when you think 7 times your body weight's going through that front leg. You need a lot of recovery, and you need a lot of fitness going into the test match.
Folks, 51 overs in that test match from over the wicket. Back of a length, hits high on the thigh pad, no run.
So our first look at a couple of New Zealanders, but our first look at Brandon King in this series as well. Now, Brandon King is a player that threatens to deliver, like a lot of West Indian cricketers coming through the ranks. And he has an opportunity now with the injury to Chanderpaul, who would have been interesting on this. He'd have been hard to dislodge, as we well know. But Brandon King gets an opportunity, and out of opportunities and adversity come good stories. Maybe the Brandon King story could be a good one.
Slightly open stance, bat raised high as he gets a fuller ball, and he drives elegantly through the offside out towards the extra cover boundary, and this outfield looks pretty quick to me. That will get there. Complete control. 6 without loss.
Really nice shot, because it wasn't overhit. You get a genuine half volley and you think to yourself, that's my ticket to get off the mark here, but he just eased into the shot, and that's a good sign for the West Indies. There was no expansiveness about the shot. He just pushed into it. He didn't follow through. It was a punch, if anything else, but a controlled one. Nice start, King.
Just his 5th test match, the 30-year-old, averaging 18 prior to this innings. It was a very nice big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. Leg slip immediately goes in. 2 slips and a gully. Fuller this time. That's much better length, isn't it, Grant? The keys to bowling here, you played a lot of cricket on this venue. It is the end of the over. 6 without loss. 2 to Campbell, 4 to King.
Yeah, I always found that with a Basin Reserve pitch, just when you thought you were in, one would just bounce a little bit and nip a little bit. But I think it's quite different now in terms of the grass cover. They really did experiment with putting more grass on, and I remember Otis Gibson arriving, because I played with him at Griqualand West back in the day, and he texted me and he said, is the pitch always this green? And he sent a photo, and it looked like the pitches that are actually adjacent to the playing strip. So I think, more grass on it, so probably now it does a little bit more for longer, but it was more the bounce that always got me, I thought, at the Basin Reserve. Just trying to punch one off the back foot.
Duffy, second over from the Government House end. Bowls full, defending the left-hander up towards mid-off, no run.
Now, the interesting thing for me, too, about Tom Latham opting to bowl first, it's a pretty common thing here at the Basin Reserve, so he probably can be excused for that, and there was a greenness about it, but boy, it's browning off in front of our eyes at the moment. What New Zealand have to do here for their own sake is get wickets, get success, because they have just spent 2 very, very long days in Christchurch, hardly getting success at all.
Duffy bowls pushed straight back to the bowler.
And there, Daniel, are some still very young blokes in there in terms of Test cricket experience, and if you don't get success, it starts to be thinking to myself, oh, here we go again. We've won the toss, we bowled, and that can only be backed up by something in the wicket column. If the West Indies get through to drinks, if they could get through to lunch, none down, one down, advantage West Indies in that respect, mentally and physically.
Duffy into his second over. Moves, and the ball's very full, clipped up towards mid-on, who's quite close to the stumps. Ray does the fielding. There is no run. Just trying to... What was the pace of that one? 130. Started 135, 134 now, 130. This is a man who bowled 43 overs in that second innings. And the other factor, Smithy, how blustery it was those 2 days. That would have sapped them even more.
Oh, it wasn't easy. Not easy. In fact, nightmarish at times. It was interesting to see there that he's out of the crease, batting out of the crease to Duffy, bowling into the breeze, and he actually took another step down there.
Left-hander looks up. Will shuffle across his stumps, and then will punch a drive just to the left of the point. Ravindra, long chase out for him. He will get there. They've got 2. They're turning, coming back for a third. Nicely played this time by Campbell, who moves to 5. It's 9 without loss.
Does look easy out there at the moment. And Smithy, you mentioned the pitch. I guess the difficult thing as a captain is that you look at it and I go, this would actually be nice batting conditions, but you know that they're going to get better on day 2, don't you? If there's anything in it, it's now. But I look at it and I go, oh, maybe I'd actually have a little bet on this, because it is a lot browner than it has. You can see the underbelly of the pitch, whereas normally all you see is grass.
9 without loss. We're into the third over from the Government House end once more. It's Duffy from the crease line defending as King. I ran into
Did
Luke
it hurt?
Ronke.
Did it hurt? I always ask it when you ran into something. Did it hurt?
Well, it would have hurt Luke Ronke, being the size I am. And I did ask him what's been the feedback of first-class cricketers on the basin. One word answer: flat. So second innings wickets often are the most cherished here.
I think Otago batted against the Firebirds, did they? And 3 guys got 100 batting first. So it wasn't too far removed from the pitch surface we're on now.
Past umpire Pellicar. And catching the outside edge as it flies low and to the right of the outstretched right hand of the third slip, Kane Williamson. We'll check the replay to see if it's carried. It's 13 without loss because it is a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. That is the end of the over. 13 without loss.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. The West Indies sent in after New Zealand won the toss, and through 3 overs, a 13 without loss on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Continuing from the Vard stand end is Folks, who's worked away backward of square, again just drifting into the pads, hasn't got the line right. Oh, here's a slip coming back for a second. Direct hit might have been interesting. It wasn't. 15 without loss.
Got to be careful running on a pitch surface or the surface next to it, particularly early on when it's green, it's slippery, and you just get a bit of a wheel spin going, and he did there as he looked to get back, and it was good that the Campbell was looking to get back on strike, but it was just fraught with disaster there for a split second.
Folks, past umpire rifle, very wide of the crease, angling back into the left-hander who defends on his toes. No run.
It's quite interesting that Zach Folks has decided to come round the wicket early, and it's almost like a one-day tactic where you look to cramp up the left-hander, make sure that they can't play anything expansive. However, expansive is what you want them to play. We've seen huge success from Kyle Jamieson, who would come over the wicket and trail the ball or swing it away from the left-hander and have success into slip and gully region. I feel that he's negating one of his strengths here.
Very full. Here's a beautiful drive by Campbell. That will zipper across the outfield for a 4. It's 19 without loss with a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
In no time at all, it's 19 without loss. So that's as good a shot as you'll see. I mean, we've seen 2 beautiful cover drives. One from a left-hander, one from a right-hander. On both occasions they played it identically, without a big flourish, without a big follow-through, just punching and just finding the gap. There is a big gap there, but Folks hadn't settled yet, driven both players have driven with ease.
Folks, better line and length squaring up is Campbell, who was out first ball to folks in the first innings in Christchurch from around the wicket. He has that ability to swing it away, and it was a fairly tame loose stroke, wasn't it, outside off stump, but looks far more settled here. 19 without loss. New ball wicket. I often hear that about the Basin Reserve. Do you subscribe to that, Grant? You've got to get your wickets with the new ball.
Just say, that's just 4 or 5 day cricket, isn't it? The pitch is at its best for bowlers early on. With the new ball, it's going to do more, and you don't see those shots that Smithy was talking about earlier on.
A strange leave as he plays a fake front foot pull after the ball's gone, and that's why there was an ooh and an ah from some of the fans on square.
It was a good line from folks. Those strokes that you're talking about, Smithy, just the punches through cover, you rarely saw that in the past sort of decade from New Zealand, did you? That was one shot you would actually take out of your bag of tricks, wouldn't you?
Just occupied, don't you? Back in the day, you just occupied. So it's nice to see that the West Indies, and this is born in the confidence that they got out of Christchurch.
Last ball of the over. He's played a proper pull here. Propping onto the front foot and getting it backward a square. That might creep to the fence at will in front of the embankment. Another boundary, 23 without loss after 4 overs on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV Deals and Folks has conceded 15 off those 2 overs.
Yeah, front foot and back foot boundary, so he just has not settled it all yet, and he's got to get into his work. Zach, folks, they have another 2 options up their sleeve, but this is such an inexperienced bowling attack. You just wonder how they're going to bounce back from the adversity that Christchurch was in the end for them. So much effort, so little reward when you back them to win that test match. So he has not settled. Duffy has looked okay without being as threatening. He's bowling into a breeze, and one of Duffy's assets is pace and bounce. So Tom Latham's got plenty up his sleeve here, but we did say that in Christchurch till it all fell apart. So we cross our fingers in saying that, but at the moment he's got a few options, but they're very, very inexperienced options.
Duffy starting a new over, left alone by the right-handed King.
Now, I didn't know much about Brandon King, but I know a lot more now because one of the great statisticians in world cricket is Laurie Colliver. Big Lozzer, is he's known as a sacker. He is Adelaide through and through and through. So he's on top of the world because
it's his test coming up.
Sheffield Shield.
Oh, true.
And he's home. Got home early after the Gabba finished early. Loz has said he just had his birthday the other day too. Turned 35, Loz. So that's cool.
Duffy has done for 8. Very tight to the stumps as he releases, drives the right-handed King. Nicely too, out towards the practice pitches. It will be overhauled though by Devon Conway, and they'll come back for 325 with that loss. So he might actually appreciate Alex Carey's keeping more than you did the other day.
Well, Alex Carey can do no wrong. Travis Head, those guys, they can do no wrong for big loss, which is cool. He said, I watched King get 75 batting at 4 against Australian Grenada in July. He's a good driver through the offside. We've seen evidence of that already. Loz, thank you. Off the quicks and got stuck into line, so he had a crack at Nathan Lyon. Not sure he's an opener, but he looks like he could be all right, and he's looking the same here. Loz, a good judge.
He's on 10, the right-hander, who's squared up and defends the ball. Deviates out to backward point, no run. Halfway through the 5th over, 25 without loss. Good information. Expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Plans on sale now.
Oh, he's looking good. 10 off just 14 balls. West Indies racing along here. One thing I would say is that Zach Folkes, he's been bowling with the wind. He should be the one that should have figures that are returning a lot more attractively than they are at the moment. It should be Duffy who's dotting up one side. I just feel that
Duffy, short wide of off stump, no stroke needed.
You were up on the gantry and you said it was quite blustery out there. I'm looking at the Pahuta Kawas, which some are resplendent just prior to Christmas, some aren't. They're pretty still. Are we expecting a wind change?
No wind change today, but I think tomorrow we expected southerly to come through for maybe day 2, 3 and maybe 4. I think then it changes again to northerly. That's what I've been told. But yeah, it definitely does look like it's dropped. There's always, it always is blustery. You look at the sight screens.
Better from Duffy. Tight to off stump, defending up to mid-on this time.
But But what I'd like to see, and I don't know if you agree with me, I'd love to talk about this, Smithy, is Zach Folkes coming around the wicket. I know he had success in Christchurch, but coming over the wicket gives him more margin for error. He can start it on middle and off, and if it swings, great. But now, if it swings, he's fine, because he's trying to bowl an aggressive line. But if it doesn't, he goes through the leg side, which we've seen. So he's going to leak both sides. And yes, it's maybe not as an aggressive option, but it opens up the slip cordon.
Duffy, last ball of the over, short, wide of off stump, no stroke, the end of 5, 25 without loss after the break. Garth Galloway to join Ian Smith and Grant Elliott.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, fast recovery, lasting relief.
And welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, your business funded faster. 25 without loss. Campbell is 15 and King is 10, and it's Folkes bowling around the wicket. And it's a nice delivery, which just pitches a little bit and seems away from the left-handed opener. Good delivery from Folkes. We haven't seen too much movement this morning, just a little bit off the seam, nothing in the air, Grant.
Yeah, a little bit of both maybe. Touch through the air, that one maybe a little bit off the seam, but there's not a lot out there. It actually looks like, I dare say it, pretty good batting conditions.
I think New Zealand have made a mistake. I don't care how many the West Indies get. I think if you're a confident side, this is another leave by Campbell outside the off stump. Otago batted first here, 5.22 for 9. Jones 119, Boyle 156, Cumming 113. The next game, Wellington batted first, 354 for 9 declared, Robinson 108, Severin 104. That tells me it's a good batting pitch.
It does, but you still... 17 test captains in the previous tests have all bowled first, so you'd be a gutsy captain.
You've got to break it sometime. Here's Campbell coming forward, using his feet, driving into the offside. Great one with breaking with traditions, Grant. 27 without loss. It is. Campbell is 15, King 10.
Well, New Zealand have lost the last 2 tests here very comfortably. In fact, they were just absolutely hammered against the English. And look, this looks really comfortable. That's been said. I think Duffy should not be on that end. I think he's bowled so many overs down in Christchurch. I think you keep him for at least the breeze behind him. I'd get him off now.
Here's Folkes bowling wide on the crease, and this just sees as if to underscore how comfortable batting is. We see Campbell going onto the back foot and pulling a ball that was short and angling into him away to the long on boundary for 4. Big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals. It's 31 without loss.
Well, there's no way Folkes is fast enough to bowl that length on this surface for a start. That's getting up around about waist high. It's mid-pitch, and he's disdainful stroke so early on, only in the 6th over of the match, smashed him away long on.
Folkes again outside the off stump. No shot from Campbell. His leaving's been good.
This already looks like a pitch very much, if you have decided to bowl, which New Zealand have, that you've got to bowl very tight line and length. You may have to even consider having an extra one in the covers quite early, which is not a way you like to go when you've asked the other team to bat so early on in the day, but that's what it looks like right now. I think Duffy's got to be kept away from the far end, and I think Folkes really has to be swapped around a wee bit.
Here he is again, folks. He gets very wide out the crease and he dives to his left, and there might be a run out here. Thickness picked the ball up and throws to the stumps, and he's out. Tragedy for the West Indies. It looked like the only way the openers would get out. Campbell taking off. He was sent back, I think, rightly by King. Thickness picked the ball up at mid-on and hit the stumps directly as Campbell scrambled to get back in.
Well, a lot happening there, isn't there? A drive on the onside, comfortable drive. Folkes in his follow-through has dived across the pitch. He's in, is he?
He's in.
Goodness gracious, he's got back.
Yeah.
I can't believe that. It certainly didn't look that from up here, did it?
Oh, from up here, that looks at least a metre short. I thought he should be walking off the pitch, but he's made it. Looks like he's made it by a foot. That's incredible, the way he turned around there. Campbell, he had to turn. He was almost 3/4 of the way down the pitch when Tickner, it was just about to get the ball in his hand. He was at mid-on.
Do you know the error happened? Folks on his follow-through dived and parried the ball away off his left hand, and that's what lulled Campbell into the mistake, and it was a mistake. Never run on a misfield.
Well, then he went again. He actually he looked at that, and then he came again a little bit, and so I thought there was no chance for him to getting back. Well done him. That shows what tension and pressure can create. Fear gives you pace.
Never seen him move so quickly. I thought also, well done Blair Tickner for hitting the stumps with his throw as Duffy begins another over, driven very firmly indeed to mid-on. That's hit with such power, and it's Tickner who's in the action again, having to field. But Tickner, he had a few moments in Christchurch during the test when he came on.
You mean bad moments, don't you?
Bad moments, very bad moments. And here he is in the first few overs of the day throwing the stumps down. That'll be good for him.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for him, it wasn't a dismissal. It would have been nicer. I think all of us thought that was going to be comfortably dismissed. It wasn't.
Well, I'm pleased it wasn't just me, because I know we've got your youthful eyes, as this is a short and it's not taken by Hay, and it'll be the first buys of his test career as he went high, and just a little bit untidy from Mitch Hay in his first game. I'm not quite sure why he's dropped that. We'll have a look.
It was really short. I actually thought it might be wide. We might have a look at the replay on the screen that we've got here. Oh, not a badly directed one. Probably a head higher than it should have been. But I'm looking at the slips here, Garth and Jerry. You notice where Daryl Mitchell is. He's almost sort of in line with the keep, and that the slips will always indicate to you how quick they think this pitch is.
Yeah, except Latham's taking a step up before the ball's delivered. Here's the next ball turned down to long leg. We'll see if it's a signal. It is. It's a leg by 35 without loss.
But your second and third slip, you just have a look at how close Tom Latham and Kane Williamson are to the bat, which would suggest to me that it's not nipping. Like normally the slips are quite far back here at the basin.
Yeah, but I think this is a slightly slower pitch. I think perhaps day one you can get that sometimes at the Basin Reserve. You've got to be up there. I don't mind that, and if it costs you that you're a little bit too close and you're uncomfortable, you've got to go up.
Here's Duffy again, and from the Government House end through to Hay. I've got to get used to Hay keeping, not Latham. We saw Latham was omnipresent really in the first test in Christchurch. We called his name hundreds of times. 34 without loss it is. Campbell 21. King is 10. Gosh, an experienced attack. Duffy 2, Tickner 3, Folks 2, and Ray on debut. 7 tests between them. I was looking back at the Zimbabwe test and thinking that there might have been something similar, but of course Henry and O'Rourke played in the first test. This is turned into the onside by Campbell, just a behind square where Conway fields. 35 without loss, and Smith, Santner and Bracewell. And then the second test in Bulawayo, Henry and Duffy, with O'Rourke being injured. Folks was on debut, Fisher on debut, but this really is something special.
Well, I've got the wicket tally here on the stats, Garth.
7.
And but the wicket tally for the squad and how many test match wickets they've got between them.
Well, Phillips would have the most.
And
Williamson second, is he?
Williamson is second.
There you are. Outside the off stump, no shot, through to Hay.
And then you've got Bracewell in that third. He's got 25.
It's the end of the over. We'll take a break and we'll come back to Grant Elliott's actuarial efforts.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, block out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. TAB. R18, bet responsibly.
Welcome back to the cricket. The off-air abuse has started in the commentary box. Coney is letting loose as the first delivery from Folks is
Actuarial.
Campbell.
An adjective to describe what an actuary does.
Actual aerial.
I mean, for heaven's sake, sounds like something sticking up out of the van stand, the roof.
I think get back to your numbers, Grant.
Okay.
As an actuary would.
Okay, so if the New Zealand seam bowling lineup contains Duffy, Folkes and Tickner, which it does.
That's good news.
So for those listeners that have just joined us, they've just got 7 test wickets between them, right?
Folkes goes wide and has Campbell playing square of the wicket on the offside, no run.
But as a squad, there's only 133 test match wickets between them, and you got it correct. Phillips was number 1 at 31. Williamson, who we may as well minus that off the 130 because he doesn't bowl anymore, he's at 30. So let's say it's 103 test wickets between them. Bracewell, who's not playing, is 25. So now we're down to 78. Because he's not playing.
Thanks, Grant. That'll do you.
Folkes is at 12. Tickner's at 12. Ravindra's at 10.
This is played back to the bowler. Well, this is why Grant's not an actuary. 35 without loss. Sorry, you haven't finished.
No, I haven't finished yet.
Oh, so really?
It's the lowest. It's the lowest wicket tally in New Zealand Test team since
1929 when they started their very first Test.
Probably didn't get 135 wickets in the first Test though.
Since 2013, so that was 126 versus England at Dunedin.
You have been doing a lot of research.
He's been sent some stuff. That's what
I've sent out to pastures for a while.
Here's a beautiful delivery from Folkes just around the wicket, and Campbell this time comes forward. It's exactly the right area for Folkes. A little bit fuller, in closer, moving away.
I reckon we've seen 3 of those since we started.
Yeah, maybe 1 from Duffy as well, yeah.
You were talking, I heard you, Grant, briefly about him going around the wicket and think he's losing something. I'm surprised when you watch him how wide he gets on the crease. He really is a long way out, and I do think he loses something in terms of that late movement. Here he is again bowling, and it's played defensively by Campbell.
Well, it's not that. It's more that
getting off the wicket.
No, it's not. I just feel like this negates the movement that he has. I think the movement that he has, he wants to get the batter caught at slip with this sort of movement, nicked off. So if he comes over the wicket, yes, it's easier to leave as a left-hander, but he'll be more consistent in building pressure. But if he gets that movement and he gets that line right, he won't leak both sides. This way, he's leaking both sides. We already see square leg going back.
So New Zealand won the toss and have a deep backward square leg already, as we see Campbell driving down to Tickner at wide mid-on. 35 without loss. 8 overs have gone. Campbell is 22. King 10, Folkes none for 21 from 4.
What he does bring in, though, however, you didn't mention, was the LBW. He can't get the LBW easily bowling over the wicket. He basically is going to be pitching outside. If he's going to threaten the stumps, it's got to pitch outside the left-hander's leg stump. So when he's going to the left-handers, I think it's a fair enough move, actually. Okay, it's not swinging so much here. It didn't swing in Christchurch, and it doesn't really swing that much at the basin either, unless you get a light southerly, which is what you're going to get later on in this game. And so we'll just have to wait and see for those moments, but not if it's going from the north.
Duffy beginning his next over from the Government House end. No shot from King. Yeah, I suppose with the LBW though, he's so wide on the crease that makes it slightly problematic potentially.
Well, potentially, it's got to be hitting the stumps, doesn't it? So, he's going to pitch on the stumps, yeah, absolutely. Well, it can also, if he can bring, I think he's got to, if he's going to bowl there, he's also got to have a little one that comes back into the left-hander as well, even if it's just on the angle, or maybe even to swing it slightly into the left-handers.
Here he is bowling again outside the off-stump, no shot.
Well, I think that's exactly why, Jerry, is bowling around the wicket, because I don't think he's got that one that comes back in. And, you had the likes of Southey who swung the ball away, but then he bowled the three-quarter seam that would nip in to the right-hander. And Bolt developed that as well towards the end. Swung it in, general, that was his default ball, but then had the three-quarter seam to go away.
Yeah, but if you're going to be a right-arm over and you bring it back in, you may as well bowl over the wicket to bring the stumps and the pads into play. You may as well not bowl around the wicket.
Duffy bowls, and here's a beautiful shot driven down the ground. No real attempt to run between the wickets between King and Campbell. Overpitched by Duffy, and he leans forward and drives beautifully to the right of Ray at a wide mid-off. Batting looking very comfortable indeed. 39 without loss.
Fifth over, is it for Duffy now?
Yep.
Yeah. Fifth over, too many, and he's striving to try and get, because both these bowlers are looking for the perfect delivery. It's not those circumstances and conditions at the moment. They've got to dot it up somehow.
Duffy bowls into the pads as a stifled appeal from Mitchell, Latham and Williamson at first, second and third respectively. Hay doesn't join them.
I've got to tell you folks, this is a very comfortable start for the West Indies. It's a very comfortable start. They're getting full balls, they're getting the odd short ball, they're offline at the moment. They look already, Duffy is down maybe 8 to 10 Ks as he was at Christchurch.
Duffy bowls short ball, no shot.
I think for me, like, leading into this test match, you think about the confidence and character that the West Indies built in that last test. They walked off, it was almost like they'd won it, and they probably thought, oh, we had a sniff there. They're growing in confidence. New Zealand arrive at the ground going, what is our bowling attack going to be? And it's the first time in a long time where I think in New Zealand we go, oh, how are our stocks looking?
No ball signalled, so there'll be an extra one from Duffy. 40 without loss.
You won't enjoy that, bowling another one.
He's into quite a strong breeze. I was surprised when we were down there doing the pitch report how strong it is. Here's down the leg side this time. So Duffy's struggling with line a bit. We've seen a few balls going down the leg side from him, taken by Hay.
So you've got these two teams. You've got New Zealand, who are probably a bit uncertain, bit unsettled, low in confidence after the last test, and the West Indies, who now start like this. It just feels like they're growing in confidence and the momentum is just building. And you heard from my actual aerial stuff that I spoke about earlier in terms of how many
compellingly
they have as a group.
No, absolutely. But the point, I think, is that the most important thing is this ball is just dropping in front of Latham at second slip. He's not far enough. Jeremy Coney bangs the desk as he does. It just was an outside edge, the first one of the day. King playing a defensive shot, and it dropped just in front of Latham. For a moment it looked like it had been caught. The end of the over, 40 without loss. Campbell 22, King 14.
Well, come on guys, you explain to me. Are they too deep or not?
I think
that
so.
was a defensive stroke, beaten, genuine outside edge, pitches in front of second slip.
They are too deep, undoubtedly. I think, Grant, coming back to your statistics, though, and it was flattering in the extreme to this team to talk about 135 wickets. I think, the thing for me is that the top four, the quicks, have got 7 between them, and that really is, it could be, again, that's why I look at this decision to field first here. It feels like, again, it's a New Zealand side that lacks confidence. I think a side that was on top of its game. Here's an appeal for a caught behind down the leg side. It's folks going around the wicket, not out is the signal. Campbell just swashing at that one. A side that's confident is going to say, we know that it's going to move around a little bit early on, off the seam, but we're going to back ourselves here because we know that Otago scored 522 for 9 here, Wellington 354 for 9. We're going to back ourselves to get through a little tough period.
This may only last a session here. And have we really seen it do a lot?
No, as folks bowls to Campbell outside the off stump. Good lead from him there and a good stretch forward.
Well, Ian Smith made the point when you actually look at the batters out there in the middle. King, actually, he was batting outside of his crease and he took another step, another yard outside the crease to Duffy. Now, that's something you see in white ball cricket. It's also being aggressive, trying to get to that line that you think might be dangerous so that it becomes a fuller length so you can drive it. Now, if there's one thing you wouldn't have wanted to do on a Wellington Basin Reserve wicket, it's drive on the green wicket normally.
Folks bowls, and it's a good delivery which sees Campbell pushing the ball to Ray to mid-off.
You would normally have to be very disciplined in how straight you hit, but also the length of the delivery would have to be underneath your eyes to drive at it, because there was so much seam movement and swing movement. But this morning has been very different. It has looked like a batter's wicket so far. Yes, there's been movement through the air and a little bit off the deck, but New Zealand haven't been able to exploit any of it.
Folks bowling to 3 slips in a gully, goes wide, and here's Campbell plays a false shot, a mock shot, as the ball's so wide outside the off stump he doesn't have to play.
See, I don't think I've seen much seam at all. I have to tell you that, because I think when you swing the ball, it carries on as if it had seamed. It's actually seaming because it's swung, but not because you whacked it into the pitch hard and got it to change its line from where it's coming from.
Look at the pace here too, 128 to 129 in this over. Here's Folks bowling, full delivery, and he's missed his line again. This one going into the pads. Campbell turns it to long leg where Duffy feels. 41 without loss, Campbell 23, King is 14. And just to give you the bowling figures for New Zealand in a moment. Duffy has bowled, let's just have a look at that. Duffy's bowled 5 overs and has none for 16, and Folks is he's got 1 ball remaining in his 5th over and has none for 22. King is going to be on strike to Folks. We haven't seen much of that today, and this is played into the onside again, drifting into the leg side, this time to the right-hander. We'll take a break now, and then it will be more commentary with Ben Strang joining the team.
Nothing beats a Kiwi summer. Good mates, great weather, and the buzz of live cricket. This season, the Black Caps are taking on the West Indies across the country. The sun's out, the vibes are high. There's no better way to be part of it than at the cricket. Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Fast business funding, your business funded faster. Keep your business moving. It is Jacob Duffy continuing from the southern end of the ground. Full outside off and a big drive by John Campbell, plays and misses.
And that's the sort of thing I think is a slip you've got to notice. If the batsman that is facing you would tend to say to yourself, this guy loves a drive, this guy is going to be playing shots. Now, if he's one of those players, you give yourself half a pace, because it's going to fly. It's going to come much more quickly at you if he gets an edge. If he's defending, then you've got to go. If you regard him as principally a defensive player.
Duffy through the crease and defended back down the pitch for no run.
That isn't going to carry so far. So you've got to go up. So you're constantly, depending on who's facing, depending on how they're playing that day, depending on how easy it is, depending on whether you've put the side in or not, you go up. So at the very least, the catch carries.
John Campbell, 23 from 33 deliveries thus far. Brandon King, 14 from 29. West Indies, 41 without loss. 10 overs in. Jacob Duffy. Short ball. Ducks away from it, does Campbell. It's all looked rather easy for the West Indies batters so far. So much so that they have the confidence to play at balls that they're leaving. They're almost shadow batting out there.
Yeah, it has been. No doubt about that, and it's a question of at what stage does Latham say, OK, let's keep the juice in the loins of these players. Let's have them going down with the wind a bit behind them, that I feel are my most dangerous bowlers. I'm presuming that's what he feels with these two.
Duffy, Fuller edged. Is it taken? There's a muffled appeal. Tom Latham is the man diving to his right.
He hasn't claimed it though, has he?
He hasn't claimed it. He's asking the umpire to have a look. He's not certain whatsoever.
So it was a big drive, let's say that. That's the first thing, and that's why it kind of almost carried. And I think Latham was thinking that might go through to Mitchell, but then he saw how low it was, and I think that's why he's dived to his right.
Tremendous bit of movement from Tom Latham as we watch the replay. It is a thick outside edge. John Campbell trying to hit a full-blooded drive. It carries, but it's come out. It looks as if it's come out of the right hand as Tom Latham goes to ground.
Different angle, please.
He's taken the ball about 6 inches off the turf. They're just looking for another replay.
I reckon that's dropped. I think he's, as you say, he's done well to get there, but he's dropped it out of the hand, out of the right hand as he's dived. And that's why he was not sure at all about it. It's better to do it that way.
Yeah,
it's a good initial effort, and then has bounced out.
Would have been a tremendous catch if he'd actually been able to hold it, but certainly the ball, you can see touching the ground.
Yeah, just freeze it there. Ball's clearly on the ground.
No need for the replay to take too much longer. It's clearly hit the ground, but Latham never looked confident, did he? He immediately had that feeling that he had put it down.
Yeah. Obviously, the lower it gets, the kind of harder it is to take as well, especially if it's to one side where you can't get your head in line with the catch.
Duffy continues. Short and left alone on length up over the off stump. Campbell's seen it well. 23 from 37. Just looking for that drive is John Campbell. As soon as it's pitched up by Jacob Duffy. Seems to be down on pace, down a few clicks. And of course, he bowled a tremendous number of overs. Yeah, 137.8 that last delivery. Easily over 140 most of the time in the last match. Last ball of this over, full and driven, but well fielded by Blair Tickner at mid-off. Prevents it going through towards the boundary. West Indies 41 without loss after 11 overs.
Aggressive stroke from King. And it's they're looking to play their shots, aren't they? The West Indies have certainly, they've been imbued with a lot more confidence, I think, than we saw down at Hagley. And certainly that's been compounded by A, lack of pace, B, a lack of movement, and the general kind of look, I think, of the New Zealand bowling lineup. And so it can't be long. It can't be surely to have Tickner and co into the game.
Folkes continues. It's defended into the offside for no run. Has a leg slip and two regular slips in place. Does Zach Folkes, bowling to Brandon King. Brandon King only averaging 18 in Test matches coming into this, but boy, he's looked comfortable.
Well, he's a middle order player generally. Now he's come up to open. And they brought in Hodge as well at number 3, who's again a middle order player, but he plays the medium paces pretty well. So this is going to be a battle for New Zealand here. They have to work hard here.
Gully also in place as he pulls, and the man at leg slip, which is Kane Williamson, takes it on the bounce. No run, 41 without loss it remains. So Brandon King averaging 18 coming into this. John Campbell, the other opener, averaging 25. Kevin Hodge, a test batting average of 25. The other new man, Anderson Phillip, averaging 90 with the ball. Stats with Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. Folks, full on the stumps, a big appeal for LBW. May have been going down the leg side, immediately turned away by the umpire.
Yeah, that's the one that has moved a little bit more than the others. That's why it beat the inside edge of King. Yeah, I really don't know. I think we're just all a bit bemused by the lack of consistency. I know I can understand how the bowler's thinking, right, we've put the team in, we've got to try and take wickets here early on.
Oaks bounce through the crease, down the leg side, and King can't catch up with it, no run.
But how many 6-4s plus 4 byes or very close to it as well, so 6 or 7 boundaries already in the first 11.4 overs, and folks operating in the 120s. really at this stage. So I wonder why they're using him. They're obviously for swing. They feel there's more swing from this end. I don't know.
Folks, back of a length and cutting through King, through to the wicketkeeper, past the inside edge. And King walks down, talks to his batting partner and tells him how much that ball moved. Tiny amount in the air and then mostly off the seam as that one goes past the inside edge.
It's about the length though, isn't it? I mean, that's passing the off stump at kind of top of the stump as it goes.
Last ball of this 12th over, folks. A good length again, pushed into the offside for no run. A maiden over for Zach Folks. He's none for 22 after 6. West Indies 41 without loss.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. West Indies 41 without loss. The scoreboard with Harvey Norman. Harvey Norman TV deals. Jacob Duffy will continue. On the southern end of the ground is left alone outside off. Decent pace through to Mitch Hay, who applauds his bowler. Looks like Michael Ray is starting to warm up at mid-on, preparing for his first spell in Test cricket.
Okay.
Be interesting to see how he goes, averaging 32 in first-class cricket with the ball. 30-year-old Duffy. Over the wicket, worked down the leg side. It's fielded by Zach Folks. Just watching the umpire, that is off the bat. So Campbell will move to 24. West Indies 42 without loss.
It's a good start, isn't it? 42 without loss. Yes, there's been the occasional moment for the West Indies, one of a defensive bat that Nick didn't carry, one off an attacking bat as well, both from the bowling of Duffy, that Latham had to go low and to his right and that spilled out.
King faces up and leaves alone, full outside off.
One wide of Williamson again off Duffy that went through to the third man boundary. But they've been the only times I think that we could say New Zealand have looked like claiming anything close to a wicket. They haven't nipped the ball back. They haven't played and missed much. There's been comfortable pulls played. There's been 2 or 3 drives, comfortable drives. One, batsman going down the wicket actually to the opening bowler.
Duffy back of a length into the hip of King, who works backward of square for a single. Moving to 15 rather, 43 without loss.
See, that's a good run too. I mean, that's a line from Duffy that hasn't moved at all. It's slightly short and back of a length. And so he's just tucked that away quite comfortably as it's on about thigh high into the leg side. So from a right-hander, Duffy's now got to bowl to a left-hander. He's a shorter man. He's got to bowl a bit fuller.
Short he goes and left alone by John Campbell. Didn't look overly confident as this comes on a leg stump line, but he managed to scamper out of the way of it.
I mean, this doesn't at the moment look like a short pitch, does it? I mean, that where you're going to get something from it. None of those are really that high that you make a mistake on your hook shot.
Looks like a very, very good batting pitch. Last ball of this 13th over. Campbell on 24. And he plays well inside it. Really a leave as he plays a faux straight drive. So 43 without loss, the West Indies on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. You look at those previous scores, which I know Garth's talked about, the fact that Otago was put in and scored 500 plus, declared. Wellington learnt from that and then decided to bat next time they played here and scored 380 plus, declaring. When you're a captain, are you not looking at that previous form at the ground, or are you locked into, okay, 17 times in a row they've had a bowl, I don't want to be the one who makes that mistake?
Oh, I think you've got to look at the scores that have been posted in the actual year that you're playing. I don't think it really matters at all if 5 years ago some joker decided that we're going to bowl first. No, I think it's much more pertinent, frankly. You're on the same block, the seeding has all been done at the same time and so on. So I think it's certainly a component. Here we go, new man, Michael Ray.
Huge moment for Michael Ray and his family as he starts from the northern end of the ground, and a length ball is defended into the offside. He has begun his Test career, Michael Ray, sporting a lovely white headband, harking back to the old days with the headband. Bald head glistening in the sunshine. But what a moment for Michael Ray to take the field, get underway. It'll be interesting to see how he goes. Averages 32 in first class cricket. Good tall action going through the crease. He has 3 slips and a gully in place, as well as a short leg. Back of a length and pulled forward through the mid-wicket region. Beautifully played by Brandon King. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
It's a long way in front of square too, isn't it? It's kind of straight mid-wicket it's ended up, so he had plenty of time. So Ray just trying out the sort of the shorter part of the surface to see what he can get from there. That's okay, you don't mind that, and good luck to him. Very best of luck to him. He's obviously had lots of cricket, first-class cricket in New Zealand. He's 30 years old. He's got over 200 first-class wickets.
Short and pulled away powerfully again, dismissively by Brandon King, and it's gone all the way for 6. King moves to 25, the West Indies 53 without loss, and that is the first 6 of the match. Big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
Yeah, it doesn't really tell us exactly the pace, but certainly it's got to be faster than that and higher. Again, it must be higher. 137, nearly 138 Ks. And so it was comfortably dispatched and obviously very powerfully. So 50 up for the West Indies after 13 overs, 13 in the 14th.
Brandon King says, welcome to Test cricket, young man.
So he's getting around about 3 first-class wickets a match. That's the match, not just an innings.
Short squares come out, and now a man has moved out to the deep square boundary. And it's worked into the leg side, off the pad for a single. 54 without loss, the West Indies.
Yeah, well, it's those little runs also in between. If you can... Once Ray works out, I can't operate from this at this pace on that part of the pitch, he'll then have to say to himself, it's a bit slow perhaps, or it's not getting up enough, so therefore I must pitch the ball closer up to the batsman and find that length that he can operate from where they find it difficult and they're taking a risk to get him away.
Michael Ray planning to come around the wicket to John Campbell, the left-hander, who was 24 from 42 deliveries. Campbell taking his mark again. 3 slips in place and a gully. Short mid-off, mid-on. Forward square in place. On to the leg stump and worked backward of square for at least 1, and it is indeed 1. Campbell moves to 25. 55 without loss.
A reasonably nice rhythmical action, hasn't he? He moves into the crease. I wouldn't say it builds up a lot, but it gets him to the crease where he's balanced and he's able to sort of get the whole body in the action through. He's operating at the moment around that just under sort of 140, 138 Ks.
Number 37 on his back, Michael Ray, through the crease, down the leg side, plays and misses, does Brandon King. He remains on 25. West Indies 55 without loss after 14 overs on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals.
just lost his action a wee bit with going leg side. So that front arm, it's the one the non-bowling arm, if you like, that keeps you upright and keeps you balanced, and also nice and high, that you've got plenty of somewhere to pull it to, that brings the whole body through the action and over that front foot. So the non-bowling arm actually is a key element in bowling fast and getting nice balance to your action as well. And you often will lose the ball down leg side if you're not getting it up nice and high enough and staying balanced and keeping everything nice and straight. If you think of Richard Hadley, he always got the head forward as he was running, nice and balanced the whole way right through his action.
Leo Tickner is about to come into the attack from the southern end of the ground. West Indies 55 without loss. Campbell 25, facing up the left-hander, 3 slips in place. Defended beautifully into the offside, soft hands into the gap for a single. Looks all so easy for Campbell at the moment. 26 off 44, 56 without loss. Tickner 125 k ball to start. The loosener, we'd expect him to be a lot quicker than that as he warms into his work.
Well, of those 3 bowlers that we've seen, he's the 4th, and of those 4, I think he would be more of what I would describe as a seam bowler. So he tries to hit the pitch and get it to move from where it makes surface
over the wicket
contact.
Full, worked backward of square. Won't make it to the boundary, but they should come back for a second, and they do. King moving to 27, 58 without loss.
And now that's up to just 130 now at this stage. So he is a bowler, I think, that's got to pitch the ball up and try and bring the batsman forward a little more than playing off the back foot. If that doesn't work, we've seen him in the past. He's got, dozen wickets, something like that, where he will go short as well. But mind you, that was playing against England, and they have a crack anyway, don't they?
Tickner continues. Left alone, outside off. Jerry, it just all feels so lethargic this first hour.
I'm afraid it has. It's certainly a word you could use about the first hour, from the bowling and the fielding and the decision making, and so there's loads of area for the New Zealand side to improve, and they are going to have to do that, otherwise they might find themselves later on today in a pretty awkward position after winning the toss.
Expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Tickner down the leg side, worked fine, and King will take another single, moving to 28, 59 without loss. 2 balls left in this 15th over. Tickner struggling to find line or length in this over. Speeds of 125, 131, 129, 131. Certainly easing into his work as the Central District's pace bowler. Usually see him up over that 140k mark when playing for New Zealand. He's bowling into the northerly. Over the wicket. And pulled carefully by Campbell into the deep square. Takes a single. Michael Ray does the fielding. 60 without loss, West Indies.
Well, I'm off at the end of this, guys, and I really hope that things have changed by the time I come back, from a New Zealand perspective anyway, that the bowlers are finding the length a little bit more. They're not searching as much as they are, that they maybe have to drop one of the slips. I don't know whether it's going to go to third slip unless they bowl very wide at the batsman.
Last ball of Tickner's first over, worked into the leg side. Back of a length, forward of square for another single. The West Indies moved to 61 without loss after 15 overs. John Campbell 27 off 45, King 29. That is a drinks break. After this, it'll be Daniel McHardy and Ian Smith.
Time for a drink. It's the drinks break on Sport Nation Cricket.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used your ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
Sport Nation.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
This is Whitefern Maddie Green and you're listening to live coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Nothing beats a Kiwi summer. Good mates, great weather, and the buzz of live cricket. This season, the Black Caps are taking on the West Indies across the country. The sun's out, the vibes are high. There's no better way to be part of it than at the cricket. Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
Army are getting in behind Gus Atkinson. Here he is on a hat-trick, bowling to Tim Southey. Caught on the pads. Atkinson thinks he's out. He is. He has a test hat-trick.
From over the wickets. Here's a slog sweep, but he's bowled! Ajaz Patel's gone right through him. The test match is over.
Catch up with all the action. This is your Sport Nation cricket highlights.
Slightly open stance, bat raised high as he gets a fuller ball and he drives elegantly through the offside out towards the extra cover boundary, and this outfield looks pretty quick to me. That will get there. Very full. Here's a beautiful drive by Campbell. That will zip across the outfield for a 4. It's 19 without loss.
Short and pulled away powerfully again, dismissively by Brandon King, and it's gone all the way for 6. King moves to 25, the West Indies 53 without loss.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, your business funded faster. 15 overs have been bowled and the West Indies, after being sent in at the Basin Reserve, are 61 without loss. Without much bother, without much stress. Ian Smith alongside me providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile plans on sale. Now, that is an underwhelming opening hour bowling performance New Zealand saw from the home side than I can remember.
Run a minute cricket.
Yeah.
Run a minute when you've been sent in and asked to bat first on a traditionally a pitch that sides always want to bowl on. 61 for none is not a good sign. It's been borne by some pretty average bowling. They really have not settled into line or length just yet, bowling both sides. And Tom Latham's gone almost into protection mode after an hour.
Ray, first ball after the drinks break. Short, wide of off stump, cut away with disdain to the backward point boundary. 65 without loss as King hitting beautifully from high. So down goes to 33 with a big barrel boundary.
And Tom Latham, for the umpteenth time at a drinks break, has had to gee the troops up and say we haven't got the success we wanted. How many times did he have to do that in Christchurch? And he has to do it again. He must have got them together and said, look, this is just not good enough. Honestly, we win the toss, we bowl, we put pressure on. We're not the ones that should be under pressure.
Ray with the headband on, the bald head, and then it goes past the outside edge. That's much better. Starting off with the length. He dropped a couple short in his opening over and was dispatched and out of the basin in his first over of Test cricket. I'm sure remember that. But does he remind you of anyone?
With the headband there, the bald head and the headband. Tommy Martin, Chris Martin, yeah, absolutely. Not getting the same kind of movement that good old Tom used to get here at the Basin. He loved bowling here.
One of the very best. Loved by his teammates, Chris Martin. Ray, wider of the wicket. This one jags back in an inside edge, almost onto the off stump. It's King playing freely. That's the stock and trade, we've been told, Ray, the ability to nip it back into the right-handers.
Well, this did come back, and it did by some margin come back, about 6 inches back, and that makes it very hard to play a cut shot. You get yourself in all sorts of trouble, and you get out of jail when the ball just goes past the off stump. So he may have to do a bit of rethinking himself now, Brandon King, about width when it comes to play the cut shot. So they're just looking not to let this bowling attack settle at all.
Ray, his follow-up goes a little bit wider of off-stump, left alone by King, who's 33 off 50. Campbell's 27 off 45, so that run rate over 4. Our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier.
And you can almost see the West Indies growing in confidence out of Christchurch, and that's probably the concerning thing from New Zealand, is that going into the Christchurch Test match, they were massive underdogs. Massive. New Zealand were going to win this series 3-0 from all accounts, mine included.
Ray galloping in past umpire rifle, trapped on the pad on the crease line, but clearly going down the leg side. It will result in a leg by 66 without loss on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
But it's infectious confidence, and they got so much, even those players that didn't deliver down in Christchurch would have got so much confidence sitting and watching the fight that unfolded down there, and it just leads on. Now, King wasn't part of that 11. He's come out and played very positively. He's got a licence to just do that. It's the way he plays. Campbell threatens, and all of a sudden he might be about to deliver.
Ray around the wicket to the left-hander from the Van stand end. Full left alone. Still 3 slips in the gully. Point mid-off, so very bit of a regulation based. Well, that theory has been implemented throughout the opening hour, plus New Zealand just haven't got that length right to challenge the outside edge and draw those slips into play. The end of the 16th over. Ray now 2 overs, none for 15 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, 66 without loss. And to that point about pumping up your tyres confidence-wise, this is the genuine weakness in their team, isn't it? It is the top order. They were flaky throughout Christchurch, 72 for 4. They left Hope and Graves and Roach so much to do.
And they did it. This time they've gone away from Alec Athanase and they've gone for Kevin Hodge, who I've seen play. He was part of the West Indies side that beat Australia at the Gabba.
Got runs, didn't he?
Good memories, yeah.
Bright sunshine from the southern end, the Government House end. It's Tickner starting a new over as he strays a long way down the leg side. His second over, none for 6.
Just looking at Mitchell Hay. He's got the feet going quite nicely. 1 or 2 deliveries, not many. Have gone past the outside edge. You'll be hoping for that first dismissal. Nice regulation nick into the gloves and get your name on the score sheet. Bat dominating at the moment.
That it is.
Big time.
Warm day, about 21 degrees. Drying nor'wester too. Short wide of off stump. Trying to cut. No timing. Drags it in front of point, no run.
And what you've got to like about what the West Indies are doing here, they know full well this is a fledgling New Zealand bowling attack. They know that there's 2 guys in here who have not played a lot of Test cricket, one playing his first Test, the rest of them just learning their trade on different surfaces. Anything remotely loose, they're not just letting go by, as Chanderpaul would have.
Yes.
Chanderpaul would have, which is interesting. These 2 are not.
King, the right-hander, on 33, sees Tickner bowling wide of off stump. He won't play stroke. Chanderpaul nods in the changing room in appreciation.
It is, if they have another hour like they've just had, they're staring down the barrel of 100 plus by lunch. And that is just the absolute worst scenario for Tom Latham. With another 40 minutes on this pitch surface, drying out, getting better for batting, a faster outfield.
Yeah, the brown's starting to win the battle over the green.
It is from up here, yep. Just noticeably browner than it was 10 o'clock this morning.
Tickner trapping the right-hander on his front pad, and the finger goes up, and immediately King says, no, I'm going to have a review. Tickner might have the breakthrough. We'll head to DRS. Was it Strang leg side?
Height, another factor there.
There's umpire Pellicar, finger up quite quickly, wasn't it, Smithy?
Umpire to director. Yeah. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery.
It only has to clip.
Someone ready, please.
Just has to be touching from Blair Tickner's point of view to get success, and much needed success. So first thing we'll do, he reviewed it quickly. Sometimes that means there's an inside edge involved. That isn't the case. I think it's rattled straight into the pad. This could be clipping leg stump, I think. I think he might be on his way here, Brandon King.
Didn't go down and chat with his teammate at all. No consultation.
Just reviewed straight away. His best chance, his only chance, is if it's going up and over and missing. It has to be missing.
Bat and ball.
If it's clipping the top.
What's a ball tracking when ready, please?
He bats inside the popping line. He's quite deep in the crease, so that front leg's just outside.
Yeah, here we go.
Pitching outside off, impacting
umpire's call.
And wickets, umpire's call. Ali, you can still have your original decision of out. Your on-screen signal now.
The breakthrough comes for New Zealand 74 minutes into the test match. And after a wayward opening, 16 plus overs, Blair Tickner's bang on the money, and Brandon King's positive innings comes to an end. He's LBW, bowled Tickner for 33, 66 for the loss of 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. That should give the New Zealanders a real lift.
Collective sigh of relief out in the middle from the New Zealand camp, but a very big sigh of relief from Tom Latham too, because he has broken through. Finally, it's taken him well over and well in advance of what he would have wanted, and at a higher cost, but Tickner's done the job for him. Tickner was, I think, always going to play in this test match just by right of passage, because he was the closest to playing down in Christchurch as well, so he honestly was always going to play, and he's delivered early on, which is a very good sign, and that brings Hodge to the crease.
Unlike Footy, who's delivering the coffees and has just dropped one right behind us.
Oh, one job.
Yeah, one job, Footy.
It's falling.
One job, mate.
Absolutely abysmal display.
Straight out of the slip cord and down to third man for you. More importantly, out in the middle of base reserve. What a wicket. What a much needed wicket is Tickner. Tall man, hits that pitch hard. And as you would expect opening morning, there is still something in this surface as a jag back past the inside edge. And the only positive there for the West Indies, it was an umpire's call, so they do retain their review. But Brandon King's positive innings comes to an end. And now it will be Hodge, another new face to the lineup. New look, top order, diminutive right-hander, goes underneath the bouncer. Gets the feet working as he walks towards square leg.
Good start from Tickner there at the new player. Get into him. A little bit more noise in the background too from the New Zealand camp. You can probably hear it coming through the effects mic, and why not? They've finally broken through, and now if they pick up another one, maybe 2 before lunch, it's their session. That's how quickly it can change.
Last ball of a successful over. Bouncing at the top of his mark as he does from the government house here, and moves past umpire Pellikar. Bowls about a 6th stump line, no stroke, the end of the over, 66 for 1.
Today, Trev made 144 decisions. The smallest was how to tackle the blocked drain. The easiest was to pop out at halftime to check on the herd. The biggest, helping Millie pick what to wear for her recital.
Thanks, Dad.
But the smartest was talking to Ravensdown. Trev's Agri Manager can share the load for some of those daily decisions, like the right nutrient plan for spring. Give your Agri Manager a call or talk to us on 0800 100 123. It's one call that's easy to make. Ravensdown. To know how, you have to know who.
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Fast business funding. New Zealand have the breakthrough. Finally, 66 for the loss of 1. The man out, King, judged LBW by umpire Pellikar. He reviewed. It was clipping the top of leg stump, gone for 33. Will be Ray to continue from the Van stand end around the wicket to the left-hander Campbell. No stroke. 8833. Keep your messages rolling in. I can speak for Smithy on this. We love your contribution. It is always a highlight of the test match when we get the messages rolling in.
It is actually, because we are working in a two-way street here. Yeah. You and us. You exactly. Listening at home, you're listening around the country, whatever you're doing, office, sitting on a forklift, and perhaps not texting and forklifting at the same time. Is that what you do?
Multitasking.
No, but the world's a good place today, isn't it?
It is. Here's Ray in again. That's well bowled. Movement away from the left-hander, but a better lead from Campbell.
And Liverpool won. So, I mean,
Thanks for mentioning
I am not a Liverpool fan.
Thanks for mentioning it, though.
Liverpool fan at all, but the producer is a devout Liverpool fan, so there'll be champagne up in the booth up there in Auckland, and down here you've got smiles to light up a room, which is great.
The only one disappointed with that Liverpool result might be Mo Salah.
And Mo Salah wasn't part of it, was he?
Talking about burning the house down from inside. Here's Ray. Shorter of length, just dabbing in front of him. So 8833, and the first message we got today, and it's fitting. We were worried about him during the first test. Big Slime's back. Nothing better than test cricket with the sun out. In my Speedo, sipping some Sauvignon Blanc in the paddle pool with the poodle. Sooner we move on to the next text, the better. Some a little bit concerned with the bowling. Hi, the fastest ball bowled this morning has been 135k by Duffy. I don't think Folkes has reached 130. This isn't a new ball attack. It's a roll and hope strategy. Poor decision by Latham, who got freaked out by the colour of the pitch, writes Mark. Here's Ray hitting the top of the bat. That's excellent. Angling in towards the left-hander, he defends.
I was so looking forward to that coffee that Footy just delivered. And then all of a sudden you mentioned slime, you mentioned spa pool, you mentioned Speedos, sipping champagne, and I think to myself, would someone else like my coffee? Because it just doesn't seem to taste or even look as good all of a sudden from Big Slime.
Yeah, it's a bit bitter now, isn't it? You're right.
No, it's not bitter. It's just ugly, the thought of it.
3 slips and a gully. Ray, good over. Again, good quality opening batting from Campbell. Can leave on length, despite it being close to that off stump.
Better stuff.
Yeah.
Better stuff now from the Tickner-Ray combo. And I say that because that's how they've got to bowl. They've got to bowl as a combo, these two, and pull it back. Tickner's got the wicket. Now Ray has to bowl dot balls. He may get a wicket because of that. Bowl as a combination. Settle in. Brand spanking new one at that, but settle in as a group.
Ray into his third over. This is his best, no doubt. Goes full and past the outside edges. They're up for a caught behind. Umpire rifle is unmoved. I didn't hear anything, Smithy. Did you?
They clearly did, but I don't think they heard a woody sound. That's the end of the over, and there'll be no review.
No review, but that's delicious bowling from Ray. Little movement away from the left-hander. Enough to draw him forward, and then pace and bounce. Went through to Latham. Lovely message here. Good to see Ray wearing his headband to keep all that hair out of his eyes.
Where's Harry when you need him? Just have a look at what this may or may not have hit. There was a bit of interest from behind, but I think it's quite clearly come off of the knee roll or just above the knee roll of the front pad.
More expert comments from Ian Smith with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile sail on now, and then it's Garth Galloway.
Yep, Prickner again from the southern end. Still 3 slips, a gully and a point.
And here he is running into bowl, and this ball is played just down in front of Hodge, just going onto the back foot and pushing it into the leg side.
You get a large coffee?
I did get a large one. I asked for it extra hot, and it's come up extra warm. So I've got some educating to do tomorrow on the coffee vendor. Nice fellow. I saw chat. So the Nine Express is here.
Oh, great.
Smithy, he's in the long room. Day one.
First basin Tess is a life member, eh?
Yeah. Oh, right. First ball, I saw him and I thought, right, we're ready for the first ball if Chats is here. He's set up. Here's Tickner running in and bowling to Hodge outside the off stump. No shot. So he's been made a life member, eh?
Yep, life member.
Well deserved.
Geez, he'd have hated that first hour, wouldn't he, Chats?
He would have been nibbling it around quite effectively here.
He'd have been looking out the window, his little moustache would have been twitching away, and he'd be, nah, you haven't got it right, boys. You have not got it right. You've just got to bowl that nagging, awkward length. You can't get driven, and they can't go back to you. So they're in two minds. That is basically what you're looking at.
Well, you think I think Richard Hadley and Ewan Chatfield would have got a bit out of this pitch as Here's Tickner running in and bowling. You can hear him trying to get a bit out of it as Hodge hits the ball through.
We can't continue to live in the past, Garth.
No, you can't. No, that's fair. No. And
I think Southey and Bolt might have too.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, we were talking actually about, you forget. Well, no, don't forget, but of course you don't. But Southey was Bolt obviously a beautiful swing bowler, but Southey had those lovely options with the ball coming back into the left-hander from over the wicket.
Yeah, the sad thing was that Southey wasn't at his best for the last year.
No.
And, it was not his finest time with the ball in hand. But up until that time, he was a magician with the ball.
He sure was, as Tickner bowls, and it's played back to him. Well, and the thing about Tim Southey is that he was able to be very useful and penetrative bowling, in that 130 to 132 region because of what he did with the ball.
When he was a little younger and a little more sprightly, the late 130s every now and then, nipping it around, that's very, very hard to play. You have no time to adjust. So that was a great combination, Southey Bolt, left arm over. Gee, left armers make a difference too, if you can find a good left armer.
Well, New Zealand can't at the moment, as Tickner runs in from the Government House end. It's a short delivery and through to Hay. So your impressions, well, we'll take a break at the end of this over and then we might talk about Mitch Hay, Smithy. 66 for one ball remaining. What are we in the 19th over? Campbell is 27. Hodge has yet to score, and Tickner is the successful bowler for New Zealand, picking up the wicket of Brandon King, LBW. Nice moment for him coming back into the side after playing just 3 tests previously, as he bowls now. And this is an appeal for LBW, and he's been given. Tickner picks up his second of the day. He pumps his fist in the air and he gets high fives from the slip cordon.
He's done it again, Blair Tickner. He's bowling straight, and Hodge hasn't even bothered to review this. He has turned and left, and I'll tell you why. He just went across the stumps ever so slightly with his front foot, not far enough, and it's gone on and hit the back leg. Went perilously close to the inside edge, but it didn't hit it. Straight in, and Blair Tickner has gone bang bang for his captain, and all of a sudden it's looking a lot rosier for New Zealand here at the Basin Reserve. Hodge was brought into the side. At this stage, it didn't pay a divvy. 66 for 2, Garth.
Yes, and presumably that will bring out Shea Hope, who might have been licking his lips, looking at A, the attack, and B, the conditions, and now suddenly things have just turned a little bit with Tickner picking up those 2 wickets. Excellent performance from him so far. Lovely conditions in Wellington with Tom Latham winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. And if you're just picking things up with us, the New Zealand side has a couple of players making their debut. Ray, the seamer who played for Otago and now for Canterbury. Mitch Hay, the Canterbury wicketkeeper, and Tickner coming into the side as well with those injuries. And the West Indies, Brandon King coming in. Chanderpaul injured in training, so King came in and opened. And the other changes have been Anderson Phillip, who's taken Lane's place, and Athanase has been dropped. Kavim Hodge is his replacement and already has been dismissed. So the West Indies a real problem at number 3. It is indeed Shea Hope who walks out to this magnificent ground here at the Basin Reserve. Nice, a good, very more than a sprinkling of spectators away to the south on the or to the east rather, southeast on the embankment. It's a beautiful scene, Smithy, with the Pahutakawas flowering near Christmas.
Always, when I hear the word Pahutakawas, I always think about Don Neely. Don Neely was so much the architect of what happened at this ground with little plaques and things, the Don Neely scoreboard up there, and he just loved the basin, the late Don Neely. Absolutely loved the Basin Reserve.
Ray's going to go around the wicket to Campbell, outside the off-stump, no shot from Campbell. Yeah, well, Don was a wonderful man, wasn't he? Former president of New Zealand cricket, and he certainly served his time with Wellington. A great, one of those people who was a true historian, wasn't he? And he wrote that massive, the tome on New Zealand cricket. Incredible what.
Men in White. He wrote, obviously, up until a point where he had to stop because he got it as current as he could and then published it.
outside the off stump, this time wide, no shot.
What a book that is.
Oh, it's a treasure, isn't it? When everything, I mean, I remember Dad gave me a copy which was in the box, the big.
I've got one too in the attic, and I'm scared to open it because I don't want to let any air in there, because what I wanted to do was to get a case, with glass on the top and a big bookcase-like thing, and to turn a page
every day,
every now and then. Yeah,
it's a lovely tradition, a lovely thing to think about in the Smith household in the Hawke's Bay, wide outside the off stump, and just moving away from the left-hander a little bit in the air, and Campbell chased it, got an inside edge, and the ball is moving slowly towards Tickner at mid-on. In fact, Duffy it is.
And it's interesting, isn't it, that Ray's now settled in on the back of Tickner's success. He's settled in. He must have been as nervous as heck, the young guy, and his first over showed that. Couldn't get it right and got punished, but now it's better, much better.
Sure is. He's got that northerly at his back and the sun, and this next ball is outside the off stump, no shot from Campbell, so he just needs to come in a little bit further, does Michael Ray, unless they're trying to. Campbell doesn't look like an English sort of player who's going to slash at everything out the side the off stump. He's not a bad lever.
61 for none at drinks. 61 for none, run a minute. 2 for 5 since then in half an hour.
And New Zealand much happier.
Oh, much happier. Happy captain at second slip.
All right, here's interesting. Ravindra back on the boundary at square leg, about 10 metres off. So perhaps a plan is afoot as again we see Ray. This is a better line, pitching the ball up, and Campbell drives to Duffy at mid-on. Yeah, but it's a beautiful scene, and lovely of you, Smithy, to talk about Don Neely and lots of characters in Wellington cricket over the years. I remember just thinking about Dave Gray, who used to do the announcements.
Yeah, bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, he loved it. Didn't he love his little chimes? He played them, didn't he, I think?
Oh, it was a beautiful thing. And the museum, of course, is here, the cricket museum.
Here's the last ball of the over. Down the leg side, he misses his line, and Campbell is unable to catch up with it. 66 for 2 it is. We'll take a break.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. It is 66 for 2. Our scoreboard with Harvey Norman TV deals, and it's going to be Blair Tickner who's done the damage. Expert commentary with Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. And speaking of expert commentary, Jeremy Coney's come in and put his headsets on, so words of wisdom coming, I'm sure, as this is driven back to Tickner, and it's a bit nasty as it was hit very hard indeed. He put his hands up to protect himself. He's fine, but just for a moment, just hoping it wasn't going to get through those defences.
Really good reactions from Tickner. Self-preservation was involved as well, but it was not a catch. It was driven into the ground, but he did well because it was going past him down to the boundary for 4. Shea Hope, this is a big one for New Zealand. If they can get Shea Hope early on before lunch, they'll start to realise that bowling first has become not a bad option.
Tickner bowls outside the off stump, and Shea Hope doesn't play a shot. He's at the curious about him at the top. He's like a dressage horse, isn't he, at the top of his mark, just prancing. And
those Spanish horses.
That's it.
We can't remember the name of them, can we?
Yes. Smithy can. Here he goes.
Yeah, okay. He says straight to Google. Yes, you can. You can do that easily. Yeah,
nothing wrong with my memory.
But New Zealand have repaired a bit of the work that they've done so far, haven't they? That's Tickner. The arrival of Tickner of being able to just seam the ball a little bit and beat the inside edge into the pads has been a big change. He can do what he likes at the top of his mark.
He sure can, and he will do. He won't listen to me as this ball is turned into the onside where Ravindra Fields.
Andalusians, is that what you're thinking?
Yes,
of?
exactly.
Yeah,
well done, Smithy.
Horses, yes.
Just came to you?
Just momentarily. It was like it was at my fingertips. So Andalusian but he does. It is a bit of a dressage start, but Who cares?
Or a javelin thrower. You see these people at the top of the mark ready with a big spear.
What's the alternative name of the Andalusian?
That's him. He does look like a javelin thrower coming in. Here he is bowling outside the off stump, no shot. And Hay. So we said we'd talk about Hay, actually, Smithy, when you've got through your horses. Tell us a bit about the horses.
I just wondered about the alternative name. I think it's called the Pura Rasa Espanola.
Now it comes back to me, Jeremy.
Yeah,
just rolled off your tongue beautifully.
Beautiful answer.
Outstanding, isn't it?
Well, it's lovely. We're multilingual. We're speaking in Spanish. We might do a little bit of Portuguese and some English today.
He's a wordsmith. He really is.
He is. He'll give us some grammatical lessons in Spanish in a moment. Here's Tickner running towards us from the Government House end, driven nicely by Hope, who might get his first boundary. There's a chase for Conway from cover, and indeed he will get it across this lovely lush outfield. Good shot,
Smithy.
It is a good shot because, Jerry, it's not a traditional cover drive, this. It's not a front foot extended one. It's more muscular. I think it's more... Oh, see the bottom hand and the... As he made contact, not flourishing at all, but bang! Geez, a strong guy. That is raced off the bat. Good bat probably as well, but lovely shot.
Yeah.
Yes, big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals it was, muscular. Just total impact, wasn't it, and timing?
Yeah, but the bat face too, did you notice the slight change on impact? It went and said, I'm going through that gap there at sort of cover.
Duffy's moved back to Folks rather has moved back to square leg, and that's for that pull shot that Hope has just tried to play. It's gone under the bottom edge to the horizontal bat and through to the keeper Hay. 70 for 2 it is. Campbell 27, Hope 4. And Smithy, your initial thoughts on Mitch Hay in his first hour and a half of Test cricket?
Well, I look at the feet. I'm old school and I look at the feet. And the feet, if the feet are going, it gives you a great opportunity to do the rest of it right. And he's looked good. He hasn't had to take a catch yet. There's a ball whistled past every now and then, so he'll be hoping, as I said before, to get his name on that score sheet straight away and then as often as possible. But I think the feet have been good down the leg side. When you get the feet moving and you take the ball on the inside glove, in other words, if he's going right, he gets his left hand on it, it's a good sign. He's looking good.
3 slips and a gully to Ray, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, who gets a ball which is a gift, really. Quite in contrast to the Hope drive that we saw through the covers. We see a flourishing swathe of the bat by Campbell. Beautiful drive, just a miss from Ray, and he's punished. 74 for 2. Big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals.
He's bowled quite well in the last couple of overs, just prior to that delivery where he's put the ball up there in that particular case, but he's been whacking it into the pitch and getting a little bit of bounce. And Hay, you've been talking about, has been taking those around about shoulder-high reverse cup, and that's a good sign, I think, when the bowler's got some rhythm.
Here he is again, wide outside the off stump, and this will bring the same result. It's Conway at point who will retrieve. This is behind a point for 4. Again, too much width from Ray. It was full and slashed square of the wicket by Campbell. He's 38, 78 for 2.
As he walks back towards us here at the RA Bandstand end, at the corner of his right eye, he will have seen Jacob Duffy start to warm up, which is not always a good sign from a bowler's point of view, as if the captain's given him the message back-to-back boundaries can do that. But, I don't think his first spell has to be a long one anyway. It has to be a taste. Get a taste for it, get a settle into it, and learn.
Just a correction, Campbell on 35 as Ray bowls. It's a better delivery, and it has Ravindra fielding at mid-off. Lovely contrast between the cover drive of Campbell and Hope. One just a textbook left-hander's drive through the covers, and then we have that brutal one from Hope.
I thought Hope's one, actually, because it wasn't quite there as well. It was just short of a length, and he was able to make something kind of out of nothing.
Yeah, quality.
Tickner thought, that's good, that's not bad.
That's a better delivery from the right armour Ray. It just moves away from Campbell. He leaves.
So how I'd need to know, and the people at home need to know, because they know when we play in Christchurch that Jeremy stays at your house, you billet him. But down in, now that we're in Wellington, of course, you're both staying in the hotel. I just wonder, is the relationship... It looked as if it was getting a little frosty.
No, it's so good that he's asked me to change a bandage for him at lunchtime. It's intimate.
Wow.
Well, it's not really. I wouldn't say intimate as the adjective.
Yes, Ray bowling. It's a slash through the third man for 4. Ray holds his hands on his head, but I think it was safe from Campbell. It was uppish and a bit over the Phillips at gully, but a poor ball from Campbell. He's been too wide and too full. 82 for 2.
He's presented 3 driving opportunities. And if anyone's going to catch it, it'll be Glenn Phillips that flew past him. Absolutely no chance. So a bit of dismay, if anything, from Michael Ray, who is learning big time, as the 2 young fellas did in Christchurch. Margin for error in Test cricket at the Basin's a little bit different to Rangiora.
Big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals, and the scoreboard with Harvey Norman TV deals. This is wide outside the off stump, no shot. I think that might be the last we see of Michael Ray for a while. 5 overs, none for 27. Back shortly.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
Gee whiz, Grant Elliott's looking good in the back of the box. He's just whacked my jacket on. I think he looks better than I do, unfortunately. So it's got to be Duffy replacing Tickner at the Government House end. 82 for 2 it is. Campbell 39, Hope 4. And here's Duffy with his first delivery of his second spell. It's short, and Hay plays off the back foot just to give you the batsman out. 33 by King, and Hodge out without scoring. Smithy.
Yeah, Hay's our wicket keeper, New Zealand wicket keeper.
Oh, sorry, what did I say?
Hope's the batsman. Shay Hope is a new player, didn't do much in Christchurch. So obviously
140?
Yeah. Confusing though for a young
and a 50
for a young commentator just coming in.
Yeah, it is. It is. They look similar.
Yeah, they do, very much so.
So the relationship you were exploring, Coney, and how things are going. Here's Duffy bowling to Hope outside the off stump through to Hay. I think things are pretty good. I mean, you know, he stayed an extra night, but that's all right. Just took off the next morning.
Even though I was invited to leave.
That was the thing. I mean, you put a false front on when you're on air, because behind the scenes things were frosty. Like, I'm sick of you doing this. I'm sick of you trying to help me cook. Go away and let me prepare. Like, these sorts of things that people didn't hear on air.
That's true.
None of that happens in the hotel, though. No. Good news. I think we're on different floors,
we are.
Jeremy.
Definitely. I made sure of that.
You're on 1. I'm on 17.
Yep.
Here's Duffy bowling to Hope, who lets the ball go outside the off stump.
First question when I checked in. What floor is Galloway on?
I want to be 17 floors apart, if that's all right. And you are. I had a wander around Wellington last night. It's changed a bit, I have to say. I went Courtney Place, just not quite the place it was in the past. There's it doesn't feel very comfortable down there anymore, does it? Have you been down there, Smithy, for a wander?
No.
It's changed a bit. It used to be the life and soul of the city. Here's Duffy running in and bowling, and Hope is just getting that ball spearing up at him. That's good delivery from Duffy.
Oh, you're actually lucky you're alive.
That's how I felt.
Oh, well.
I heard.
If you go tonight, just let me know.
I'm not going. And if I do, I'll take you. I need a big, tall man with me.
Wingman.
Yeah. I heard only one threat to kill when I was on the streets last night. Just one. So that was good. God, it was... Yeah, things have changed here. 82 for 2 it is. Duffy bowling to the right-handed Shay Hope outside the off stump.
See, Jerry can walk around the streets of Wellington, being a former Wellingtonian, Onslow College, and a servant of Wellington sport to the nth degree. You, on the other hand...
I agree. Totally. I've got nothing.
You're under threat.
Otago, Canterbury...
Yeah, really popular in these areas.
You played a bit of club cricket in Wellington too, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
You were complaining that they'd spelt your name wrong this morning in the card.
Yes, Duffy. I'm getting off here. I'm looking forward to the break. As Hope's onto the back foot, it's a short delivery pulled through the mid-wicket area by Hope. That's a good shot. Duffy will learn. He'll have to quickly. 86 for 2 it is. Hope is 8. Campbell is 39. We'll take a quick break.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, your business funded faster. Ben Strang and alongside Jeremy Coney and Grant Elliott. And we have an answer to the question Ian Smith was just asking. He asked why Blair Tickner was taken off at the southern end of the ground. Tom Latham's turning him round.
Yeah, but why would you change him? He was doing fine down there.
I agree.
Good question. And the only thing I can think of why Duffy, because Duffy created a few problems for Hope down in Christchurch, didn't he? Had him jumping off the shorter deliveries.
Tickner over the wicket, short, very short, almost to wide, but not called.
Should be.
Well, this is the exact issue. Is he's found a great length bowling into it from the southern end, which should be the tougher end to bowl from our listeners, because you're going to be bowling into the wind. But he found a length, the top of the stumps, which is probably the toughest length to find in a wicket. And once you find it and you've got a little bit of nibble, which he has, his last 11 first-class dismissals, 8 of them have been bowled in LBW. So he likes to attack the stumps. Now, when you turn the bowler around and he's with the wind, first delivery we see, runs in, bouncer, trying to be more aggressive. He found a different rhythm from the southern end, and it'll be interesting to see how he adapts from this end. It should be easier, but he might find it quite difficult to find that length that was very dangerous to the West Indies batters.
West Indies 86 for 2, Campbell on 39. Tickner back of a length and worked into the offside no run.
Certainly looks to be putting more in now that he's changed ends. He's now sort of between 135 and 140. Personally, I'd have kept him there. However, we're not the guys on the field. Got a slight change in the cordon, haven't we? We've gone to 2 and a 4th and a gully. A gap between the 2nd and the 4th slip. Looks like Williamson there, is it?
Still standing very deep, aren't they, the slips cordon, as Tickner down the leg side and left alone by Campbell. He remains on 39.
Yeah, you identified it, Jerry, is that he does look like he's putting more into it now, whereas maybe sometimes bowling within yourself, you find that consistency, that line length. He didn't bowl a wayward delivery from the southern end. However, we've seen 2 wayward deliveries in 3 here. And you almost have to bowl 80% when you come with the wind, because it does give you a lot more energy into your run-up, so you have to steady yourself. Try and find that consistency in that length.
Campbell watching cautiously as his back of a length into the hip. And muffled cries as this hits a leading edge back down the wicket for no run.
2 of those 4 deliveries, Jerry, that have been online, I'd say they've been
shorter.
Too short.
Yep.
Yeah. Probably a yard shorter than what he was bowling from the southern end.
So more pace effort, more shorter balls, and of course they go over the stumps. So LBW, which is what he's got 2 of at the moment, have sort of ruled out of play.
Tickner, 5th ball of this 24th over, through past the umpire and into the legs, worked into mid-wicket for a single by John Campbell. He moves to 40 from 69 deliveries, 87 for 2. Often bowlers, when they're coming back from a side strain, they have to work their way into it, get to 80%, sometimes coming off a slightly shorter run-up. It's amazing how often guys seem to actually bowl better when they're in that situation under those restrictions. Is that a similar thing here where, you see young cricketers sometimes trying to bowl as fast as they possibly can, spraying it about, but if they actually pare it back, more accurate?
I think it's a mentality, because when you're bowling into it, you go, I'm going to have to be accurate here. When you're bowling with it, you go, I've got the wind behind me now. I can actually, bowl a little bit quicker. But in actual fact, all you have to do is try and find the right length from both sides. So it doesn't matter about the pace. It's more where the movement is.
Taking a short, pulled It's not timed well. It goes straight to the man at mid-on for no run. 87 for 2 West Indies after 24 overs. Campbell on 40, Hope on 8. Scoreboard with Harvey Norman TV deals.
Jerry, what do you think about this session? When I look at this session, I think, first session, 87 for 2, I think it's probably West Indies session unless New Zealand can get another wicket.
And you'd love to have Hope, because he is a dangerous player. He's probably their best player at the moment. Yes, Graves got the 200 and batted brilliantly down in Christchurch, but that was set up with Hope, wasn't it? And Hope came in quite early in both innings at Christchurch for the West Indies, and he extended it from about 10 to 100 before the third wicket fell down there. And then, of course, the 140 in the second innings. So he looks their class player to me at number 4.
Duffy with 3 slips and a gully in place. Into the onside of the ball has worked for no run.
And he can play off both feet, so he'll play you to the leg side off the back foot quite nicely, horizontal bat shot, or he'll drive you nicely, as we've seen already, when the ball isn't quite there and he can still hold the stroke. So it's a check drive, if you like, through the covers for 4, and he gets power to it. So I think he's their best player, and he's the one, if they can get him before lunch, the game's even up a bit.
Duffy past the umpire, defended back down the wicket for no run by Campbell, remains on 40.
That's why I don't understand the change, though. At the moment here, what we've got now is 2 bowlers not quite threatening at either end, and whereas we had one before, and we were just probing away, a rather more surgical kind of effort, and the first time we've seen it from the southern end of the ground, and that we were starting to look much tighter as an attack.
Duffy back for length, worked into the onside for a single by Campbell, got the line wrong.
Since that change, however, we've seen the lengths change. We've seen the same efforts from Duffy, and he's trying hard, of course. He's down on pace from the first Test match. I still think that the Basin Reserve will not swing for Duffy much, and so he's better to, I think, use with the wind behind him, and to use players like Tickner and Folkes from the far end, and your spinner.
Hope on strike, plays outside off and inside edge into the pad for no run.
To be fair to Latham, he did create real problems for Hope, and they exposed an area of his game to the short ball, but he had the pace a bit more there, and he was a bit more accurate than he has been today. And he's tried the short ball, and he's been whacked, hasn't he, once, quite well in front of square for a boundary by Hope, who's batting out of his crease at the moment.
Deep square and fine leg out on the boundary. Duffy past the stumps down the leg side, plays and misses, does Hope.
Yeah, for me, exactly what you said, but I think what's changed as well is they actually found a partnership that was working. Ray and Tickner, we saw 3 maidens in the space of 6 overs. We saw pressure being built, and we saw a lot of pressure being built to Hodge. Tickner bowled a very disciplined line and length. I'd say that this bowling spell in this session has been a little bit wayward. They've been hit both sides. We've seen a lot of short balls that have been unnecessary on a wicket that you've won the toss, decided to bowl. I'd like to see more balls in that area that Tickner's been hitting.
Duffy, length outside off and left alone. The West Indies, 88 for 2 after 25 overs.
Why is it when you ask most builders if your job's on track, they'll say,
Sure.
But how can you be sure their sure is as sure as your sure? Easy. Don't just be sure, be guaranteed with a fixed price and an ironclad completion date from Generation Homes. A Generation Homes property isn't just a comfortable, stylish place to live. It's built to a fixed timeline and fixed price. Generation Homes, making building easy. Generation.co.nz.
Some for cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. Ben Strang alongside Grant Elliott and Jeremy Coney providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now.
Kamal and the night visitor.
And Blair Tickner will continue from the RA Vance stand end of the ground. Tom Latham's just had a chat to him, probably relaying the message that Jerry and Grant have just been talking about the lines and lengths he bowls. Full, on, off, defended down the ground, a much better line and length. Fuller, and on that off-stump line from Blair Tickner. John Campbell, 41 from 73 balls. He's done a very good job opening the batting for the West Indies. Shea Hope, 8 from 16 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. 3 slips and a gully in place. So a close-ish point in place. 2 men out in the deep on the square. Leg side, short, left alone.
Okay, this is where I think, Tom Latham is captain. You need to have a chat to the bowler. Every delivery counts, especially before lunch. I said, if New Zealand could eke out another wicket here, then it's probably parity for the session. Otherwise, it goes to West Indies. Like Jeremy Coney said, Shai Hope's in there. Extremely talented player. But Blair Tickner hasn't found his length, not once in 7 deliveries or 8 deliveries now. Needs to be more disciplined and try find the length here from the northern end. Get it fuller, hit the top of the stumps.
Tickner, back of a length into the hip of Campbell and Grant Elliott. You're nodding, you prefer that?
That's better. That's probably the best length he's bowled out of 9 deliveries now. Better walking down because he was stuck on the crease. Didn't get his line right. But we know the Tickner's track record, bowled in LBWs, how he gets his wickets. So he needs to be able to hit that length that's actually bringing the stumps into play.
Tickner's taken 14 wickets in Test matches, averaging 31.8 as of right now. Through to Campbell, full, worked, forward of point. Just placed by Campbell out onto the practice wickets on the western side of the ground at the Basin Reserve. They think about coming back for 3 but won't. Campbell moving through to 43. West Indies 90 for 2.
Got a text from Will here who said, Jerry, why aren't Daniel or Grant billeting you in Wellington? Will from Auckland. It's a fair call.
Well, purely by choice, I would say.
By choice.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what's going on in your life.
Oh, I mean,
I might be quite frightened. Where you live? Where do you live?
Between few cities and Wellington, few suburbs.
I think that we've got to be careful at this stage.
Which house?
Tickner full, worked into the leg side by Campbell for a single. He's 44, 91 for 2.
Daniel's house is very busy.
Lots of kids. They'd love having you there, the kids.
I'm thinking of my sleep. This is quite a selfish comment.
Okay.
I'm thinking of sleep. I'm thinking of rest.
What's
I'm thinking
sleep?
Of the bathroom.
But imagine the cricket chat you could have with Daniel in the evening.
And the children.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I don't
Throwdowns.
want that. I get that all day from him. I don't want it at night as well, thank you.
What is sleep?
No.
I've got a newborn in the house. I don't even know what that is.
Look, he's delighted I'm not there. Look at him, see?
No, he's actually extending a welcome.
No, that's
to be
not
billeted.
that. No, see that flick of the hand like that. It's quite aggressive.
Defended into the offside for no run. West Indies 91 for 2 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals.
Today, Trev made 144 decisions. The smallest was how to tackle the blocked drain. The easiest was to pop out at half-time to check on the herd. The biggest, helping Millie pick what to wear for her recital.
Thanks, Dad.
But the smartest was talking to Ravensdown. Trev's Agri Manager can share the load for some of those daily decisions, like the right nutrient plan for spring. Give your Agri Manager a call or talk to us on 0800 100 123. It's one call that's easy to make. Ravensdown. To know how, you have to know who.
You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. Jacob Duffy is going to come around the wicket now to John Campbell, who was 44 from 77 balls, 91 for 2, the West Indies. 3 slips in the gully in place. John Campbell just readjusting his gloves before taking his mark. Standing just outside the crease, trying to get as far forward as he can. Duffy past the umpire, length into the off stump, and it is a dot ball.
Yeah, Duffy will be feeling those legs. I saw him this morning in the middle, and the first thing I did was ask him, how's the body? And he obviously said in the real affirmative, yeah, body feels fine, feels great. I think you have to as a bowler. He's backing up with 60 overs in the first test and he's running in. He's certainly someone that I think has surprised every New Zealand supporter in terms of his progression in all three formats and how well he's done.
Wide of the crease and defended to the man at point for no run.
You know, one of the funny things, because I played against Jacob Duffy, I always found him to be, you know, medium pace, maybe just above medium pace. And suddenly he's put on a yard. And I asked him in Dunedin, I said, well, where's the change? You've gone from 130 to 140. And he said, oh, I was told by Jurgensen, the coach, to run on my toes in the run-up.
Short ball left alone by Campbell, no run.
So that small technical change by Shane Jurgensen just helped him, I guess. I'm thinking more of a forward lean into the crease, running on your toes, forward lean, a little bit more momentum in your run-up. Suddenly he's gone from 130 to 140. And it's changed his career. I do know that he took a winter out or a season out to refine his action, because I think he hurt his back and he refined his action under Rob Walter. So he's had an amazing rise to international cricket.
Continues. Full on the off stump and defender to the man at mid-off. Falling over as Duffy as he gets through his action. 91 for 2.
He's got some skills. He swings the ball away. You can seam it. He hasn't quite developed the Tim Southee three-quarter seam that nips into the right-hander. He's just overstepped a little bit here, Jacob Duffy, so that'll be a no ball. He's going to have to bowl that one again. But what I did see in the one day is he had an in-swinger. Bowled an in-swing delivery. And that was something that he's developed this season as well.
Duffy, wide of the crease again and left alone. Outside off, no run. Looking forward to hearing Grant Elliott having a chat with Dan McHardy during the lunch break.
Harking back to the
2015 Cricket World Cup.
No, I don't think.
The hero?
10 years ago. It's gone.
You remember it like it was yesterday, don't you, Grant?
Is that what he's talking? He won't. Daniel hates talking about that.
He wants to talk Cricket World Cup memories with him.
He doesn't. He definitely doesn't. Someone wrote that down. That is the biggest joke I've ever heard. And I don't think our listeners...
Dan told me he doesn't want to do it, but he's been told to do it.
There is no chance we're talking about that.
Duffy. Fifth ball of this over, left alone, outside off again.
Let's talk about why Daniel McHardy will not billet Jeremy Coney. I think that's a better conversation. And how Jeremy slightly sounded keen on doing that, giving the kids throwdowns and talking cricket with Daniel McHardy all hours in the evening, watching cricket reruns on BBC.
Jerry doesn't even want to give that response. Duffy, last ball of this over. Full on the off stump, defended back to the bowler for no run. And that will be lunch. West Indies 92 for 2 after 27 overs. John Campbell 44 from 84 deliveries. Shea Hope 8 from 17. This after the West Indies were put into bat by Tom Latham, who won the toss. He's the 18th captain in a row who's elected to field here at the Basin Reserve. Brandon King was the first to fall for 33 with the score on 66 for 1. That was in the 17th over. LBW by Blair Tickner, who made a real impact from the southern end of the ground when he came into bat. Covham Hodge then fell 2 overs later for naught after 8 balls. Also LBW to Tickner. Chaps, just to summarise that first session, Grant, you think the West Indies edge it, just the 2 wickets lost?
Oh, I'd definitely say advantage West Indies. 92 runs, they looked really solid. We were quite lucky that Blair Tickner just got into a rhythm and got those 2 wickets. Could easily have been none down. There weren't many opportunities. played well. They were disciplined, West Indies. New Zealand leaked both sides of the wicket. I don't think they settled into a right line and length in the first session on day one of a test match. We won the toss on a pitch that actually looks like quite a good batting deck. So I would have liked to have seen 3 down. That would have been even Stevens after the first session. But 92 for 2, I'd say advantage West Indies, Jerry.
Well, I think the Folkes Duffy partnership, who was most of the first hour, wasn't it, of the game, it didn't quite settle at all. They were really kind of looking very hard for what length do I bowl on this Dumao, looking to bowl wicket deliveries rather than just settling in and finding a part of the pitch where it made it difficult to score from, close enough that you had to play, might have found an edge if they wanted to attack it and it wasn't quite there. We never found that with a consistency, and so the score, I thought, burgeoned away and got away from New Zealand in that first hour. Once Tickner came in at the southern end, things changed. He was hitting the pitch hard enough and nipping it back into the right-handers, and he found the wicket of King fairly quickly, where it nipped back and hit the top of the leg stump on an umpire's call, and then Hodge also LBW, where he just walked away when he knew it beat the inside edge of the bat and hit the back leg. So 2 wickets fell within the space of about 2 or 3 overs from Tickner, and there was a response from the other end with Ray, who had struggled with length as well. All the New Zealanders, apart from Tickner, have really done that, and they've all done it from the northern end, where they've felt that you had to attack more, and that meant bouncing the ball. No, get it up there the same way. So that's the problem I had, is length, mainly from the New Zealanders.
Expert commentary with Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. We will be back very shortly. Grant Elliott talking 2015 Cricket World Cup highlights.
That'll be interesting.
Memories with Daniel McHardy. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation, thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Hey, are you looking for a new home to bet on your favourite sports like basketball, NRL or the UFC? Sign up to Betcha today and we'll double your first deposit up to $100 in bonus cash. Download the Betcha app. Max bonus $100. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled!
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Today, Trev made 144 decisions. The smallest was how to tackle the blocked drain. The easiest was to pop out at half-time to check on the herd. The biggest, helping Millie pick what to wear for her recital.
Thanks, Dad.
But the smartest was talking to Ravensdown. Trev's Agri Manager can share the load for some of those daily decisions, like the right nutrient plan for spring. Give your Agri Manager a call or talk to us on 0800 100 123. It's one call that's easy to make. Ravensdown. To know how, you have to know who.
Sport Nation.
Same Game Multis just got better on Betcha. We've now got more markets, more combos, and more ways for you to bet on sports. Copy popular Same Game Multis and even get personalised picks with the new Same Game Multi for you. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly. Okay, back to the tunes now.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Sport Nation.
Ding dong, merrily on hire.
Ah, the Christmas funds are coming early, John.
If you're looking for a front load washer, I've got the perfect one.
It's the Hire front load washing machine.
With 15 wash cycles.
Customisable wash options like soak, eco and add a garment.
Adjustable temperature control.
And an LED display for easy operation.
All for the special Magnus Benro price of just $699.
It's higher for lower, get it?
Leave the judge to me, please, Adrian.
Sport Nation. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
Now it's time to find out what's going on in the rural sector with Andy Thompson, thanks to Bailey's, New Zealand's #1 rural real estate brand.
In rural news, Headwaters farmers supplying the premium Lumina lamb program are set for a major lift in returns, with a forecast $23.50 premium per land for the 2024-2025 season. Headwaters and Lumina CEO Steve Brown says the jump reflects a strong season with 250,000 lambs supplied to the new market launches into Saudi Arabia and Malaysia, both delivering premium pricing. Alliance Group Sales General Manager James McWilliams says Lumina is operating at the highest level internationally and has secured a top place in terms of global food markets. The long-term strategy aims to return up to $50 per lamb to farmers as premium markets continue to expand.
And that was your rural news with Andy Thompson. Thanks to Bailey's, New Zealand's #1 rural and lifestyle real estate brand.
Introducing Musashi Reaper Performance Series, co-created with UFC's Robert Whittaker. Try Performance Greens Plus for only $41.99 to support daily digestive and immune health. Always read the label and use only as directed. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Garrard's Horse and Hound has successfully kept your horses and dogs on the track and race ready for over 20 years. They're the go-to for the largest range of specialty equine and canine products you'll ever need, including monthly specials and industry-leading advice. And the UFO Racing Sulkies range, exclusive to Garrard's. Garrard's Horse and Hound has you bolting out of the gate thanks to their extensive range of products in-store or online 24/7. Visit horseandhound.com.au.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
At Waterforce, we understand the stress of water compliance on your farm. Our metering, measuring and monitoring products paired with expert knowledge take the hassle out of meeting regulations. Let us handle compliance while you focus on the farming. Track water usage precisely with our advanced systems, telemetry, backflow prevention testing and drinking water quality. At Waterforce, we do it all.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Seeking support with a comprehensive animal health and management program? PGG Wrightson's experienced field representatives offer specialist animal health advice and are ready to help. Backed by a dedicated research and development team and technical advisors, they stay up to date with the latest improvements in products and animal health practices. Find your nearest store and field rep at store.pggwrightson.co.nz. Together, we are helping grow the country and healthy stock.
A day spent at Auckland FC is the city's best day out. Whether you're a die-hard football fan or just looking for something to do with the kids, a trip to Auckland FC guarantees entertainment on and off the pitch. And after a massive first season in the A-League, it's time for the Black Knights to chase the title. So get behind your team, put on some blue and black and enjoy Auckland's best day out. Get your tickets and membership now via Ticketmaster. Celebrate summer at Auckland FC. Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation, thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. We are in the lunch break on day number 1. Gorgeous setting, the Basin Reserve on any occasion, particularly today. Nice warm day, northwesterly blowing through, and a really interesting opening session. 27 overs bowled, 92 for the loss of 2 wickets. Campbell's 44 not out. Hope is on 8. They've gone at 3.5 runs and over. Though the first hour very much with the West Indies, the second hour very much New Zealand, you would say. They finally got it right, particularly Tickner, who has 2 for 14. Ray also impressed the longer his spell went on, but New Zealand were just a little bit wayward early on, perhaps tired legs from Duffy and folks. So when play resumes, Elliott. In about half an hour's time, it will be Campbell 44, Hope on 8, 92 for the loss of 2 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Providing expert commentary alongside former New Zealand Test captain Jeremy Coney and Sport Nation's very own Ian Smith. We are delighted to have for the lunch break one of Sport Nation's finest, I like to think, with our very fine one-day international players. Notice what I said there, Grant, providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Grant Elliott joins us for lunch, and we're keeping away from a lunch break, and that's sacrilege to all cricket commentators. So thank you very much, friend. Of course, I'm very much looking forward to this chat.
Is that why I'm here? Because I'm the only one that said I would, sacrifice my lunch break.
Not quite. Because we're coming to the end of 2025, which means 10 years. We can't say it's been 10 years since the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup.
Look at the state of me. Does it look like 10 years? Longer.
You look like you could play, mate.
No. Well,
I've put on a couple of kgs for every year since.
Did get a little text message today asking me if I would want to play in a T10 in Thailand.
Is it a one-word response? Yes.
I just said, let me know the details. Just a 5-day tournament, 6 matches in 5 days. Don't know how that works, but anyway.
Can I ask you about 2015?
Yeah.
Starting off with this. It was a heck of a ride. Yeah, New Zealand was swept up in an unexpected ride, maybe through to the final. Let's not talk too much about the final, even though you played a brilliant hand, I thought. But what feeling comes over you when you think of the 2015 Cricket World Cup?
I think that it was at a time where I was studying, and what I was studying is that I was doing strategic management, applied management through Otago Polytech, and I didn't believe that it was possible to create a team ethos in professional sport because there was too many players that had their own individual selfish goals, which was I wanted to be in the front page of the paper, I wanted my stats, I wanted hundreds, I wanted money, I wanted fame, whatever it was. And I didn't think it was possible. And then I experienced 2015 culture, which turned around, and it was selfless culture. And something that Brendan McCullum's obviously doing with England. It's not about you, it's about playing for your team, playing for your country, and expressing yourself. And to experience that sort of environment where we had success on the back of it, you could clearly see why there was success. Because you couldn't really pinpoint one person and say, one player played amazingly well throughout. I think Brendan McCullum probably was the most consistent in terms of the impact that he made. But, what I've realized is that in amazing environments, people will step up at any given time, and you'll back the fact that someone's going to step up. Like, we went into games just confident that if I wasn't going to score runs, Luke Ronke was going to score runs, or Corey Anderson was going to score runs, or Ross Taylor was going to score runs, or Brendan was going to shoot the lights out at the top of the order. There were so many players, and then we had Trent Bolt and Tim Southey and Adam Milne and Vittori. Just had absolute faith that someone would have a good day, and all you needed was for two guys to have a good day, and then you've got the game almost sealed. So it was an amazing environment to be involved in. It was a calm environment, it was a confident environment, and to reap the benefits of the rewards from that gave me a clear picture of what needed to happen in any environment that you're in.
A tournament maybe 6 months prior you didn't think you had much of a chance to play in, and then you come back into the group. You're probably one of the main talking points when the squad was announced. I don't know if it was a cynical mindset that you had about, and then seeing the selflessness. What created it?
Yeah, so I did change my mindset when, because I felt that the New Zealand environment was very selfish when I first came into the environment, and it did change under Brendan. But there was a moment when Ross Taylor didn't go to South Africa, he'd been dropped as captain, and I got the call up, and I never thought I'd get the call up again. I actually applied for a job as ICC, a business development or whatever it was, and the guy said, well, why are you applying for this job? I was 31. I said, well, I just don't think I'll play for New Zealand again. And suddenly got the call up, and on that flight over, I made the decision. I was like, I can't go over there and play with this feeling of I'm just playing for myself. I need to play for the team, play for country, and went over to South Africa and actually did quite well. We beat them for the first time ever in a series, one-day series in South Africa. We sat in the change room in Kimberley. We were 2 games in, we were 2-0 up, and it was an amazing feeling. And I think that was a big culture change. It was quite a young change room, and I think Brendan could see that maybe I was one of the leaders going into that maybe change. But they took, Mike Heston and Brendan McCullum took 19 players to the MCG to go and have a look and get into the environment, because if we make the final, or when we make the final, this will be the squad that's there. And I was left out of that 19. And I do remember messaging Brendan saying, hey, if I can't make this squad of 19, then I may as well give up, like I'm not going to be playing. And I was told by Bruce Edgar that I would be a replacement player, and that was fine. But they are adamant that I was never going to be a replacement player. Well, if I wasn't, then why didn't I make that squad of 19 to go to the MCG?
Yeah, 1 plus 1 is equal 2 there.
So I just thought, oh, well, if there's an injury, I'll get in. And I said that to Bruce Edgar. I said, hey, listen, I understand. I'm 35. Yep. If you need me, I'll do a beaver. I'll come in, and I'm experienced enough, and I've played enough international cricket to know what I need to do. I just want to enjoy my domestic cricket and enjoy my cricket, because it's probably going to be my last season anyway. And then I played really well for Wellington. I bowled well, I batted well, and got selected.
It's like the snowball going down the hill, isn't it, though? Just collect small snow as you pick up wins. You start off against Sri Lanka winning by 100 runs, right? You keep going. The Australian match at Eden Park, the England performance. Well, was there a game when you were like, heck, we might actually do this. We might make it to the MCG?
So I think that the public was caught up in World Cup fever, but only after the Australian game. So at Eden Park, and remind me the score, I can't even remember the score. What were we bowled out for? We bowled them out.
You bowled them out. They started well, then Daniel Vittori.
Bolt got 6
Vittori pulled them back. It was after the England game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Tim Southey smashing them.
So Bolt got 6
151.
wickets. So we bowled them out for 151. And you're thinking at Eden Park. And Liz Dawson tells me, she was a board member there. Yeah. She said she was sitting behind Alan Border and I think it was Rod Marsh. And Finch launched a 6. And I think it was maybe even 2 sixes off Southey. And they went, probably go on to get 400, 450 today. Bowled out for 150. But then Stark just started bowling at speed of light, 150 Ks and swinging the ball sharply. I got a first baller, my middle pole.
It's a great photo.
Told a good friend, Hamish French, I said, I'll give you a shirt, because he wanted a shirt. I said, just never wear it to the ground. He wore it to the ground that day and just got abused.
It was first ball after dinner. You were 79 for 3 at dinner off 8.1 overs.
Yeah, we had a break.
Yeah, and it was first ball after the break, and Mitchell Stark just hooped it, and you got about a quarter of the way through a shot. But not that I've ever reminded you about
Well, I'll tell you this. The whole week leading up to that game, all I did was I prepared meticulously against Stark, because the guys go, he only swings it for 2 overs. So I prepared with him coming around over the wicket with the bowling machine going at 150 Ks an hour across me, and preparing to play, the shots that I was going to play. So Ross gets out and I go, Ross, did that swing? And he goes, yeah, that swung a lot. So now I've prepared for the complete opposite, and it did hoop. My bat's still coming down to that delivery to this day. Sometimes you walk off a field and you go, that was just too good for me. And indeed, that delivery was just too good for me. Pace and swing.
You finished 6 wins from 6 in Pool A, topping that. So you're heading to knockout cricket. And we've only got about 7 or 8 minutes.
Well, the snowball happened. The crowd got behind us, and the support got behind us after that Australian game. And that was my point, is that we won that game, and then everyone started believing. They were like, could this be the World Cup?
You could feel it. I think your captain had said, and the public latched onto that. The semi-final, what a game of cricket. Man alive.
Remind me who we played?
South Africa. South Africa. They could have got 450 if it didn't rain, interrupting them, A.B. de Villiers, Miller, all of them. It was a stacked lineup. McCullum comes flying out of the gate, of course, to give you some impetus. Man, what a crazy game to watch. What was it like to play in?
Well, there was 8 overs left. I haven't watched the whole game. I will at some stage, but there was 8 overs left in their innings, and like you said, they were going gangbusters. I think Corey Anderson had just been hit for 23 or over. Maybe Southey and Bolt had bowled. They were bowled out. So I was looking down the barrel of bowling probably 4 of those overs. So I was nervous as heck. But luckily the rain came down, and the rain sort of did save us, because remind me who was in at that stage.
Well, AB de Villiers ended up 65 off.
Not out.
45, and David Miller got 49 off 18.
Yeah,
that was the mood he was in.
They were just starting to get going. They'd set a platform. And anyway, we went out to bat, and luckily Brendan shot the lights out again. He got 50 off maybe 20 balls or whatever it was.
26 balls, 59 off 26.
And that sort of got us back up to run a ball. So when I came in with Ross, we just had to push the ball around. And I always knew the experience at Eden Park is you could let it blow out to 12 and over if you wanted to. But we kept that run rate at 7 or 6 the whole time.
Yeah, and then you sense pressure starting to suffocate them. They drop catches, they're a bit tardy in the field. Their history is just firmly on their back, and I could sense it watching, and I'm sure you and Ross, and then Corey Anderson played a nice knock down. Daniel Vittori knocked it into gaps too. You knew the pressure was on them, bizarrely, even though you're playing at home. But the last over, tell us about the last over. Dale Steyn up against a kid from South Africa, born in South Africa. Some South African fans saying you've turned your back on South Africa.
Well, not true. I was actually thrown out of South Africa. I had a contract dispute. Current South African Test coach, Shukri Conrad, they said they were going to contract me, and they didn't. I was 23, sitting in Holland, and my agent phoning me saying, listen, you haven't been selected. And I said, what? So phoned Shukri, and Shukri said, oh, have you not been selected? And I was like, Shuks, you're the coach. You should know this, surely. He goes, I'll phone you back. They offered me a coaching contract. I turned it down and went to New Zealand. Played club cricket in Christchurch and worked my way up over the years. So a deeply satisfying moment to beat South Africa, given that history, but also that now my adopted country was my home, and loved New Zealand, supported the All Blacks. But the last over, the first delivery I got from Dale Steyn was a full toss, and I should have put it away, and I didn't. So now we needed 11 or 5. And I was very lucky that Dan Vittori managed to squeeze one Vittori fashion.
Short third man, right?
Past Mornay Morkel, good man, a good friend of the Saturday session, who told me subsequently when we were playing for the Zouks in the Caribbean League that he moved himself 5 metres to the right, and it beat him by a metre on the left.
Sliding doors.
Yeah, and so that 4, suddenly we're down to 7 or 4. We run one through to the keeper. It becomes, it ended up being 5 off 2. And then
How fast is the mind going?
Well, I've got a very overthinking mind, so that's the challenge, is to slow the mind down and just watch the ball. But there was a number of things that went through my mind. My sister had booked her wedding, and she asked me 6 months prior. She said, it's on this date, but that's the date of the World Cup final. And I said, don't worry, I'm not going to get selected, and we've never made the final, so it's probably a safe bet. So I started thinking, I'm probably not going to go to the wedding if I do this, which is a bizarre thought. The other thought was the press I got, and I got bad press during my career. And I always think back to the press.
You've always thought about that probably too much.
It motivated me, but it motivated me. I like to prove people wrong. And I thought I didn't want to be that guy walking into a room where, people thought, that's the guy that didn't get us over the line. So I did know, and the team disputes this, because I act in a very nonchalant kind of way about a number of things. And I do drift every now and then, but they said, you didn't know that. But I knew that if we hit a 4, we tied, because we're top of the pool, we go through. It wasn't boundary count back or whatever back in those days. So You've always
been the thinking man's cricketer.
Yeah, you have to be in the middle order. Yeah, I'm good with numbers, and you have to think about, what the equation looks like and how you can get to the end of the game. And so I knew that if I had a dip at that delivery and I didn't do it, well, Southey was going to come in. So we had 2 cracks. We really did have 2 cracks. And just prior to that delivery, Dan Vittori walks down to the track. We have a chat, and he goes, it's up to you now. And that's when your sphincter just, just a little bit tighter. And you kind of do think, brilliant. Why me? Because you're not running one to the keeper now. Like, I'm the man on 70 odd.
You're there to take them home,
and I have to do it. I've been in more than he has. He's just come in and set a beautiful shot, got us to the position, done his job, and
straight off the bat, don't you?
The weight of a nation on your shoulders, and that's what it felt like. It really did. And the celebration when I hit the delivery, and I still have the vision of like if I close my eyes, I can still see the ball sort of leaving the bat. But I didn't know if I'd got it good, because I did get it quite high up on the bat. So I thought, and mid-on was up. But then once I saw it leave the bright lights of Eden Park and just come down, I was like, I have hit that. And then it's just relief. I was relieved. But Dan Vittori, to this day, he's like, you didn't hug me first. You should have hugged me first. I've got proof that I did hug him. Yeah.
He's so needy.
Yeah.
Grant, we've only got a minute. The final itself, comprehensively outplayed, right? You tip your cap to Australia. Is it a game of what-ifs? 150 for 3. You and Ross Taylor are going really well in the start of the 36th over. I still don't know how he nicks that one to Haddon and it carries. You played a beauty, 83 off 82. Really underappreciated knock. Is it a what-if game?
No one ever remembers that knock. They just remember Brendan getting out in the first over, and they said, we lost the game then. And what you're saying now is the position we're in a great position. Matt Henry, I think, or Adam Milne ran out and he said, Hess wants to know what you think a good score is. And we always used to do this in the team, and I was quite good at assessing it. And I said, I reckon we can get 260 here. We get 260, that's a winning score. And that wasn't, that was going at 7 and over. From there we were three wickets down, 150. And if there's one regret I've got in my cricketing career, it would be like we were in a position there to really, attack the jugular. And unfortunately, we just needed one person to get 30, or me to kick on and get 110. And unfortunately, we just kept losing wickets. And Faulkner, who, now I don't know where he is, but he won a man of the match, got 4 wickets. We just lost wicket after wicket and tumbled.
Yeah.
And what was our end score, 190 or something?
Yeah, so 6 overs later, New Zealand's gone from 150 for 3 to 171 for the loss of 8 when you depart, and you probably walk off knowing World Cup's gone. It was never enough scoreboard pressure. But that 260 was about the number that one-day matches at the MCG over the 2 previous years, about 260 to 280 tended to be a winning score. But it was a heck of a ride nonetheless, Grant. And we've got through a chat on the 2015 World Cup without me making a joke.
Your favourite topic.
No, it was one of the most stressful, beautiful, compelling nights, alone in my lounge. Had to turn the lights off, couldn't believe it. Was pacing up and down. So thanks for getting us to a World Cup final.
No, thanks, Daniel. And you're just lucky. You think of all the moments that you go through and the people that have helped you to get there. I was just lucky to be there at that moment and enjoy the success of a team that I'll never forget. And I think it's something that really has elevated New Zealand cricket, thanks to all the members in the team and how selfless they were during the tournament.
Hey, Daniel,
get out of
we
here.
Just had a text just for Grant. We just had a text come in. Hey, Grant, Brad Haddon equals a-hole 2015 World Cup final.
Grant's never told me what Haddon said, wandering off, and that is the calibre of Grant Elliott, because I know there's a heck of a story in there, Grant. Maybe on your deathbed, mate, but we all know I'll be long buried by that stage. All right, thanks so much.
No, thanks a lot, and I can't wait to do that. Are we doing this again at tea time? We're going through game by game with the 2015
Can't believe it's 10 years. Where has the time gone?
Well, there's only one man, two men, Kane Williamson and Tom Latham, 2 men from that team that are here today at the Test match. So, they've carried the...
Matt Henry would have been late inclusion for the semi, and then bowled his backside off, didn't
Late inclusion, yeah.
Brilliant stuff.
Superseded old Kyle Mills, who was in the squad.
Great memories for sure. Here at the Basin, it's 92 for 2 at lunch. Let's get to your Waterforce weather report. Waterforce, your local water management partner. We're at our high of 21 degrees. The fine conditions expected to continue throughout the day. The northerlies will persist. Northwesterly breezes about 15 to 20. The odd gust upwards of 40k. And the longer range forecast is looking excellent for tomorrow, Friday too. Although tomorrow it might be a southerly. arriving in the morning, which might help swing conditions. The light southerly at the basin can help. So that's a look at your Waterforce weather report. Waterforce, your local water management partner. Back with more from the basin shortly. Big thanks to Grant Elliott.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Chello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
Now it's time to find out what's going on in the rural sector with Andy Thompson. Hawkeye by Ravensdown. Order nutrients for specific paddocks anytime, anywhere.
In rural news, Fonterra's first quarter update for 2026 shows the co-op has made a steady start to the year, posting a total group profit after tax of $278 million, up $15 million on the same time last year. Profit from continuing operations came in at $158 million. CEO Miles Hurrell says the business is performing in line with the expectations, and the full-year earnings forecast for continuing operations remains at 45 to 65 cents per share. The Farmgate milk price forecast was recently narrowed to $9 to $10 per kilogram of milk solids, with a midpoint of $9.50. Hurrell says Fonterra is pushing ahead with the strategy following farmer approval for the $4.22 billion divestment of Mainland Group to Lactalis.
And that was your rural news with Andy Thompson. Hawkeye by Ravensdown. Find out how our precision spreading technology can help reduce your on-farm costs.
Ugh, my rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket. Heavy-duty modular shelving. They make tough storage easy. Just measure out your space, customise the system to suit your needs using Racket's online planner, and add it straight to your Bunnings shopping cart. Racket. Built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
All right, ad time, but worth a listen. Betch has now got boosted odds across the big ones. EPL, Champions League, NFL, NRL, cricket, UFC and basketball all season long. Bigger odds mean bigger payouts on Betch. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, fast recovery, lasting relief.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prospa.co.nz. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
Getting in behind Gus Atkinson. Here he is on a hat-trick, bowling to Tim Southey. Caught on the pads. Atkinson thinks he's out. He is. He has a Test hat-trick.
From over the wickets. Here's a slog sweep, but he's bowled! Ajaz Patel's gone right through him. The Test match is over.
Catch up with all the action. This is your Sport Nation Cricket Highlights.
Slightly open stance, bat raised high as he hits a fuller ball and he drives elegantly through the offside out towards the extra cover boundary, and this outfield looks pretty quick to me. That will get there. Complete control. 6 without loss. Past umpire Pellicar. And catching the outside edge as it flies low and to the right of the outstretched right hand of the third slip, Kane Williamson. We'll check the replay to see if it's carried. It's 13 without loss because it is a big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. That is the end of the over. 13 without loss. Very full. Here's a beautiful drive by Campbell. That was zipper across the outfield for a 4. It's 19 without loss with a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. Last ball of the over. He's played a proper pull here. Kind of propping onto the front foot and getting it backward a square. That might creep to the fence. It will in front of the embankment. Another boundary, 23 without loss after 4 overs on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Here's folks bowling wide on the crease, and this just sees as if to underscore how comfortable batting is. We see Campbell going onto the back foot and pulling a ball that was short and angling into him away to the long on boundary for 4. Duffy bowls, and here's a beautiful shot driven down the ground. No real attempt to run between the wickets between King and Campbell. Overpitched by Duffy, and he leans forward and drives beautifully to the right of Ray at a wide mid-off. Batting looking very comfortable indeed. 39 without loss.
Short and pulled away powerfully again, dismissively by Brandon King, and it's gone all the way for 6. King moves to 25, the West Indies 53 without loss.
Tickner trapping the right-hander on his front pad, and the finger goes up, and immediately King says, no, I'm going to have a review. Tickner might have the breakthrough. We'll head to DRS. Was it Strang leg side?
Height, another factor there. Here we go.
Pitching outside off, impacted
umpire's call.
And wickets umpire's call. Ali, you can still have your original decision of out. Your on-screen signal now.
As he bowls now, and this is an appeal for LBW, and he's been given. Tickner picks up his second of the day. He pumps his fist in the air, and he gets high fives from the slip cordon. 3 slips and a gully to Ray, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, who gets a ball which is a gift, really. Quite in contrast to the Hope drive that we saw through the covers. We see a flourishing swathe of the bat by Campbell. Beautiful drive, just a miss from Ray, and he's punished.
This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation, thanks to Prosper. Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Ben Strang in alongside Ian Smith at a sunny Basin Reserve. The West Indies 92 for 2 after being asked to bat by New Zealand captain Tom Latham. They started very, very well. A 66-run partnership at the top between John Campbell. He remains on 44 from 84 deliveries. It was Brandon King who was the first to fall after 16.4 overs. He went for 33 from 55, as you heard there. A very good ball from Blair Tickner seaming back, which would have hit the top of leg stump to get the first wicket of the day. And just 2 overs later, Kevin Hodge was gone for 0 off 8 balls. Also LBW to Blair Tickner. They've all of a sudden fell to 66 for 2, but they have since worked their way through to 92 for 2. Shea Hope alongside John Campbell. He is on 8 from 17 deliveries. Ian Smith, what have you made of it?
Well, Ben, you can break it down to 15 sessions in a test match. 3 per day, 5 days, and you put a tick in the column for the West Indies for the first session. They were asked to bat first, and generally speaking, if you ask a team to bat first, you've probably got to get more than 2 wickets, and you certainly don't want to concede 90 runs. So that I think is a fair assessment as well. From Tom Latham's point of view, he wanted to get a lot more out of those first 2 hours. Got nothing really in the initial burst from Duffy and with Folks. He brought Blair Tickner in. He was the 4th option that he used, and he struck twice in quick succession, which gave the captain something to smile about. But it wouldn't have been all beer and skittles at lunch. There'd have been a bit of talk about line and length and consistency, and going back to the principles that are all about good test match bowling. This is a very young New Zealand bowling attack in terms of test experience, and so you are always learning at this point. We'll see Folks and straight away from the RA Advanced stand in, and by his standards that he set at Hagley Oval, he was a little bit disappointing, Zach Folks. So he'll learn from that. Some of these boys are a bit tired backing up, bowling twice in a row, but with a very short break in between. But that is the nature of the game these days, the way they schedule them from time to time. And New Zealand will be interesting to see, looking around the field and looking at their tactics, what they've talked about over lunch.
Zach Folks, he's bowled 6 overs, none for 22 from those, 2 maidens among it. Jacob Duffy's bowled 10 overs, none for 24. Michael Ray on debut, none for 27 from 5. Does have 2 maidens. He came back well after a pretty tough start. They went after him. Blair Tickner 2 for 14 from his 6 overs. Pick of the bowlers pulling good line and length from the southern end. Folks continues from the northern end of the ground, and it's left alone on a length by Shea Hope. West Indies 92 for 2. Hope on 8. John Campbell is on 44. So for Folks, he was, I wouldn't say spraying it, but he certainly wasn't finding the line and length as regularly as you'd want.
No, he just wasn't quite as consistent as he was down there at Hagley, and there's probably a couple of very good reasons. He's probably still recovering from that marathon effort down there.
2 slips in place and left alone again by Shea Hope.
And the other thing is there's grass. Seemed to be grass on the pitch when Tom Latham won the toss and bowled, and sometimes bowlers can get carried away at the basin a wee bit with that, especially if you haven't played here a lot. And it looked as if they were probably searching for stuff that wasn't there. I mean, I haven't been out personally to have a look at the pitch up close and personal like some people have, but it looks a little browner, and it did the first up this morning than it normally does here at the basin, especially pre-Christmas. No ball there from Zach Folkes, get the late call, so another run, another ball he'll have to bowl. But already, just looking at between then and now, it's browned off considerably.
Folkes through the crease, defended into the offside for no run. Yeah, I mean, down on the ground, the wicket looks a lot greener than it does from our high vantage point in the RA Vance stand. But you're right, it did immediately look quite brown this morning for a basin reserve pitch. Does that aerial vantage point sometimes help you to get a better guide on what's...
Might do. I mean, if you could get a drone shot available to you and get down low and get the drone up and down, it might help captains in their decision because they're only looking at it from their natural height.
Folkes length defended off the off stump by Hope.
What I didn't see is a lot of seam movement, and generally at the basin you get quite a lot of that in the first session of play. The ball hardly deviated off the seam. Whether New Zealand put it in the right place often enough is also debatable, but it just wasn't a heck of a lot of swing there either. It's not a day now with 93 for 2 on the board that the West Indies wouldn't look forward to this afternoon, I would think.
Deep square moving out as Folkes runs past the umpire into the legs and defended by Shea Hope. Just looking back at the Plunket Shield this season at the Basin Reserve, I know we've talked about this before, but Otago were asked to bat by Wellington and they made 522 for 9 declared, batting first. Wellington learnt from that and decided in the next match, actually maybe we will bat first when we win the toss, and they made 354 for 9 declared. So, I mean, the form this season would suggest maybe we have a bat.
Yeah, it tends to think that, and not often the case prior to Christmas here at the Basin. After Christmas, definitely I would have.
Defended to the man at short mid-wicket. Kane Williamson gets down and fields, no run.
So immediately after lunch you look also at the field, and 2 slips and a gully, which is a little bit more defensive than we saw to start with and in Christchurch. But they have put the man in that you just isolated there as Kane Williamson at a shortish catching mid-wicket on the basis that Hope might just look to play freely and just not get over the top of it through the onside there. It's a stationary catching position.
Last ball was first over after lunch. Defended back to the bowler. Just the 1 run from it. A no ball from Zach Folkes. West Indies 93 for 2. I was at training yesterday and one of our players decided he now wants to wear sunglasses while he's batting, a la Shea Hope.
Well, I think he only wore them down there because we were told he had conjunctivitis, and you know what that's like. If you've ever had that, it's just horrible stuff and it goos up your eyes, and so that made his innings down there even more commendable. But I haven't seen, has he got them on today? I don't think he has. If he has, he certainly hasn't taken the helmet off and adjusted them as often, put it that way, so far.
No, it looks like he's got them off today. The word from Roston Chase is that his eyes have come good. He's doing well.
Right, okay, so we're going to see change at the southern end. Michael Ray, who bowled R.A. Vance stand end in his initial spell and didn't go that good for him, has a change of ends. So it's the Canterbury duo opening up after lunch.
Michael Ray past the umpire, around the wicket to the left-hander, driving outside half of the bat and is fielded at point by Devon Conway. No run. A little bit of excitement behind the stumps as he finds the outside half of the bat. Michael Ray, 5 overs, none for 27 to start his Test career. 2 maidens in there. He came back well after a pretty tough start. He's pulled into the Western, I wouldn't say grandstand at the Basin Reserve, but into the bleachers. Back of a length and defended into the onside for no run.
Well, Jacob Oram, the New Zealand bowling coach, I'm sure got alongside him during the lunch break and said, OK, we've got that out of the system. Cobwebs have gone, the nerves have gone. Now, what are we going to do this afternoon? Is there pace in the pitch for you? Is there bounce? What is your greatest asset? First one would be accuracy. Dot balls. Let's bowl some dot balls. First over was a good one, although there was a no ball in there. There's still no runs off the bat and none here either. So that's how they build pressure.
2 slips and a gully in place for Michael Ray. Wide of the crease, edging, and gone! Michael Ray has his first test wicket. Pull outside off, drawing the drive from John Campbell. And he edges to first slip, taken by Daryl Mitchell. West Indies, 93 for 3.
Good hunch played by Tom Latham to go with Michael Ray, and that is good. Really good for him. It was wide, but angling in. Campbell decided he would go after it in expansive fashion, and Mitchell takes a pretty good catch at slip, gets both hands wrapped around it as he slumps to the ground, and absolute jubilation and a moment to remember in the cricketing life of Michael Ray. Congratulations to him, and all of a sudden New Zealand just fight their way back even further here. 93 for 3, pick up another one. And all of a sudden, the prospect of having a good day at the bowling crease looms. That's how tight and how fine the margins can be. Pretty good effort from Campbell. He'll be bitterly disappointed, having done the hard work he couldn't cash in the middle session.
Roston Chase, the new man in for the West Indies, the West Indian captain. 33-year-old from Barbados. Has an average just under 25 in Test cricket, 500s, 11 50s. Hasn't been in the best form of late, but talking to the media yesterday, he said he doesn't feel like he's out of form. It's not like he can't see the ball or anything. He still feels good. But he would not have wanted to come in just one over after lunch.
I was a little bit critical of him down in Christchurch because I didn't think he was evident enough as captain. In other words, I look out the window and I didn't see him taking giant steps forward and orchestrating things as I did see Tom Latham. So this is an important innings for Roston Chase to make a statement as, first of all, a batter, and his ability here to form a partnership with Shea Hope and get the West Indies back on track is crucial.
Michael Ray has 3 slips and a gully in place to Roston Chase. Bowls a low full toss, well outside off. A little bit excited. Through the crease and left alone.
Yeah, it's 136, bowling into a breeze, so handy pace. But it was just a nice dismissal, you know. It was bowled around the wicket. He looked as if it was angling in towards the stumps, but it would never have hit the stumps. And John Campbell might be a bit disappointed because of that. But the drive was ineffectual. The catch was very effectual, and it was a classic dismissal. First for Michael Ray.
Ray full, hit on the pads, a big appeal for LBW. No movement from the umpire, and certainly no indication that they will be looking upstairs, Tom Latham. But a good over this for Michael Ray, a good comeback.
Yeah, there's been good back-to-back overs here of pressure. Leg side-ish and a bit high. It's already given 2 this morning to Blair Tickner, so he'd had a decent old look at it.
Last ball of his 6th over, Michael Ray. Over the wicket to Chase and defended back to the bowler for no run. So a breakthrough for Michael Ray. West Indies 93 for 3.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce here. At Waterforce, we take on New Zealand's toughest water challenges, from managing industrial wastewater to optimising complex distribution systems. We deliver smart, sustainable solutions that keep your operations running smoothly. Because the right water solution isn't just important, it's how we help build a better future for New Zealand industries and a clearer tomorrow.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. Ben Strang alongside Ian Smith providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Zach Folks Continues from the RA Vance stand. End, short, pulled. Very fine. It'll run away for 4. Not a good delivery. And pulled away from Hope. Just guided. Very fine. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
Well, this was the plan of attack to Shea Hope and Christchurch, and in the first innings it actually worked. But they haven't got the field set for that kind of bowling, to be honest. It was an out-and-out short pitch assault which enabled them to pick him up down there. Got a man back on the pull shot and a man at a whitish fine leg.
Folks, into the legs again and worked forward of square. Kane Williamson scampering out towards the boundary. They think about coming for 2. But Devon Conway is onto it quickly and keeps it to 1. As Hope moves to 13. West Indies 98 for 3.
And Shea Hope looked for 2 there. You may have heard in the background, Roston Chase not interested at all in the second run. So what they will do now is perhaps just reinforce the slip cordon. In fact, they're going to go at the hip, it looks like, of Roston Chase, because Williamson's gone into a leg gully and they brought the man who was catching down there at backward square leg up inside the invisible circle that we've learnt from one-day cricket. So pretty orthodox. 2 slips in a gully, but the leg gully tends to suggest they're going to go into the hip area.
Roston Chase looks around, assesses the field before taking his mark. Taps the bat a couple of times and then sizes up Folks. Back of the length and defended back to the bowler for no run. A little bit more energy from New Zealand after the lunch break. You can hear them a little bit louder, a little bit more supportive.
Well, they had them 61 without loss, the West Indies. They had them by the throat at the first drinks break, so 3 for 37 since that first hour. Not too bad.
Folks, full left alone, just outside off. A very good leave by Roston Chase.
I'll be feeling now, New Zealand, as if they can break through here and to get one of these 2, that brings out the double centurion, Justin Graves, and they'll want to have energy in the tank when they go at him. And then also, of course, the keeper, and then Kemar Roach, who was just full of resistance, wasn't he, in Christchurch? He was outstanding, so still a lot of work to do here.
Folks, into the legs of Roston Chase. Can't work it past Kane Williamson at leg slip.
It's a line that they'll encourage because they've got a field set for it. But it wouldn't be the everything kind of line for me. Still on this first day, there's plenty to be got around about off stump with 2 slips in a gully there and a keeper waiting for his first dismissal in Test cricket.
Folks having to collect a ball that's been thrown past him by Jacob Duffy, who apologises. Something you might see at a club cricket ground on Saturday. Folks collects and begins his run up past the umpire, back of a length and pushed into the offside for no run. And that is the end of the 29th over. 30 overs gone. West Indies 98 for 3. Nice crowd in Wellington on a Wednesday. The bank is filled up pretty nicely. It is a beautiful day. Were you expecting this when you're coming to Wellington, Smithy?
Well, you just never know, do you? You hope, because a great day at the Basin is as good as anywhere in Test cricket, I feel. It's not a huge ground in terms of capacity, but it's huge in character. It's just got a great feel about it. It just oozes Test cricket for me. You see the whites out there, even from a distance. It's just special. So, look, I'm not surprised. Wellingtonians love their cricket too, so a good crowd, and I think it'll build up throughout the afternoon, going into the latter part of this session and the last one.
Michael Ray seams back in at Shea Hope, who fends. He did not like it, and as you can hear from the slip cordon, I like that a lot.
And he wants to have Rachin Ravindra, I think it is, to come up. He was back on the hook shot, but Michael Ray wants him up. He doesn't want him back on the hook shot. He wants him up in a catching or run-saving area, so he can have, particularly the run-saving side of it, he can have a concerted effort here at Shea Hope.
98 for 3, the West Indies, as Ray continues. Full and an inside edge. French cut down to the man at fine leg. Getting the ball to move a little off the pitch, Michael Ray. Very good bowling as the West Indies move to 99 for 3.
Yeah, genuine inside edge. It was a really good length because Shea Hope was nowhere near it. Absolutely, in terms of getting everything in line and being able to control that kind of expansive shot.
Now the Roston chase yet to get off the mark. Defends into the leg side. Just forward of square. Rachin Ravindra comes around but can't prevent the single. Chase off the mark. West Indies bring up their 100 for 3.
Lots of interest though, isn't there? Lots of interest in this period of play now from whoever wins this next hour might go a long way towards winning the day. West Indies can get through to 130, 135, 140 for 3. New Zealand can get another 2. They're in charge.
Ray has 3 slips in place. Full, driven. Inside half of the bat to the man at mid-on for no run. Ray's just settling into a similar line and length as Blair Tickner was, isn't he? Where he's getting that ball to move just a little bit off the seam. Cause a few issues.
It's not going to do much for him. A little bit, perhaps, off the surface. It's not going to swing. It just isn't swinging today. So they've got to get it right with terms of line and length. And yes, that's a big thing if they can do that, because Hope will play the expansive shots. He likes the drive.
Hope open stance, defends the short ball into the offside for no run.
Probably better off bowling a little bit fuller at the moment until the feet really get going than bowling short. This is a learning process for all of us. I mean, I'll be honest, I wouldn't know Michael Ray if he was in the lift with me. You know, I just don't know him. So I'm learning about him as a bowler at this level. They obviously rate him pretty highly to get to this point.
Ray, last ball of this over. Pulls does Shea Hope, who's really uncomfortable under the short ball. It looked like he may have got an edge onto the helmet, in fact, and the umpire is calling for the medical person to come out and just check that Shea Hope is okay. We'll take a break. It is 101 for 3.
Today, Trev made 144 decisions. The smallest was how to tackle the blocked drain. The easiest was to pop out at halftime to check on the herd. The biggest, helping Millie pick what to wear for her recital.
Thanks, Dad.
But the smartest was talking to Ravensdown. Trev's Agri-Manager can share the load for some of those daily decisions, like the right nutrient plan for spring. Give your Agri-Manager a call or talk to us on 0800 100 123. It's one call that's easy to make. Ravensdown. To know how, you have to know who.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled!
This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation.
Take the sting out of insect bites with Serve Bite, just $9.99 at Chemist Warehouse. The triple action formula helps relieve the itch, alleviate pain and prevent infection. Always read the label and use only as directed. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Discover the thrill of thoroughbred racing at loveracing.nz and celebrate the heroes of our sport. Follow our equine superstars from the breeding barn to the racetrack, through to their life after racing. Be a part of the action. Loveracing.nz, your home of thoroughbred racing. Sport Nation.
Tough jobs call for tough stuff. With VisiTread Temporary Surface Protection, you've got heavy-duty projects covered. It's breathable, spill-resistant and rugged enough to handle worksite wear. Prep your space with the tough stuff that's made of 100% recycled Aussie materials. VisiTread, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
And welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. It's going to be Zach Folkes bowling to Shea Hope, and this is a delivery outside the off stump, and Hope just moves his foot down the pitch and then waves his bat away from the ball. They've been quite flamboyant in their leaving today, the West Indies.
It's easier to see than it was in Christchurch, where we were slightly side on there. You didn't quite know the line of the delivery. Up here we're basically straight down the pitch, and you can see the intention to leave is much, much more obvious. I love watching Hope bat because you don't quite know what he's going to do.
No, you don't. And he's a danger, isn't he? He's scoring, 3 boundaries already in his 18. Here's a short ball from Folks. Just hit him in the head again. It's bounced out onto the onside. Just lost it, as did the batsman on that occasion. They've ambled through, and we're just seeing it's hit him in the shoulder, I think. But he just took his eyes off the ball. He's not playing the short ball comfortably at all.
She hit him on the front shoulder as he turned round. Nice little exchange. You say nice little exchange between batter and bowler.
But that's a short pitch ball at 126 k's an hour, hitting a West Indian batsman. It seems odd. Chase is out letting a ball go outside the off stump. I heard you talking this morning, Smithy, about at the start, before play started, and just how important it is for the West Indies that Roston Chase leads by example. We talked about his hands being in the pocket and the field a lot. He really needs to knuckle down here for his team.
He needs to score. I think he needs to score for himself. He needs to score for his leadership. I saw an article, actually it was Dooley of all people, Simon Dool out of Dubai, commentating the ILT20.
Folks bowls to Chase, who comes forward, and this will give him some confidence as he drives through the offside, not with any real timing. Taking the chases from mid-off, and the throw is from Ravindra, a two-pronged chase.
And Dooley said, and it was, I think, in conversation really with Ian Bishop, and he said, I do not quite believe why Shea Hope is not your captain in all 3 forms. So that's interesting, because Shea Hope and the man he would be looking to depose are at the crease together.
Yep, absolutely. And Chase is on strike. No shot outside the off stump. But I mean, Chase is in here. I know he bowls, but his bowling average is 46. So he's a part-timer, and his batting average is 25. So as a test captain, he's got to do an awful lot more.
Well, at 5 on the first day of a test match, take the captaincy out of play. You just bat. Your best job you can do for the team is to score runs. Nothing else. Just bat. Simplification of your job. It's just batting. You don't have to think in terms of captaincy.
Folks bowls short delivery, and it's played to Ravindra at cover. The players now move. The umpires move. Folks gets his black cap handed back to him by the umpire, and the over comes to an end. So 12 runs have been added since the lunch break. The West Indies are 104 for 3, and they've lost that wicket with Michael Ray. Nice moment to see him picking up his first test wicket after an indifferent start this morning.
Absolutely. It was an indifferent start, and he'd have been a bit puzzled sitting down at lunch, but someone would have got alongside him and said, look, hey, cobwebs are off. Now let's just settle into our work, shall we? You're a bit intimidated by this. Just believe you're back. Sorry, at Dudley Oval or...
Well, I suppose that's where you go back to your 70 first-class matches, in his case, and Blair Tickner 90 first-class matches. So while they may not be really obvious test match selections, the selectors are falling back on experience.
Well, that's true. That is true. I don't think he's had a vintage season to start this season. I was just going to say we could be in for a world record here, but it's not going to happen.
Were you talking about Coney being late? Here's a lovely shot played by Hope into the onside. He'll pick up 1 run, and in fact they're going to turn for 2. So good running from the West Indies. It's just wide of mid-on, 106 for 3. Chase is 3, Hope is 18, and I think the record you're talking about is lateness for a commentary stint.
18 minutes. 18 minutes. Yeah. Self-acknowledged in Christchurch, and Jerry was invited out to lunch here actually at the Basin first day. Oh. Well, one of their favourite sons returning, of course.
They love him.
One of the prodigals.
They love him here.
And I was just thinking to myself, he might break the 18 minutes, but no, he's got back.
I wonder if he's had a little glass of something as this ball's down the leg side.
Practising throwing my voice. From the lunch to here. You guys just didn't hold microphone up in the right angle.
How was the walk up the stairs? All
very
right?
good, thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I walked up from the bottom to the first layer where a woman on the gate said, "That's a very sprightly ascent," and I said, "Thank you very much." And then I got to the top here and felt anything but sprightly. There's still quite a long way to go once you get to the first layer of the RA bandstand. Here's Ray bowling, and it's a thick, well, I was going to say a thick outside edge. I think it's actually off an angled bat and right off the middle of it from Shea Hope behind point for 4. His fourth boundary, he's 22 without loss, 110 for 3.
Well, there was shouts from New Zealand because they thought it was a risky shot, and it is actually to drive square of the wicket to a guy principally trying to come into you as a right-hander, but that was magnificently executed because he was always in control of it. It hit the gap, which is vitally important, of course, but he was over the top of it. It was really quite a nice shot.
I thought it was going to be a thick edge, but it flew, as he does love to play. Here he is down the leg side off the gloves as Ray picked up his second. We wait for the decision. The players stand and talk. We talk about review. Ray has come right through past the stumps and now he turns around. They're still talking about whether it was glove or pad, and they're now not going to review.
Hello, review. It was a dirty word in Christchurch on the last day, wasn't it?
Certainly was, and no one really was sure there, were they? Because there's not many people, there's no one by the umpire, and it was at the behind that. You see, it's so hard to see sometimes, isn't it? Is it the glove? Is it the rump?
The rump, I think.
I think so.
Jerry, you've been to a lunch for former players?
I have.
Tell me.
Very nice. Nice to see Dermot Payton there.
Central District. Is that right? From the days, here's Ray bowling, gets a short ball, it's gloved, and it's just away from Hay, who runs about 10 metres to his left. It was ballooning away. So Hope again struggling with the short ball. Has it gone into the helmet as well again? 111 for 3. Gosh, we're stopping on numerous occasions for poor old Shea Hope to get concussion tests. So, tell me about the players. What was the occasion?
Dermot was pretty good, actually.
What was the occasion?
It's a players' lunch.
Any players?
No, I think mainly from Wellington, but Dermot played against us so often they felt he was a Wellingtonian, an honorary Wellingtonian.
What a rapper, man, farmer, farming stock.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I said, "Are you still farming?" He said, "Well, yes and no. I go out in the mornings, but really I don't. I've given it to my son and given my house to my son, and they've fixed it up." He's a good man. He's a good man. Very good fun. Very laconic, isn't he? And the cedar walls, of course, are there. And the seeds, I've got to say, both the seeds have lost weight. They're looking as if they're training for something.
That sounds dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
It won't be something wholesome.
Graham Steele. Now, there's a name. Not Laurie Steele, who I played cricket with in the sort of the under-18s. He was an off-spinner. And but Graham Steele played. He was after wanting to talk to you, Smithy, because of Rongotai College,
of course. And he was, I think,
volleyball.
It was not only that, Jerry. He was the boss, I think, of the New Zealand Drug Agency in terms of drugs and sport.
Was he?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he looked fairly authoritative.
Was he poking around with a needle, taking samples?
He was sniffing me.
Yeah, would have had a look at that. Oh, he was on all fours, was he?
No, he wasn't. No, he was. He was my breath.
Not a sniff. Oh, no. Here's Ray bowling, and this is down the leg side. No, I thought you were talking about it.
It's obviously very keen, because all I'd had was lettuce.
For God's sake, something happened in the game of interest. Change the subject.
111 for 3. Well, I thought really a drug dog down at the old ex-players' lunch.
I didn't say he had 4 legs. He's just got the 2 legs.
What are you insinuating there by needing a drug dog at an ex-players' luncheon?
Well, Jerry Coney said he was sniffing him, and I think the implications are clear. So there you are. 111 for 3. So
he wasn't slobbering either, which is what your dog does.
He slobbers when he sees you. Now tell me more. Who else? There must have been more than the Cedar Walls. Dermot Payton.
Yeah. Toivo Vaikvi.
Yes, Toivo Vaikvi.
Yeah. There you are.
Leg spinner.
Yes.
Still looks pretty much the same. Hasn't grown any taller.
He flighted the ball nicely, didn't he, from about stump height, as this ball is through to the keeper.
Quite a quick leggy, actually, through the air. Yes, he was. Quite a handy little player to have when you've got runs in the bank.
Chats there?
Chats is not there. No.
He's here.
Okay.
Yep. All right.
Oh, well, he might have been up there earlier, but I was only there for the lunch. Yeah, he's a bit more authoritative now. He's moved up in the ranks.
Well, he's a life member.
Yes, exactly.
In the elevated area. Not like Chats, but here's folks bowling, and this is an appeal for LBW, but you can hear two noises, I think. 1-1-1 for 3. That ball just moving into the right-hander a little bit.
Apart from Dermot Payne, this is very Wellington.
Robert Barnes.
Oh, Bert was there.
Yeah, Bert was there. Looking quite good too.
EJ Gray,
right.
did EJ Gray?
EJ Gray's not there, no.
Fade away, Evan Gray didn't make it.
No, he didn't. He's up north, I think.
Moose Holland.
Moose Holland has been in.
Moose,
I had breakfast with Moose today, and he wore his shorts.
Now,
and then he had his bathers, his togs, we would say.
I see. Short delivery, no shot.
Underneath. I didn't check that out, so don't ask. He
As
just
opposed
told
to
me.
on top.
Yes. Yes.
Quite an interesting breakfast conversation. Oh, Jerry, I've got my shorts on and my bathers underneath.
Yeah, well, he was wanting to have a swim straight after the breakfast, so...
So, Jerry, could I just hazard a guess and say that you had poached eggs and tomatoes for breakfast?
For breakfast, I did.
There you are. You're a creature of habit.
Okay.
Cooked or raw tomatoes. 1-1-1 for 3. Into the onside is Hope, turning the ball square of the wicket. They're going to look for a second, but decide against it as Ray gets to the ball quickly from long leg. 1-1-2 for 3.
Well, these ones were grilled. I do like that. What would they put on top of it? A little bit of Parmesan, would they? I don't know. It looked like some sort of cheese on top, and then a brown line. I don't know. That might have been
balsamic.
Something else. Yeah, it could have been balsamic.
Great way to ruin a grilled tomato.
No need to, really.
No. Let the tomato speak for itself. 2 slips and a gully is there's just a pause.
Yeah, I tell you what's happened here is that the ball's had a lot of attention, and of course our listeners won't know that until we tell them, so I better, because it's hit the helmet a couple of times. It's not because it's hit the fence. It's not because it's been smashed all over the place. The fact is it's hit the helmet on a couple of occasions, and if it hits the peak or the grill, of course it could do damage to the leather, so they're just keeping an eye on that.
Might get some swing.
It's in shape though as folks bowls. This is just coming back into the right-hander again. Chase just looking a bit uncomfortable with the ball. Folks' length is good.
I think he's a candidate too, Roston Chase, because he's a tall player and he doesn't get a lot further forward. He doesn't use that front leg, so I think he's an LBW candidate.
Yep.
And if the ball keeps low, I mean, for a tall man, it's very hard to adjust and get down.
It feels like he's fighting, falling across his stumps a bit.
Yeah, in his stance and then in his back lift, he's actually tall. He's very, very tall. So the Yorker, the full-length delivery, I think is a decent sort of an option.
Conway going back about 20 metres off the boundary at square leg, wide outside the off stump from folks. No shot from Chase. We'll take a break with the score 112 for 3. Chase 3, Hope 24.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce here. Dry paddocks, low troughs. If your lifestyle block's struggling for water, we can help. At Waterforce, we design water systems to perfectly suit your lifestyle property and tailored to suit your lifestyle, whether it's irrigation, stock water or garden sprinklers. Our solutions are smart, efficient, sustainable and built to last, so your water needs are covered now and well into the future.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
Prosper, fast business funding, expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now, and our scoreboard with Harvey Norman. Harvey Norman TV deals. Here's Ray beginning another over. The West Indies batting first, 112 for 3. Hope drives beautifully. Immaculate shot to the long on boundary for 4. Just pitched up a little bit into the pads of Hope. He stood tall and executed a perfect on drive. Big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals. Talk about staying still through the shot.
Yeah. just really a checked forward defence almost, wasn't it? There was no follow through or flourish at all. Just a good contact inside mid-on 4.
See how Ray responds. A shorter delivery, predictably, and just speared off his midriff by Hope to the vacant mid-wicket area. Another run takes the score to 117 for 3.
See, I think I see Will Young on it mid-off, which I'm just looking around the room to see who's not there. And I would assume it's one of the bowlers. Tickner is there.
Can't see Duffy.
Jacob Duffy might be off with a break. Seem to come and go a wee bit these days, don't they?
Yeah, Folks is down at wrong leg outside the off stump and no shot. So Phillips in the gully, he's maintained his habit of wearing a sleeveless jersey. He's the only player, I think, out there with a jersey on. Wore it all morning as well. It's a lovely day in Wellington. Is this everyone says no better place to be than Wellington on a good day. Is this one such day, Jerry?
Getting there.
Just covering your bases. Oh, lovely shot again, this time by Chase, actually, as he turns the ball wide of Tickner at mid-on. Tickner has a chase of about 30 metres back towards the boundary, and they amble through for a couple. 119 for 3.
Do you see that, Jerry? Daniel McHardy came in, right? He blocked both of our view of a couple of deliveries, mucked around on the computer, and put it back to where it was. What was the point of that disturbance?
Well, I'm not going to ask you to describe what you saw.
He's coming back now to do it again. He's just going to interrupt the flow of the commentary by getting in between us to do absolutely nothing.
3 slips as Ray bowls. Chase is turning the ball into the onside. Again, just an easy single for the West Indies. I do feel that New Zealand have just been a bit both sides of the wicket.
Here we are, Zor. Seems to be Ray's natural angle, doesn't it? He brings it from a right-hander outside the off-stump delivery-wise and into that leg stump, or straight and then nip it back in as well. Those seem to be the two main things that he does at the moment.
1 ball remaining in the over. Chase 6, Hope 29, and a short delivery from Ray sees Chase going back, and Hope rather, and just sitting down on his haunches as he avoids that delivery. So it's 120 for 3. And Ray, 9 overs, 1 for 45, just reducing his economy rate down to 5. He was expensive before lunch, hit in his first over by Hope, a pull shot through the mid-wicket area for 4, and then a really savage shot, a bit finer over the boundary for 6. Would have been a tough introduction for Michael Ray, but picking up the wicket of King has really helped him. In fact, it's not King that he picked up as we watch here Folks running into bowl, and this is a delivery which ends up just off the body into the onside, so no run. Sirens going around, as you can hear. What would it be, a test at the Basin Reserve, if we didn't have that? John Campbell was the player who Ray picked up.
Well, that was a police car, that. Quite often back in the day when there was absolutely nothing going on out in the middle, you'd try and guess what it was.
Pick the siren. Nothing. That must have been on a very dull day's cricket. Let's see, a nice drive from Chase, not following through, but able to pick up a couple through the cover region, chased by Tickner, who's had a lot to do in the field at that mid-off position. 122 for 3. Chase is looking better as he just doesn't try to overhit.
It's one of the things that keep you going sometimes on some of those difficult sessions when nothing appears to be happening and the wickets aren't occurring and there's runs just coming along steadily, and someone would pose a question in the cordon.
Folks bowls to Chase, and he's again just looking for that LBW opportunity, trying to get the ball between the past the bat. It's just driven to mid-on.
If you've fallen over on your trousers or something like that, where would you get them dry cleaned? And you'd spend probably He had to get it right first time. You couldn't afford to make a mistake. So your eyes, you scanned all around 360 degrees on the circumference of the ground to find some little ad or something like that tucked away behind a tree.
Folks bowls no shot. Preem's Dry Cleaners or something back in the day.
With the phone number, and you've got to throw out the phone number as an answer.
What about this one, Jerry, when it was exceptionally boring as well? We used to hum a couple of bars and we had to guess the song.
Yes.
That would be easier with some than others, I imagine.
Yes.
Jerry would be okay at that game.
I don't know about that, but anyway.
That's pretty good at all the games, to be fair.
Yeah.
He was captain. He used to make the rules.
That's right. He won everything, didn't he?
I went and I changed that number. It's an 8, not a 3.
Folks bowls and onto the back foot is Chase. He pulls that ball that's uppish, racing out to the boundary. Well, racing, just gently getting towards the boundary in the practice pitches. Chased out there by Conway. 2 more runs for Chase. 1, 2, 4 for 3. 1 ball remaining in the over.
Important for Chase, I suppose you guys might have said that already, but he failed twice in Christchurch, didn't he? Someone has to support hope. Obviously it was Graves in the second innings, but I think there was a duck for Chase in the first innings and also for Graves. So suddenly he's just hanging in there, isn't he? 10 off 23 at the moment, having to work hard with his balance.
Folks from the RA Vance stand end has a ball which is just moving away. The bat pulled inside the line. 124 for 3 it is with Chase on 10. Hope 29, folks. None for 36 from 11. After this break, it'll be Daniel McHardy.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
The summer of cricket from the Basin Reserve, day number 1 of the second test. Our coverage with Prosper Fast Business Funding will be ready to continue from the Government House end. From over the wicket, Hope tries to drive, finds mid-on, and there is no run.
Sorry.
A bit of, is it MGMT? Coming through our fixed mic. Hello, Grant Elliott is Ian Smith after a marathon spell holding the can for Jeremy Coney, who no doubt was...
No, he asked me to do that for him.
Okay.
He likes to get his profile up. You know that. Heavens above, we all know that.
6 minutes late to a commentary stand. 6 minutes. Here's a bouncer underneath. Hope saw that very quickly. Grant Elliott and Jeremy Coney providing extra commentary with Mighty Mobile.
It wasn't an over, was it? Because someone got hit on the head. So that took quite a while for all the retinue of people to come out. Check this, check that.
So no thanks
about
required.
4 balls, actually.
Exactly.
And it gives them time to get into their roles, ease their way in.
No doubt Garth spent 15 minutes thanking me profusely.
What for?
2 slips of gully. So, man catching around the corner on the onside, quite square. And left alone by Hope. Time management skills, Garth's real strength, right? But lawyer, every 6 minutes, they know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, a little bell rings in the head.
Little bell, ka-ching, or something like that. Sounds a bit like that. So, as I like to do, wandering around, man of the people after lunch. And when I'm 22 minutes away from my commentary stint, I should head back from the embankment, walk past into the food court where all the trucks are. Ray from over the wicket. Full punch drive nicely to the left of the mid-off. That's Jacob Duffy. He'll set off, and that will continue to just keep the distance between player and ball out to the fence for 428 for the loss of 3 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Nice stroke from Hope, who moved his total to 33 on the day.
Scoreboard?
No, he's been 49 balls, 6 fours. I was trying to get to 6 fours. Finally found it.
Okay. I would keep it away from full after going early. You can try early because sometimes a man's strength is his weakness early on. But I think now that he's been in for some time, I would keep away from the drive.
I 1-2-8 for 3. Ray beats a length. He's asked by Jeremy Coney defending. There is no run. So
we're in the food court.
So it took me about a minute to get there. So Garth Galloway's coming on next in 1 minute. And there's Galloway in the queue at the Indonesian spot.
And he will be talking to everybody around there. I've never known a man to introduce himself to so many people and comment about their clothes or how good they're looking today or where did you get here? Where are you sitting? How much do you earn?
Right, nipping back in, side edge onto the front pad. And I'm like, you are on.
Straight.
I said, Garth, you're on in a minute. You're on in 1 minute.
Some people really struggle.
I know, but I've ordered some food. That's the end of the over. So cricket rudely gets in the way of this. He goes, I know. So I've ordered some food. I'll be all right. I said, do you want me to wait in the queue for you? And like that, he had disappeared. Off like a shot. So I sat and waited.
So we assume that's a yes.
Yeah. So I had to sit and wait for his food, dropped it off. At least a thank you would have been nice. Appropriate.
Such a good man. You are. And I think that probably...
The look from Smith in the back of the box is everything I need to know.
What a great man you are, Daniel McHardy. But the question I've got...
didn't you put in something else in the lunch as well, like a bit of pahutakawa or something like that?
A little garnish.
Yeah. This tastes a bit off.
Lemon dressing. Some lemon dressing. It is Tickner who's got 2 wickets from the Van stand in. Into the attack, he dropped short, left alone outside of off stump. Ambulance, by the way, if you're playing Basin Bingo. It was 20 past 2, we thought, for the first siren, which is quite late in the day.
We haven't seen the helicopter yet? Or?
No.
No? Haven't seen the live flight helicopter.
There's one purring at the top.
Gee, we saw a lot in Christchurch, though, didn't we?
We did.
Coming in.
Here it's a bit further down Adelaide Road towards Wellington Hospital. One's looks like it's about to go on the top of Wellington Hospital. Here's Tickner squaring Chase up, diverted to backward point. I know you were talking about music too, Jerry. The question about musical instrument. Would you deem a whistle a musical instrument?
I would.
Okay. A whistle. Well, what do you mean a penny whistle? Do you mean what sort of which? There are different types of whistles.
Well, if I knew what a penny whistle was...
That sort of whistle?
No, a proper whistle, like a referee. Let's say a football
whistle.
Whistle, yeah.
As music?
Yeah.
Well, it depends how broad you want to make the definition.
Yes. Tickner. Full again on off stump, defending his chase to point.
You get down to a point where it's just a noise.
Well, apparently it is a musical instrument, according to the security here at the Basin Reserve. Because again, wandering around, I like to speak to our people. Oh, we've got an accident outside the Mount Victoria Tunnel. Well, we haven't had one of those in a while. So if you're coming in from the airport, you're stuffed for a while. take other routes. Oh, spotted by Smithy. Chase on 10, looks up, and that's a more assured defensive push into the cover region. So a young gentleman out on the bank who I met had 2 blasts of his whistle. By the sounds, those on top of the bank loved it, were right in behind it, the old and the clap, and then two blasts of his whistle. The security turned up
from behind the trees.
Hello. What's going on here?
From the Wakefield, the top of the Wakefield Monument.
But hang on, he's getting the crowd going. We need that in New Zealand.
Yeah, wow.
We feel like we have to play music in between overs to get the crowd going.
More common sense. He's a beauty from Tickner. Nibbling away from the right-hander has fallen. Yep, so what do you think they do? They didn't confiscate it, but they made him fill out, and I've got evidence, I've got the photo, a musical instrument pre-registration form.
Crikey, imagine if the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra came in.
So he's had to fill out the form. And the good news, he's allowed to keep it, because it's now an official musical instrument. And he can bring it in for all 5 days.
So you have to actually register it.
Bouncer down the leg side, and it's a poor one. That will end the over 128 for 3.
Yep, another ad. But stick with me. If you love watching live sport, you can bet on the game too with Betcha. Get all the stats and insights you need, place your bets before the next play, and watch your bets come in with the new Bet Tracker. All on the Betcha app. Select sports and markets. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. 128 for the loss of 3. Campbell, the only man out. He lasted 3 balls after lunch. Gone for 44. Caught Mitchell at first slip off the bowling of Ray. Michael Ray's first Test wicket. 93 for 3 at that stage. Just 1 run added after lunch. Now 128 for the loss of 3. Our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. It's going to be Jacob Duffy in to push up into this northwesterly from the Government House end with 2 slips next to Hay on the drive, and not convincing as it slices out through point to deep point. Conway's into field, 129 for the loss of 3. So apparently, please note, entry of musical instruments as the first helicopter leaves Wellington Hospital, will sail high above our head, but any musical instrument brought into the match venue is restricted by venue entry and ticketing terms and conditions, and you need to fill out a form.
Well, I hope they've done that with that helicopter, because that was a bit louder. No doubt about that. That's interrupting the game.
Duffy, full and driven. Pointers come up for chase. There won't be a run. Man of the I know Aaron was listening at the top of the bank. Aaron said really enjoyed listening to you three fellas providing expert commentary. Aaron, I know you're listening. Tell Whistle Man to have another crack. I think we should try and get Whistle Man.
The Whistler.
Yeah, the Whistler.
That's what we've got to call him.
Those on the bank, you know where Whistle Man is.
William Whistler.
Yeah. We want whistling death. It's Duffy. Arrives, bowls, back of a length into the hip of chase down towards long leg, and there is a single. 130 for the loss of 3 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals. So we'll be very disappointed if we don't hear some whistling in the next few minutes.
Well, the whistle, I can see, and then everyone starts clapping, right? Like that gets the crowd going. But there was the Vuvuzela in South Africa, which they got the ban. I mean, they were, Jerry, and you said off air that they probably were a little bit too much. But I mean, what are the instruments that they wouldn't allow you in? Because the Barmy Army,
the trumpet.
They've got the cornet or the trumpet. And I remember
awkward defensive stroke from Hope, no run.
You've got a good memory, Daniel. Wasn't it the Test match here against England where they took the trumpet away from the Barmy Army, but then Brendan McCullum and Southey maybe went back and as a peace offering and offered it back to them? I just think an instrument, we should have a bring your instrument to the basin day on Saturday.
But make sure you fill in your pre-registration forms.
Just register it and then it's fine, is it? Like a firearm.
What? Into leg stump as Hope works into mid-wicket.
I'm bringing me blunderbuss down on Friday.
This is not St. Bloemfontein, mate.
Have you got any firearms? No, but I've got an instrument, a musical instrument, and you'll have to register that, sir.
Last ball of the Duffy over, none for 26. Last ball of his 11th over.
You could easily sneak a musical instrument in as well, a whistle.
Will you bring one tomorrow?
Yeah, I will.
Duffy pushing over right on the money on off stump, and nothing Hope could do other than push to cover. The end of the over, 130 for 3.
Success in farming and growing isn't about big flashy moments. It takes constant decisions and persistent effort to earn smaller wins that add up. Having enough feed to keep stock healthy through summer, that's a win. Preventing a parasite outbreak, win. Installing a water tank before the dry spell, another win. Farmlands is here to help with expert advice, reliable products and timely supply. Score some wins with our summer offers in store, through your rep or on Farmlands Pro.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation on the Basin Reserve with Prosper. Keep your business moving. Will be Tickner, who has 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 14. stand out as far as the New Zealand figures are concerned. None for 36 for Folkes, none for 26 for Duffy and Ray, the other wicket taker, 1 for 49. Our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. From the Vance stand end, from over the wicket, he starts holding short, wide outside of off stump and sparing the border pointers chase.
Last time Jerry and I were on, Tickner actually got swapped over from the southern end to the northern end, and since then he probably hasn't been the same bowler. He's run in, he tried to be too aggressive, he's bowled a shorter length. He just hasn't looked quite as disciplined and dangerous to West Indian batters. I think that, I mean, you've captained here, Jerry. I think when you start your test match, you kind of know your bowlers that will be into the wind and the ones with it. But it doesn't look like Tom Latham's really settled on anyone besides Folkes.
Bright sunshine, full of this time from it. Inside edge takes it down to long leg for a single, 131 for three on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
So Folkes has been the only one to bowl with the wind all the time. And that's because of maybe the shape that he bowls. Duffy into the wind, also shape away, but he's had to crack at both ends. Doesn't look like there's much structure. They haven't found a blueprint or a rhythm that they can get into as a unit to try and build pressure.
It's a gnarly looking accident approaching them. Now, Victoria Tunnel, I hope everything's okay. Got a white car and a silver vehicle. Still have, not sure of trying to turn into Wellington College in the buses only lane. Never a good idea. Hope everyone's okay. There's no traffic coming through. Here's a beauty again from Tickner, hitting the seam hard and going away from Hope, who ends up chest on. Neatly unbalanced. 140k too from Tickner. Good pace, good carry through to Hay behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's a nice delivery. Sort of mid-crease, angled in and just nibbled away, straightened, opened up. Hope squared him up, as you say, just almost finding that outside edge. Still 3 slips in place, first, second and third, and a gully.
Still no whistle either. Whistleman might have swallowed it. Looked a hungry individual. 131 for the loss of 3 is full of this time. Hope will divert the ball to the gully. No run.
That's quite good again, isn't it? Because you're looking to play backward defence there, and it's a hurried backward defence, you'd have to say. Also, it's ended up at gully. So those are indications that Tickner is starting to get closer to the length. It still beat the outside edge, so that would suggest to you that it's not quite, it might only be a question of 6 inches in terms of length, a little bit closer, and it might have found that edge, you see, and not go past it.
Past umpire rifle, a little bit wider of the crease, effort ball, so much so he falls over in his follow through. It was a bouncer, Hope not interested.
It's quite a fiery spell here from Tickner. It really looks like he's putting in effort. Deliveries 2 and 3 are over 140, that one 136 and a bouncer. Perhaps he's been asked to come in and try and be a bit aggressive, try and get that next wicket.
Yeah, that's the only danger sometimes with bowling with the wind. You're at the stronger end, you're at the powerful end, you're at the guy who's going to soften the opposition up, all those kinds of little cliches.
Tall right arm, medium fast bowler. From over the wicket, full of this time, pushed to point. No run. The end of the over, the West Indies 131 for 3. After the break, it's going to be Ben Strang on it.
Time for a drink. It's the drinks break on Sport Nation Cricket.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, faster recovery, lasting relief.
Sport Nation.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Hey,
Are you looking for a new home to bet on your favorite sports like basketball, NRL, or the UFC? Sign up to Betcha today and we'll double your first deposit up to $100 in bonus cash. Download the Betcha app. Max bonus $100. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly.
Sport Nation.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Same Game Multis just got better on Betcha. We've now got more markets, more combos, and more ways for you to bet on sports. Copy popular Same Game Multis and even get personalized picks with the new Same Game Multi for you. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly. Okay, back to the tunes now.
Sport Nation.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
In place for Michael Ray. Wide of the crease, edging, and gone! Michael Ray has his first test wicket. Full outside off, drawing the drive from John Campbell. And he edges to first slip, taken by Daryl Mitchell. West Indies, 93 for 3. Zach Folkes continues from the RA Advanced stand, end, short, pulled, very fine, it'll run away for 4, not a good delivery, and pulled away from Hope, just guided, very fine, a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
Here's Ray beginning another over. The West Indies batting first, 112 for 3. Hope drives beautifully, immaculate shot to the long on boundary for 4, just pitched up a little bit into the pads of Hope. He stood tall and executed a perfect on drive. And welcome back to the cricket, being brought to you from the Basin Reserve, the summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Your business funded faster. So we're going to see Jacob Duffy coming back into the attack, continuing his stint, really. A long spell in Christchurch. Gee, he got through a lot of overs. He's bowled 11 now as we're just halfway through the day's play in terms of time. 131 for 3 it is. Chase 12. Hope 34, and it's Chase, the West Indies captain, who's ducking underneath a delivery from Duffy, and it flies through to Mitchell Hay, playing in his first game for New Zealand. Our scoreboard with Harvey Norman TV deals, and our stats with the Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. You can hear plenty of imploring going on from behind the stumps. What's happened over at we've still got traffic stopped there at the Mount Victoria Tunnel. Here's a ball flicked by Chase off his pads down to Ticknote long leg. 132 for 3. Well, you spotted that, Smithy. I see traffic's all dried up, and sadly there's an ambulance there, so I do hope that everything's okay.
Yeah, well, there's no through traffic at Mount Victoria Tunnel at all, either way. They've sent all the cars that were heading into the city area and trucks have to do 3, 4, 5 point turns and get back through the other side for an alternative route. And there's no cars at this stage going up through the tunnel.
Duffy bowls, and this is just bouncing a couple of times in front of Phillips at Gully.
From the city, so yeah, it's his big gridlock there, and we've got police cars still arriving. We've got an ambulance up there, so we just hope everyone's okay, put it that way. And a mere 150 yards away, we're playing a test match.
Yeah, exactly. I know, yeah. It brings things very much into perspective, doesn't it? Not pleasant at all. And I'm sure our spectators are so completely oblivious to it as they watch glorious scenes not far away, as Ian Smith says. Here's Duffy bowling, and this ball is again played into the gully. Hope is just looking a little bit restless, like he wants to give himself room.
Well, what a series he's had so far. A half century followed up by a really wonderful 100. We commentated the 100 that he scored in Napier. He's had some too, Shay Hope, just by the by. And he does, because he likes to dominate. He's one of those players that likes to dominate. He's got number 4 on his back. He bats at number 4. That is usually a critical part of any batting lineup, and he just wants to be the boss.
Yep. He faces Duffy, and Duffy's the boss at the moment as he drops that ball in and cramps up the right-hander.
But he's good to watch, and this is, if the West Indies are to build a really worthwhile test lineup going forward on a consistent basis, you get the impression that Shea Hope has to be integral to that. So this is an interesting part of the test match as well, interesting part of the day's play. If the West Indies now can thwart New Zealand and make some sunshine, some hay in the sunshine after tea, they could own the day. If not, New Zealand need to keep taking wickets.
Duffy in the sunshine has Hope playing to Ravindra at mid-wicket. End of the over, 132 for 3. It's hard to believe, isn't it, that Hope averages 25 and he's 27 after that magnificent innings in Christchurch. He's a much better player than that, and really he has to demand more of himself.
Oh, look, he's a 40-plus test player on technique and his ability to bat long periods of time. It just hasn't happened for him, but look forward to that. I mean, I'm a big fan of West Indies cricket. One of my greatest memories of growing up as a kid is at this very ground when it used to be shaped differently. But that was a team led by Gary Sobers. What a team that was.
Oh, yeah, unbelievable.
When I was just a kid, I'll never forget the maroon caps and the shot play, and Seymour Nurse, Basil Butcher, Joey Carew.
Yeah, well, Carew and Nurse had incredibly good series, didn't they? That was 68-69 as this ball's turned into the onside, no run.
As a school kid there, just remembering Clive Lloyd, a young Clive Lloyd in the covers, and Sobers who could open the bowling, bat anywhere and bowl spin.
Yeah.
They say, still people say the greatest ever cricketer. There is an argument now that Jacques Callis might have taken over from him as the greatest ever all-rounder. There is that argument.
I can understand that as well. God, what a romance around Garfield Sobers. What a player, pushing into the offside here. And this is an easy single for Chase. I like the way that he's just starting to accumulate a little bit more. 14. I think in that... I'll just have a look at the stats in a moment, but Seymour Nurse scored a big 100 on that, a double 100 on that tour, out of a total of around 420. Extraordinary achievement.
Lloyd Fredericks floating around then.
Yeah.
Charlie Davis maybe.
Yep.
Hall and Griffith.
Yeah, not bad.
Some team.
Not bad.
Gibbs.
Lance Gibbs. Yeah, we talked about Gibbs and Wellington and Hall for that matter. Let's take the bowls down the leg side. Hall must have been a brutal fast bowler. I didn't see him, but reading about him, and I mentioned that he started his career as a Mitch Hay, a wicketkeeper batsman who took the new ball when a bowler didn't turn up in club cricket in the West Indies, took 6 wickets and went on to become the West Indies one of their great bowlers really throughout that period. And it was a period where the West Indies were producing some very fine players, and you talked about a lot of them with Nurse and Joey Carew and so on, as taking the bowls short and through. But also, ironically, Alf Valentine and Sonny Ramadan, the spinners who took so many wickets against England in that successful series against them in 1959, and then came out here and carried it on. I mean, they were an extraordinary pair.
The pedigree in cricket and what they have given Test cricket for decades. And that is why people are so sad at their plight at the moment, and they're clutching at straws trying to get back to...
Hope faces and will have a run as he turns to the right of Ray at mid-on, who just fumbles.
Even 50% of that would be fantastic of that kind of an era. And there is genuine sadness throughout the islands and the countries that constitute the West Indies that it's reached this point. So they hang on everything, and I talked about it in Christchurch a little bit too when I was a guest commentator on Fox Television Australia, and they won. How they celebrated that win at the Gabba with dancing and parties. It was old day stuff,
It was incredible. short delivery, which is brutal from Tickner. That's the first one we've really seen rear off this pitch, and in the end Chase played it pretty well, managing to keep it down. We'll take a break with the score 134 for 3.
Why is it when you ask most builders if your job's on track, they'll say,
Sure.
But how can you be sure their sure is as sure as your sure? Easy. Don't just be sure, be guaranteed with a fixed price and an ironclad completion date from Generation Homes. A Generation Homes property isn't just a comfortable, stylish place to live. It's built to a fixed timeline and fixed price. Generation Homes, making building easy. Generation.co.nz.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, fast business funding. Duffy from the government house end in beautiful conditions here in Wellington. A northerly breeze blowing, lovely drive, and a lovely shot to match the weather. Again, we've seen Hope do it twice since lunch. It's an on drive where he stands tall and punches the ball between the bowler, between the stumps, and mid-on for 4. Beautiful.
One of the hardest shots in the book to play, and particularly when you're a shortish man and you're driving on the up, which means there's a risk factor that the bottom hand might come into play and you might hit it in the air. That was not. That was a perfect straight drive almost, wasn't it? It was just on side of the stumps. Glorious.
Sure was. Reminiscent of, well, I always think the greatest on driver I saw as this ball's played to Phillips at Gully was Martin Crowe. And he was, for Crowe, it was always, for me, about his balance and the position of his head. He didn't fall to off at all. He was able to stand tall and hold his position. So elegant.
Such a hard shot to play when you're thinking onside without your hands taking over and hitting it squarer.
Yes, and bringing LB in.
Exactly. The secret to it is to remain relatively straight in everything you do, but it's not common.
No, and it's a lovely thing to watch. Short from Duffy. Underneath it is Hope. 138 for 3, so Hope is building. He's on 39. Yeah, but back to those. I mean, the West Indies tour, I remember it was away from home, of course, and I was 7 or 8 when this, or 9 when this happened. Was the 72 tour, was it, to the West Indies? And we had 5 drawn tests, of course, where Turner scored 2 double centuries and Jarvis scored 100 in a test match, and Bruce Taylor took 27 wickets in the series at 17, which was extraordinary. This is Hope going onto the back foot and pushing back. And of course on that tour, Murray Webb went, didn't he? And he was, I think, only 19 years of age and rooming with Jack Alabaster, the school principal from Southend, who was into his 40s. An uncomfortable mix.
He wasn't your normal 19-year-old either, was he?
Not Murray, no. They say, and again, he played one of his test matches here against the Australians around that era and was in Stackpole, and Redpath scored huge runs from memory, and Ian Chappell. And he struggled, but he was quick, Murray, undoubtedly quick. Had a number of sort of off and on periods for Otago where he sort of gave up and then he would come back, plays into the offside. This time no run. I played a lot of club cricket with Murray, and he even in his late 30s, early 40s, he loved, you'd turn up to the University Oval and he'd just be bowling to a stump, practicing rhythm.
I'm not rude, I'm not trying to be rude here. Hippie-ish?
Oh, no, Murray, absolutely. There'd be no problem with that at all. And of course, it went on. Yeah, he'd be the first to say it, I'm sure. As Duffy bowls and outside the off stump, no shot from Hope. The end of the over, 138 for 3. Of course, Murray went on to become the caricaturist, the cartoonist did the caricatures rather for the Listener and the Otago Daily Times and a lot of national newspapers. He was when I went back and practiced law down in Dunedin in the late 1990s. I again used to see a bit of Murray. He was still playing a bit then, but more than that, he was single sculling on the Otago Harbour. So he would get up early, attach a single scull, and I've never tried it and never will, but I understand there is a very high skill set to be able to stay stable in those things, and Murray did that on Otago Harbour day and for years, and then one day I can remember seeing him as he came into the office for something. He's Tickner beginning another over, bowling to Chase, who's onto the back foot, pushing to the offside. And Murray, he was more, because he was a quiet and considered person, but he was very engaged and happy. And I said, you seem grateful. What's happened? And he said, today I perfected the sculling technique. And he'd been at it, and he said, I've been doing it for 10 years or whatever, and today I got it right. And that's a measure of the man. He was an absolute, well, still is an absolute perfectionist. And of course, brother Richard was a wonderful university club stalwart as ticking the bowls, and this is a full delivery. Chase just playing away from his body a little bit. It's not without risk, but he'll pick up a brace. 139 for 3.
Well, I never played against either Webb, actually. I don't think that I played against Richard Webb. I may have in a one-day game or something. When I was growing up as a kid here, one of the great honours was if you were asked to do the scoreboard. And back in those days, the scoreboard was made up of tin.
Yep. Turn them round. Tin numbers, and you climbed up the ladder and you worked side on here at the basin. That's where the scoreboard was. Tick the bowls to Hope. Again, he picks up a run into the cover region. It's picked up there by... Just saying, is that Bracewell who's on the field? I saw number 4 and thought it looked out of place, and it is, but he's a substitute fielder at mid-off. Had a shy at the stumps, they made their ground. Your young eyes, you can, if you're loving the game, you can see everything side on anyway. Murray Webb couldn't see the ball. You could not see the ball. It was that quick. Yeah, he was quick, all right. And no helmets back in those days. No. Hell no. They say, well, those who know that era always talk about Gary Bartlett and Murray Webb being probably the two quickest who played for New Zealand. But Murray got hit a bit at international level, but he was a fearsome provincial bowler. Richard was unpleasant to face as well. He bowled off. He had one of those short runs of about 12-15 metres. His technical bowls pushed into the offside by Hope. They're scoring runs quite nicely, the West Indies. 1-4-2 for 3, and he had a prodigious in-swing, and it followed you. It just kept coming in and bouncing, and he they bowled quite short in the nets. Well, they practiced as if they were bowling the batsmen back in those days. There was no, give me some half volleys, I want to feel good about things. No. And they were off about 16 metres as well. Yeah, no umpires in there pulling them back. Which always made no balls on a Saturday a bit frustrating. It did. Chase is 17, Hope is 40. It's 142 for 3. Here's Tickner bowling. Here's just another one that bounces quite sharply, and Chase is defending. Public service announcement we should do here, because that road is still blocked for people listening to us on the radio, and perhaps people intending to go to the airport to catch a flight. Be careful about that, because the two alternative routes, one is to go around the bays through Oriental Bay. That'll be busy because, of course, there's none going through the tunnel, and we can see here it's just a crawl going up through Newtown up Adelaide Road, so there is no access through. If you're going to catch a plane, or you're intending to catch a plane, be careful about the route that you choose. Yeah, well, it's round the basin, miss the turn off to the Mount Vic Tunnel, head down Newtown, turn left, and down Adelaide Road. Here's a delivery which is short and played into the offside. And we'll take a break. 142 for 3 it is. Chase is 17, Hope is 40. After the break, Ben Strang.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Prada Paradox 50ml EDP now $159.99, save $77, and save $76 on Mont Blanc Explorer 60ml EDP now $69.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. Ben Strang joining Ian Smith in the box, and we have a change. It is Glenn Phillips about to bowl some off spin.
Well, he's in the side. He was not fit to play in Christchurch, but he did spend a lot of the last day on the field as a sub fielder. But here he finds himself at the bowling crease on a pitch where he's done okay in the past. Not a first day pitch necessarily, but later on in the match. He's New Zealand's number 1 spinner, certainly in this test match. And here's an opportunity with a slip and a leg gully and a catching short mid-wicket to see if he can give it a rip on day 1.
Phillips, first delivery, full, spinning back into Shea Hope, defended into the onside for no run.
And, we've got the benefit of a television replay machine up here, so we can actually see if there's any turn. And yes, it was slightly off the square, to be fair, in terms of its direction.
Phillips to continue. Through the crease, good pace, works down the ground for a single. As Hope moves to 40, 143 for 3.
I guess it's by design that they have Jacob Duffy down there at long on, and a fairly deep mid-off as well. But I'd be very tempted, as 50 partnership, is it, between these two? Yes, it is. It comes up, it's the ripple of applause you hear in the background. I'd be very tempted to keep my man up unless Phillips has requested that, because let them take a risk. Let them take you on in the air early on while you're getting settled and while they're getting settled with you.
Try to create something. As Phillips down the leg side, just past the leg gully. Rachin Ravindra stretching to his right, can't get it. They go through for a single. It'll be interesting to see the replay on that. Leg buys.
Lovely GP.
Signalled as leg buys, yeah. There's a lot of excitement from Phillips to think that it might have perhaps come off bat as well. And it was past Ravindra in a flash, who's the player under the helmet there.
Ben Phillips getting plenty of encouragement from his teammates as he goes past the umpire over the wicket to Hope, defends into the onside for no run. 44 overs into this, we're starting to spin. Again, probably calls into question the toss decision to have a bowl.
Well, it just hasn't been successful enough for Tom Layton to carry on with his seamers. So this is also, I don't mind it as a variation. I don't know if it doesn't work quickly.
Works down the ground for a single by Hope yet again.
I don't think it'll be a long experiment. I don't think he'll let it drift on, but especially on day one. But it is, there you go, there's two singles, comfortable singles to Shea Hope down the ground to a player that I think should be up at this point. Run rate 3.23. Let them take him on initially.
Chase 17 from 45. Watches carefully as Phillips is through the crease. Reverse sweep. Backward of point. Running round to his left is Devon Conway at point on the boundary. Stops that and they'll come back for a second. Chase moving to 19. West Indies 147 for 3 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, fast recovery, lasting relief.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. Blair Tickner will continue from the R.A. Vance stand end. Shea Hope is 41 from 77, continuing his good form. Tickner, length, cut, backward a point. Runs away towards the boundary, but it's well fielded and they will keep it to 2. West Indies 149 for 3. Hope on 43.
These are one of the times I think that you notice the change in the West Indies and their approach to batting. Because I think, partially because of the way that they batted and saved that match in Christchurch, you gain a lot as a batting side, I think. And you look at someone like Chase, he's been in now, as you mentioned, 46 balls, he's on 19, he hasn't hit a boundary yet.
Tickner, full on the off stump, driven down the ground, delightful shot from Shea Hope. He moves to 47, West Indies 153. And that is a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
And Hope's hitting the boundaries, as you just mentioned, and, that's the 8th of them in 48 runs. So he garners the boundaries and gathers them nicely. But Chase, since he's arrived after those 2 failures in Christchurch, has just hung in there. Hasn't looked at, really secure and safe all the time, but he's looking better and better. And we saw a sort of reverse sweep the last delivery he faced.
Tickner goes short this time. Is it off the glove? Yes, it is. Balloons up to the man at third slip. Wasn't comfortable whatsoever, Shea Hope, and he falls for 47. West Indies 153 for 4.
Well, it was a plan of attack in Christchurch, but it was more of a surprise ball today to Shea Hope, the short one, and this is an absolute beauty. It's the absolute height you want to get it through. It's up there, it's threatening the head area, and it's one you just cannot control. So Tickner gets 2 LBWs and he picks one up with a beautifully directed short delivery. He's having a good day out here at the Basin Reserve, and one of the West Indies' best hopes for a big score is on his way back. 48, he looked good, but nipped in the bud by a good one from Tickner.
Tickner has 3 for 27 now from his 10.5 overs bowled. 3 maidens amongst that. He has been the big threat for New Zealand so far, Jeremy Coney.
Oh, definitely. He's nipped the ball around early, just prior to lunch, got 2 wickets, the only 2 wickets to fall at lunch. And then Ray has picked up the 3rd wicket, caught the first slip, and then this ball, this was one actually where Hope was starting to bat out of his crease again. And Tickner was quite right. No, you're not going to do that to me. And he got it on song in terms of the length and the line. And it was of a nasty height where he dropped the bottom hand of the bat and had lost control of the stroke. And it's actually hit the bat and lobbed up. And Williamson, coming from slip, has taken that catch, which was a very comfortable catch, just running in really. So almost straight to him. So lost control of the stroke because of the difficulty of the height, threatening the neck and the sort of the face area. So very good from Tickner once again. Different type of dismissal, different length than the first 2 wickets, and that's exactly what you want him, and well done. He's been the pick of the bowlers.
Brings in Justin Graves, fresh off his 202 not out marathon effort at Hagley Oval, saving the match for the West Indies. And he will face up with 3 slips in a gully in place, 4 other men inside the circle. Short, and ducks under it, does Graves, before running backwards towards square leg. That was quick.
It's an effort ball. The one that got Shea Hope was 137. This one comes up at 141 basically, so a little bit quicker. A real effort ball, and it was beautifully directed again. And the best thing that Graves could do in that situation was get out of the way, but he did it with some discomfort. Really good stuff from Tickner. All of a sudden, the accuracy of the short pitch bowling is spot on.
Graves taking a moment, readjusting the gloves, making sure he's as comfortable as he can be. It's Blair Tickner. Top of his mark, hopping from one foot to the other, preparing to bowl. He runs past the umpire. Back of a length and defended back down the pitch for no run.
It's a good story, the Tickner story, isn't it? We all know about the background with the family. But through and through, he has wanted to be a really good cricketer, carried on his county ambitions, and then has got this opportunity now in the one-day series. Wasn't he fantastic? Wasn't he fantastic against England? Really good there, standout player, 2 player of the matches in a row. And all of a sudden now he gets this opportunity in a test match and he's on track again.
Short and left alone again by Graves. That concludes 46th over. West Indies 153 for 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. It's a good example of a player taking every opportunity that is given to him.
Well, to me, he looks a different kind of bowler. He looks a bowler that's added to what he had 3 years ago, where he came in and pitched short, basically, and picked up wickets, the English wickets, who were keen to get into him, and he went for a few runs as well, didn't he? But at the same time, now he's got added to that, I think, and he's able to get other players out in different ways. And, it's a slightly different action that we've seen, particularly as he begins his run-up and that sort of thing, trying to get the rhythm going. And I'm very much interested in what he does, because he's able to get players out in different ways now. Short ball, full ball, nipping it round.
Ben Phillips continues from the Rongotai end of the ground. over the wicket and defended back down the wicket.
Now the captaincy side of me, which is very brief, Jerry, tends to suggest now Graves is in. Okay, he's 202 in Christchurch, no doubt about it, but he's got to get reset. He has to get reset. Who would you be bowling at the southern end? Would you be bowling a part-time spinner at him, or would you be asking one of your big boys to come back and have a crack while he looks to get reset?
Totally the big boys, and I'd actually almost swap Tickner around to the far end and look to do what he did earlier today, nip it round, test him that way, and have someone else coming in from this end. Probably maybe
Phillips full defended to cover no run.
Maybe Duffy, and try and bounce and use a different kind of length to attack. So you're asking questions about different lengths and how are you going to play to each one. So if you can get some difference in your attack, I think that's really important. You don't want them all the same, unless they're 145, 150.
Phillips. There's two men in close around the batter. It's full and works down the leg side. Goes very fine past the leg gully. The umpire calls it leg byes, but they come back for a second.
Just wonder who he'd prefer to be facing at the moment. It's definitely off the pad, so a good call from the umpire, even though Glenn Phillips was very excited about it. Who would Graves really be wanting to face now? A part-time off-spinner with no real assistance on this pitch, or a quicker bowler, on a first-day pitch?
Well, look, you make batsmen work, don't you? You make batsmen work for their runs. So with having just broken a partnership of 50, you're right into them.
Phillips to chase, works it through forward square for a single, moves to 20, 156 for 4.
This signal, ready. GP. That's your block as well. Okay. That's your one. You got to stop. Okay. Middle field. Thank you.
Okay. Phillips.
Think big.
Not getting a huge amount of turn or bounce. Just some early overs in this match. See what happens from the southern end of the ground. Ian Smith pointed out a deep point in place. 3 men out on the boundary. Full and driven down the ground with relative ease for Graves. He is off the mark. And the West Indies, 157 for 4.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. There is going to be a change in the bowling at the R.A. Vance stand end of the ground. Blair Tickner is being replaced by Jacob Duffy. So perhaps they are turning them around, as Jeremy Coney suggested.
Well, we'll see whether he's bowled too many overs, but Duffy's certainly having a crack now with the wind behind him.
Bowling to Graves, who defends into the onside for no run.
You're right, Smithy, in the sense that this is a time in the game when if you've got a part-time off-spinner and you're bowling to a sort of a deep set field in terms of just one behind the umpire, one at long on, one at sort of backward point almost on the boundary for the reverse sweep, if you like. That's what he's there for. He's not there so much for the cut. It's more of a reverse sweep. So there are runs coming at a time when you really want to close the game down a lot after taking the wicket.
Short ball and defended down the wicket again by Graves.
And whether this is a move to get Tickner back because he's been the best bowler, but I wonder if he's had a few overs here now at the northern end and whether he feels he needs a bit of a break. I don't know. That's for having a chat to him, isn't it, really?
If you want to reverse sweep my off spinner to get off the mark or get into your innings, good luck.
Well, then he's got to be up. He's got to be up for the catch.
You've got to get it right.
Not deep.
You got to keep her a slip, and then you bring him up behind point and say, good luck.
Duffy past the umpire, full and driven back to the bowler for no run.
The other thing you might have considered here is Michael Ray at the centre, and the reason why Justin Grace hasn't seen Michael Ray. He's seen a hell of a lot of Jacob Duffy and Zach Folkes in Christchurch just the other day. I'd be thinking very seriously about a new look bowler. And Tickner, he has to go down the other end because he's in the game and he's getting people out. There'll be days when he bowls better than this and doesn't get anyone out. But you've got to go with the flow.
Duffy goes short again, very short this time. Easily ducked under by Graves.
Well, as long as he feels he can hit the pitch hard enough to get that little bit of nip that he got prior to lunch, absolutely he should be bowling at that end.
Now the notice, the public awareness notices that the Silver Ute, which has been involved in this accident up outside Wellington College, has now been towed away. That's gone on the back of a tow truck, so I venture to say at some point shortly they might reopen it. But also
Duffy defended into the offside for no run.
It looks like that they've put some sort of sawdust jury or something across the road there.
Oil, would you say? That sort of petrol?
Come out of the ute. Yeah, something's come out of the ute, and the fire brigade are up there tending to that. So it might be a little while yet. Sorry, folks, to get your hopes up, but certainly one of the vehicles involved, it looks like a two-car situation, has been towed away as we speak around the Basin Reserve.
Expert traffic commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Jacob Duffy, now advanced stand end, defended into the leg side well by Graves, waited on it, takes the single. West Indies 158 for 4. It's going to take a long time for this traffic to clear though, isn't it? She snarled up. So the West Indies 158 for 4, Chase 20 from 51, Graves on 2 after 10 deliveries. Last wicket to fall was that of Shea Hope, 48. It's Blair Tickner who got the wicket. We thought perhaps they'd be turning them around, but no, Glenn Phillips will continue.
Graves on strike. He's now on 2 from 10. Why is there a long on? I'd rather you hit you for 4 and he's still facing. So I think he's got to come up to try and save the 1. There's a man catching on the 45 for the sweep.
Phillips over the wicket. Push down the ground. Phillips does well to field off his own bowling. No run.
GP. Come on in, GP. Let's get Tom Burton out here.
He's got the deep point, deep backward square, and the long on out.
See, even if you go forward, he can't bowl wide of off stump, can he? Because you can just get pushed off an outside middle into the square area for a single.
Phillips outside off, spinning back towards Graves, defended into the onside, no run.
Very good. Lovely GP, lovely boy.
Is it just me? I thought if you're an off spinner, don't you want to encourage the cut shot? And
you certainly want to encourage people to hit you through the offside. It's against all the odds. Even if it's not turning a heck of a lot, even if it's just a fraction of turn, it brings the inside part of the bat into play.
Phillips to the legs and defended, no run again.
Won't hear any beastie, or not so much beastie, in this test match. We're going to hear GP a lot by the sounds of it. He's going to occupy the bowling crease at the southern end. I'm a little bit baffled, but that's the beauty of the game. It keeps you asking questions, even about your own judgment.
Phillips restarts his run up, took a couple of steps, went back. We'll try again. Full driven, mistimed to the man at short cover, no run. Strange that Tickner took the wicket, then they took him off immediately. Hasn't come back. Tickner 3 wickets in his 11 overs for 27 runs. Glenn Phillips, this is his 3rd over. He bowls and has worked into the leg side for a single by Graves. Moving to 3, 159 for 4.
In the distance down there at long on, where I don't want him to be. At least he's got the opportunity down there to warm up as Michael Ray. So he's been given the signal by Tom Latham, I would assume, to bowl at the Phillips end, the GP end, the southern end, whilst Duffy continues here. But Tickner was the hot hand.
Phillips faster into the legs of Roston Chase, who tries to work into the leg side and falls over. And you hear one of the players saying, geez. That is the end of the 49th over. It is 159 for 4, and after this, you'll have Daniel McHardy.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce here. Dry paddocks, low troughs. If you're a lifestyle block struggling for water, we can help. At Waterforce, we design water systems to perfectly suit your lifestyle property and tailored to suit your lifestyle, whether it's irrigation, stock water or garden sprinklers. Our solutions are smart, efficient, sustainable and built to last, so your water needs are covered now and well into the future.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, your business funded faster. 159 for the loss of 4 wickets. And it will be Jacob Duffy from the bandstand end going past the outside edge of Graves' bat as he leans forward. And well, that's a collector's item. Jeremy Coney, a play and miss from Justin Graves. Yardley. It was a chanceless 200 in Christchurch. He's finally missed one.
Yeah, well, that should please them. That's a start, isn't it? The backlift that comes from about second slip and is beaten because it comes in on the angle.
Wider of off stump, and there is no run. Providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Jeremy Coney and Grant Elliott. Someone texts in for you. Now we have Elliott on the TV as well as the radio, day one.
Yeah, but then what? They say something else, don't they? So you don't want to say that because he's here now.
We know who it is.
And they're saying can't watch the test match on the Hive now. Can't listen to it. Can't watch it. No, thank you. That harsh South African accent over the airwaves.
Beautiful sunshine. It's Duffy full. Wide of off stump, no stroke. Just let them. The online psychologist will tell you that.
Yeah, but let's actually talk about Jacob Duffy's seam presentation. Yeah, he's bowled an absolute perler there 2 deliveries ago. Seam was bolt upright, length impeccable. If New Zealand had lived there earlier on in the day, I wonder if it could be a different story. I just asked the Hawkeye to bring up some stats on how many deliveries we had hitting the length that Tickner had hit.
Duffy again full, no stroke from Graves outside of off stump.
So that length there that was hitting the stumps, how many, and it would be out of 250 odd plus deliveries now, how many were hitting the stumps, Jerry, you reckon, on that length Tickner bowled?
Of Tickner?
Yeah, no, just not just from Tickner, from the seamers, yeah, of all the deliveries now. So we're at 298 deliveries.
Is it 5% like the Poms? Day 2 of the second test. He's a nice looking drive, but straight to mid-off, no run.
So 5% is 10, as you're saying, roughly, is it? 10 balls. Is that what you mean by 5%? 200 balls, is that what you want?
That was the English when they went searching on the second day against Australia. They brought up something similar. It was only 5%.
5% would be 15 of 300 now.
Yeah.
Of 300, not 2.
But yeah, when I looked at the stats, it was 220 deliveries that we looked at.
Well, let's call it 200, making it easy.
Yeah.
So, you reckon 10 balls?
It was 12, 6 deliveries.
6. Wide of off stump, no stroke again. Add another one into that column.
And the reason why I've got an issue with that is because it's day 1 of a test series.
Well, not just that, you put them in.
Test match, sorry. And you put them in, but you're taking bowled and LBW out of the equation. So the only way that you can get them out is caught.
You can still nick a ball that's going to hit the top of off, isn't it?
So yeah, you could do that.
You don't take that out of the equation if you target the top of off.
Yeah.
That's the end of the over, by the way.
And Tickner got 2 LBWs.
Yeah. From
the 6.
The 6 deliveries. So of the 6.
So the strike rate's amazing.
We've got 33%. Yeah. If you bowl it there's a 33% chance of getting a wicket. Let's just say that. But we haven't hit that area enough. Now we're in the position where we feel like almost getting a little bit defensive. In outfield, Glenn Phillips still to bowl.
From the Government House end. Southern end of the ground, into the breeze. Spins back in and bounces, and that's the combination you look for. Bit of spin, bit of bounce. Always bounce here at the basin. Grazed the thigh pad, trickled around the corner.
But the line that Phillips bowls, which is pretty straight, you know, it's middle or midland leg and then turning into the onside like that.
From the crease, turns to mid-wicket now. No run.
Whereas really you want to be pitching just outside off, turning back in from a good length, don't you? And if you then add another little skill to your armoury, it's the flight that actually drops as well and creates a gap between bat and pad.
It's really close to the stumps, Phillips. This one has bounced him, flicking away forward of short legs, left shoulder, and they'll get a single, mate. You wouldn't say that's in complete control. 160 for the loss of 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
How would you change the field then? Because I don't think he's got the field for that delivery at the moment.
Well, I'll have long on up for a start, or single.
Up, yep.
I'll leave the man out there on the sweep.
Oh, Whistleman's back.
Take out the 45 probably and put him on the offside.
Yeah. And
which
then
gives him more
I'd
cover.
bring him up too and say, if you wanted a reverse sweep, good luck.
Go for it.
Defending from middle and leg straight to short leg. There's no run.
Look, this is what we're doing is we're asking a part-time bowler basically to bowl a few overs for the quicks. That's what's happening right now.
Tie up an end.
Putting some juice back in the legs of your quick bowlers, keeping them fresh so they can come down. Breeze. But really, Tickner should be there, in my opinion. Right now.
Phillips in the sunglasses. A little bit lower than from a similar length. That allowed right-hander to turn it around the corner for a single. As Graves goes to 4, it's 161 for 4.
Off spinner. First day of a test. You've put them in.
What's he doing?
Nope.
I think he likes the view better. Oh, this hurts, bro.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know how often spin has actually played a part for New Zealand before tea on the first day.
Very rarely. Sweet. I think he's got it on the full and he's got it away to the backward square leg boundary for a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals to end the over the 50, first of the innings. 165 for the loss of 4.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper live from the basin. Fast business funding. We've got traffic coming through the Mount Vic tunnel again. Excellent. Hope everyone's okay after that pretty gnarly looking smash. Beautiful fielding in the gully, punching away from his body was Graves. Got it down. Big dive to the right from Glenn Phillips. Keeps the score at 165 for the loss of 4. Duffy into his 16th over. Wicket takers for New Zealand. Ray has 1 for 49, while Tickner 11 overs, 3 for 27. So not only is he controlling the scoring rate, he has picked up 3 wickets. Our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. 2 wide of off stump again from Duffy. Another leave as Elliott ticks in his column. Ian agrees with you both. Afternoon, gents. How appropriate for the season. Tickner is both prancer and dancer.
He's got a magnificent start to his run-up, I must admit. I don't know how that would have come. I can't see someone coaching and going, why don't you just put your hands up and just dance on your toes a little bit? Just give it 10 pumps of the toes before you start.
Bouncer underneath Graves. No stroke. He looks like he's in Olympic dressage. isn't he? Coney without the horse. It's like
do they say La Panza is also the name of the horses as well, isn't it?
Well, you spent time you've worked with Aggers a lot over the years. He did Olympic equestrian for a long time, didn't he?
He did the commentary on them.
Yeah.
I think because his wife had horses.
Yeah. I did it one Olympics, and that was enough for me. Commentating dressage is quite on radio. It's quite a challenge. Duffy wider up the crease, short of length, punching off the back foot up towards mid-off. There's no run.
Did you know the front end from the back?
No, it was hilariously bad. Yeah.
Right. So give us a little sign. Give us a little sign of it. Come on, just give us a wee bit of your best.
Beautiful day at the Basin Reserve, 165 for the loss of...
And here comes Mystique. Lovely 2-year-old.
Charisma. Here's Mark
Lovely
Todd.
2-year-old. Yeah.
We've got Melanie riding Charisma from Spain.
Once again, Duffy not forcing a stroke out of the right-hander Graves, who in 28 balls has reached 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Coney keeps looking at me. I'm not taking the bait here.
It's a shame. I'd love to hear a bit of dressage, and I'm sure our listeners would as well.
I don't think I've heard dressage commentary before. I'm sure lots of people out there are just
pretty sure it was the last time it was on Radio 2 in New Zealand.
Just got a text.
Have you been asked,
Daniel?
since?
We'd love to hear your dressage commentary.
No, I was unavailable for selection.
That's not dressing. That's dressage.
Pushed this time to the left of Roger and Literature. It does very well to get down. Can't prevent the run. Single was always there. One run to end the over, 166 for 4.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, block out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. West Indies have moved from 92 for 2 at lunch through to 166 for the loss of 4. Late in session number 2. And it will be Phillips to continue his 5th over from the Government House end. He'll move past umpire Palakar and bowl with a slip and a short leg, catching mid-wicket as well. Nice from the crease with a straight back defends, no run. Tickner is Prancer, Dancer and our answer. And in hindsight, should have played in Christchurch on form. Thank you, Dan.
Well, Dan, it's nice to make those comments in retrospect, and you're probably right.
Phillips sees a ball that does spin and bounce, but well played by Graves, right in the bounce, playing it down round the corner for a single, 167 for 4.
Because, I mean, there was a bit of support, wasn't there, for the seamers in those first 2 days in particular, and I think he would have really enjoyed those conditions. But he's doing well here today, and I just feel if it tires him out, well, you know, too bad. We need the best bowler on the day there. This is allowing at the moment, in my opinion, the West Indies to just get away for another partnership here.
Now Chase, the West Indian skipper, gets whipped outside of off stump, and he tries to cut. I think it's gone under the bat.
Lovely boy.
I know often Shane Warne started with a field out to sort of get into a rhythm. Phillips is surely, you would think, in that rhythm. Why the long on? Why the deep backward point? Deep square, you understand that for a sweep, top edge that.
So I understand what you're saying about the long on. However,
here is a sweep from outside of off stump, and it's hit powerfully forward of square. Whistles away to the fence for 4. 171 for the loss of 4. Chase goes to 29 with a big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals.
What that long on does do is that you've got a short mid-wicket catcher, probably a little bit straighter, almost a wideish mid-on, and the short leg. There was one around the corner. Is they want the player to push for the easy single and get it wrong. If he gets it slightly wrong, Tom Latham's in the money, and so is Rachin Ravindra at short leg. So it does create an opportunity. If you bring mid-on up, then you're waiting for them to maybe try and hit it over mid-on. They obviously think they've got a better opportunity in that area there. Even there off the back foot, trying to punch it to mid-on, get the easy single, get it slightly wrong, goes to Tom Latham. And then you've also got the caught and bowled opportunity from Glenn Phillips. So it can be an attacking option, but I just think the line he's bowling, I'm with Jeremy, I think it's the wrong line.
Phillips in again. Chase turns on the bounce to short leg. It ricochets back to the West Indian captain. He will pick up the ball. 171 for the loss of 4. Chase 29. Graves 6. This is obviously in response to your wonderful stats, thanks to Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier, about the lack of balls hitting the stump. Someone writes, nowadays, how do they not get their lengths right? Question mark. With all the support crew tapping away on laptops, they're not analysing each delivery and sending messages down to the team. Maybe they're too busy watching 2 of Grant Elliott's test highlights instead. Writes Tim.
Just the 2 highlights, did you say?
Yeah, just...
I didn't have the concentration for test cricket, Jeremy. Daniel will attest to that. Hey, Daniel?
Sorry, wasn't listening. What was that?
Well played. I must admit, Tickner's getting a lot of plaudits from the listeners and our fans, and he should be. One thing, and I know you'll love this, Daniel.
Yes,
about
I am listening
Tickner,
now.
Is that Tickner puts in effort. You can see it's visible that he's passionate. He loves being out there. He's giving his best.
Michael Ray.
And the fans love to see that.
Back into the attack from the Varn stand in, replacing a Duffy. Short wide of off stump and dispatched away to the covers as it should have been. Hit uppishly through the gap though by Graves, who moves into double figures. He's 10, 175 for the loss of 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
I don't care how he looks. You look whatever he likes. It's more the results, surely, that you're after, and the way that you're creating a difficulty at the other end because of what you do at yours. If he wants to do a double somersault, I couldn't care less. I would have thought all the bowlers would have been trying relatively hard.
Michael Ray on debut. Very wide.
What they like is the 3-fer. And because it shows up the others, actually, and he's at the moment the man of the day.
But he's also bowled the vast majority of balls hitting the stumps.
Yeah, but
so the accuracy.
I also think that as a fan, it's the way you go about your business. Like, you think about Neil Wagner. You think about the passion and the effort. Like, Neil Wagner was all effort, wasn't he? He got every ounce that he had of energy out of his body, and you knew that he was giving 100%. And
Ray bowls and left alone outside of off stump as it nibbles back towards the right-handed Graves.
I don't doubt that Michael Ray's not trying, but what I'm saying is I'm saying that fans love a player that actually shows a bit of passion, bit of energy, a bit of effort. You can see it. It's visible effort.
Would you say that Hadley gave effort? That you could, in other words, that was visible, that you could see it. I thought he was a very controlled bowler.
He looked determined, I'd say.
Stern of face. On the outside.
We're just going to agree to disagree on this one.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Back of a length defending is the right-hander, the bowling Ray. Well, fans will appreciate players for different reasons.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I can understand them certainly with Wagner, because he was bowling the way he was bowling. It had to be effort, didn't it? Because it wasn't length bowling, really. It was short of length bowling, over after over after over with an old ball. He never bowled with a new ball. So we had to understand that.
He's also in the face of the batters. He was aggressive.
That doesn't worry batsmen. Come on.
Ray, very full inside edge onto pad.
If that worries you as a batsman, as a test player, and you've played for years, you're worried about that because he's in your face. The ones I used to dislike were the ones who beat you and they looked up and they turned their back on you. And they were walking quietly in the opposite direction. It's the opposite of what you're saying.
Well, that's...
You're being told off again here.
No, that's from a player's perspective. I'm actually talking from a fan's perspective.
Yeah, I know. I think you're both talking about different things.
I'm talking about a fan's perspective and what the fan likes to see. Well, so we could have West Indies 200 for 1 at the moment, but Tickner...
Ray bouncer underneath. Graves goes. That will end the over. 175 for 4.
It's a very showy kind of example to me.
Tickner and Wagner would be running in and there's visible effort, and I think fans love to see that.
Well, I can just reassure them that all of them are trying.
And that will be tea on day number 1. Put your jousting sticks down, fellas. Brilliant stuff. Keep your messages rolling in, 8833. We'll get to those as we head into the third session. Let's just reflect, though, on what we've seen up until this moment in time here on Sport Nation in the summer of cricket with Prosper Fast Business Funding. West Indies sent in, of course, after Tom Latham won the toss at lunch, 92 for 2. They lost King with the score at 66, took New Zealand to the 17th over to get a breakthrough. He was LBW bowled Tickner. Tickner had a second soon after. Hodge gone without scoring. And then soon after lunch, Jeremy Coney Campbell did all the hard work before lunch, getting through to 44 before he nicked off. Michael Ray had his first test wicket. And then Shea Hope, who's played ever so well, but he has shown a vulnerability to the short ball at times. And he didn't play it well off the gloves and ballooned to third slip and gone for 48, 153 for 4 at that stage. But we've got the skipper, Chase on 29, Graves on 10, 175 for the loss of 4. I think Ian Smith gave the West Indies a tick as far as winning the first session. Who'll claim honours, gentlemen? Starting off with you, Mr. Coney. Who's won that session?
Pretty, just working out how many runs there were. It was 92, I think, at lunch, wasn't it? Something like that.
Of 27 overs.
So, 83 runs in that session? Of how many overs did you say there?
27 again.
27 again. Okay, so that's about threes, is it? Somewhere around there, isn't it? So, it's kind of even Stevens, isn't it? That as you work your way through the top order rather than the lower order. And really, after Graves at the moment, then you've got, you're down to 6, so number 7 will be Roach, will it?
Probably
Imlach, and then Roach, yeah.
Roach probably wants a promotion after his last one.
I know, well, 50-odd not out. So, yeah, getting rid of Hope, particularly, I think, is a key wicket for the West Indies, and so that's good for New Zealand. I'm not, as you know, convinced about the usage of and the use of Phillips quite so much. So let's hope Tickner can come back after, while the ball's still a little bit new, 54 overs, and he's fresh again. He's been the danger man.
Grant, your assessment of the New Zealand attack?
Yeah, just think we haven't bowled the ball in the right areas for long enough periods, and Test cricket requires discipline, requires bowling in unit, bowling is partnership, putting pressure on the batting pair. They've been able to rotate a lot too easy. They've been able to, there's obviously been some poor deliveries out there, but it's been more the rotation of strike. They haven't been able to try and keep a batter on one end. And I don't think that Glenn Phillips, his 5 overs, it may have given a little bit of rest to the bowlers, but I don't think we've found a rhythm, we've found a blueprint with this new bowling attack, because it is new, and who works well in partnerships together and which end. Tom Latham has been rotating bowlers from both ends. I don't get a feel like there's much structure, and he hasn't been able to settle into a structure, and until he does, we won't find any consistent pressure applied to the West Indies batters. And so at that stage of the game where we need pressure, not getting a lot out of the wicket, you have to apply pressure, slow the runs down, and make sure the batter makes the mistake rather than bowling that innocuous delivery.
So 22 runs unbeaten for the 5th wicket has taken the West Indies through to tea on day number 1 after being sent in at 175 for the loss of 4. Chase 29, Graves on 10. Quick look at the New Zealand bowling figures. Duffy 16 overs, no wicket for 33 with a couple of maidens. Folkes 11 overs, no wicket for 36. Ray 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 53. Blair Tickner's figures do stand out. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 27. And Phillips has bowled 5 overs, none for 18. This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. Plenty more during the tea break. The Blue Bubble tea break. Thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. We'll have more from the basin after this.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, fast recovery, lasting relief.
Sport Nation.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
Success in farming and growing isn't about big flashy moments. It takes constant decisions and persistent effort to earn smaller wins that add up. Having enough feed to keep stock healthy through summer, that's a win. Preventing a parasite outbreak, win. Installing a water tank before the dry spell, another win. Farmlands is here to help with expert advice, reliable products and timely supply. Score some wins with our summer offers in store, through your rep or on Farmlands Pro.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
At Tavendale and Partners, we believe great legal support starts with great relationships. We're more than just lawyers, we're partners in your success. Whether you're growing a business, protecting your assets, or planning for the future, we bring expertise, innovation, and a refreshingly down-to-earth approach. No jargon, no one-size-fits-all solutions, just clear, confident advice that puts you first. Partner with us today, visit tp.co.nz or call us to transform your legal landscape.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Aramis Intuition 100ml EDP $149.99, save $47. And save $9 on Head & Shoulders shampoo or conditioner, 660ml range now $10.99 each. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
TAB safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Find your next winner with loveracing.nz, your Group 1 destination for racing news, previews, replays, fields, form, tips and much more. Get amongst the action at loveracing.nz, your home of thoroughbred racing.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
Well, the Army are getting in behind Gus Atkinson. Here he is on a hat-trick, bowling to Tim Southey. Caught on the pads. Atkinson thinks he's out. He is. He has a Test hat-trick.
From over the wickets. Here's a slog sweep, but he's bowled. Ajaz Patel's gone right through him. The Test match is over.
Catch up with all the action. This is your Sport Nation cricket highlights.
Two slips in a gully in place for Michael Ray. Wide of the crease, edging, and gone! Michael Ray has his first Test wicket. Pull outside off, drawing the drive from John Campbell. And he edges to first slip, taken by Daryl Mitchell. West Indies, 93 for 3. Zach Folkes continues from the RA Vance stand, end, short, pulled, very fine, it'll run away for 4, not a good delivery, and pulled away from Hope, just guided, very fine, a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
Here's Ray beginning another over. The West Indies batting first, 112 for 3. Hope drives beautifully, immaculate shot to the long on boundary for 4. Just pitched up a little bit into the pads of Hope. He stood tall and executed a perfect on drive.
Technique goes short this time. Is it off the glove? Yes, it is. Balloons up to the man at third slip. Wasn't comfortable whatsoever, Shea Hope, and he falls for 47. West Indies, 153 for 4.
Sweet. I think he's got it on the full and he's got it away to the backward square leg boundary for a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deal step. End the over the 50, first of the innings, 165 for the loss of 4. And that will be team on day number 1. Put your jousting sticks down, Alice. Brilliant stuff. The highlights of the second session on day number 1 of the second test between New Zealand and the West Indies. This is Sport Nation in the summer of cricket, and this is the Blue Bubble tea break. Thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. It is 9 minutes away from 4 o'clock on a lovely day in Wellington, so we're all set up for a long session. New Zealand are slightly behind the over rate. 27 overs have been bowled in each session, so that's 13.3 an hour. So we can extend time at least half an hour through to 6:30 to get the allotment of overs in. And maybe, just maybe, we might need all of that time, depending how much Glenn Phillips will bowl in the final session, which no doubt will be discussed amongst our expert commentators. You've heard thoughts of Grant, Elliott, Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney, just questioning why Glenn Phillips has bowled so many overs. One thing I have noticed, though, as I stick my neck out whilst they're in the other room, a bit more spin on day 1 than I think I've ever seen on the opening day of a test match here. Combine that with the bounce, and maybe, just maybe, Phillips will become a big factor as this test goes on. Austin Chase, he's not a big turner of the ball, and I do wonder if not picking Warwican is an early blemish for the West Indians. They've gone for 4 quicks with Anderson Phillips in for Johan Lane, who was rather sloppy in innings number 2 in Christchurch. So we'll worry about that as the test progresses. If you are tuning into our coverage right now, the scoreboard reads 175 for the loss of 4. New Zealand won the toss, decided to bowl, and they name a number of changes. Mitchell in for Young, Hay in for Blundell, Phillips in for Bracewell, Tickner in for Smith, and Michael Ray on debut in for the injured Matt Henry. The West Indies shuffled their top order, forced upon them. Chanderpaul injured yesterday, King into the opening position, Hodge in for the out of form Athenaeus batting at number 3, and the aforementioned Anderson Phillip in for Justin Lane. New Zealand were unconvincing in the first hour plus. It took them into the 17th over to get the breakthrough. It was Brandon King who was adjudged LBW, bowled Tickner for 33. Then Hodge also departed. LBW bowled Tickner without scoring, 66 without loss. All of a sudden 66 for the loss of 2. Campbell, third ball he faced after lunch. He was caught at first slip. 93 for 3, he was gone for 44. And then Shea Hope, the key wicket, of course, not handling a short ball from Tickner, gloved balloon to Williamson at third slip, the easiest catch he might take this year, gone for 48 was Hope. Then it was Chase and Graves, 29 and 10 respectively, getting through to tea. 11 extras, taking that total to 175 for the loss of 4. The wicket takers for New Zealand, Michael Ray 1 for 53, his first test wicket, and Blair Tickner, who's impressed with 3 for 27 off his 11 overs with 3 maidens. That's a look at the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals. All right, let's get an update on the latest numbers at the TAB, where you can bet live on your favourite sporting events right now at tab.co.nz. It is R18. Please bet responsibly. Brad Lewis, hello, sir.
Hello, Daniel. Great win for Liverpool this morning, my friends. 1-0
here
to the good guys.
And Spurs, Smithy's listening.
Yeah, Spurs did great too with a 3-0 win. All right, let's check out the TAB. Head-to-head, New Zealand $1.33. That might be as high as you're going to get them throughout the duration of the test if it goes the way we think. West Indies paying $6 for the win, the draw also paying $6. And as we look down the list for the West Indian top run scorer, Austin Chase currently at the wicket, paying $1.85. Shea Hope, who has already been dismissed, $3.60. Justin Graves paying $4, and the next player in Tevin Imlach paying 17s. Kimar Roach is 41s. And if we look at a couple of other sneaky little bets, Justin Graves to hit 3.5 fours or more, $1.83, or for overs and unders is $1.90. That's what we have at the moment on the TAB. Please bet responsibly. There's R18, as you well know, Mr. McHardy.
Thank you very much, Brad Lewis. Right, let's give you the Waterforce weather report. Waterforce, your local water management partner. Conditions very nice. Stable Wellington day. The sun is out cooking this pitch, which is now looking browner by the minute. Of course, the dry northwesterly breeze has been here throughout the day and will continue up until tomorrow. The forecast is a good one. We're at 21 degrees. That is the expected high. It's fine. Those northerlies about 15 to 20k. The odd gust upwards of 40. Okay, the forecast for tomorrow, as we look at the longer range forecast, tomorrow it's similar, 20 degrees. Mainly fine, apart from some cloud and the odd shower in the morning. Southerlies easing in the evening. It will turn to the south tomorrow, so we'll factor that in. But you look further down the road, Friday, Saturday, and even Sunday, no massive amounts of rain in the forecast. Excellent, isn't it? Waterforce, your local water management partner, bringing you our Waterforce weather report. We will take a short break. The third and final session on day number 1 is not too far away, and Smith's ready to rock. Jeremy Coney is back, and a text from Zach, and they can ponder this. Good afternoon, lads. Zach here, listening from a tractor again. Listening to Test cricket during the workday is the best. On another note, it's my wife's birthday today. Got her a framed picture of the whānau and cooking a porterhouse steak for dinner. How do you think I've done? Well, let's be fair, Zach. We need to see a photo of the steak to see if you've cooked it well, and then we will judge. Maybe do that. Send that to our email, yourvoice@sportnation.nz, and we'll judge you maybe tomorrow morning. Of course, anyone else has a comment, whether it's text or email, we love hearing from you. Please contribute to our program. The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. Of course, this is the tea break with Blue Bubble. Thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. We'll be back with cricket after this.
This is Kyle Jameson. Download the Sport Nation app right now and catch all the action as the Black Caps take on Australia, England, South Africa and the West Indies this summer.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
What's bigger than a weekend with the homies, cranking up all the latest hits? Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals. And when you join the Big Barrel Mates Club, there's even bigger exclusive deals, because that's what friends are for, right? So don't miss all the exclusive deals in-store and online. Join the Big Barrel Mates Club today.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Sport Nation.
Adrian, when we say we deliver, we mean it.
Can we deliver Fisher and Paykel?
Yes, immediately.
Can we deliver Bosch?
Yes, immediately.
Can we deliver Mitsubishi?
Yes, immediately.
What about Breville, DeLonghi, Samsung, Beko, LG?
Adrian, not only does Magnus Benro deliver, we deliver.
Immediately.
You've got it.
So don't wait ages for an appliance, get it right away.
From the place that really delivers.
Get to Magnus Benro.
And we'll get it to you immediately.
We'll do our best.
This is Whitefern Brett Illing, and you're listening to live coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
The Kiwi summer is kicking off, and we want to make sure you are turf ready.
With warmer days starting to ramp up, now's the time to make sure your surface can handle the heat. PGG Wrights and Turf has the right products and advice to keep turf strong through dry spells, high traffic and heavy use. Whether it's heat, wear or stress, our team knows how to keep your turf looking and playing its best.
Stay ahead this summer. Call 0800 PGW Turf today or visit pggwrightsandturf.com to find the right products for your turf.
Sport Nation.
Ugh, my rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
And there's a diving catch inside the ring. What a catch!
You're listening to live coverage of the Black Caps on Sport Nation.
And welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. And this is the third session of play thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. 174 for 5. Chase on 29 Graves is on 10. The bowling figures for New Zealand: Duffy 16 overs, 2 maidens, none for 33. Folkes 11 overs, 2 maidens, none for 36. Ray 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 53. Tickner 11 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 27. He's been the best of them. Glenn Phillips 5 overs, none for 18. And the West Indies scorecard: King 33, Hodge out without scoring, Campbell 44, and Hope the last man out for 48. The last wicket falling when the score was 153. So these two have added 22 runs for the fifth wicket. The players coming out onto the field, the sounds of Coldplay disappearing into the background, and the terrace, just the embankment here at the Basin Reserve, beautifully populated, lots of gaps for people, room to spread out, and it is a very good day to be in the beautiful city of Wellington. It looks like we're going to see Glenn Phillips resuming from the Government House end. Thanks for your message, Zach. Cooking a porterhouse steak for dinner for your wife's birthday. I think she must have a good set of teeth. Porterhouse can be a bit tough. I thought on a birthday you might have gone for something a bit softer.
Look, good afternoon, Garth.
You're going to get into me now.
Well, this is a trying time in the world in terms of economy.
It is.
Not everyone can have fillet every night and live in the Cashmere Hills of Christchurch, for God's sake.
174 for 5 it is. Here's Phillips bowling, and this is a driven into the offside. You carry on.
You invited that, didn't you? And you didn't come out well there. I mean,
I don't have Phillips steak every night, as Smithy well knows. I do. It's true, I live in the hills. I don't think that makes any difference at all. I cooked you a modest curry. I just think for your wife's birthday...
I don't see you in Spraydon very often.
I like Spraydon. I love Sydenham even more, as Phillips bowls. And onto the back foot is Chase, and it's fielded nicely at... mid-wicket by Latham. You can hear them all saying thanks, Tommy. I just think for a birthday, Zach. But anyway, send a photo through, and I'd like it to be medium rare, I think. And just a full report tomorrow, please.
Yeah, and on Friday, if you really want to treat your wife, you could cook her.
Here's a sweep shot, an appeal for LBW. Phillips is confident, so's Hay. Not out, and Phillips is going to go down towards Hay and think, are we going to have a review? And the answer, I think, is no, hit outside the line.
I was going to say you could cook her a jacket potato.
On Friday.
Because it's fancy jacket day, isn't it?
Oh yes, what is all that about?
I'm not wearing a jacket.
No, No, I can't.
I might wear my Hastings Golf Club black vest with a sort of an interesting shirt. I don't think that was bad a shout, actually.
No,
to be perfectly honest, I thought that was close-ish. Warrant a conversation anyway. But they're spooked, you see.
Yep,
they're review spooked.
They've been so criticised for the reviews in the last test, where they did get a couple rather badly wrong. Here's Phillips again, flat and fast, and no appeal as this rockets into the pads of Chase. Is going down the leg side.
I've got to say, I'm a little surprised that they've gone with Phillips again here. I really am. I don't see Phillips as... You always use a session for a break and then you try to strike after the session. You actually...
Start with the two best bowlers.
Correct. Do what the opposition would least want you to do. I don't think they'd have spilt their tea too much over facing Phillips.
It feels very friendly. I suppose I wonder... here's a ball down the leg side and taken nicely by Hay moving across. I agree with you. It seems very sedate, doesn't it? I suppose, the only way is if Chase tries to manufacture a shot and get himself out, but he shouldn't, as Phillips bowls, and he's onto the back foot playing defensively, and Phillips, as they do, just down on his haunches as though the ball's turning square, and he's lucky to survive the end of the first over after tea. 175 for 4 it is. Chase is 29, Graves is 10.
First maiden.
There you are.
That he's bowled. He's been brought in presumably, and this is an assumption by us that he being Tom Latham is using Phillips not so much as an attacking weapon, but rather to use overs up to get them closer to the new ball and still keep his faster bowlers in good condition so that they're ready to go when that new ball comes along, and in the meantime as well. Shorter spells, breeze behind them. Tickner. That's not a bad choice.
No. Well, he's the best of the bowlers. It would have been worrying if he didn't come in first over at this end after T. Here he is bowling. Shorter ball and turned into the onside by Graves. The first run after T, 176 for 4. And Graves rolling over to 11.
Should be bowling someone with a bit of zest at the other end as well.
Duffy?
Duffy. Ray.
Yeah.
Folks, I mean, I don't. One of the things I think about here is that the young fellas are still not quite right after the marathon in Christchurch, and he doesn't want to spend them in this day one. But he did win the toss and bowl.
He did indeed, taking a short down the leg side and a no shot. Yeah, I mean, there may be an element of that. It seems curious to me, given that Phillips has now bowled 6 overs from the far end. The idea of preserving bowlers for a new ball, it's still 25 overs away. So, but you might be saying it's the circumstances they think they found themselves in, but it doesn't. It's not helpful.
Well, no, they've created that themselves. They chose to field. So 175 for 4 at T at the break. To get back into this game, you'd put the West Indies just slightly ahead at the moment.
Tickner bowls driven through the offside and into the offside rather. Good diving save at mid-off by Ravindra.
Because they've got 2 batsmen still at the crease. And they've also got Imlach next, and then after that, then Roach. And then you've got perhaps some of the easier batsmen to get out. So they've got to get their way through, I think, 2 more wickets by 200 runs. And then you're starting to get into that sort of territory.
What do you think?
So that's what we've got to be aiming at.
Yeah. And the West Indies, really, as Tickner bowls on. Oh, he's bowled him! Well, there's the start of it. Jeremy Coney says they need 2 more wickets by 200. They have 1. It's the captain, Chase, bowled by Tickner, going onto the back foot and having his stumps removed. Tickner has 4.
Went back, got crease bound. We talked about this guy not using his height to come out one way or the other. Big inside edge, back onto leg stump. But Tickner's deserved that. He's been the most threatening. And why they took him off after he got a wicket in his last over, not 100% sure, but he's vindicated the fact that they've brought him back. And Chase goes for 29 off 69. It's 176 for 5. New Zealand are now making a statement, perhaps.
Went short, 2 in a row, and then just slightly fuller there, and still the weight was back from Chase, and played alongside himself, got that inside edge into the leg stump. So there's the 5th wicket, early wicket. Got to keep this pressure going now on the New Zealanders, and if it means they have to change Phillips at the far end, he's got away so far with a maiden. But we'll just have to wait and see how long he's going to be used.
Isn't the question now, though, if a decisive captaincy, you say, right, Glenn, have a break now, I've got to get Duffy on, or Ray, as you say?
I certainly think so. It should have happened before tea, actually. The runs that have been scored, the first hour wasn't quite so good for New Zealand. 15 overs for 61 without loss. There's no wickets at all in that first hour. Second hour better, 31 for 2 they got in 12 overs. Quite a slowdown there, wasn't there? 39 for 1 and then 44 for 1 when Phillips was bowling. 44 for 1. So the West Indies have fought harder, haven't they, today? They've tried to get partnerships going with singles. Chase was at the heart of that. Only scored two boundaries, I think, in his innings. Let's see how we go. Important little section to play this.
Imlach facing his first delivery short and through to Hay. Good bounce and carry. And Tickner running a long way. He's getting off the pitch, but he runs a long way down towards Imlach. Imlach in his 5th Test match. So very new. Highest score of 35 and an average of 13. But he looked better than that at Christchurch at times.
This is a really good reward for patience. And I'm not just talking about in the last week or 2, but over the course of a career, really. Just waiting your opportunity, biding your time, getting a sniff every now and then, learning from that, And these are the days, the tradesmen like Tickner deserve a decent old pat on the back.
Getting a wind at his back from the RA Vance stand in, full outside the off stump. Yeah, and I also, Smithy, I mentioned earlier in the day, as the over comes to an end, 176 for 5. And our scoreboard with Harvey Norman TV deals that, he picked up the stumps, through the stumps early in the day and threw the stumps down and nearly ran out Campbell. And, we saw him in a difficult day in Christchurch, really, in hot, blustery conditions, where he came on as a substitute fieldsman and dropped the catch, had a couple of misfields, and, he's got himself back into it. And he's a person of character, I think.
4 for 28. That's a good effort, especially when the other bowlers aren't quite doing it. Phillips is going to be replaced now at the southern end by Ray. So 1 wicket quickly, just the 1 over after the break from Phillips, now replaced by the right arm medium fast bowler. See if he can get it right. Don't get too far wide or down leg side.
Mitchell at first, Latham at second. It's down the leg side, first ball. Come on. 176 for 5.
Well, he's got his 2 wicket takers on now.
Yep.
So, yeah, you tend to go with a hot hand. A lot of captains go with a hot hand. They just see who's it's working for today. It might not tomorrow, but at the moment, I think these are the 2 best bowling options. Folks a little bit below par today, maybe a little bit fatigued, might work his way back into the test match. But Ray and Tickner are the bounce bowlers.
It's a really good opportunity for Ray as he bowls. And this one is ramping up Graves, who did not like that at all. Just reminiscent of he got hit there in similar area, just a high on the thigh in Christchurch. Same again, that ball, he just comes across a bit. And did he square up a fraction? No, he stayed straight. It's hit him right where no male player wants to be hit. And not surprisingly, he's taking his time. 176 for 5. Tevin Imlach comes down to talk to him. Curious when the players...
That'll help.
Yeah. Well, it's a lonely time when you get hit in that area. And
zero attention from any of the opposition.
And why, players can get hit in the elbow, the head, wherever. Plenty of attention if someone's hurt, but that is an area that never seems to attract attention, except from the commentators. This is driven to mid-on, and Graves will be pleased to be off strike. He's 13, 177 for 5.
Perhaps that's because there's nothing that can be said.
I think that's probably right. Every male knows the feeling. Here's Imlach,
which is exactly the reason you go down and say something.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, well, the word that emanates from the German lingua. I know Jerry's spoken Spanish this morning, but Schadenfreude is a word that comes to mind as everybody seems to take great delight in the mishap of the person who is the victim. 177 for 5. Very still in Wellington now. That breeze has dropped away as Imlach comes forward, squares up just a little bit, but manages to keep his bat straight. I think the wind's dropped during the day. Certainly surprised how heavy it was this morning. And just looking at the Pahutakawa away by the gates there. What are they? J.R. Reid gates, is that right here, over there? Yeah. Down towards Newtown.
J.R. Reid. C.S. Dempster.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Stewie Dempster, eh?
Yeah, what a player. As didn't play a lot for New Zealand, but when he did, he was very effective. He turns this ball into the onside, and Imlach is off the mark. A round of applause, 177. Garth, please ask Smithy to give an appraisal of Mitch Hay after 2 sessions. No TV days, so I can't see for myself. Thanks, Richard from Warkworth. Now, Richard from Warkworth is not Richard from Warkworth, but I know who it is. He's a former keeper, and he'll be very interested in your views, Smithy.
So he's first-class keeper?
No. Otago.
Is he a better keeper than you?
I'd say similar. He would say much better. So this will create an issue for me when I get back to Christchurch to drive from Imlach. No, I think I was probably better. Anyway, we're going to talk about Hay, 181 for 5.
I think he's done everything he can today. His foot movement has been good. He hasn't done a heck of a lot to Glenn Phillips because there's more leg side than anything else. Glenn Phillips looking to bowl straight for the LBW, and so he did a little bit of work leg side, so he looked efficient enough there. I think he's had a good first day. The thing about wicketkeepers, generally speaking, that until they take something spectacular, you know they've had a good day if you don't notice them. And he hasn't been that noticed, so well done. Looks confident.
Yep, absolutely. Well, it's going to be Tickner prancing at the top of his mark, bowling from the RA Vance stand, full delivery, which is met nicely by Graves, striding down the pitch and driving to cover. Here we are. 18. Oh no, you've got one there for me, Daniel. Loving the banter, just wondering what the over rates looking like, as multiple tests lately have been well behind the rates. Cheers, Beagle the Arborist from the mighty Bay of Plenty.
Oh, Jerry, I think there were 27 overs in each of the first two.
54.
So 6 behind. Theoretically 6 behind. Supposed to bowl 90 in a day, so they're supposed to bowl 36 in this session.
Yeah, short one is ducked by Graves. So the answer is that the over rate is, particularly given that Phillips has bowled 6, the over rate is subpar. And behind, it's 13.2 runs an hour. 13.2 overs now. Tickner with 4 for 28. Don't think anyone could begrudge seeing his success here as he bowls again outside the off stump. Graves lets it go. So how many overs have we had from Tickner? He's 12 and a half at the moment. So he's the sort of bowler, I think, that will bowl for as long as his captain wants him to. A few little corporate areas, the ANZ area away under it's the old Midland St Pat's Pavilion as well, isn't it? And under there, and another area away to our left, which seems to be an area where prize winners go and spend some time, on a slightly elevated area. It's a beautiful ground, the Basin, as Tickner bowls this into the onside turn nicely and well fielded by Duffy at mid-on. Traffic flows returning to normal around the Basin Reserve after that accident, so the Mount Victoria Tunnel is open. Here's something. Was Garth wearing his usual striped blazer in Courtney Place last night, or a pinstripe suit? Either could engender suspicion from the locals. That's from Ian of Wellington. Thanks, Ian. I appreciate that. I actually wasn't. I was dressed quite casually by my standards as I pushed this ball into the ball's pushed into the offside. 182 for 5. So, but thank you for your advice, and I'm going to stay well away from that area. Now Smithy's quite upset because I've got a frayed cuff, and he's pointed that out, but he doesn't know that it's part of the fashion.
Nothing to add.
182 for 5. I can just tell you that both Smith and Coney went to pick their microphones up and put them back down again. Nothing to say, which makes a change, and I have to say it's very pleasant for me. 1 ball remaining, and then I think Daniel McHardy will come in, and I'll run away as Tickner rolls. This is pushed back down the pitch. A good over from Blair Tickner. In fact, it's going to be Ben Strang who comes in and takes over. Graves is 13, Imlach is 4, Tickner 4 for 29 from 13. It's 182 for 5. After this break, it'll be Ben Strang.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, faster recovery, lasting relief.
There's Michael Ray continuing from the southern end of the ground. Worked into the onside for no run. Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. Ben Strang in alongside Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney.
We were just having a chat then, and I said to Smithy, look, I like the fact that Tickner pitches up. It makes a difference from the rest of the bowlers, really. Duffy uses the short ball quite frequently. He's a tall man.
Ray through the crease, down the leg side, no run.
And you know, Ray, I don't know quite so well, but he looks as if he's a man who can pitch it in and whack it in short as well. I'd like someone who pitched the ball up and nibbled it, as Tickner did in the first session of the day. The West Indies know that he can bowl a bouncer. We've seen that. We've seen that right through session 2 and the start of this session.
Ray continues, length ball, defended onto offside, no run.
To me, that keeps them on a little bit on the back foot occasionally when they start thinking, when's the short one coming? He's pitched 2 or 3 up now. Is he going to bowl me a short one? And it just keeps you a little bit late on the shot if it's up and nibbles and beats the inside edge of the bat into the pads. I think that's a better use, I think, of your bowlers and your whole resource.
Ray, very full and pushed to the man at cover. Kane Williamson fielding, no run. West Indies 182 for 5 here in the third session of play, thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. We have a text here that has been brought to my attention from Neil in North Otago. Might get to it just after this ball. Michael Ray, top of his mark. Running in. Short and left alone by Graves. He says, great commentary as usual, guys. I'm just fertilising fodder beet with some rain forecast tonight. The Fern Fuels truck has just filled up the diesel tanks. Then I'm off to the races at Oamaru tonight. But we'll be listening to the cricket. That's Neil in North Otago.
Oh, good on you, Neil. Fodder beet. Is that like beetroot? No, beet. Fodder beet. Do you mean it's for fodder, for food?
Past the outside edge. He snicked Graves off. Michael Ray has the wicket. Graves falls for 13. The West Indies 182 for 6.
There you go, Jerry. Pitch it up. Pitch it up and you'll see what the profit is. And again, Graves is a little bit crease bound. It's not that full he can drive to, but he fished wide at one that he was leaving down in Christchurch. And New Zealand are the beneficiaries. A big moment for Michael Ray, a bigger one for Mitchell Hay. He gets his first dismissal in Test cricket, the second wicket for Ray on the day. And that is a Canterbury double act as Justin Graves, the man who scored 200 in Christchurch, makes his way very slowly off the base in reserve. And now New Zealand have a real chance to have a good day.
Just chipped away, haven't they? Right throughout the day. 2 wickets in the first session. So that was 92 for 2, and then 2 further wickets in the second session, 175 for 4. Picking, and then Chase and Graves, who were not out at the end of that second session, have now been removed. So number 5 and 6 have been claimed by New Zealand. Chase bowled, of course, off an inside edge, and now just an outside edge of the bat. Graves through to Hay. Hay caught Ray.
It's happened a few times for Canterbury
ring.
too, hasn't it?
Nice ring about that.
Good Canterbury combination.
But it wasn't not Graves, but Gray. Gray caught Hay, bowled Ray.
Yeah. On the first day.
Hooray. Hooray.
Expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans
nothing
on sale
expert
now.
about that. I can tell you that's real doggerel.
182 for 6, the West Indies after 59 overs. Blair Tickner continues 4 for 29 he's taken thus far in 13 overs. Over the wicket to Imlach, defended to short cover for no run. Imlach 4 from 8 deliveries. The new batter at the non-strikers end is Kemar Roach, one half of that brilliant match-saving partnership at Hagley Oval.
But then it's Seals, Phillip and Shields, and we saw Shields, and he didn't look too interested in batting for a long time in Christchurch. Phillip, sure about Phillip, he's down at 10 behind Seals, which suggests he's not Bradman either, so...
Down the leg side, muffled appeal for caught behind, but didn't catch up with him.
New Zealand will know they're in a fight here with Roach, and I'm like, but I also know break this, and this could be a really good day. Win the toss and bowl, and you bowl a side out on the first day, mission accomplished. Simple as that. So for Latham, it's close, and just I think vindicates the argument about bowling Phillips down at that far end, particularly when you've got strike power and willing strike power to run in.
Tickner past the umpire, short, down the leg side, left alone. I have not seen Daniel McHardy more excited to see somebody bat than OJ Shields. He's advocating for him to come up the order. He just wants to see him.
He wants to get home early.
Traffic running a lot smoother now around the Basin Reserve. Crash has cleared. Blair Tickner, the bank full of people watching as he was past the umpire, seems past the outside edge. Lovely line and length from Tickner.
It's been quite an interesting day, hasn't it, when you look at the way it's panned out for New Zealand, that they finally find themselves just edging the day's play, 6 for 182. They gave runs away in the first hour. Wasn't a tidy first hour at all. Those people will know that who were here. 61 without loss in 15 overs. Didn't look dangerous either.
Tickner. Fallen off stump and defended back down the wicket for no run.
Tickers came into the game, didn't he? Big time there, and got they had 2 wickets in that second hour's play, 2 for 31. So kind of just evened out a little. 2 wickets being saved really by Tickner, and then the third hour 1 for 39, and then the fourth hour just up to tea 1 for 44. So it was again pretty even Stevens at the end at tea time, 175 for 4. Since then, New Zealand claiming 2 wickets quite relatively quickly.
Ball worked into the leg side by Imlach for a single, fielded by Jacob Duffy, coming round to mid-wicket. West Indies 184 for 6.
At Choices Flooring, we know choosing the right floor or window furnishings can feel overwhelming. That's why for over 60 years, we've been more than just a retailer. We're your partner in making the right choice. From stunning carpets and sleek timber to stylish blinds and shutters, our friendly team combine personalised service with state-of-the-art technology to bring your vision to life. And we're here for you every step of the way. Visit choicesflooring.com or head to your local showroom. Choices Flooring, helping you make the right choice.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, your business funded faster. West Indies 183 for 6. Imlach on 5 from 12 balls. Roach yet to get off the mark, yet to face a ball. Scoreboard with Harvey Norman. Harvey Norman TV deals. Michael Ray prepares to run in, but then skipper Tom Latham decides, actually, I don't want that short cover and mid-off. I want Kane Williamson to come into a third slip. So he has 3 slips, a gully, point, a short mid-off. Into the leg side, it's worked by Imlach. Takes off quickly, thinks about 2. Just scamper through for 1.
So Jerry, you're Googling for the beat. There's language in here which only you can use, especially when it comes to the Latin and all that sort of thing that's involved. Mangelwurzel or Mangoldwurzel, from the German Mangold, chard and Wurzel, root. It's called mangle beet, field beet, fodder beet, and root of scarcity.
Nothing to do with Joe.
No Joe Root there.
Okay.
Ray. Oh, just past the outside edge of Kemo Roach facing his first ball. No run.
A cultivated root vegetable. We understand those words a little better, don't we? Large, white, yellow, or orange-yellow, swollen roots. A fodder crop for feeding livestock. So, Smithy, keep away from it.
We do have a texter who says it's a cousin to the Swede.
The Swede. A good crop vegetable.
Ray. Oh, hits the pads. Big shout. No movement from the umpire.
I don't think that's high.
Leg side. Was it leg side? Was there another sound?
Not high.
Oh, he's going for it.
Tom Latham decides to send it upstairs. You hear Rachin Ravindra at point saying it's not high.
No, I think it's straight.
Michael Ray.
TV umpire to director.
Wicket.
We have
Let's
a clear
hear what's
review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery.
Right, so it's got to hit the stump hard. Not just nicking it.
Just watching the replay. Pitch is just outside off. Certainly hits in line. It's just a question of
close
height.
to the bat there. We got to ultra edge when ready, please.
Doesn't look like it's hit the bat, so it has hit just above the knee roll.
I think what we're going to see here is umpires call again.
Just go back, please.
Because it was not out. It's about the same height as the first one.
It is. It is just above the knee roll.
But because it's given not out, the batsman will get the benefit. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, there's a clear gap between bat and ball. Go to ball tracking. Ready, please. Pitching outside off. Impacting line.
Hitting.
Wickets hitting.
He is gone.
Pally, get you to reverse your
Michael
decision.
Ray has another. Kemo Roach falls from his second ball faced. He's out for naught. The West Indies 184 for 7. And the tail has been exposed.
And again the length, Jerry. Again the length. And they're crease bound, the West Indies. They really are. A lot of them have been crease bound and going nowhere. So that's an LBW, another LBW. That's 3 from that end. And, you know, a couple of players bowled as well going into no man's land. They have not worked out the length. New Zealand have. It's taken the time. It took an hour, but they have.
Yeah, and just enough movement from the New Zealand bowlers to get past the bat into the pads, and they're not getting forward enough, so they're getting hit on the popping crease or just behind it. So well done. And is that's 3 for Ray now, isn't it? It's turning into quite a reasonable day for him. 3 for about 60, somewhere around there. Well done him.
Good call from Rachin Ravindra at point saying it's definitely not high. He was certainly right. Good communications. Big difference from the first test when some of those DRS reviews were horrendous, to be frank. Anderson Phillip is the new man coming in. Didn't play in the first match, but he comes in for this one at the expense of Johan Lane. And prepares to face his first delivery. Michael Ray on debut, 3 for 59 in his 14th over now. He was taken to in the first couple of overs he faced, but he's settled nicely. Done a very good job from the southern end of the ground. He comes into Anderson Phillip, past the umpire, full outside off and left alone.
Real chance to wrap this up now, New Zealand. Roach will just do what Roach does, and that's be dogged. But a real opportunity. Is that Roach that was out? It is Roach that was out. Sorry, it's Imlach that was still there. Silly old me was too busy concentrating on something else. They're both similar in stature. Imlach will do what Imlach will do.
What a beat.
Back of the length, down the leg side, and left alone again.
You sure it's not Roach?
What a beat has upset you, hasn't it?
No,
Really,
the beat got to me, but are you sure it's not Roach? Because I'm never wrong. They've fooled me. I'm sure that's Roach at the other end. Jerry, can you go out and check, please?
I think that's Imlach at the other end. Imlach.
You would, wouldn't you, go with the majority?
Well, only because it looks like him. Shorter man.
Outrageous.
Ray full past the outside edge, beautifully bowled. No run, the West Indies. 184 for 7 after 61. Michael Ray, 3 for 59 from 14. A warm applause from this Basin Reserve crowd after another wicket taking over.
Yeah, and Phillip going back again and missing that, and it's not missed the off stump by much either, but it's the movement backwards. He's not keen to get forward. They've seen the New Zealanders attack with the short ball enough today that they have decided to hang back in their crease, and we've seen LBWs. So now it's Tickner again, and Imlach knows exactly what's going to happen. There'll be a little good afternoon to you.
Tickner bouncing at the top of his run-up. He's got 4 for 30 from 14 overs. Back of a length, cut. Backward a point to the man on the fence for 1. West Indies 185 for 7.
Good result for Tickner. Now he has 5 deliveries to have a crack at the new man, and I'm not sure how much gas he's got left in the tank, Blair Tickner, but I'll say this, he deserves 5 wickets.
Well, he'll know it too. He'll be keen to get the 5. He's waited a long time for this opportunity.
This is his best bowling in a match in Test cricket, Blair Tickner.
I reckon he'd have got Roach. But now he can't bowl at him.
Well, he's not here.
Apparently he's out.
LBW, yeah. Gone.
Good.
Who's at this end, Smithy?
Don't know. Number 31.
Back of a length and defended into the onside. Going back again is Phillip. No run.
Lovely mate.
Is Paul Rifle alive? Oh, yeah, he is. Okay, I wondered if he just lifted. His head was dropping onto his chest.
Three slips in place, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, inside the ring. Seems past the outside edge of Anderson Phillip. Another good delivery from Blair Tickner.
Must keep the stumps in play here. Blair Tickner go back to their LBW length. Threaten the pads, threaten the stumps. Particularly you've got to do that to tail enders because often they find it very hard to catch up with the ball.
Phillip whacking his bat into the surface as he prepares the edges. Soft hands, takes one bounce to Daryl Mitchell at first slip. Very excited as Blair Tickner. Interesting that the two seamers brought in for this match, Blair Tickner and Michael Ray, have 7 wickets between them. And the two seamers who bowled 76 combined overs in the 4th innings in Christchurch have looked a little lethargic. Haven't had any success to date.
Well, whenever New Zealand bat, they've got an opportunity, haven't they, to really bat long if they can. That's the first thing. Give those guys a rest.
Tickner short and ducks under it. Does Phillip. So yeah, Tickner 4 for 31 from 14.5. Ray 3 for 58 from 14. Stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supply. See the emergency helicopter taking off yet again. Not many sirens today though, despite the crash being so nearby. Blair Tickner approaches the crease, past the umpire, full on the stumps. Big shout for LBW. Tickner is not going up. Whole slips caught in his. They are going to consider whether they go up, but Tickner didn't seem overly interested. Tom Latham's asking a few questions of his players, and he is going to review. So Tom Latham going to have a look.
Well, Tickner did nothing. Didn't do a thing at all, just into his follow-through. Felt that he's just showing there with his arm. He felt it was going leg side.
As the director, we have a play review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on one ready, please?
Certainly no real interest from Blair Tickner after bowling this. Seems in towards the batter and looks to be going down the leg side. Perhaps hitting the bat in line with leg stump, but it's surely going down.
Yeah, just go back, please.
Hitting just on the knee roll.
Where's that from? India. And then play it through again.
But Phillip has pressed outside the crease.
Yeah, no bats involved. Go to ball tracking. Ready, please.
Please. Good, good still.
Pitching in line, impact in line.
And there you go, missing down the leg side. Height was fine, but it's missing.
Not out.
Maybe hitting a fourth stump. That is the end of the over. 185 for 7.
Success in farming and growing isn't about big flashy moments. It takes constant decisions and persistent effort to earn smaller wins that add up. Having enough feed to keep stock healthy through summer, that's a win. Preventing a parasite outbreak, win. Installing a water tank before the dry spell, another win. Farmlands is here to help with expert advice, reliable products and timely supply. Score some wins with our summer offers in store, through your rep or on Farmlands Pro.
First ball of the 63rd over of the Test match as Michael Ray from over the wicket bowling into the hip of Imlach, who steers him backward a square for a single. He will move to 8. 186 for the loss of 7. This is the third session on the first day. The third session with Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. The West Indies at lunch 92 for 2, then 175 for the loss of 4 at tea. New Zealand though taking control of this Test match, you would think, with 3 wickets in pretty quick time since the resumption of play, thanks to Ray, who bowls again from over the wicket, and the right-hander Anderson Phillip defends, and there's no run. And Blair Tickner, who has 4 for 31 of 15 overs, his best bowling in Test cricket, beating the 3 wickets he took at this venue against Sri Lanka in 2023, the last time he played Test cricket. Our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. West Indies losing their way mightily. They were 66 without loss as Ray steaming in again, goes full on this one. Well, Anderson Phillip defends as if this is kept quite low. And the bat at the last keeps it out. Now joining our commentary and providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Coney, Smith. Take a break and Grant Elliott is back. Man with 2 first names.
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about me making the untrustworthy 11.
Well, you didn't make the 11.
Players with 2 first names.
Bounce a good one underneath the right-handed.
Yes,
Anderson Phillips goes underneath.
I do have 2 first names, but untrustworthy?
Oh, the rule was anyone with 2 first names is just untrustworthy. So I think Harry was 12th man, you were 13th.
Was Ian Smith? Is that 2 first names?
I can't.
Smith's not really a...
Can't think of too many Smiths. We've got Anderson Phillip on strike. Looking a little bit untrustworthy in defence, you might argue, here as Ray's hunting a 4th wicket. He has 3 for 60 from over the wicket. He bowls past the inside edge into the thigh pad. He's not a tall man. In for his bowling. Medium fast.
It's been quite a strange day, hasn't it, Daniel? Where I almost felt like West Indies have been on top often, but they only had 2 60-run partnerships. There was a 60-run partnership and a 66-run partnership. That's what's killed today, is they just haven't had someone go on and get a big one. 2 40s, basically 230s.
Here's a play and a miss on the front foot drive. End of the Ray over 3 for 60 of 15 overs on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals.
You need one of those batters to go on and get a big one, 100, so that you're scoring from one end, not opening up both ends. Unfortunately for West Indies, there's been too many times where they've had 2 new batters at the crease and they've had to rebuild. It almost looks like they get on top of New Zealand, or they have done. Third wicket partnership is 60. The first wicket partnership is 66. They haven't been able to build on those partnerships. Ideally, you get one partnership of 150, one of 100, and one of 50 or 75, and there's your 300. Average first innings score here is 320.
Tickner starting his approach. It takes a while for him to actually start moving forwards. Running on the spot, moves past umpire rifle from the Vance stand in. This is dabbed into the offside. Better hurry. If it hits, it will be interesting. It did not. They get home for a run. 187 for the loss of 7. And Zimluck, once more, third straight over. Takes a single with the first ball, not nursing. Are you in a grumpy mood? Just what?
No, why?
Well, Annie in Tauranga has written in. I must say, I do quite enjoy when Grumpy Smithy turns up in the box, commentary box, full stop. Aside from Daniel McHardy just now, what are some of the other things that your fellow commentators do to get on your nerves? And he's probably switched off. He's a bouncer underneath and almost clipping the back of Phillip. They didn't get up all that much.
It feels like we're always on each other's nerves here in the Sport Nation commentary box. There's nothing that you can do to actually be in favour, be flavour of the month. I don't think you'll ever get a tap on the back. It's old school. It's old school. That's why we love it.
So all I hear is nothing. There's nothing that gets on your nerves. World's nicest man.
No, there's nothing really that gets on my nerves. This is the best job in the world. What a
Three
great job.
slips and a gully is Tickner. 2 wide of off stump, no stroke. And even when you're getting the Coney finger.
Oh, the Coney finger.
The schoolmaster wag in the face.
But then I know how to go back at him though. I just need to say the word boards or cherry or
seeds.
Good pill.
I think there's a
hit the poles.
I think there's a levers gets under his skin, doesn't it?
Long levers.
Yeah, long levers.
He's got long levers.
I think Stephen Foot's got one of your robust debates up on social media. Check out our Sport Nation channel. There you go, a little tick for this footy, working furiously away. Tickner hitting a hard length again and shuffling across, defending his Anderson.
Is that me and Coney having a tiff?
I thought it was going to
It was just a discussion. Was it discussion? Tiff. No such thing.
It was a discussion around. I still stand by my words of just you want to see effort as a fan. It's great seeing effort. And Tickner, he will warm to a lot of fans today. They will love the fact that he's done well.
It's not the start of the run-up. The idiosyncrasy there is unique. And passed by a rifle, a half pop forward from Phillip, who pushes up towards cover, will not get a run. Powerful man, muscles evident when he releases with the shorter sleeves on, the crew cut, number 13 on the back. It looks like he could play rugby league and make 40 tackles a game.
It's a big boy. He's got some good ink as well. Good ink on the left arm. Can't really see the pattern, what is on there. I don't know if it's a tiger or a dragon. Who knows? It's nothing like your tattoos, Daniel McHardy.
Of me. Bouncer once more underneath. Well played by Phillip. That is the end of the over. 187 for the loss of 7 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, faster recovery, lasting relief.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation. We're in the third session of play on day one. Thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. We're traffic reporters for a while after that nasty smash just on the city side of the Mount Vic Tunnel. It's back to normal though, crawling both ways. If you're listening in your car, give us a toot as you go around the basin. There's a full delivery from Ray as he operates from the Government House end. His 16th over to Test cricket, 3-4-60 he has on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals. My wife came home from a function in Eastbourne on Saturday night and she said, asked who the hairy javelin was. I explained to her. The ladies were swooning, I hear. Love your work from Dazza. I don't know if you're at a function in Eastbourne or there is someone impersonating you, Grant. Ray, wider of the crease, full, a slashing drive and a play and miss and through to Hay.
Yeah, Eastbourne. I actually bumped into Chris Martin the other day. Happy 51st birthday to Chris.
Today?
Today. I messaged him. Former fast bowler, opening bowler of New Zealand and the Black Caps.
The Chris Martin impersonator's got the ball right now.
And that's what Michael Ray's doing. He's actually, that's an ode to Chris Martin. Celebrate his birthday. But Chris actually asked me a question, Daniel, which...
Here's a ball played into the cordon, diving away, bouncing in front of Williamson. He stops and he runs. 187 for 7 it remains.
See if I can find it.
Well, so you do that. We've got one from Carlos. Hi, team. Watching Michael Ray for the first time evokes memories of other balding fast bowlers with a headband. Chris Martin is the obvious recent player. Also Doug Bollinger and, of course, DK Lilly at the end of his career. This collective bunch of baldies could be called the Sultans of Swing.
Oh.
Endorsed by a lookalike, Mark Knopfler. Bouncer flicked away down towards long leg. In comes Tickner, diving forward. He can't take it. Got there in time, didn't he, Grant?
Did the hard work. He was at fine leg and Rachin Ravindra was behind square. He was just behind square and it looked like they were both converging on it. It was hip height and it was helped on its way, almost flicked. Tickner ran in, did the hard work. Oh, and got it almost ankle height. Had to dive for it. Tough chance, but you'd say a chance that he probably should have taken.
Looks like he has it in his hands, and then the hands hit the ground, and the ball just pops out. Ray will have to go back to the top of his mark. Here's a little idiosyncrasy at the top of that. I'll mention that next ball as he gets a ball to leap off a length. Anderson Phillip takes the hand off the bat. Right at the top of his mark, actually, he holds the ball up. As if, like, when you're watching a tennis game and they get new balls and then the obligatory serve, they just show the ball. It's quite odd, isn't it?
Have we ever had a more odd bowling partnership than Tickner doing dressage and Michael Ray showing the ball
new
to
balls,
the batter?
Please.
He's almost saying this is what it looks like.
There it is. Red. It's red. It's round. It's got a seam.
Didn't notice that.
Yep. He comes in and he bowls full into the pads. Big appeal from behind the wicket. Ray then joins in on the act. They've just wasted a review. They won't hear the end of the over. 188 for the loss of 7. The West Indies batting first.
How do you have a cool Yule?
With a new fridge.
And right now we have the Samsung bottom mount fridge freezer for a cool Christmas price.
We'll even deliver it.
Just not down the chimney, because that would be stupid.
It's ideal for medium-sized households.
Bottom mount means easy access.
It has all-round cooling.
And a power cool function that chills food and drink quickly.
How much?
Just $995.
Cool price.
Cool fridge.
You said it.
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, your business funded faster. 188 for the loss of 7. Grant Elliott providing expert commentary alongside me, our expert commentators. Brilliant. They are Ian Smith, Jeremy Coney, Grant Elliott with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. We're going to see folks back into the attack. 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 36. Bowling from the Vance stand in and beautiful sunny conditions. Northwesterly at his back. He starts wide of off stump and that's nudged by Imlach. First ball of the over yet again. So 5 more balls to attack Anderson Phillip. We've just seen a replay of that LBW shout. Little inside edge, little inside graze.
Inside edge, going down leg and too high, I would say. Yeah, I was talking about Chris Martin, so I did message him and I said, happy 51st birthday, and he said, thanks, amazing to reach 51 not out, another one run to the keeper.
Here's a wild drive from Phillip, again missing. So this is an eventful 0 of 21.
So I sent him a picture message of me up in the gantry with a high-vis shirt on and a helmet because I was doing the weather report for TV. I said it could be worse, ... And he goes, looks green. Say hi to the radio team. Question mark, though, he said. And then have Jerry and Garth made up. What?
We loved having Tommy in the box. Should we get him back? Smithy might nod from the next room. No.
What happened to Jerry and Garth?
189 for the loss of 7. I just lovers' quarrel. When you've been married that long, it just happens, right? It's just natural.
Wasn't he a great bowler? Just that he had quite a bionic or robotic action, didn't he? But just used to hit that length, good swing away from the left-hander.
Hooped it. Folks looking to bowl something similar as he bends the ball back into Phillip. Half volley length, inside edge into the pad.
One of his best bowling spells was against South Africa, I remember, at Eden Park, wasn't it? I don't know if they glued the wicket the night before or something, and it was seaming all over the place, but he was unplayable. Over 200 wickets, didn't he, for New Zealand?
Loved teammate, right?
Oh, such a lovely guy. Happy 51st, Tommy.
On the crease line, the right-hander Phillip will turn the ball up towards mid-on when Jacob Duffy fields. A little bit of swing here for folks as he returns to the bowling crease. I think they've really nursed him through today. Cramped on day 2, I think it was, in the test. Heavy workload in that second innings. 33 overs, backing up the 18 in the first. Long opening spell, but third of the day. Short of length outside of off stump. Maybe just playing inside the line. Phillip survives the 5 balls, 189 for the loss of 7, the West Indies. In like 11, Phillip on naught, and it will be Michael Ray to continue. Or is it? It's not Chris Martin. Is it Shane Van Gisbergen? We've had a number of text messages in. People suggesting he's a bit of a doppelganger.
Shane Van Gisbergen. There is a little bit of Shane going on.
He's mad like a motor car driver, isn't he?
Yeah. Michael Bracewell runs onto the field. Zach Folkes left the field, unsure why. See if he returns, but Michael Bracewell's come on and he's taken position at extra cover. Short extra cover. 3 slips in a gully. Michael Ray, 3 for 61. He'd be hunting a 5-for. He'd love a 5-for on debut.
Starts a new over with a bouncer, top edge, back over the keeper's head, down to the fence. As a sail just went out of shot. No, 1 bounce for Imlach to 15 with a big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. The West Indies 193 for 7.
A bit of luck from West Indies. Ray going upstairs, had cover, deep square leg. Imlach took it on. Top edge. Fortunate runs. Problem is, as a tail ender, is if you start doing that, you just get more at your head. Rachin Ravindra's at backward square. Blair Tickner's at fine leg, deep fine legs. There's 2 players waiting on the boundary. I suspect this will be another short one.
You're right as it doesn't get up high enough, and it's flicked very fine. That could be 4 more. Dive by Tickner. He's hit the rope at the same time. Brilliant effort. Can't prevent back-to-back boundaries. We'll look to the umpire, Pellikar. Will it be a signal?
Blair Tickner's down.
No, he stayed down, Blair Tickner.
What has happened?
Oh dear,
here?
right shoulder, is it? Teammates rush him.
Oh no.
He has stayed down. He has not moved. Support staff off the bench. It looks like a right shoulder injury. He has not moved. Still face down on the turf. And teammates, Michael Ray looks absolutely distraught. We see the dive. Grant, you fear for a dislocation here, don't you?
Wow, he's gone with the right hand, fully stretched. Normally this is when the shoulder just pops out. Oh,
yes.
It does look like the right shoulder.
Sort of just gets caught under his right hip as he's sliding.
The worrying thing is he still hasn't moved. He's face down.
St. John's ambulance is out. And this is devastating. This is devastating for a man who been through so much, returned earlier this summer, so good against England in the white ball series, gets a chance here. He's opened the West Indies up with 4 for 32.
Still unsure what it is, but his legs were moving, but he stayed down. He's still splayed over the boundary rope. We've got 3 St. John's ambulance paramedics there. Players is obviously quite traumatic for the players to see a player in pain like that.
Whatever it is, we just wish him well. You know what? We're not experts. We have no idea, really, do we?
Looks like they're trying
look
to
at
get him up now.
the concern of the players' faces. Tells you everything. They look really worried. Here's a good sign. He's now sitting up, and it does look like that left shoulder, Grant. They just touched it, and he sort of rocked back. And
he's had such a good day, Blair Techner. This is the thing, is throwing your body on the line for a ball that's down leg side. He gave it his everything. The stretcher's coming out now.
Yeah. So the stretcher is coming out. He is up. He's moving. Very worried and laying so prone for so long. We will take a short break here from the Basin Reserve. Another injury to the Black Caps in this series. Most importantly, I wish nothing but the best to Blair Techner. He's been excellent today with 4 for 32 off 16 overs. The first 5 wicket haul in Test cricket is just there for him. This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. We're in the 3rd session of play thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. We will be back after this, and alongside Grant Elliott will be Garth Galloway.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
Sport Nation.
Almost 1 in 4 New Zealand adults can't afford to forget about COVID-19. If you're an at-risk Kiwi and have just tested positive for COVID, know if you're eligible for Paxlovid, a free antiviral medicine available on prescription. Don't wait. Go and call your GP or pharmacist now, or to learn more, visit knowandgo.co.nz. If it's COVID, think Paxlovid. Paxlovid, Nirmatrelvir 150mg and Ritonavir 100mg tablets. All medicines have risks and benefits. Use strictly as directed. Your healthcare provider can advise what's right for you or provide advice if symptoms continue or you have side effects. Charges may apply. For further medicine information, call 0800 736 363. Pfizer New Zealand Limited, Auckland.
This is White Fern Bella James, and you're listening to live coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
What started as a 16-year-old's dream in St Kilda 1926 became the Diamond family's legacy, creating hundreds of jobs, inspiring all Australians. Penrite Oil powers thousands of engines. 2 wheels, 4 wheels, and big wheels. One thing is for sure, 100 years on, they're only getting started. Australian owned and made. Penrite Oil, 100 years, still driven.
This is Black Cap Matt Henry, and you're listening to live coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Business is booming. It's rush hour. But uh-oh, your coffee machine just died. You could panic, or you could join the many other small business owners who turn to Prosper for fast, flexible, really fast business funding. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. That's PROSPA. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
And welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, your business funded faster, on the round of applause. you can hear is for the very sad sight of Blair Tickner being taken off by the ambulance staff. He's in a lot of pain, sitting up and being wheeled off on a bed, and getting some pain relief as he leaves the ground. So awful incident really to see a player. Clearly the injury is to his left shoulder. I suspect he may have dislocated it or popped it out, but miserably painful, and so sad to see Tickner, who's bowled so well for New Zealand, 4 for 32 from 16 overs, and he's come back into this test team and the one-day team and T20 with having faced a lot of personal adversity with his family and so on. And I just think all of our listeners, everybody will wish Blair Tickner all the very best. First thing is pain relief and treatment and recovery, but a sad sight, Grant.
Yeah, it was quite bizarre. It was one of those efforts in the field where you would probably say, dive, get down, and he did, and he dived full stretch, and it looked like it was a lot more sinister than the left shoulder initially, because he just lay head down, and hopefully it is just the left shoulder, but he's definitely in a lot of pain. And I guess the real shame, as you mentioned, personal family stuff that he's gone through over the last few years, and on the cusp of a 5 for an amazing day from him, that is probably a bit tarnished by that injury, and let's hope that he's going to be all right and a fast recovery for Blair Tickner. At the moment, it's for Tom Latham now to start thinking about, well, I'm a bowler down back to the game, and well, how am I going to deal with that? Does that mean that Rachin Ravindra is going to bowl some overs? How am I going to try and look at getting 20 wickets in this test match now with a bowler down?
Yep. Well, he needs 13 more, doesn't he? And it's Ray who's going to resume after about a 10-minute, 15-minute break. Imlach is facing and is down the leg side, and Ray lifts his bat and allows the ball to fly through to Hay. 195 for 7. Imlach is 15. Anderson Phillip is yet to score, and the West Indies leading by 100 and leading. They have 195 for 7. What have we had overs wise, Grant? Just trying to pick
66.3.
Yeah, so still 23 remaining after this one. There's an appeal for LBW as Imlach's been caught on the crease. It's a confident appeal from Ray, not for the first time. Hay is supporting him, Mitchell is too, and Latham waves him back to the top of his mark.
It's been pretty evident today that if you're hitting the top of the stumps and you bowl that fuller length, you're going to get rewards, but we just haven't hit that length enough.
No, and that's just a little bit too short and going over, I think. Yeah, I don't think New Zealand have bowled full enough.
I don't think they've bowled well. I think we've been let off a little bit here. 195 for 7.
Bowled a lot of deliveries down leg side, an awful lot of deliveries down the leg side as well. Ray, who's done well as he plays into the onside. I think this will be a leg bye. We'll wait for the signal. 196 for 7 it is, and it is leg bye. It's a beautiful evening to come down after work in Wellington. It looks like from the weather forecast this will be the best of the 4 or 5 days. We hope not, but it's turning to the south a bit later in the week. I don't think there's any rain forecast, Grant.
Oh, well, I was doing the weather for TV earlier up on the gantry with a high-vis vest and a helmet on.
Good man.
And so I looked at the forecast over 5 days.
Ray bowls driven back to the bowler.
Be pleased to know, end of the over, 196 for 7. Be pleased to know that it should be 5 full days of play, but it will be a southerly turn, so that beautiful window that you've got that's open at the moment, Garth,
will be shut.
That will be shut.
And my jacket will be on. It does get, I must say, that it's beautiful temperature down at ground level. Of course, in the RA Advanced stand, we're very elevated, more than any other ground I've been to. It reminds me actually a little bit of years ago living in Wellington, and I don't think you would have had the pleasure of, did you go to Athletic Park at all and sit in the Millard stand?
No.
Gee whiz, I mean that was an experience down there in Newtown, and up on that stand it really was steep. It was fantastic watching rugby up there. You were side on, and it was like watching a game of chess miles below you. But not good for those with a little bit of vertigo, which I've suffered from occasionally. defensive shot to the first delivery from Folkes' new over.
There's a lot of parks in Wellington that on some days you don't really want to be there. There's Ian Galloway Park.
Nothing to do with my father. Many people have often said that.
Your family.
Well, they often say, "Gosh, your father commentated in Dunedin and was a lawyer, and he's even got a park named after him in Karori, I think, in Wellington." Folks bowls and out to the off stump. It's Galloway, so it's spelt wrongly. And I think he was parks superintendent up here in Wellington. I think I'm right in saying that.
He did a lot for the council when I read up on it, because I don't. It can be 25 degrees in Wellington. You go to Ian Galloway Park and it will be 12 degrees. There'll be a southerly coming in somewhere.
We have the same in Christchurch with the easterly, which can turn an otherwise beautiful day into something chilly and cold. Here's folks still looking for his first wicket bowls, and this ball's just spared off a thick outside edge by Imlach, who's looked quite studious in his innings to date. He has 16, 197 for 7. So still 23 overs remaining, Grant, and your feeling about it. I mean, I think New Zealand will feel that they're on top, but they'd love to get the West Indies out and to have an opportunity to start chipping away at this total.
Well, they've been lucky because they've been getting wickets, and the partnerships haven't been that large where West Indies have got on top. The biggest partnership is 66. Anderson Phillips still on naught.
Folks bowls, and this is Phillip playing just down in front of him.
It's his 27th delivery and he's yet to get off the mark. So I think if you would say to New Zealand, you're going to bowl them out for under 250, they'd definitely take that. There were times, it's been a strange innings because I've almost felt at times that we haven't looked close to getting a wicket and West Indies have been on top.
Yep, I agree. And yet, all of a sudden, and really it's largely, I mean, it's Tickner and Ray who have the 7 wickets between them. No joy for Duffy and folks who toiled away so manfully down in Christchurch. Short delivery sees Phillip ducking underneath it. No change to the score. So just the scorecard, if you're just picking up with us today, we can take you through. New Zealand won the toss, and the first player out was King, who made 33. Campbell 44. Hodge was out without scoring. Hope made a cheerful innings, 8 fours in his 48, 29 for Chase. Graves 13, and Roach was last man out. LBW to Ray without scoring as this ball's outside the off stump, and they'll pick up a run now as Phillips is finally off the mark in his 29th delivery, getting a thick edge into a ball into the onside. So 198 for 7. Duffy has none for 33 from 16. Folks none for 39. He's just finished his 13th over. Ray 3 for 65 from 17. Tickner, who's off the field with that shoulder injury sadly, 4 for 32 from 16, and Phillips none for 18 from 6. It's 198 for 7.
Just shows you know, when you talk about Test cricket or the longer formats, is double wicket breaks kill you. You know, losing one, then losing another, and as a fielding team, you always put 2 wickets on the score. You know, if the opposition's 200 for 5, you feel like they're on top, you always go 2 wickets on, 200 for 7. Puts you in a better mindset, makes you feel like you're on top of the game, and you know that you're not far away. When you look at the West Indies innings, 2 wickets, double wicket break at 66, great opening partnership, suddenly bang bang, lost 2 there, and then 5 down for 176, probably games maybe in the balance, suddenly, you know, 7 down for 184.
Absolutely, as Phillips is going to resume bowling and start another spell from the Government House end as an ambulance heads around just in front of Government House off to the hospital up on Adelaide Road, as it will be Phillips. He's bowling to Mitchell at first slip. Latham, I'm just trying to pick up who's under the helmet. Actually, it might be Young who's come on. No, it's Ravindra, and the first ball he's into action. So Latham's at a short mid-wicket. Conway is at backward point. Williamson at cover. Duffy at mid-off. And behind square on the onside is Folkes as Phillips bowls again, and this is driven nicely, and Phillips will pick up his second run, 199 for 7. What are you looking at?
Well, I messaged Chris Martin. I was telling Daniel McHardy. It's his 51st birthday. Did you send him a message?
Happy birthday, Tom. No, I haven't got his number, but he is a fantastic guy, one of the most popular people to have played cricket, really, for Canterbury and New Zealand, and now a supermarket owner.
Yes,
is he not?
Yeah. On the other side of Taupo. I don't think... what's it called? Tangariri? No.
Tongariro or Turangi is pushed back. So at the southern end
the
of the
Turangi
lake
side, yeah. But he actually mentioned you. I said happy birthday, and he said it's nice to reach 51 not out. Another run to the keeper.
Good boy.
And then he said, say hi to the radio team with the question marks. I don't know if you genuinely want to say hello to everyone. Then he said, have Jerry and Garth made up?
This ball's pushed into the offside. Phillips is there's a suggestion he's bowled him, is it? Yeah, they're going forward and talking, or he's been caught behind. It's hard to tell because Anderson, Imlach there is staying. It's bowled, but that's extraordinary. Imlach just remained there. Phillips is celebrating. All of the players have gone around him. Both bails have come off. There was absolutely no doubt about it. I'm not quite sure what he was up to.
Well, he's played inside the line. I just had a look at that delivery now, and it looks like Imlach has played inside the line of a ball that has spun slightly into him. So he's just played completely the wrong line. And out of nowhere, Glenn Phillips has got another wicket.
Well done.
Another test wicket for Glenn Phillips.
He is that sort of player, isn't he? 199 for 8. And now real inroads being made into the West Indian side, and every chance that the New Zealand openers will be out here this evening. Here's a message just correcting you, Grant. Hey guys, Chris Martin owns New World Taumaranui. There you are, that's where he is.
Taumaranui, and I think that is on the Turangi side of Taupo.
Yes, good. Well, so just back to Coney. No, interesting how people pick up on things and worry about us, don't they? But all is well, and I like the fact that the listeners and even Tom is caring for us and wanting to make sure that everyone's happy, and we really are. I'm about to, as I said to you earlier, I'm changing one of Jerry's medical dressings shortly. Now he wouldn't ask me to do that if things were not good between us. Things are fine.
Lovers' quarrels.
199 for 8. Philip 2. Yeah, I'm getting Brad Lewis in my ear telling me that one was nicked, caught
and bowled.
So there you are. Yeah, it's the old double play. But he'll be out bowled in the book. 199 for 8 it is.
This is perfect, isn't it? A left-hander comes to the crease and you're an off-spin bowler and you've just bowled an innocuous delivery that no one knows what happened.
Seals, and then you'll get a chance to look at OJ Shields, which will be you'll enjoy that, I think, as Phillips is around the wicket and Seals plays back to the bowler. He spent a lot of time moving away to square leg. He won't to Phillips if he faces him, I don't think, but he didn't like anything that was remotely medium fast. He hopped around and threw his bat at the ball to very little success as this ball is played to mid-wicket by Seals. 199 for 8. The end of the over, and a successful one for Glenn Phillips. He picks up with his first wicket, and I think you'd have to say that Tom Latham's rotated his bowlers pretty well by judging at the scoreboard. 1 for 19 from 7, and you'd also have to say that despite some criticism this morning, including from me, that the toss decision has paid off. Having said that, I think this is a pitch that New Zealand could back themselves to bat on first and do well. I think the colour at times tends to put players off, and you know it well here, Grant. It's as I think Ben was saying, Ben Strang, 18 times in a row, I think the captains winning the toss have decided to field first. As folks bowl short delivery, and Phillip takes his eyes off the ball and fortunately misses his helmet and is through to Hay.
Well, I think it's so different in New Zealand, because you listen to the Don Bradman side of cricket where he said, you look at the pitch, you look upstairs, you think about bowling, and you have a bat. Well, I'd say that's for Australia.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, there are certainly pitches. I mean, Christchurch, I can understand why people will bowl first, and most of the teams do that there, and with reason. It does tend to move around quite a lot on the first day, certainly in the first session and a half or so, as we see the next delivery driven nicely to Ravindra at cover.
But then if we want to produce test cricketers that can play all around the world, we actually need to produce wickets that are going to deteriorate, where 200 is going to be tough on day 5, and we don't.
No, I agree.
And we go green, they're good to bat on day 2 up to day 4.
Get a bit lower on day 5.
A little bit variable on day 5.
Yeah, well, this comes back to the argument of producing spin bowlers, doesn't it? And giving them circumstances where they can succeed and excel and be incentivised. As Phillips drives this next ball to mid-wicket, the score remains the same, 199 for 8. We're halfway through the 70th over. Your geography's getting a bit of some education. So Taumaranui is north of the national park and south of Te Koiti. It's not on the Turangi side, so there you are. But I think you're allowed. You've come from South Africa. You're allowed. These are all names starting with T. They're difficult, aren't they? And here he is. He's bringing up a map. So thanks to that listener. This next ball is short and flies through to the wicket keeper. So the West Indies 199 for 8, and what's the time? 5:21. So I think we can go through to 6:30, can't we? 199 for 8 it is, and every chance that New Zealand will be batting in the not too distant future. They just don't want a pesky partnership where runs get eked out. Need to get on and finish the job. Fox is doing his best as he has Phillips coming forward, playing square of the wicket.
Yeah, I just had a look at my map, and I love a corrector. Thank you for helping with my geography.
I see if we've got a... I don't think we've
got... Turangi's like right at on the middle at the cusp. You can either go east or west, couldn't you?
Yeah, I've done that before. Taupo. Yeah, I went up. I took the... I went west going up to the Māori Cup once, and had a fellow following me, also from South Africa, Grant. It's a long story, and I've got to go. I'll tell you about it some other time. But it was a long trip. I took us about 50 k's off track. This ball is played into the onside. The end of the over, 199 for 8. Ben Strang after this break.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. Ben Strang replacing Garth Galloway. Grant Elliott has also taken off. Jeremy Coney is alongside me. In spirit, anyway. He isn't here yet. But Jacob Duffy is back in the attack. They have removed Glenn Phillips after he takes the wicket of Imlach, and said Duffy can tear through the tail into the legs, and worked backward of square. Looks like it'll probably be a leg by, and it is. West Indies bring up 200 for 8 now. Seals was hoping to get off the mark, but it's off the legs. But a good warm round of applause from a good Wellington crowd as West Indies bring up their 200 in the 71st over. West Indies must be a little disappointed with how things have transpired. This last session is defended into the offside for no run. It was all looking so good heading into the tea break, but they have lost 4 wickets in the session. And we look through the scores. John Campbell 44 from 87, Brandon King 33 from 55. Good start at the top for the West Indies. Covham Hodge came and went 0 from 8 deliveries. Shea Hope is the top scorer so far, 48 from 80. Stuffy continues, 3 slips in place, defended back to the bowler. Ross and Chase 29 from 69. Justin Graves was out for 13 from 52. Tevin Imlach 16 from 31, and Kemar Roach 0 from 2. Anderson Phillip is 2 from 39 deliveries, and Jaden Seals yet to score, having faced 3 balls. Blair Tickner, pick of the bowlers, 4 for 32. Unfortunately been taken to hospital after his fall on the boundary. Duffy, ball past the outside edge, no run. And Ian Smith has done me a favour and has joined me, because Jeremy Coney, who knows where he is.
Tall guy, around about 6'3", 6'4", getting on a wee bit now, wearing a dark blue jacket, jeans. I can't remember the shirt that he had on, but he'll be probably walking around talking to himself. If anyone sees him, that's Jerry, and point him to the commentary box. Be nice.
Duffy, past the umpire, short of a length down the leg side.
Really good day if New Zealand can wrap this up now, aside from the injury to Blair Tickner, which was just horrible. This bloke, he gets very few opportunities, and well, that's really sad. So let's hope for the best, and they can treat it, and it's not a long-term thing for Blair Tickner, whose endeavour cannot be doubted.
Duffy into the pads and worked away by Anderson Phillip, comes through for a single. West Indies moved to 201 for 8 after 71 overs. The last person who deserves something like that as well, because as you mentioned before, the story of his comeback to the side, everything he's gone through with his family, I think that's why it hits so hard as well.
Yes indeed, rubber the green time. However, New Zealand have had a damn good day to this point. You win the toss and bowl. Your desire is to bowl the opposition out on day one, and whether that means you can have a little bat or not, that remains to be seen. But that is the first item on the agenda. Get 10 wickets or very close to it on day one, and you've had the desired effect, particularly if you can keep them down to a scoring rate under 3, which it is at the moment at 2.83.
Zach Folkes bowling to Phillip into the pads, unconvincing, back down the pitch to the bowler, no run. Leg gully, 2 slips in place, as well as a wider gully. Zach Folkes, a lot of toil today, but no reward. Looks a little tired after...
That'll go across the righty.
After the effort in Christchurch. We've had a member of the public bring Jeremy Coney back to us.
This is good. Yeah, Jerry will be on in about 15 minutes time, folks, so that's cool.
Folkes full, hits the pads, goes up, wasn't convinced with Zach Folkes, and an LBW shout, goes begging.
And now's about the time the likes of Devon Conway, Tom Latham's too busy probably, but Devon Conway will be looking at the clock thinking, we had a couple of wickets, I'm going to have to bat tonight. If we get them right towards the end, and we're probably looking at 6:30 here because of the amount of overs that have to be bowled still. So what's that, about 45 minutes he's looking at the clock thinking, I've got a chance here tonight.
Folks, full, driven, through the onside, wide of mid-on. Chasing hard is Michael Ray, and they'll come back for a second. Phillip moves to 4, 203 for 8.
So if you're going to bat tonight, I'd rather bat for half an hour, 40 minutes than I would for 5, because in 40 minutes you can get a start and feel good about yourself, and 5 minutes you can only get out. So that's the plight of an opening batsman, actually. So Latham and Conway and Kane Williamson perhaps just keeping a slight eye on the clock, although, as I say, Latham busy with other matters.
Goes shorter and ducks under it, does Phillip.
But now, of course, Tom Latham has another issue, and that's second innings down another bowler. Oh, God, has he had some bad luck losing his resources. 3 in 3 innings. It's quite staggering. Some guys don't lose 3 in a season due to injury, and he's lost 3 in 3 innings, so you get a feel from there. And now he has to go back to what he did in Christchurch and manage energy levels.
folks. Past the outside edge of Phillip. Well bowled going the other way this time. I guess this time he does have Daryl Mitchell up his sleeve as well, so there is an extra bowler there.
I'm not sure about that, though, because he had a groin problem. And the last thing you want is Daryl Mitchell having to bowl, I would think, at the moment. I wouldn't even think he's 100% fit right now. It would be nice to see if he had to chase one down to the boundary and just see if he was able to do that. But I don't think they'd be thinking of him in the bowling lineup at all.
Last ball of the 72nd over. Worked into the onside, no run. West Indies are 203 for 8 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals.
Has it been more than 6 months since either your last COVID-19 vaccine or infection? Make sure your summer plans include more than just booking in time with friends and whānau. Take steps now to help protect you and your loved ones from COVID these holidays. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the latest COVID-19 vaccine, especially if you have health conditions or are aged 50 plus. The COVID-19 vaccine is a prescription medicine provided free of charge for eligible people. Standard doctor or pharmacy fees may apply. Medicines have risks and benefits. Your healthcare provider can advise if this medicine is right for you. Pfizer New Zealand Limited, Auckland.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. Jacob Duffy continues from the southern end of the ground. Short of a length and left alone outside off by Jaden Seals.
It's noticeable actually in between overs, Kane Williamson, as he walked to his position from leg slip to third slip, he just stood at the batting crease and just mimicked playing a forward defensive shot, as if to say he's just getting himself into the mood, just getting a look at the backdrop behind the bowler's arm, and he's starting to think about it.
Duffy continues in his 18th over. Left alone outside off yet again. I've also noticed Devon Conway at square leg point, square leg obviously, having a good chat to the umpires, getting in their heads early, trying to be friendly.
But he's talking to Paul Rifle there, who doesn't mind a chat on the field. But I'm not sure what they'll be talking about. Might not even be anything to do with cricket, but you always like to get on with the umpires, particularly if from a batting point of view, you get the marginal ones in your favour, and if you've got a great relationship, it's just human nature, isn't it?
Around the wicket now, Duffy to the left-hander. No! Back of a length and defended into the offside for no run.
But short for me, Jacob Duffy. I think he shouldn't take the stumps out of play. Only batted once in Christchurch, Jaden Seals, but from memory, I think Duffy cleaned them up with a full-length delivery.
Clipping the off stump. Still around the wicket is Duffy. Two slips, a leg gully in place. Still back of a length, too short. Defended back down the wicket for no run. Seals looked like he wanted to go after it too. It wasn't. He was having a big swing at that when it bowled him.
Oh, they'll know that they want to occupy for the rest of the day, the West Indies, and that'll be, from this point onwards, be a minor victory from them to still be batting tomorrow morning.
Duffy very short and defended into the offside again for no run.
But now you've got him on the back foot. That's something a little fuller might be not too bad. Michael Ray really getting into his warm-up routine there as well, so perhaps another spell from him from this CRA Advanced stand-in to replace Zach Fulks.
Last ball of the 73rd over. Duffy, Fuller, defended well. Jaden Seals, big stride out towards the ball. No run, it's a maiden over. West Indies 203 for 8. Seals 0 from 9 deliveries. Anderson Phillip 4 from 48. Just going through those bowling performances again. Blair Tickner 4 for 32 from 16. Superb today, getting the ball to nip around, hitting really good lengths, attacking the stumps. Michael Ray, bit of a mixed bag, but 3 wickets on debut. He started poorly but has come back well, and he is back into the attack from the RA Advanced stand end. Smithy spotted him warming up. He will replace Zach Folkes. And the only other wicket going to Glenn Phillips, 1 for 19 from 7. Michael Ray, 3 for 64. An economy of 3.76. 3 slips in a gully. As he comes in to Anderson Fuller. Fuller driven to the man at mid-off for no run.
Come on, boy.
Well, it won't be a 5 for Blair Tickner. It could still be a 5 for on debut for Michael Ray. And what an achievement that would be. Started off a little bit wild, and Willie got thumped in his first over. I must have thought, goodness me, this is what I've been looking forward to all my life. And then got it on track.
Past the umpire. Back of a length into the legs and worked backward of square by Phillip. Takes a single, moves to 5. West Indies 204 for 8.
Yeah, not the ideal, is it, to get pulled for 4 and then pulled for 6 in your first over of Test cricket as a quickie. It was a real sober up quick sort of moment for him, and then he pulled it back quite nicely actually, to the effect that he's gone for 3.8 runs per over, which is a run more per over than the average scoring rate for today, but still he's got 3 vital wickets.
Around the wicket to the left-hander. Fisher's at it, goes past the outside edge. Jayden Seales wanting bat on ball.
Nice that. Really nice delivery. Foolish and angling back in from round the wicket suggests it's going to draw a tail ender into a stroke, a probing stroke. Brings those slips, the keeper, into play. Didn't miss it by much either, so worth persevering with that kind of line and length.
I mean, you get Seales out, then you think OJ Shields. It's a given, isn't it, for the 5 for still around the wicket. Back of a length, defended into the offside for no run.
.34 is on the field. I'm just looking at 34s. Haven't been 34 out there all day. It's Christian Clark, who was called into the squad but not into the 11. So nice to see him on the field of play in a test match and just soaking it up.
Sun's re-emerged from the light cloud out to the west. Full and defended on the offside. Good line. They're thinking about the single. The mix-up. Oh, this should be gone. It might be Christian Clark. The shy at the stumps by Conway goes past the stumps. Clark gathers. And coming back, Phillip, I don't know if he got back.
I don't know if he got back either.
TV umpire to director.
Just
we have an umpire review
Christian
for run
Clark
out at the bowler's end. Can I have a side and angle, please?
Oh, I think it's really close. It's real touch and go here, whether he got back in time, but it was a good piece of work. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone by a metre and a half. Not even in the frame, in fact.
Clearly short of their ground.
He looked for his body language as if he got back.
Big screen.
We're at a bad angle here, but great piece of work from Christian Clark, actually. On the field, terrible piece of running, but that's what happens with tail enders and you put pressure on. Great work.
Welcome to Test Match Cricket, Christian Clark. So he didn't get the start, but he has made an impact when he's got on the field. He's only been on for a couple of overs. And a diving run out at the non-striker's end. He's done well to gather and I mean, he did have 3 stumps to aim at, didn't he? But he's done well to gather and stay calm and collected.
Dare I say it was the same kind of run out that Tickner missed in Christchurch. It was very similar, backing up and having an underarm shy at the stumps from not too far away. Tickner missed on that occasion, but Clark was right on the money. And now we come with OJ Shields, last man in, and anything could happen. And if I'm Devon Conway and Tom Latham, I'm thinking about putting the pads on.
Of course, he's at the non-striker's end. 1 ball left in this over. What goes through your mind if you're Jayden Seales and you know that OJ Shields has come out? Are you trying to deposit this onto Cambridge Terrace?
Well, he's a body language man. I noticed this throughout the one-day series, the white ball cricket, Jayden Seales. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and it's very apparent. And right at this moment, he's still getting over the fact he had a massive runner. In fact, he's just still admonishing himself over that mix-up that he just had with Anderson Phillips. So right now he should be hopefully focused on this delivery from Michael Ray, but he's still got those thoughts in the back of his mind.
Ray over the wicket. attempts to pull short, and a wide is called by the square leg umpire. Very short indeed. So we will have another ball in this over.
Man back at deep fine leg is Jacob Duffy. He's in the play here if he's going to take that shot on. What Michael Ray was doing there, he was bowling for the other end. In other words, he wants a dot ball here. He doesn't want Jaden Seals to get down. In fact, Kane Williamson's going down to a fly slip as well. Batten down the hatches.
Michael Ray over the wicket to Seals. Defended in the offside. No run. The result that New Zealand wanted if it wasn't a wicket. 205 for 9 after 74. After this, Daniel McHardy.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Aramis Intuition 100ml EDP $149.99, save $47. And save $9 on Head & Shoulders shampoo or conditioner, 660ml range now $10.99 each. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. We're into the third session of the first day. Third session with Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. It will be Jacob Duffy pushing up into the northwesterly from the Government House ends, Strang down the leg side. Speaking of Strang, Jeremy Coney straight back into the commentary box. Welcome back, providing expert commentary alongside Ian Smith from Mighty Mobile.
Demanded to get back in with OJ Shields on strike. Demanded. Push people out of the way.
Yep. Haul them out.
Standing up. It's a big moment, Smithy. 205 for 9 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. 3 slips of Galloway, point. And off getting very close, but on mid-wicket long leg. Player miss wide of off stump, trying to fetch the ball. Misses.
Full and straight, Jacob. Full and straight.
Don't miss those 3 things sticking up out of the ground, Mr. Duffy. Because they won't be protected that well.
You wouldn't call this a traditional tail end effort. No. Intent to score, it seems. 205 for 9. Duffy gets nice and close and backing away. That is the walk away leave to a ball that is about 4th stump. And he laughs after telling himself off, though, OJ Shields. Helps if you watch the ball. And down comes Seals, who himself is 0 off 13. Looks like Bradman in comparison.
Quite a remarkable leave that was. If he knew it was going to miss, that was an outstanding leave. Fuller than that, Jacob. I think base of the stumps be handy.
Duffy arrives, bowls. The player missed too wide of off stump, leaving the right-hander alone as he tried to punch the ball away for his first test run.
Devon Conway getting very twitchy at point. Even Tom Latham will be thinking about batting. Kane Williamson thinking about batting, and somewhere in the midst will be a night watchman also. .205 for the loss of 9. 2 balls remaining in the Duffy over. Can he get it right? He goes for the Yorker, and to Shields' credit, he's nudged that nicely up towards and on. There's no run. West Indies, though, Jerry, you appreciate occupying the crease, but
So the last wicket was what, he had 5 of 50. You'd really want that reversed. That would be some good hitting, wouldn't it?
That would be very entertaining. Lovely sunshine. Duffy goes wider of the crease. Here's an edge to third slip. Well taken, right in front of his chin by Kane Williamson. And Shields goes without scoring. No surprise there. And New Zealand will rush off, the openers leading the way, because the West Indies have been bowled out for 205. Last ball of the 75th over, and Jacob Duffy finally gets a wicket, 1 for 33. New Zealand job done, Smithy, although the first out looked like they would find themselves in this position.
Yeah, they've got better throughout the day, New Zealand, there's no doubt about that. A good catch from Kane Williamson, reverse cup, head height, And well done to the bowlers, down Blair Tickner, of course, but let's not forget Tickner's effort in this. He started it, and he got the tough wickets at the top of the order. So well done to Blair Tickner, and he'll be feeling pain now, but he'll be grateful to the fact that his teammates have carried on whilst he is getting his treatment. And Jerry, in all honesty, you win the toss as a captain. You've done it so many times before. You bowl first, and you bowl a side out on the first day. It is, as General said, pretty much job done.
Yep, absolutely job done. It didn't look that way at certain times of the day, you'd have to say, as the West Indies started to show that they were going to work a little bit harder at their batting as a result of what happened in that first test match at Hagley. But New Zealand, to their credit, once they found Tickner, and they kept him out for probably the first hour and a bit of the bowling. Once he started to come in, I think he made things happen. First of all, from the southern end, picking up 2 wickets, the only wickets to fall in that first session. Then coming down breeze. At that stage, there was a breeze. It's actually fallen away now, folks, and it's very pleasant conditions. And he picked up further wickets. Getting quite key wickets too, like Chase and so on. And then Ray came in and picked up Graves, and he picked up Roach. So, it's been shared around, but really in the end, the West Indies haven't been able to kind of see it out, have they? 205. Yes, they've got the 200, which we've used as a marker for them for about sort of, I don't know, maybe two years now at least, as being about the score that they get. Well, they're just above it, 75 overs, so they've gone it round between 2.5 and 3 runs an over, something like that. And so there we are. That's Duffy's ended up with 1 wicket, the last one. Ray has picked up 3, and Tickner's picked up 4. So it's been a good effort generally by New Zealand. They put down 1 catch, didn't they? The one I think at fine leg. But apart from that, have they?
Latham's one too.
Latham one, that kept very low. That's right, early on this morning. So generally, I think they'd say, while it hasn't been the best bowling effort in the world, they've done the job.
On the other side of the coin, Smithy, the West Indies 66 without loss, and they're 92 for 2. You said they won that first session. I'm pretty disappointed.
They did, actually. I think that was a definite tick in the column. Session 1, Session 2, we sort of thought maybe shared, even though they were only 4 down at tea. So they had 6 wickets in hand going into the last session, and they would have, on what we saw in Christchurch, entertained the thought of batting all day. Well, they haven't been able to achieve that, so they have definitely lost the last session and lost it badly. However, a couple of wickets now before stumps, they could claw their way back into it. They will be bowling, I would think, around about 8 to 9 overs tonight. So they'll have a brand new ball from both ends. Kemar Roach will be demanding, we know that. Seals, I would imagine, will be the other one in operation. He was probably the number 2 strike force down there in Christchurch. And nervous times, it's never easy. As I said earlier, probably rather be batting for 35 to 40 minutes than 5 minutes, though, and that was looming too. So a chance for Conway and Latham to be positive. We saw how positive they were on the second innings, pushing for singles, running, turning the strike over. And I think Tom Latham will be thinking about knocking off maybe 30 runs here and getting the deficit down well below 200, and 30 for none at stumps, outstanding.
Heavy roller out, preparing the surface for New Zealand's first innings. Let's run through the West Indian scorecard before we take a short break, with play set to resume at 5 to 6, if I'm not mistaken. The West Indies were sent in after New Zealand won the toss. Lots of changes to both sides. King in for Chanderpaul, ruled out with injury. He picked up yesterday. Hodge in for the out-of-form Athenays. Anderson Phillip in for Johan Lane as far as the bowlers. New Zealand welcome back Daryl Mitchell. Will Young dropping out. Hay on debut for the injured Blundell. Phillips returning to full health and taking the spot of Michael Bracewell. Tickner in for Smith, and Ray in for Henry. Though New Zealand over the first 16, 17 overs were off the pace, it has to be said. 66 runs added for the opening wicket before Brandon King was LBW bowled. Tickner for 33. It was soon 66 for 2 when Hodge, back into the side, did not register a run. 2 down at lunch. Soon after, it was 3 down when John Campbell didn't add a run to his lunchtime total. Caught it first slip off the bowling of Ray for 44. Hope played a very fine hand, 48 off 80. Problem was, didn't go on long enough. He had 8 fours in that before succumbed again to a short ball where he can look uncomfortable, gloving a ballooning ball to Williamson at third slip. Again, Tickner picking up the wicket, gone for 48. Chase, he does not use his height. He just sort of hovers on that crease line, and he got an inside edge onto leg stump, gone for 29. Graves caught Hay off the bowling of Ray. Hay's first catch in Test cricket, 182 for 6. So the heart of the batting gone at that stage, and it was up to the tail. Well, Kemar Roach, after his heroic effort in Christchurch, only lasted 2 balls today. LBW bowled Ray, gone. And then Imlach playing down the wrong line to Glenn Phillips. He could not believe that the ball clipped the off stump. He had to go, gone for 16. And then it was Anderson Phillip run out, comical run out it was. He held on for 50 balls, only added 5 runs, and the last to go was OJ Shields, caught well by Williamson at third slip off the bowling of Duffy without scoring. 205 all out. Duffy 19 overs 5 maidens, 1 for 33. Folks, 15 overs 3 maidens, no wicket for 41. Ray on debut returns fine figures, 18 overs 4 maidens, 3 for 67. Expensive in his first over, but he got better as the day went on. Glenn Phillips 7 overs 1 maiden, 1 for 19. But Blair Tickner, best figures in Test cricket, 16 overs 3 maidens, 4 for 32. But if you're unaware, he picked up what we think is a significant left shoulder injury, diving, trying to prevent the ball reaching the rope. He lay prone on the ground for a long time. St John's ambulance was there very quickly. He was taken off on a stretcher, looked pained as he was taking in oxygen. He is at Wellington Hospital being assessed, but it would seem very, very, very unlikely if we see him in any way, shape or form for the remainder of the Test match. Stay with us. The third session will resume in association with Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. The West Indies' first innings has come to an end, all out for 205.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. TAB. R18, bet responsibly.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Sport Nation.
Why is it when you ask most builders if your job's on track, they'll say,
Sure.
But how can you be sure their sure is as sure as your sure? Easy. Don't just be sure, be guaranteed with a fixed price and an ironclad completion date from Generation Homes. A Generation Homes property isn't just a comfortable, stylish place to live. It's built to a fixed timeline and fixed price. Generation Homes, making building easy. Generation.co.nz.
This is Kyle Jameson. Download the Sport Nation app right now and catch all the action as the Black Caps take on Australia, England, South Africa and the West Indies this summer.
Summer of cricket here on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. We're about to see the start of the New Zealand's first innings in reply to the West Indies 205 all out. This is the third session on day number 1 with Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. No one likes a corrector. I love them. Thank you, unnamed texter, who says, you keep saying St John's ambulance, but it's Wellington Free Ambulance in Wellington. Of course it is. But most importantly, the message finishes, Jeremy Coney, dreadful for Tickner. The human side of it, yeah, it goes out to him, because it's been such a great return to international cricket. One where he admitted to us after picking up 4 wickets against England in the one-day series, he never thought it would happen again. And boy, New Zealand needed him today. They were drifting, and Tickner gave them the spark.
Certainly did. He was really the only bowler who would pitch the ball up a little bit, because he started at the southern end and everybody else had been banging the ball in as they had at Christchurch, feeling that was the way they were more likely to get wickets. Well, Tickner proved that it wasn't by pitching the ball up and getting the ball and hitting the track hard early on, in that first session when there was still a little bit of moisture in the surface, and getting some movement from pitching and hitting the ground, and that gives you much less time as a batsman, and instead of being halfway down the pitch, you've got time to get out of the way even if it moves. So I think it was smart bowling at the time, and he was able to beat the bat, and he got 2 LBWs. Then he came and showed that he could bowl short as well. I was just as strong as you guys. It was sort of like that, and he was capable of bowling hard into the surface and getting some bounce and some response from the surface, and then he could mix it up a little bit with the fuller deliveries. He was working very hard. You could hear the grunt and the effort that he was putting in as he was bowling from the northern end this time, and he managed to do some things there as well. So, I mean, there's no doubt he was the pick of the bowlers throughout the day, and absolutely no doubt he kept batsmen on their toes. They seemed uncomfortable to come forward to him because he was bouncing the ball at them. And I just think that in future, if you have to, I don't think he's going to be bowling again in the rest of this match. The way that he didn't move after he landed on the shoulder would suggest that he's not going to be part of this. They're going to have to look after him as well. But yes, it has been a terrific return. Just a shame that he didn't get a chance to get that 5-wicket haul.
Very well said. Here's Kemar Roach, the start of the New Zealand innings from the bandstand in. He too gives plenty of effort and a grunt. We've heard a lot of that today on our FX mic. He's bowling to Latham outside of off-stumper. 4 slips, a backward point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a long leg. Latham fresh off his 14th test match, 100 climbing past 6,000 test runs. Our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. We'll see if...
What do we think, Daniel? Do we think 7 or 8 overs?
Well, there's...
6:30?
Well, it's 5 to 6. Yeah. 5 to 6 now. Roach goes in, 2 straight, turn to mid-wicket, no run, quickly in comes Campbell.
4 at each end?
Probably,
yeah.
Won't reach the maximum overs today, or the minimum.
No.
Still way off that. It's foolish of me to even think that, Jeremy.
So very similar field set by the West Indies. 4 slips. No gully at this stage, looking for a stroke off the front foot or the back foot.
Roach and Ged full wide of off-stump, no stroke. Just a little bit of nibble away from the left-hander, but not as much as he got in the opening overs in Christchurch.
Round the wicket, of course, Roach. So at the left-handers, bringing the ball back into them, trying to get him to play at the ball. And obviously you could hear Latham through our microphones that, is that off stump? Is that off stump, Mr. Umpire? Paul, sir, you're a nice fella, ump.
I thought Paul's nodded off a couple of times today. He's paying attention. It's a beauty from Roach. That's the length Jeremy Coney is talking about. It is full. Neither here nor there was Latham. He's beaten outside of off.
Yeah, that is a good delivery, isn't it? Roach is going to do that. He knows as it leaves, just the seam just held, just canted on, just slightly away from the left-hand batsman, hits and goes with it and is sympathetic to it. So still a little bit of seam. If you get the length right, bring the batsman forward.
Roach from around the wicket once more, 2 wide of off-stump. Latham shuffling across to that off-stump. Very watchful.
Kind of shown us already that he's got 2 ways of bowling to left-handers. Roach, he bowls from a natural wide angle as well, bringing it back in, thinking I've got to play this, and then trying to get that seam movement away. Then he runs in closer as well and then gets off the pitch. He's obviously learned how to do that, so he can deliver, even though he's got 4 foot 2 inches there from the centre stump, and he's using that area for himself as a bowler.
And again, he bowls full, and that is excellent once more. Late movement away from Latham. Had to play that because from that angle around the wicket, it was threatening off stump, and it goes past through to Imlach behind the wicket. The end of the first over, a maiden. New Zealand in reply to the West Indies 205 naught for naught on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals.
Very good Rorge. And getting in close or going wider, he's getting the length right so that he's drawing Latham forward. He's then being able to move the ball so that the seam is being able to hit the grass and the ground and then grab onto it and move it away from the left-hander's bat. And so he's gone past twice that over. So a good start from him, and I'm sure we'll see Seals at the southern end now. This is Conway, same slip, except we've got a sort of a deepish gully backward point area. Perhaps if you slice a drive in that area, you'd have a chance to catch.
Yeah, 3 slips in a fine gully as Seals bowling to Conway. He's tripped on the pad, first ball, big shot for LBW. Turned down, Conway's wandered off to square leg. He's really frustrated with himself. He's played right across the line, perhaps. We checked the replay. I think he's tried to hit through the square leg. Timer will tick down. It's an encouraging start for Seals. They won't review.
No, but it's that awkward looking defensive prod by Conway that we've got so used to. This one's coming back in like an outswinger to a right-hander, and it's hit him on the knee roll as it's a straight leg. Normally you're wanting to get forward if you can. He's placed the heel but hasn't bent the leg.
Seals fallen off stump late into a defensive push as Conway puts the left hand out and says no run there, Tom.
So bringing the ball from outside the off stump, I think that's missing leg, and it is. That's the swing and the angle that Seals is bowling from. He's bowling around the wicket as well. That's the preferred way, obviously, from the West Indies to these 2 left-handed New Zealand openers.
Conway did give himself good talent talking to as he wanted to square leg. Overbalanced, tried to play it too square, wants to play straighter. But he's tucked up here with the ball that jags back off the surface in towards those rather fragile hands of his.
Those of you who know Devon Conway's batting style these days, he often takes the bottom hand off the bat and he's left with one just poking out at it, and it looks very awkward, doesn't it? And he does have chalky fingers, we know that, and certainly he knows it more than anybody, but that's what he's trying to protect.
Runs for Conway because the right arm pace man is third in line and stared off the hip down to the boundary for 4, a big barrel boundary. It's 4 without loss. New Zealand in pursuit of this 205 first innings target by the West Indies.
Yeah, 2 things. Obviously the line has just gone 2-leg side, so and it's also a comfortable kind of length too that you can get to turn the ball, and it's just raced away quite fine. And inside the man who is at fine leg now. What it's done though, it did go in the air for a little distance, and they've just placed a man in that position catching.
Out of the corner, there were 3 slips, now 2. Conway's got more runs backward, a square hitting the inside edge, squirting down towards long leg, just 1. 5 without loss. No surprise who's at first slip because he's got his hands in his pockets. Well, most of the time it's Chase. Graves is at second slip. Hope in the gully, and Hodge out of third slip too. A leg slip position. Campbell a backward point.
I remember you would never show us that, even if you're doubting where your off stump was as a batsman, you wouldn't ask for it because it sort of sent a very clear message to the bowler. Right. This guy doesn't know.
Seals bowls, and this one's ballooning straight back to the bowler. It almost takes you extraordinary one-handed running catch. He's got his fingertips to it. Latham's tried to turn on the onside. It's ballooned straight up. He had no idea. Dear Seals can't get the breakthrough after this break. Analysis from Jeremy Coney. It's 5 without loss.
Yeah.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Juicy Cashew Viva La Juicy 3-piece set, $74.99, save $83. And save $10 on Be Pure 1 multivitamin 90 caps, now $52.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
To the summer of... sorry, Jerry?
Yeah, no, sorry, I was...
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation and Prosper, fast business funding. As we watch another over being bowled by Roach, pushed into the offside by Conway, who ambles through for the easiest of singles, just going square of the wicket. So Conway is 6. 6 without loss.
Yeah, so last ball of the last over from Seals, bowled to Latham, a ball that just got a little bit big on him. He looked to try and turn it into the leg side. He's got a shoulder of the bat. He didn't know where it is. He was looking round. Where is it? Seals was charging at him. He could see that the ball had lobbed up in the air in front of Latham, dived, got the left hand nearly to it. Very close, caught and bowled.
Roach from the RA Bandstand, the NC's Latham beaten outside the off stump. Gosh, Roach's line and length has been good, just nagging away outside the off stump. Beautiful area that he's bowling, and just getting a bit of movement off the seam away from the left-handed Latham. Roach bowling around the wicket. Gosh, he did get his fingers. Seals, I mean, it's a chance, a very difficult one on your follow through, but quite poorly played by Latham, really. Just sort of pushed his bat at it and got that thick edge. Just looked a bit...
shoulder of the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit uncomfortable. Sorry, shoulder of the bat, yeah. Here's a better shot from Latham. Just building on that lovely innings that he played in Christchurch, driving square of the wicket into the offside for a couple. So Latham off the mark, it's 8 without loss.
But it's a good battle between these two, Roach and Latham. Roach has beaten him three times, quite convincingly outside the off stump. Latham wanting to hit it, but the movement has taken it away outside the edge through to the keeper, Imlach.
4 slips for Roach as he bowls, and Latham doesn't play a shot this time.
I wonder if he's moved across to that off stump guard that he's taken as well from the umpire rifle, and whether he puts his toes on that so his bat is resting just outside off stump, and then he knows exactly where it is. Of course, then Roach might just come in and start it a little bit more leg side. You've got to be very careful. You don't do that, because your backlift generally is coming from outside off stump then.
Around the wicket is Roach again, and Latham plays this ball nicely under his eyes, turning the ball square of the wicket into the onside, and picks up another brace. So Latham doubles his score, 10 without loss, 1 ball remaining in the third over.
Just because you take off stump too, Garth, it doesn't mean you don't nick it. It just means that you're nicking it from wider, about 5th or 6th stump, instead of on the off stump, you know. So that's the first thing. Second thing, it brings you don't cut the ball quite so often because you're too close to the ball. You also generally, when you're defending, coming from outside off stump, and you're only playing with half a bat on a straight one, that goes to the stumps.
This is a start straight and heads away outside the off stump, and it's well left by Latham, which means that Conway will be on strike for the first ball of Seals' second over. 10 without loss. Latham is 4 and Conway 6. The West Indies all out for 205. Hope 48, Campbell 44, King 33, Chase 29. Taking it 4 for 32, Ray 3 for 67, Phillips 1 for 19, and Duffy 1 for 33 in that West Indies scorecard, with 4 players getting very good starts really, and no one managing to get on and get 50 in good batting conditions. I think that tells the tale of the day for them as Seals bowls, and again we see an appeal for LBW, slightly belated from the bowler, and again we see just Conway being struck in the pad. He's awkward with that line.
He just doesn't know where that ball is exactly, does he, to actually get a good forward stride. If you want to play forward, you've got to look for length for a start. If you think that's the first thing you look at, not the line, you're looking for length. Do I go forward or do I go back? And Conway isn't really doing either. He's half going forward and then pushing the bat beyond his leg.
And that one struck him high on the inside thigh. This one is played square of the wicket on the offside. Again, we see Conway taking the bottom hand off the bat. I just think he worries about his hands a lot. We've talked.
I agree.
Yeah, he's got.
Call him chalky
fingers.
Yeah,
and. Just the way he's so quick.
No milk and schools program.
Not now.
Not when he was there anyway.
Well, probably in South Africa, was it?
Yeah, that's right. No milk. You would have milk in schools, wouldn't you? When they deliver the crate?
Absolutely revolting. As onto the backside is a shot from. This is much better from Conway. Short outside the off stump and cut. There's a dive from Hope in the gully, but he can't stop that ball. So a good confidence booster. Just given a bit too much width that was short. It was a gift really, and Conway capitalises. He's 10, a big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals. Yeah, warm milk. Not even on a
It was a bit warm at times, wasn't it?
Yuck. And even on a Dunedin day, it could get a bit unpleasant.
Well, it shouldn't have been left outside.
No. I don't recall it being refrigerated for long periods of time. Here's Seals bowling again. Good delivery, which Conway does well to leave. Nicely judged by the left-hander.
Yeah, he doesn't mind it short, does he, Conway? He's happy with that if it's a bit of width and he's into it. And of course, there's no one really looking to stop runs there. They're all looking for catches at this stage with just a few overs remaining. Good opportunity for them to try and break this opening partnership. There's one man, two slips and a fourth slip. There's a man on the leg side, which is a leg gully kind of area, and there's a backward point, which is more sort of a fine or wide gully, actually, wide gully.
Conway faces and plays into the onside again. This time the ball ending up at mid-on, where Kemar Roach is fielding. It's the captain, Roston Chase, at first. Graves is at second slip, where he spent a lot of the first test in Christchurch. Hope is in the gully, and Hodge is in the leg slip position. Campbell is at a very short backward point, in a catching position effectively, so a deep gully or a short backward point. Here's Seals bowling outside the off stump, moving away, and taken by the keeper Imlach through to him. So 14 without loss. 4 overs have been bowled. Latham is 4, Conway is 10, and just an important period for the New Zealanders to get through, just to negotiate their way through to stumps. And I say that particularly, having regard to Conway's position, but also thinking about Williamson early in his innings. I thought that he struggled a bit to pick up the line at times. His feet weren't working as magically as usual, and it's been just a slight tendency with Williamson to struggle a bit early on compared to usual. What have we seen there? A bit of bird life?
Yeah, paradise ducks, are they?
Yeah, they're always in pairs, Jeremy.
Yeah,
I think
they mate for life.
They do. Don't shoot one of them, or never shoot a paradise duck. Apparently, as this ball's just speared into the offside by Latham through the gully region for 15 without loss. I don't think many farming duck shooters would agree with that necessarily, but that was always the rule I was taught when I was in Central Otago. They do indeed mate for life,
unless you shoot both of them.
That was, yeah, well, that's obviously an option. Have to be a good shot though, Jerry.
Yeah, when one takes off,
bang bang.
Yeah, that's
2 shots.
Me down, bang bang.
Roach bowls, beautiful shot here. Lovely shot from Conway. His foot moving just a bit over pitched from Roach and driven through the vacant cover area for 4. Really nice to see Devon Conway having the confidence here to come forward and cash in on a delivery which was just a little wayward from the West Indian, pitching it up and really looking to get movement.
That's better. See, the control of the bat is so much easier when you've got both hands on it. Yeah, that's right. Rather than just pushing one hand, the top hand, at it.
it does seem to help. Here's a full delivery, and Conway comes forward and covers it, in fairness. Gets a thick outside edge, and it's going down to the boundary at third man. Conway, Latham rather, sets off for a third. Conway, who is watching the fielder down there rather than Latham, says no. 21 without loss halfway through the fifth over. Conway is scoring briskly. He's on 16.
Yep, just a little bit full from Roach. And if he can just get it back a little bit more, that one, as he goes to drive that might go in the air. So he's just a little bit wide and a little bit full. Not much.
Beautiful Wellington evening. I don't think the crowd's got to any smaller. People coming in here after work, and a nice scattering of people on the embankment as Roach grunts and then delivers a ball which is full and moving away from the left-handed. I think Roach is left-handed Conway, no shot. I think that Roach has moved the ball in the air as much as anyone, possibly more than anyone today. He's getting quite appreciable movement at times and quite late.
Yep. It might be, again, that it is much more quiescent, if you like, here at the moment. So the new ball, of course, reacting to that, and no breeze to stop it.
Roach from the RA bandstand in bowls, and again we see this time Conway drives again. The bottom hand just comes off the bat. It's very strange, and then he flicks the bat up and looks at the end of it and plays a mock drive with no bat in his hand. It's very strange indeed. I just can't see this succeeding against Australia. He's got to find a way.
Not with the bounce.
No,
not at all. The slips will have a field day with that.
Yeah. And it's really the thing where New Zealand are targeting now. I think England coming up obviously in a series. I know they've got the T20 World Cup. This is driven firmly back to Roach, and at the end of another over, 21 without loss. Latham is 16 for Conway. But with that wonderful series, 4-test series being announced against the Australians, I can't help but turn my mind to it, Jerry, and just think about the balance of the side and the players. And for me, even if Conway is getting runs in this series, I just worry about that bottom hand and the brittleness of his fingers. It's clearly affecting him. Somehow he's got to find a way to bat without taking that ball and play the ball later and stop taking that bottom hand off.
Oh, I totally agree. I'm not sure whether it's a considered movement or whether it's just happens just at the spur of the moment. He just does it.
It just feels so built into the psyche.
Yeah, it does
now.
a bit.
I don't think it's considered. It feels instinctive almost, but it's not a good instinct, as it's outside the off stump and Latham leaves nicely through to Imlay.
It's interesting, isn't it? Seals comes over the wicket to Latham, where he's going round and bringing the ball back in from outside off stump when Conway's there, because he's going to push at that ball, whereas Latham perhaps is not.
I think that feels like the right strategy.
Yeah, I think it does, with also the front pad of Latham.
Yeah.
Sometimes he gets caught placing that across in front of the stumps a bit.
Here's Seals, who was unlucky not to have him caught and bowled. Just a ball ballooning up. This one's through again. Latham is not playing at it, so his judgment is good with the right arm fast bowler moving the ball away outside the off stump.
And if the pad goes across from Latham, so that's his right leg, goes across, he can't then get access to the ball with his bat. He's got to bring it around the front pad, and quite often you're a little bit late doing that against the faster bowlers, and so you can be out LBW. So he's starting it outside, sort of off stump, and bringing it back in a wee bit.
Seagulls are circulating above the basin reserve, perhaps looking for scraps from the spectators as Seals bowls, and Latham is leaving the ball again. This time it's just passing at waist height. 21 without loss. Latham is on 5, more circumspect than Conway. Both 16 deliveries for Latham, 17 for Conway, and Latham's judgment again good on that one. It passed outside the off stump and was going high as well.
Yeah, because Latham uses both hands on his bat. They don't have the leg slip or the leg gully to him, so they've got 3 slips across there now. So 3 and 1.
Right, so here's Seals just looking to draw Latham into a shot. Again, he's outside the off stump, and I wonder if he will start thinking about coming around now. He's not forcing Latham to play, and I think that's a credit to Tom Latham. He's left a couple of balls which have been quite close to his off stump, and a couple too which have been a lot wider.
Yeah. These are the worst times, aren't they, for an opener? To be out in the field all day and to have 8 overs, four from each end, whatever, is, the bowlers are fresh, they've got the new ball. It's a difficult time to bat. You can't go anywhere.
Seals bowls to Latham playing down the pitch and says no, as you will hear. Well, it's where they earn their money.
Yeah, it is. It is. The openers used to hate. I mean, I can remember Bruce Edgar and Righty, particularly Righty. Slow it down, Jerry. Slow it down. Slow it down. We don't
in the field.
Yeah. Slow it down. They're 8 down now. Come on, slow it down. Because you can only get to sort of 8 not out, and that's about it. And you can certainly get out.
Absolutely. Yeah, even a seasoned pro like Righty. Yeah, well, I don't blame him. I'm sure he had to do this hundreds of times in his career, playing all that county cricket for Derbyshire and the England County Championship, where he was so successful for so many years. As Seals bowls to Latham, he was forced to play the last couple of balls of this over. This one is played to mid-off and at the end of the over. So 21 without loss. We'll take a break, and after this it will be Ben Strang.
A family legacy that began in 1926. 100 years on, Penrite Oil is only getting started. The Penrite Convoy range offers comprehensive solutions for your tractors and earth-moving equipment. From the latest fully synthetic, semi-synthetic and premium mineral oils to classic monograde oils for older 2-stroke diesel engines. Penrite covers all applications on the farm and maximises performance and prolongs life in your tractors and machinery. 100 years Aussie-owned and made right here on Aussie dirt. Penrite Oil, 100 years, still driven.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. Continuing is Kemar Roach around the wicket to Devon Conway, defended back down the pitch for no run. Ben Strang alongside Jeremy Coney providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now.
It's not an express attack, is it? From the West Indies, they used to have those kinds of bowlers at you a lot. And they had a lot of and a wide choice too. This is more probing, isn't it? It's more surgical. The whole thing just at you and trying to swing it away.
Does just that past Conway, leaving alone.
So it's a case of judgment by the New Zealand about knowing exactly which balls they have to play and which they don't. And that can be difficult at times, especially if they start the angle from quite wide at you and keep it coming in towards you and then take it away as it straightens and goes away. It's exactly what Folks tries to do to the left-handers from the West Indies, the top order as well. Unless you like Seals, you like to bring it back in and keep it coming back in.
Around the wicket against Conway, defended into the offside for no run. Conway 16, Latham on 5, New Zealand 21 without loss. When Kemar Roach came into international cricket, he bowled pretty quick. I remember him hitting Jacques Cullis on the helmet, having a word to him afterwards. He was pretty rapid. He's obviously a lot older now. He's not a young man like he used to be, but he's evolved, hasn't he, as he's gone on?
Well, I think you do, don't you? As you age as a bowler, you can't quite do the things you would do as a young man.
Into the pads of Devon Conway, who defends awkwardly and hobbles away as if that's hit the inside of the knee.
And then you find ways, of course, looking for an LBW there, as it sort of starts a little more leg side and then straightens, coming towards the stumps. So, yeah, I think you lose your pace a little bit, but then you learn other ways also to try and get batsmen out. I mean, even if you think of the great Richard Hadley, he shortened his run-up, and he found that he didn't have to bowl as fast as he was. He was a tear away for a start. ran in a long way, hair up and down, and that sort of, and the bowling, you know, a bit sprayed. And so he would get some wickets, but he'd also go for a few runs. But later on, he was such an automaton almost about where he was going to land the ball.
Continuing and left alone outside off.
I remember here down there, we used to have practice pitches down at the far end of the ground, and it was quite windy, and he thought, okay, I'm going to have to get used to this wind. And so he was trying to practice his run-up, just his run-up. And he had asked me, he gave me a little stopwatch. And he would ask me, push it when I start to run and push it when I deliver the ball. And I'd say, 5.3.
Defended into the offside, no run.
And he'd say, nah. I said, well, it is actually, here it is here. And so it's not good though, that's what he meant, it wasn't good. So then he'd try it again, and we went through that probably maybe for 20 minutes, and he got it down to 4.8 or something like that. And he was much happier with that. When he arrived at the bowling crease, he wanted to have the wind blowing at him, and at the same time he was balanced and he was rhythmical and ready to bowl the ball. And so that's what he learned. He was teaching himself the habit of the pace to run in when that kind of wind was operating. So he didn't leave much to chance, Richard.
It's fascinating, isn't it? The work that goes into being at that level. Seals continuing from the southern end of the ground, left alone by Latham. These, you see the number of wickets, you see the results of it, but you don't see the background work, which obviously you got to see. But as you say, nothing left to chance.
No, and he had an elephantine memory. Every player, he knew how he had got them out in a past life. So he would say, look, I need a leg slip for this chap. And, that's inevitably that's where he would bowl, and he would bring that into play again. So he had plans for everyone.
Seals, back of the legs, defended into the leg side by Latham for no run. New Zealand 21 without loss.
These were the nice nights if you're fielding to him, but you get Wellington in a windy day at the end and you've just been bowled out and he's bowling. Man, that was not fun. Cold hands, new ball, Richard bowling accurately, beating the edge of the bat so many times. He would do that. You ended up a lot lighter at the end of the day. Lost weight.
Seals over the wicket. Left alone down the leg side. Must have been a pleasure, though, to stand and watch one of the greatest do it at the highest level. It's just...
Well, of course it was a pleasure to have him in the side. It wasn't a pleasure if you dropped one. And so you practiced like mad. I like the fact of go out and practicing. If you practice, you go out and practice at the middle, so you know exactly what your background is. And not only that, to the right-handers, then you swap, of course. We've got a left-handers here at the moment, so a different background for you to stand and watch.
Seals past the umpire, into the pads of Tom Latham, goes backward of square. They come through for a single, and it did indeed come off the bat, so an inside edge onto pad. Latham moves to 6, 22 without loss. And that was what I saw the West Indies this morning. They all went out to the middle, the slips catchers. They did exactly that. They wanted to know the backgrounds that they'll be facing. Very good. I didn't see the New Zealanders doing that. They tend to do it down towards the out, near the boundary, which is for a lot of sides, as you go around, that's what you watch. But it's a good idea to get the background. I mean, why are New Zealand dropping so many catches at Christchurch? Remember that year against the English? I think they dropped 8, did they, in an innings? Harry Brook had about 4 of them. Lead gully in place for Devon Conway. Around the wicket comes Seals. Short. Ducks under it does Conway. And even in the last test match they had 4 in the first innings and then 2 in the second.
and a missed run out. So we can no longer consider ourselves, I don't think, in the top echelon of fielding, which we really should be able to do. It's one of the standards we should really work very hard to, especially if we're getting a lot of injuries like this and you're getting new bowlers coming in, young bowlers coming in. Got to hold those catches. If we'd have done that in the first test, New Zealand would have won.
Last ball of Seals over, left alone outside off yet again by Conway. New Zealand are 22 without loss after 8 overs. And it looks like there will be at least one more over.
Okay, we're going to get 9.
Play.
Yep.
We were talking about that earlier, Jerry, is 90s, early 2000s, the New Zealand team, elite fielding unit. And had to be, because that could be the difference between competing in a game or being, washed away by the talent on the other side. In recent years, it seems to have fallen away. No, like you say, no longer would you say New Zealand's one of, if not the best fielding unit. Too many catches go down.
I don't think you could say that. Steve Rickson was round about that time as the coach, wasn't he? And I know that he employed other people. I know he had some very technical kind of drills for the players. And also, I think they employ even a throwing coach at some
baseball
stage.
Coach, yeah,
yes, that's right. Come out and take a knee, he would say.
OJ Shields into the attack from the RO Vance stand end. Short ball, very short, and called a wide by the square leg umpire, who was actually standing at point with the sun setting from the west.
And that actually meant, come in, fellas, take a knee, and I want to talk to you and show you the next bit of what I want to teach you. So, yeah, I thought those things were good. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be.
We shouldn't give that away. I just told you.
You could just hear Devon Conway at the non-strikers end saying, I wish you didn't call that a wide. It's late in the day, the sun's got low. Tom Latham facing up. OJ Shields pulls out as he's going through the crease. So the shadows get longer.
Well, it's either a wide or it's not. And usually, if it's called a wide for just width then that's from the bowler's end. But if it's a height, obviously it comes from the square leg umpire, or in this case, the point umpire. Yes, I'm sure he does wish that, but I'm afraid.
Latham on 6, Conway 16. OJ Shields past the umpire, over the wicket to Latham. And the offside in the air, landing just short of the man at point, off the shoulder of the bat, a little something extra off the wicket for OJ Shields.
Ooh, hands on heads from some of the West Indies, still actually the second slip, and he didn't control the stroke once again, and it just bounces. I think they were wanting a dive. Certainly Shields, the bowler, was wanting a dive there. A lot of talk.
And the sun has re-emerged from behind a couple of clouds. Big shadows across the ground. Full outside off, a little bit wild, in fact, from Shields. Left alone, no run.
Satisfaction written all over Conway's face. Not called. And you need quite a face to have a word like that on it.
Three slips, a gully, point. A wide, short mid-off, mid-on in place. Two men back on the pull. Shields. Back of a length and left alone. Left on length, if anything, from Latham. 3 balls left in this over. The screen does say a minimum of 4.3 overs remaining, but we'll see what happens at the end of this. Just hearing from our producer, 6:30 finish, so. And again, you can hear Conway saying it's 3 balls left, right? It's just 3 balls, 3 more balls, that's all. So Shields, a long run up past the umpire. length edged, but on the bounce to third slip.
It's been a busy area, hasn't it? That sort of fourth slip round to sort of a fine gully. New Zealand batsmen not really, as I say, it's not a nice time to bat. You just get through it. Just please let me hang in there tonight.
Latham eyeing up Shields. He bowls good length into the legs and he works it forward of square. They're looking for a run out. Direct hit would have been interesting. Devon Conway scampering through. Latham moving to 7. New Zealand 24 without loss. Be good to see this replay.
Oh dear, I think he was short. He's very late leaving. Late leaving, didn't want to run. Say, no, it's over to you. 3 balls to go, and don't take a tight run. Well, that was a little bit tight, and Latham was away, but Conway was late leaving, I think, there.
And you hear again Conway through the stump mic saying, sorry, just got a bit of cramp in my calf. One ball left in this over. One ball left to survive for the day. OJ Shields over the wicket to Devon Conway. Watches carefully. Full. Defended stoutly into the offside for no run. New Zealand 24 without loss at the end of the day's play. Having bowled the West Indies out for 205. They are 24 without loss at the end of the day. Devon Conway is 16 from 25 deliveries. And Tom Latham 7 from 28 balls. Looking at the replay, definitely would have been run out Devon Conway if it had been a direct hit, but survives. But a good day for New Zealand. It was a sluggish start for them. The West Indies were 66 without loss. Then New Zealand were able to fight back and get through this West Indian batting lineup. All out for 205. Pick of the batters being opener John Campbell, 44 from 87 deliveries. Brandon King alongside him, 33 from 55. Kevin Hodge was out for 0 from 8 deliveries. Shea Hope, 48 from 80 balls before he fell to Blair Tickner. Vicious bouncer up off the gloves, caught by Kane Williamson at third slip. Roston Chase, the captain, was bowled for 29 from 69. Justin Graves, 13. Tevin Inlak, 16. And then the tail emerged. Kemo Roach, 0. Anderson Phillip, 5 from 50 balls. Jaden Seals not out, 0 from 13. And OJ Shields, 0 from 6. Lasted probably longer than any of us expected. 205 all out from 75 overs. Blair Tickner, 4 for 32 from his 16. Unfortunate to see him taken from the ground in an ambulance after suffering a left shoulder injury. Waiting to hear the extent of that from New Zealand Cricket. We'll let you know what happened there when we can. And Michael Ray, 3 for 67 on debut off 18 overs. Jacob Duffy took 1 for 33. And Glenn Phillips, 1 for 19. Let's send it down to Daniel McHardy.
All right. Test cricket in the book. As far as the game situation, you're pretty happy where you find yourself at stumps?
Yeah, obviously winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Potentially at lunch we were thinking that maybe we didn't quite have the ball in the right area for long enough, but Tom was pretty consistent with his messaging throughout the day, and then obviously we were able to string balls together in the right area long enough that we were able to reap the awards late, and that's something that we do talk about a lot. And then obviously incredibly pleasing that we're none down overnight.
I was going to ask the message at lunch, because whatever was said, it worked. Your first test wicket straight after a great moment.
Yeah, it was. It's to be fair, I kind of felt like I kept on bowling sort of as I had bowled well before lunch, sort of trying to hit those areas, trying to ask them to drive, especially on a sort of a fresher base and wicket. It didn't really swing around for us like we thought that it would. So for me, it's just a case of bowling my three-quarter ball, trying to get it to nip around and trying to get him to drive, and then he obliged, and Darryl hung on to it.
John Campbell met you with great warmth in your first test over. When did you feel comfortable? Because it seemed the longer the day went on, you really were causing them a few problems.
It's a good question. I don't think I ever really felt comfortable. And to be honest, even in first-class cricket in New Zealand, I don't really feel comfortable. There's so many good players all the time, and it's always an opportunity to keep respecting everyone, right? It's men's cricket, it's professional cricket. If you bowl a bad ball, you're going to be hit for 4 or 6, and I definitely found that out in my first over. I had both of those in my first 3 balls.
Is this all a little bit surreal as we wrap this up, that you're here, that you've picked up 3 wickets, that you're a test match player?
It is a little bit, yeah. I mean, you would have heard before bowlers talk about potentially having days where they bowled really well and didn't take the wickets they feel like they deserved. Today, definitely, I wasn't as consistent as I thought I would have been, and sort of how I sort of got here, but it was kind of my day. Like, you look at like Zach and Jacob, they both bowled beautifully, and we're probably unfortunate to only have one between them. And then obviously Tix was on one today, and it's incredibly unfortunate what happened with him down here. So my heart really goes out to him, and hopefully he's not too bad or has a speedy recovery.
Yeah, very well said. It's the big, your heart really does go out to him.
Yeah, it's not something that you like seeing for anyone, especially him and his family have had a bit of a rough run last few years, and especially a guy who's been recalled, coming against the English and did so well, and then recalled into the Test team, and he was bowling proper rockets today. He's a fine man. He's got an absolute heart of a lion, so hopefully he'll be back out here this summer. But yeah, we'll see how we go. I don't want to put the mockers on him. I don't know how bad it is, but yeah, it's a real shame to see one of your mates getting stretched away.
I think you've got more bowling to do in this test match. You've got more interviews to do. TV's calling. Well done today.
Awesome. Cheers. Thank you so much.
There you go. Michael Ray picking up 3 wickets, including the key man, John Campbell. It looked in pretty good touch straight after lunch, setting up New Zealand nicely. It is their day, the first day.
Thank you, Daniel. And just to recap, West Indies bowled out for 205. New Zealand are 24 without loss. After the break, it'll be Garth Galloway.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
Here at Sport Nation, we've been there for plenty of big moments.
Get the brooms out! The Black Caps have swept India aside. They win the series 3-0.
It's charged down, picked up though by the Warriors. Here is Halasima for the line. Halasima still going. Ledger, he's going in there. I can't believe it. Ledger Halasima, you beast. And we plan to be there for a whole lot more. It's Sport Nation, the Kiwi voice of sport.
G'day, Andy Thompson here. Getting your horse from A to B is easy with Mainland Coachwork. They're passionate builders of quality horse coaches and floats that are built to their clients' individual needs. Choose from their Mainland series or get something custom built, because with their experience and your vision, they'll build something that's all about you. They also build motorhomes and specialty products, including corporate display trailers and service toolboxes. Need an upgrade and refurbishment job, big or small? Mainland Coachwork has you covered. Visit mainlandcoachwork.co.nz.
Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to Night and Day, of course. And here's why. Every Tuesday in December, you can get halibut chicken for just $4. Enjoy a tender, boneless chicken thigh fillet coated to crispy perfection. Head to nightandday.co.nz to find your local. With over 50 stores nationwide, your Tuesday $4 halibut chicken is never far away.
Night and Day. TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know where not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
At Waterforce, we understand the stress of water compliance on your farm. Our metering, measuring and monitoring products paired with expert knowledge take the hassle out of meeting regulations. Let us handle compliance while you focus on the farming. Track water usage precisely with our advanced systems, telemetry, backflow prevention testing and drinking water quality. At Waterforce, we do it all.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
Big call today, Skipper. You declared early.
Yeah, had to. Saw the thinning up top and knew I had to act.
How did you fix it?
The team at Grow implanted my own hair into the thinning areas in one session, and now it grows naturally.
I gotta say, strong comeback for the hairline.
No need for a third umpire on this one.
With over 40 million hairs transplanted in the last decade, Grow helps you declare on thinning hair before it's too late. Search Grow Clinics now. That's GRO Clinics.
A family legacy that began in 1926. 100 years on, Penrite Oil is only getting started. Penrite Oil's convoy range of heavy-duty engine oils, gear oils, and automatic transmission fluids are designed to keep trucks and trucking fleets running efficiently and reliably. Penrite convoy oils and lubricants protect and prolong the life of your fleet, keeping you on the road for the long haul. No downtime, you just keep moving. 100 years Aussie-owned and made right here on Aussie dirt. Penrite Oils, 100 years, still driven.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding, and the Hessian cover is on, as is the main cover here at the Basin Reserve. The pitch being put down to sleep for the evening, and the crowd has disappeared. It's a lovely scene, possibly the nicest conditions of the day, ironically. A beautiful evening here in Christchurch. And now time for the Headache Clinic in Wellington, rather. Gosh, old habits die hard, Smithy. And now it's time for the Headache Clinic Player of the Day, the Headache Clinic migraine and concussion experts, Jeremy Coney and Ian Smith. Possibly a straightforward decision for you this evening.
Well, it is for me, in that at one point New Zealand won the toss and asked the West Indies to bat, and they got to 66 without losing a wicket, untroubled, and in comes Blair Tickner, and effectively, even though it was that early, changed the course of the day's play, because he knocked off the top of the order, came back and got another wicket later, and for that reason, Blair Tickner, I think, had the most influence with the ball on the day. He gets my vote. Jerry might be different.
No, not at all. I mean, that's a pretty easy one today, I think, Garth. For the same reasons that New Zealand were going poorly. They had a very bad first hour, really. 60-odd runs from 15 overs, so they were going at 4 runs and over after putting the opposition in. So something had to happen. He was kept out of the game until that point, and suddenly, as soon as he did come back in, he realised straight away, and I think he showed his experience, possibly from playing in England, I don't know, but he bowled a fuller length than the rest of the other bowlers had in the first hour, and so he was able to therefore bring the batsman forward a little bit or push towards the ball, and he also got the ball to nip a little bit, so he beat the inside edge, got 2 LBWs. That was the number 2 and 3 batsman. And then, of course, the main player, I think, in the West Indies batting lineup is Shai Hope, who was starting to unfurl some lovely drives and some cuts and some pulls through the onside. He bounced him, didn't he? Got him out bounced again, so lost control of the stroke. The body was going elsewhere, and he just hand up in the air, and it was lobbing up, and so Williamson came through from third slip and took a very comfortable catch. And then he got Chase as well, who was just kind of working his way in, taking lots of singles and trying to bat for a long time to keep the Windies alive with their batting. And he got him out, of course, with an inside edge onto the leg stump. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5. He removed today clearly our best bowler. When he came down and changed ends, he then changed his length as well. So he has showed a lot of experience, I thought, today.
There you are. That was the Headache Clinic Player of the Day, thanks to the Headache Clinic and to Blair Tickner. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 32, and we await to hear news of his injury. Of course, he left the field with what looked to be a badly injured left shoulder, a fielding incident here down at long leg, and very sad to see him taking some painkillers and being taken away by the Wellington Free Ambulance. We wish him all the very best. I suppose the other thing just to dwell on before we take a break, and then Daniel McHardy will take us to the end of the coverage from today. Michael Ray's debut was a nice moment for him, wasn't it? 18 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 67. He was hit early on in the innings. He came back and fought hard.
Yeah, he's said in this pre-match conference that he wondered if ever was going to come for him, and he doubted it would. He thought he'd gone past the point where he was going to get that phone call that really mattered. Well, he got it. He got selected, he got the nod, and then he got hit for 4 and 6 in his first over, and he must have thought, I've been waiting for this all my life. This is not good. And then he adjusted. He came back as you would expect. He bowled with zest, he bowled with aggression, he bowled like a newbie, like you would want to see from a new player. He didn't appear that he ran out of energy. He continued to charge in, and towards the end of the afternoon, of course, he got some profit, and some well-deserved profit as well. He'll learn from that. He'll grow another leg from that, and I think he'll bowl better in the second innings when he first kicks off, having known what the requirements are. But hey, look, overall, you win the toss, you bowl a side out on the first day, and you are 24 for none at the end of the day. You own that day. I mean, that is absolutely fantastic. Problem is, of course, that Tom Latham is probably going to have to work his second innings through with the bowler short, and he knows how to do that pretty well.
And Jerry, the West Indies will just be feeling, I'm sure, we all talked about the possibility of batting first on this pitch, and I think the West Indies will feel, notwithstanding some very good bowling by Blair Tickner, that their total of 205, not enough, and a higher score of 48, and pretty good batting conditions, really.
Exactly. I think once they realised at 60 without loss after 1 hour that this wasn't as difficult a pitch as they actually might have anticipated, with the greenness that was there. It didn't last long, but there was assistance there if the bowlers got it right. Well, they didn't, and so they got a nice gentle start, actually, both Campbell and I can't remember the other, King, yeah, that's right, and they both got away, didn't they, on the New Zealanders. But Ray played his part in that. We've already mentioned Tickner, but he nicked off Campbell, didn't he? I think he was taken first slip, and then of course Graves, who had a big innings, and he dismissed him as well, and then finally Roach, who batted. Those two who prevented New Zealand in the first Test match getting a victory. So he can feel pleased with his work, and I think he did get better. I think he relaxed into it a bit more. My word, he's got a good basso voice too, hasn't he? A very big deep voice he talks, and that's what you want to hear from your fast bowlers too, a good deep. You don't want falsetto from them, do you? I like the look.
Although Malcolm Marshall was a little bit falsetto at times.
But the batsmen were a lot higher. He faced
all the batsmen were falsetto after playing Malcolm Marshall.
No, that's right. No, that's quite true. But yeah, he did his job, I think. He was a bit short for a start, but then he started to hit some lengths, and so angles it back in, and he's just got to make sure he doesn't get too leg stumpish. So yeah, I think the Ray had a good go, and Tickner had. So the newbies did okay really here today, and the West Indies. I hope they can sort of fight back a little bit here, because otherwise New Zealand are going to put together a big total. They'll know that you're going to be one bowler down. They'll know that they've got to try and give them a rest.
There you are, those thoughts from Jeremy Coney and Ian Smith. Lovely to see a player like Michael Ray, when he thinks it's all gone past him, to get an opportunity. They can never take it away from him now. He has 3 Test wickets, and he's playing in his first Test. And as I close, our thoughts with Blair Tickner and that injury, and we just hope that he's being looked after well, as I'm sure he is. So we'll take a break now, and then back with Daniel McHardy to close the day. Thanks for listening.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here, and this season it's bigger, bolder and louder than ever. LoveRacing.nz, together with major partners Spates and Smirnoff, bring you New Zealand's most iconic mashup of thoroughbred racing, music, fashion and festival energy. Headline acts Example and Saatchi, supported by a stellar lineup of local DJs, will bring the non-stop vibes to race day. Gather your crew, grab your tickets and get ready to make it grand. The Grand Tour Racing Festival. Book today at thegrandtour.nz.
The perfect gift just got better. Prezzy Card is now virtual and compatible with Apple Pay and Google Pay. That means they'll get all the good things about a Prezzy Card without having to carry around a real-life card. Add an existing or new physical or virtual card to your digital wallet for easy and secure payments. One gift card, a million ways to spend it, or probably more, but who has time to count? Go to prezzycard.co.nz to purchase your virtual Prezzy Card.
A day spent at Auckland FC is the city's best day out. Whether you're a die-hard football fan or just looking for something to do with the kids, a trip to Auckland FC guarantees entertainment on and off the pitch. And after a massive first season in the A-League, it's time for the Black Knights to chase the title. So get behind your team, put on some blue and black and enjoy Auckland's best day out. Get your tickets and membership now via Ticketmaster. Celebrate summer at Auckland FC.
Dairy farmers, you're more than a number with Open Country.
Yeah, we're treated great by Open Country. Love supplying them. You're not just a number. Feel like you are a true partner in the company, which is, it's really cool, enjoyable to supply.
Since 2004, Open Country has supported local farmers and invested in New Zealand's dairy industry. To find out why more than 1,000 dairy farmers choose to partner with Open Country, visit talkmilk.co.nz.
Hi, I'm Michael Patterson from the Commodore. If you're travelling to Christchurch, I invite you to stay at the Commodore, a resort-style hotel close to the airport and only 15 minutes from the CBD. Our family have owned and operated the Commodore for over 50 years. Commodore's facilities are second to none with awesome food, great rooms and resort-style facilities, including a fabulous indoor pool and gym. Ideal for the holiday maker or business traveller. The Commodore Hotel is a proud partner of Canterbury Sport. Book now at commodorehotel.co.nz.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Juicy Cashew and Viva La Juicy 3-piece sets, $74.99, save $83. And save $10 on B Pure 1 multivitamin 90 caps, now $52.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
TAB safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Lawnmower struggling to make the cut? Turn to New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower, a Massport. Massport have been making lawnmowers since the 1940s and have built mowers to last, to suit our great Kiwi lawns and conditions. There's a reason Massport have been voted New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower brand for the last 8 years. The Massport mower range is packed full of innovative features to deliver superior performance for your lawn. Visit massport.co.nz to find your next mower.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prospa.co.nz. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
This is the Summer of Cricket
on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper, make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Day number 1 of the second test between New Zealand and the West Indies firmly falling the way of the home side, but not without issue, especially over the first hour or so after they won the toss and decided to bowl. The West Indies found themselves 66 without loss, scratching their head how they were all bowled out for 205. Tickner 4, Ray 3. Yes, it wasn't the day for Duffy and folks. Picked up just 1 wicket between them, and the returning Glenn Phillips also a wicket. New Zealand have got through a niggly 9 overs through to stumps. Latham 7, Conway 16. They'll be hoping for a good night rest and looking to profit on day 2. This surface looks a little bit drier than normal. Not as many demons as you'd expect, despite the green nature at the start of the day's play. The Wellington sun, and particularly that drying northwesterly, might have advanced the conditions into very good batting conditions tomorrow. That is all still in front of us, and we'll bring you coverage of day number 2, firstly with Alex Chapman in the opening stand from 9 o'clock. Our coverage from the Basin Reserve starts from 10, first ball at 11. But as we wrap things up from the Basin Reserve, appropriate to look back and listen back more appropriately to the final session, because a lot did happen. Let's listen to the highlights of the final session, where the West Indies at tea, well positioned, 175 for the loss of 4, Chase 29, Graves on 10. Enjoy the highlights, and we'll catch you tomorrow morning from 10 o'clock live from the Basin Reserve.
Well, the Barmy Army are getting in behind Gus Atkinson. Here he is on a hat-trick, bowling to Tim Southey. Caught on the pads. Atkinson thinks he's out. He is. He has a test hat-trick.
From over the wickets. Here's a slog sweep, but he's bowled. Ajas Patel's gone right through him. The test match is over.
Catch up with all the action. This is your Sport Nation cricket highlights.
As Tickner bowls on.
Oh, he's bowled him. Well, there's the start of it. Jeremy Coney says they need 2 more wickets. By 200, they have 1. It's the captain, Chase, bowled by Tickner, going on to the back foot and having his stumps removed. Tickner has 4. Past the outside edge. He snipped Graves off. Michael Ray has the wicket. Graves falls for 13. The West Indies 182 for 6. Ray. Pull, hits the pads. Big shout. No movement from the umpire. I don't think that's high.
Leg side. Was it leg side? Was there another sound?
Not high.
Always going for it.
Pitching outside off, impacting line.
Hitting.
Wickets hitting.
He is gone.
Ali, get you to reverse your decision.
Michael Ray has another. Kimmo Roach falls from his second ball faced. He's out for naught. The West Indies 184 for 7. And the tail has been exposed.
You're right as it doesn't get up high enough, and it's flicked very fine. That could be 4 more. Dive by Tickner. He's hit the rope at the same time. Only effort can't prevent back-to-back boundaries. We'll look to the umpire, Pellicar. Will it be a signal?
Blair Tickner's down.
No, he stayed down, Blair Tickner.
What has happened?
Oh dear,
here?
Right shoulder, is it? Teammates rush in.
Oh no.
He has stayed down. He has not moved. Support staff off the bench. It looks like a right shoulder injury. He has not moved. Still face down on the turf.
This ball's
pushed into the offside. Phillips is there's a suggestion he's bowled him, is it? Yeah, they're going forward and talking, or he's been caught behind. It's hard to tell because Anderson, Imlach there is staying. It's bowled, but that's extraordinary. Imlach just remained there. Phillips is celebrating. All of the players have gone around him. Both bails have come off. There was absolutely no doubt about it.
Out to the west, full and defended on the offside. Good line. They're thinking about the single, the mix-up. Oh, this should be gone. It might be Christian Clark. The shy at the stumps by Conway goes past the stumps. Clark gathers. And coming back, Philip, I don't know if he got back.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone by 1.5 metres. Not even in the frame, in fact.
Clearly short of the ground.
He looked with his body language as if he got back.
Big screen.
We're at a bad angle here, but great piece of work from Christian Clark, actually.
Lovely sunshine. Duffy goes wider of the crease. Here's an edge to third slip. Well taken, right in front of his chin by Kane Williamson. And Shields goes without scoring. No surprise there. And New Zealand will rush off. The openers leading the way because the West Indies have been bowled out for 205. Here's Kemar Roach, the start of the New Zealand innings from the bandstand in. He too gives plenty of effort and a grunt. We've heard a lot of that today. Runs for Conway because the right arm pace man is third in line and steered off the hip down to the boundary for 4, a big barrel boundary. It's 4 without loss.
1 ball left in this over, 1 ball left to survive for the day. OJ Shields over the wicket to Devon Conway, watches carefully, full, defended stoutly into the offside for no run. New Zealand 24 without loss at the end of the day's play, having bowled the West Indies out for 205. They are 24 without loss at the end of the day. Devon Conway is 16 from 25 deliveries and Tom Latham 7 from 28 balls.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
Nothing beats a Kiwi summer. Good mates, great weather, and the buzz of live cricket. This season, the Black Caps are taking on the West Indies across the country. The sun's out, the vibes are high. There's no better way to be part of it than at the cricket. Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
Today, Trev made 144 decisions. The smallest was how to tackle the blocked drain. The easiest was to pop out at half-time to check on the herd. The biggest, helping Millie pick what to wear for her recital.
Thanks, Dad.
But the smartest was talking to Ravensdown. Trev's Agri-Manager can share the load for some of those daily decisions, like the right nutrient plan for spring. Give your Agri-Manager a call or talk to us on 0800 100 123. It's one call that's easy to make. Ravensdown. To know how, you have to know who.
At Waterforce, we understand the stress of water compliance on your farm. Our metering, measuring and monitoring products paired with expert knowledge take the hassle out of meeting regulations. Let us handle compliance while you focus on the farming. Track water usage precisely with our advanced systems, telemetry, backflow prevention testing and drinking water quality. At Waterforce, we do it all.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
Catch Hilton Collier, CEO of Tairawhiti Whenua, on Rural Roundup each month. Hilton takes the jargon out of forestry, the ETS and farm planning and makes it real, breaking it down into straight talk you can use on your whenua and farm today. Whether you're running sheep and beef, planting trees or planning for future generations, this is for Māori landowners, farmers and rural whānau alike. If you care about your whenua and your family's future, this is where you'll want to tune in.
Garrard's Horse and Hound has successfully kept your horses and dogs on the track and race ready for over 20 years. They're the go-to for the largest range of specialty equine and canine products you'll ever need, including monthly specials and industry-leading advice. And the UFO Racing Sulkies range, exclusive to Garrard's. Garrard's Horse and Hound has you bolting out of the gate thanks to their extensive range of products in-store or online 24/7. Visit horseandhound.com.au.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Vital Proteins Allure Collagen 271 gram, now $39.99, save 14. And save $4.50 on Huggies Skin Protect Premium Nappies size 2, 48 pack, now $18.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
TAB safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, block out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Something big is hitting Ashburton Raceway. An enormous Sunday of racing. Harness 5000 Finals Day. Racing for grassroots glory is coming to town. 12 massive finals, $60,000 each, all in one incredible day. Be a part of the first Harness 5000 Finals Day. Racing for grassroots glory on Super Sunday, December 21st at Ashburton Raceway. Entry is free. Contact the club for more info. Hospitality packages are available. Visit Ashburton Trotting Club on Facebook or ashburtonraceway.co.nz.
At Choices Flooring, we know choosing the right floor or window furnishings can feel overwhelming. That's why for over 60 years, we've been more than just a retailer. We're your partner in making the right choice. From stunning carpets and sleek timber to stylish blinds and shutters, our friendly team combine personalised service with state-of-the-art technology to bring your vision to life. And we're here for you every step of the way. Visit choicesflooring.com or head to your local showroom. Choices Flooring, helping you make the right choice.
Premier League football is live on Sport Nation. Don't miss the biggest moments of the season. Download the Sport Nation app to stay up to date.
All the knockdowns, submissions and controversies from the world of combat sports. It's Fight Club with Stephen Foote and Brad Lewis.
This is the Fight Club podcast with Footy and Brad. This is our final episode of our comeback tour for the year in 2025. We'll be back, of course, in January, so no stress there. 100% fights don't stop, and neither will we, but we need a break. We thought that with that epic card that we just saw on the weekend, there's probably no better time than to wrap that card and then go on holiday for a bit. And look, remember, guys, like and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. We are available on Spotify. We're also on air every Wednesday night from 7 till 8, right after Studs Up on Sport Nation, which you can find at the Sport Nation app or frequencies around the country. Footy, I catch you as we record this in Wellington. I'm actually taking some time off from travelling around the country to watch cricket.
Brad's blagged this one. He's
just wanted to sleep in my own bed for the night. We'll still be doing the cricket, but how is Wellington vibing?
A well-deserved break, may I add. Mate, not too bad so far. I came in, they say you can't beat Wellington on a sunny day, of course, but it's always sunny and windy. But yeah. I can't complain. I actually checked into Ridges and jokingly said, can you give me maybe a water view this time, and did like a little eyebrows, and he said, actually, we've got you on an upgrade, because normally I'm facing towards Featherston Street,
Yeah, me too, yeah.
So it's like, I've actually got you an upgrade. You're in a deluxe room, and there's like there's a little corner where you can peer through and see the water. He made it sound like I was right on the corner. I'd have this like little vista, but he took me up to the 16th floor, second to the top. It's got a little balcony, which I think is probably the whole premise of why it's like an upgraded room. Yeah, you can kind of see like a little slither through to the water.
Wonder why they gave you an upgrade. Well, I've never had no upgrade. I've never had no upgrade before, man. What the heck is this going on? I'm going to be hitting up Janelle Pillar about that. Our wonderful a person at Entain that does our hotel bookings.
It wasn't the same flying without you today, Brad.
Mate, never is.
I actually managed to keep up my incredible success rate of leaving items in hotel rooms coming from Christchurch. We had that arduous 5-day grind in Christchurch, of course. 2-day turnaround back to Wellington. Yeah. And, of course, I left my mouse there. And that is the latest in a long list of items that I've left in hotel rooms around the country. Don't worry, it's been couriered to me.
Oh, that's
I have an adapter with an emergency mouse ready for the cricket. But, these are the kind of things that we're doing when we're losing our brain at the end of the year.
Before we get into fights, are you having a steak tonight? Because the restaurant at Ridges may be one of the finest in Wellington.
I'd say it's one of the best hotel restaurants we have on our little cricket sort of tour, isn't it?
Yes.
Standardly, I normally go for Le Saigon on the first night. Fantastic little Vietnamese place, only about a couple of 100 metres walk from the hotel. And I do that because I know that I will be cranking room service so hard during the cricket days. So I've got this one day where I've got a little bit more energy. Going to go meet my cousin down at Le Saigon. Yeah. And have a nice pho there. Fantastic Vietnamese if you're in the area.
Awesome. Well, footy. Boy, oh boy, did the UFC end the year with a bang. And we saw this card on paper and we did both feel like it was going to deliver. And if you look at this card from top to bottom, 3 decisions across the entire card. 4 decisions, across the entire card. There were finishes everywhere. There were great fights everywhere. There was an unfortunate injury in the co-main event. And there was a massive upset in the main event. And look, I thought top to bottom, I managed to watch every fight from the Jalen Turner-Edson Barboza fight, so I missed a couple before that, but managed to sit down on my butt on the couch and just really enjoy a good afternoon of UFC action. And again, when the UFC gets it right, they get their matchmaking right, because we know the production's always top-notch, right? There is no slicker production team in sport, I don't think, than the UFC. But the matchmaking was good, the fights were good, and the fighters came to play. And I think across the board, footy, a really great way to end the pay-per-view era of the UFC with UFC 323 on ESPN.
I mean, did they save their best for last, Brad? I think there's an argument. There's always that recency bias, right? The coolest card that you last saw. But there's an argument to say that was the best card of the year. The only thing that might have let it down a little bit was that co-main event, but we'll get to that in more detail later. But, yeah, as you say, incredible upset. One of the fights of the year at the top of the card. There were some great cards across the year that might have been let down a little bit by the main event. You know, like 319 comes to mind. I love the Prates Murphy. And then there was the Hamzat DDP, which was a little bit of a sleeper in some people's mind. I still enjoyed it. But we can talk about that a little bit more later. But, 323, loved it. As you said, fantastic afternoon on the couch, watching every single fight, taking it all in, and heaps to talk about, including our man Piotr Jan.
I'll get to him. We'll get to him in a sec, but before we get to that, I just want to tick off a couple of talking points throughout the card, and in particular three fights that all have their own interesting sort of storylines. So first of all, Farazian with his win over Sajkov. What an amazing performance from that kid. He is super impressive. Macy Barber now looks to be the flyweight number one contender in a big win over Karin Silva. And I have not seen Manuel Torres fight before, footy. He fought in the main fight on the undercard against a real tough dude in Grant Dawson at lightweight. And colour me impressed. Manuel Torres looks to be, and look, this word gets thrown out a lot, but if he can back up what he's shown in his first couple of fights, looking at his record, the dude looks to have a lot of, when we talk about in cricket how a batsman has a lot of time when they face a ball, he looks like he's got a lot of time. Like he just seems very calm. John Jones is the same, right? Like always looks like he's 3 or 4 steps ahead, and he fights so smooth. And I was so impressed by Manuel Torres. Like I said, Grant Dawson, tough dude, and he completely ran right through him.
Yeah, I agree. He was fantastic. Also, you mentioned Jalen Turner before. It was awesome to see him get back in the win column after his kind of well-publicised sort of mental issues. Came back with a bang. Edson Barboza, on the other hand, probably time to hang them up. Another sort of, like sentimental favourite there. You can't go past the man who had probably the best kicks in the UFC or in MMA, full stop, for years and years. You can ask Dan Hooker about that one. And Baranewski, the Polski on that first, the light heavyweight fight, that was a fantastic scrap.
I heard it was a great scrap.
For as long as it lasted, that was back and forth. As you said, like the early prelims all the way through. Chris Duncan is another one who was really impressive to me. I thought Terrence McKinney had a fantastic shot there, pulling that off. Got subbed in the first round, but as you said, like really meaningful results from top to bottom, really.
A great undercard, which led into what was a fantastic main card. Great to see Jan Blachowicz sort of get back to some of his form of old. They ended up being a draw, right? Like with Bogdan Gusov, and look, both guys absolutely brought it. I kind of feel like maybe Jan got a little bit robbed in that fight. Robbery is probably a tough word. One judge giving the fight to Jan, 2 judges gave it 28-28, giving Bogdan a 10-8 in the second. I just didn't see it that way. But just quickly before we get to the other fights on the main card, your thoughts on Jan at 42 years of age, still duking it out with younger, tough competition. The guy is a machine.
He is a machine. They're built tough, the Polskis. They're like a Ford Ranger. I thought he was getting a little bit disrespected coming into this fight, to be honest with you. Like Jan's got the pedigree, man. He's pushed some guys to the limit. He's pushed Alex Pereira further than arguably anyone else apart from the actual person who defeated him. Pushed him. I think Bogdan Guskov was getting a little bit too much shine coming into this one. Jan, if a couple of moments had gone his way there, I think he could have pulled off the win. I was hoping he would on my Betcha multi, but unfortunately not. So that one ended my parlay very early in the day.
Look, mate, you can't win them all footy. All right, let's jump to the top of the card, and Piotr Jan getting the victory over Mirabiashvili. And I said to you last week on the potty that I felt Piotr Jan had a round and a half to sort of establish himself in this fight and potentially sort of win it early. And look, I certainly think he did that and managed to carry that momentum through the fight and constantly hurting Yashvili, which I found really interesting. Like was constantly hurting him, had the best takedown defense I think I may have ever seen in a fight. Like in terms of his ability to even turn Yashvili's takedowns into advantageous positions for himself. He surprised Yashvili with a couple of takedowns as well. Fought a perfect fight. And upset the apple cart, upset the potential fighter of the year in Mirab, and put on as close to a flawless performance as you're going to see in a marquee fight in what was an absolute banger between two tremendously good mixed martial artists.
Mate, it was a technical and strategic masterclass, Brad. Like, Jan, that was one of the best performances of the entire year.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a guy who I've always felt like he had like a performance like this in him.
Absolutely.
He was always fighting the best guys. He was weirdly injured at times.
Losing bad decisions.
He's just had a lot of split decisions. He's just had a very strange and unique career arc. But there's no denying he's always had the skills. He's always had some of the best boxing, and man, he put on a show. Like, it was the game plan there. You know, he probably lost that first round, but in doing so, he still stuffed so many takedowns, and he kind of started. You could kind of see Jan Mirab sort of uncharacteristically so getting a little bit demoralized early, which was strange to see. And then in the second and third and beyond, he started putting that damage on him, man. Like going to the body. And I think that really, really wore on Mirab, and you could tell like down the stretch, like Mirab, he made it a contest still. It was still competitive.
Yes,
he did his bit in making what was a fantastic fight. Regardless of how heavily he was being outstruck and up damaged. But in the end, I mean, this is one-sided, man. Like there's an argument that Jan probably won all 5 fights. You know, I don't buy into that. I think he lost the first one. I think it's a pretty clear 4-1.
Yeah, I
someone doing that to Mirab, like if someone said that before the fights began, you would have thought they were crazy.
Yeah, and look, there was a time, I don't know if you read the fight the same as me, there was a time in the fourth where I felt like Jan was tiring, and Mirab looked to be coming over the top a little bit, but there was a kidney shot, and then the fight completely turned back the other way. And look, I love Daniel Cormier as a commentator. I just think he got a little bit distracted by his mate and Mirab fighting in this fight, and certainly was trying to turn the commentary in a certain direction that just wasn't there for a lot of people, or myself. And full credit to Anik and Rogan, who kind of were pulling him back in terms of how impressive the Piotr Jan performance was. But man, I said the word flawless, and I just and look, Mirab did win the first, but it was so close, given the I think he got hurt in that first round, didn't he, Mirab? That there is an argument that Jan did win the first round. And I'm like you, I scored the fight 49-46. I think one judge gave the first 2 rounds to Mirab. Every judge gave Mirab the first. And then throughout the scorecards, Jan won every other round. I think potentially, given that Mirab's cleaned out the division and Jan's kind of fought everybody as well, I know he's going to want the Sean O'Malley fight back at some point, but I kind of feel like it wouldn't be misplaced to see a rematch between these two guys early doors next year.
Mate, you have to do a trilogy. You really do.
Yeah.
And I mean, Mirab's earned it, to be fair. Like, this is, you know, there's an argument there to say that he might have got a little bit beyond his means there. He's already fought 3 times this year, you know, trying to fit this one in and before the year came out to sort of achieve what no one else has done. And if he'd beaten Jan, like that track record of guys that he's beaten this year would be unparalleled, and it would have put him completely over the top in terms of who, you know, the bantamweight GOAT conversation. But it kind of came back to bite him. You know, you hear these stories about his weight cuts and how brutal they are, and how he does it the quote-unquote old school way, which is leaving it super late and kind of, you know, taking some very dubious sort of processes when it comes to nutrition and what have you. But, you know, and there are stories that he was he sparred 5 rounds like the morning of the fight or something crazy like that. The man is built different, no doubt about it, but I don't think that really behooved him this year. But you can't blame him for chasing, that kind of immortality. He just came up short, and I think a trilogy would be much more competitive. But it's interesting because Jan, we thought that was such a dominant win for Merab in the first, but I would probably argue that this one for back the other way was perhaps more dominant when you think that he got 5. Jan out-wrestled him. Jan got 5 of 9 takedowns. He was putting it on him. And I think it was like 2 of 29.
Defensive wrestling clinic. And look, it's really interesting to me if we delve into this a bit deeper in terms of where Peter Yan stands in the terms of great bantamweights. And I certainly think he's in the conversation, right? Because before his loss to Aljo with the illegal knee in a fight that he was winning, he was undefeated in the UFC. He was 15-1, and then lost the illegal knee fight to Aljo. Came back, beat Corey Sandhagen for the interim title, and then for Aljo in the rematch, and lost a very, very debatable decision at UFC 273. And then in a 3-round fight against Sean O'Malley that many people had him winning 3-0 on the judges' scorecards. I had that fight for Jan 2-1. He beats O'Malley. He loses to O'Malley by decision, and then really his only legitimate loss in the UFC was the first 5-round fight at the Apex, I think, footy against Yashvili in a fight that a couple of judges had 3-2. So, and then he's beaten Song Yadong, Davison Figueiredo, Marcus McGee, who a lot of people had as a future champ, and now Merab. It's almost like if he can get the best of this trilogy, we're in the sort of the areas of him being the greatest bantamweight of all time.
If you can stay active next year.
Yeah, I think we are potentially. I can't see another fight to make aside from a rematch between Merab, because Merab has lapped the division and Peter Jan's fought a couple of the best guys at bantamweight.
Yeah, I mean, there's Umar and Figueiredo in January, obviously.
Correct.
Which could be an interesting one. But I don't know. I think there is an argument for Merab. I don't think the guy ever really has an off switch, but there is an argument for him to say, hey, man, just take 6 months, regroup,
go on a holiday.
You're not going to lose much. Go on holiday, leave the gym for a day or two, a week even, and then sort of, build yourself back up and come back replenished and try to get your belt back, because I don't think you need to rush that. I do think it would be, I'd like to see another fight for Jan against someone else before we see Merab back in the fight there. So we've also got O'Malley and Yadong fighting as well. I mean, I think O'Malley would have to, if Sugar gets a massive KO in that fight,
can see it.
I think he could go right to the front of that queue. He could get in front of Umar, and I don't think Umar's going to have any problems with Figgy.
Yeah,
but he's going to need some sort of highlight reel KO. And
when you look at it,
building stars, and they want O'Malley back in that kind of sphere, don't they?
Do you think it's a fair assessment to say that Merab is the only real bad matchup for Sean O'Malley in that division, given Merab's constant wrestling? I feel like everyone else sort of mixes grappling in with striking, or is out and out strikers.
Umar, you could probably say there's probably an argument there, but man, I heard a super fascinating fact that might have been on Twitter actually, but about Mr. Jan, and that is that he is the only fighter in UFC history to win a title. So he had the title, then he went on a 3-fight losing streak and then win it back.
Wow.
The only fighter in UFC history to do that, which is incredible. That's an unreal resilience, right?
And he's younger than Merab.
He is younger than Merab.
Yeah. So, he's still a young dude. So, full credit to Peter Yan. It was a great fight. All right, this is the Fight Club podcast from Footy and Brad. We still have a little bit to chat about regarding UFC 23, but we do need to go to a break. On the other side of this, we'll talk the unfortunate ending to the Joshua Van Alexander Pantoja fight, plus Henry Cejudo goes out on his shield, and we have a new contender at flyweight.
Sport Nation and Trackside have your Friday night sorted with Friday Night Lights. Tune in from 6 p.m. every Friday for live harness racing coverage right here on Sport Nation.
Stay tuned to the New Zealand Summer of Cricket. The Black Caps are currently taking on the West Indies, the second of 3 test matches in Wellington. Day 2 begins 11 a.m. tomorrow. And if you're heading to the ground, bring your headphones and use the app to listen to no delay commentary thanks to live feed. The Black Caps against the West Indies right here on Sport Nation, the Kiwi voice of sport. Thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today.
Football is all about rivalries, and we want to plug you right into it all season long with our new digital-first podcast, Studs Up. Listen on the Sport Nation app today.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet power bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet power banks. Find them in-store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
A family legacy that began in 1926. 100 years on, Penrite Oil is only getting started. Penrite Oil's Convoy range of heavy-duty engine oils, gear oils, and automatic transmission fluids are designed to keep trucks and trucking fleets running efficiently and reliably. Penrite Convoy oils and lubricants protect and prolong the life of your fleet, keeping you on the road for the long haul. No downtime, you just keep moving. 100 years Aussie-owned and made right here on Aussie dirt. Penrite Oils, 100 years, still driven.
Sport Nation is your destination for live sport.
It's a delicious ball, and it's in the back of the net! Into the corner, and they will not need a second look at that!
That was just pure athleticism.
Live sport lives on Sport Nation, the Kiwi voice of sport.
Seeking support with a comprehensive animal health and management program? PGG Wrightson's experienced field representatives offer specialist animal health advice and are ready to help. Backed by a dedicated research and development team and technical advisors, they stay up to date with the latest improvements in products and animal health practices. Find your nearest store and field rep at store.pggwrightson.co.nz. Together, we are helping grow the country and healthy stock.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce here. Dry paddocks, low troughs. If you're a lifestyle block struggling for water, we can help. At Waterforce, we design water systems to perfectly suit your lifestyle property and tailored to suit your lifestyle, whether it's irrigation, stock water, or garden sprinklers. Our solutions are smart, efficient, sustainable, and built to last, so your water needs are covered now and well into the future.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
The perfect gift just got better. Prezzy Card is now virtual and compatible with Apple Pay and Google Pay. That means they'll get all the good things about a Prezzy Card without having to carry around a real-life card. Add an existing or new physical or virtual card to your digital wallet for easy and secure payments. One gift card, a million ways to spend it, or probably more, but who has time to count? Go to prezzycard.co.nz to purchase your virtual Prezzy Card.
Celebrating New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events, the Grand Tour Racing Festival with major partners Spates and Smirnoff bring you an epic mix of beats, vibes and non-stop entertainment. Book today and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
From breaking news to bold opinions, if it's sport, we're talking about it. Your home for the latest stories, big interviews and expert analysis. This is Sport Nation, the Kiwi voice of sport.
Footy has travelled the world covering combat sports. Brad, well, he just watches it. It's Fight Club with Stephen Foote and Brad Lewis.
This is the Fight Club podcast with Footy and Brad. Thank you guys so much for listening. As we head into part 2 Footy, we mentioned the bantamweights that were at the top of the card. I'll get to the two flyweight fights shortly, but I have to say, and I've never been a massive fan of the King of Cringe, Triple C, Henry Cejudo. But I have to say, Footy, that fight with Peyton Talbot was 5 stars. And you can see why Henry Cejudo is an Olympic gold medalist, because that toughness can only be brought out in an Olympic gold medalist, where it was a competitive fight. I think Talbot clearly won it, but Henry Cejudo, what a fitting way to end what has been a legendary career in combat sports. And I'm not just talking about the UFC here, folks. This guy is literally one of the greatest wrestlers to ever wrestle at the Olympic Games.
Absolutely. One of the best lightweight combat sports fighters, period. One of the better lighter weight fighters the UFC's ever seen. Mm-hmm. One of the first ever champs. I mean, say what you will about Cejudo. He's a polarizing guy. It took me a long time to buy into him for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was his cringiness or the way he fought. I just never thought there was like this legitimate greatness in him. But man, when he's hunging them up, surely he's hung them up for good this time around.
Yeah.
And yeah, as you say, Olympic gold, champ. He's fought some of the best fighters ever and beaten them. Demetrius Johnson hasn't lost to too many people, neither has Dominic Cruz. And you can't deny his standing in the game. Like, he's one of the greats, and, you know, for all of the cringe, and there was plenty of cringe, like, he's one of the greats, man. And, you know, he showed all of that fighting spirit in that fight against Talbot, because I thought it was pretty one-sided. I thought he was getting pretty comprehensively beaten down, and you only have to look at his face after the fight for proof of that. But you know, it says it all about this guy and the competitive spirit, that he was able to hang in there and actually make it a really entertaining fight, even though I feel like it was all Talbot.
And I wonder if, in reflection, as Henry Cejudo looks back at his mixed martial arts career, and particularly his UFC career, and retired after the smashing Dominic Cruz at UFC 249 when he was the bantamweight champ. At the time, he had beaten Sergio Pettis, Demetrius Johnson, TJ Dillashaw, Marlon Moraes, and Dominic Cruz back to back, right? And Wilson Reyes was in there as well. He was 16-2 at the time. It was May the 9th, 2020. And I remember he had that Octagon interview where a depressed-looking Cruz is standing in the background, and he announces his retirement, much to the surprise of Dana White and the UFC. And I wonder if, in reflection, when he was just 34 years of age, 33, I think he might have been at the time, if he could have his time back, Footy, because he hasn't won a fight since. He's lost 4 fights to Sterling, Yashvili, Song Yadong, and Talbot. I wonder if he had his time back, he may run that back again, because potentially there was a featherweight fight against Alex Volkanovski on the card that I know people were talking about at the time, where he could have been a champ. I wonder if he looks back at that with regret, because he was literally, we were witnessing greatness in its prime, and I don't know what was going on in his personal life, but he just called it quits at the most weirdest of times.
It was a weird time, and yet it is crazy to think that someone so decorated who's done so much in the sport could be a what-if story.
Yeah.
But I think there's an argument for it, right? There's a narrative. There's a different version of the Cejudo storyline that plays out a lot different, and he has even more belts to his name.
Yeah.
Like, to step away, like, right in his prime like that. It didn't really dawn on us as much at the time, but I think after he came back, they threw him right back into the fire. And to be fair, like, he was very, very close to beating Aljo in that first fight back. Like, they were, I don't know, I can't recall if that was a split decision or not, but that was a really, really close fight. And there was an argument, I feel, that Cejudo won that fight, but, you know, I would have thought since he came back, he clearly doesn't really have that fire in him anymore. But mate, I mean, let's give Talbot his due, because this is a guy who's gone through plenty of adversity this year, a guy who had a ton of hype behind him, had it derailed in pretty spectacular fashion by Raoni Barcelos, and then came back, smoked Lima, and then they've thrown him to this guy Henry Cejudo, who, you know,
one of the
has
greats,
that same pedigree, and like beat him at his own game. Really, did you see him get the inside leg trip? Like, that was one of Henry Cejudo's best ever moves, and he had the big grin on his face after he took him down. Like, that was really impressive by Talbot. He's right back on that sort of trajectory that I feel like the UFC wanted him to be back at the start,
and getting better.
Every fight, Brad. Every fight. Like, he's looking fantastic. Yeah, he's got a real guy to watch, I think, for 2026 in terms of having a massive breakout. And I would argue he's probably one of the breakout fighters of the year still, despite that first that loss earlier in the year.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more in terms of breakout fighter. And look, I know that at the moment Sean O'Malley is elevated above Payton Talbot, but it just seems like a natural fit that at some point we're going to get those two guys in the cage together in what could be one of the most technically beautiful fights you can imagine.
That's a nice one, Brad. I hadn't considered that, but that's a juicy one for 2026, I tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's shift to the flyweights, and I'm sure you're a lot better at pronouncing his name than me, but Tatsuro Taira getting the win over Brandon Moreno in probably the ugliest loss of Brandon Moreno's career, where he just got absolutely steamrolled. And we're talking legit about one of the greatest flyweights to ever do it. And man, you talk about picking your moments on a night when there was controversy. Well, not controversy, but sort of a real goddamn shame, to be honest with you, in the co-main event. What a performance from the Japanese fighter, Footy, who looks an absolute legit book him in contender to be a future flyweight champ, or at least challenge for the title in his next fight, I would imagine.
Mate, he looked fantastic. That was a breakout win, statement win over a highly decorated former champion, Brandon Moreno. I hadn't seen anyone really do that to Brandon Moreno to that extent before. That was quite jarring. Like, he's such a big, thick flyweight, isn't he? And he just doesn't stop going. He has a really high motor. And he's the latest from the Japanese, from the land of the rising sun, to come land in this flyweight division and potentially take it by storm, because we've also got Horiguchi waiting in the wings there.
Yes.
No shortage of contenders here lining up to take on the newly crowned champ. I guess the question is, which way do they want to go? I mean, I would prefer they lean more towards Horiguchi at this stage, to be honest. I feel like I want to see Taira get another win there. Like, he's got a lot.
Well, I think the talk was if Pantoja had won the Horiguchi fight, would have almost been a lock to be made, right? So why change now? But Taira was standing there cage side, so yeah.
Yeah, but Taira, he called out Horiguchi, I thought, which was a strange move. But then obviously we've also got this Manuel Cup, Brandon Ravel fight this weekend.
And Ravel is the only person on this planet to beat Tatsu Taira. So yeah,
exactly. So he's got a front running on that one. But I think if Cup goes off and does what I think he probably will do, I think he'll be the favourite to have that first shot again, Van. But man, not taking away anything from Taira. That was a fantastic fight, and it's great to see these Japanese guys coming over and making a mark.
Yes,
sort of later in their careers, but mate, so much talent in the lighter weights there. And now they're doing work at the actual elite level in the UFC, which is awesome to see.
And looking sensational while doing it. All right, let's look at the co-main event of the evening. Joshua Van is the new flyweight champion of the world. He beats the champ Alexandre Pantoja by TKO through an arm injury 26 seconds into the fight. The fight looked like a Pantoja fight, 101, with the old mate touching gloves and then walking forward, throwing kicks, throwing punches. And like, here we go again. And actually, to me, I know we're only 20 sort of seconds in, but it almost looked like he was overwhelming Van within the first 20 seconds of the fight. And then that leg kick gets caught. He gets thrown to the ground. The arm gets snapped in half. I do believe there's been a lot of conjecture on whether or not it was the shoulder or the elbow. There was certainly some discussion between.
I think they confirmed it's the shoulder.
Yeah, which was weird because
during the broadcast, weren't
look, it's a loss for Pantoja. I'd imagine that if that heals quickly, then he has every legitimate right to demand to be next, and certainly, no matter what happens, will not have to fight again before receiving some form of title match, be it against Joshua Van or whoever claims the title. But it's just one of those moments, Footy, and probably even worse than the Aspinall-Cyril Gane fight, where it's not like caused from a foul. It's called from literally like physics. And just his hand going down at precisely the wrong moment in time for all that pressure of his weight to be pushed on him, and then the shoulder to dislocate like it did, especially to a guy who had been so dominant as champ.
Mate, the fight game, what a cruel mistress, man. That was brutal. Like, I found that a really tough result to process. Like, I didn't know.
Me too.
I was happy for Van. He's worked really hard. His life has just changed. He's done wonders for his country. People getting on him about his celebrations and such. I think that's a little bit off. But, in the same way, I don't know. I mean, it's no different than if you celebrate an own goal in football. Like, it is what it is, man. That's not a bad analogy, actually. Yeah. But Pantoja, this guy who's on this generational run, like, is it really going to end like that? That's just insane. I'm hopeful, and I think we will get an immediate rematch. Let's hope that it's not like super ligament kind of damage, that it's just more of a sort of clean dislocation, if there's such a thing. But I was just so frustrated we didn't get a proper fight, because I thought that could have been fantastic. I wanted to see Van back in action. Should it have been a no contest? I can't get down with that kind of...
Neither. I don't know why anyone's throwing that out there. It wasn't no contest only happen if one guy fouls the other. So
he pushed him over, didn't he? He created that movement that forced the injury. But there's going to be a part of me who is going to have to see Pantoja lose before I'm willing to say that he's not the legitimate champion of this weight class. To me, this is an interim title. Maybe that's how I'm looking at it. This is an interim title. I don't know if that's fair or not, but that's kind of how I'm going to look at it before we see Pantoja lose a fight. But, you know, seeing all these tweets afterwards about the fastest finishes in the flyweight division, I was like, you know, I guess it is. But
but it's not.
You know, like, I don't think it's doing like the people who actually earn those crazy KOs and submissions a bit of a disservice to like put that sort of thing, that sort of finish in front of them, right? But you know, and Pantoja was so gracious about it. You know, he knew what it meant to Van and how hard he worked for it. But I don't know, and I don't think we're going to see. I don't think that's going to be the next fight. I don't think we're going to see a Van Pantoja fight immediately, and Dana kind of said the same thing. So we're just going to have to bide our time, I guess.
So many guys there. All right, before we get to what's happening next year footy, let's just quickly look at this weekend. Brandon Ravel, Manel Cape is the main event for the final card of 2025. Giga Chikats is on that card as well. Aside from that, it looks like a bit of a miss to me. But the main event...
You're just saying that because it's the Apex.
Well, it is. The Apex sucks. But the main event... Neil Magny's on the undercard, so there's always keen to watch a Neil Magny fight. But
Magnus.
Yeah, he's back,
ladies
and gentlemen.
Who's he keeping the gate for this time?
Yaroslav Amasov, who is... he's on a bit of a tear.
Classic gatekeeper fight.
100%. But look, this is Brandon Ravel has beaten a lot of good dudes. He's lost a lot of good dudes. I kind of feel like this is a crossroad fight for Manel Cape, not for Ravel, because I feel like this is a fight Cape needs to win at 21-7. He's lost to Mukayev. He gets the win and the world is his oyster. He loses and we may never ever see him in a marquee fight like this again.
Oh, this is a banger. I love this fight. As I said earlier, I've always kind of liked Cup. You know, he doesn't seem super likable outside of the
he seems like a dick.
Circle. He's had a bit of a weird run with injuries, and obviously Kai pulling out of his fight against him, so on. So he's had these opportunities where he could have like sprungboard himself up the flyweight. I kind of feel like it's his destiny to be in a flyweight world title shot. I want to see him in there. I think he's skilled enough. I think he's super entertaining, super explosive, great takedown defense. Like he's won 6 of his last 7. He's only lost to Mokayev, I think. I'm backing him to get this done, and like if he can finish Royval, like that's a statement. And I know, you know, I think Horiguchi and Taira will be praying for a Royval win because they're not going to do that rematch with Van that quickly either, I don't think. So I think that'll behoove him if the results go that way. But man, I think if Cup gets a finish, even if he does it in impressive fashion over 5 rounds, I think that should be enough. Like you have to give him that shot first.
All right, that's happening this weekend. You can see that on ESPN as well if you'd like to check that out here in New Zealand. This is the Fight Club podcast.